can't honestly sit there and claim that you've never seen it work like folks in chat. It's a disingenuous statement. I've put these facts on the record over and over again. So whether you choose to acknowledge whether or
What
not
record? I haven't seen the record.
Perspectives. Again, it's not my job to do your research and work for you. That's where you have to do your due diligence before claim. I mean, let's put it this way. If you say, I've never looked into the ocean, so I've never seen an ocean mammal or fish, then it's because you've never looked in the proper place. But you can't actually, I mean, I guess then I'm proving what I said to be incorrect. You can make that claim because it's hinging upon you not looking to do the research to find out that it exists and works.
So
like if you don't, you know, sort of trap that absence of proof is not proof of absence.
Correct. But if you're making a claim, right, that you make regularly, I've heard you say you put shit that you're on the record 1,000 times.
Okay, so how would you like me to confirm to you? How would you like me to confirm to you other than the records I've already put on file, right? Like whether it's with the courts or done the broadcast showing all of it. Like you want me to go back and out of 1,000 broadcasts and find where I put forth for everyone the record of me creating a trust, entering the guns into trust, and having the guns returned, who they said would not be returned and be destroyed.
Have you shared? Do you have a video where you've shared the trust documents? Somebody's got feedback.
Someone's feeding back insanely.
How many?
Who just unmuted? Somebody just unmuted.
It's my phone.
Right. So my reputation and my value hinges upon me doing what I say I do, not just pretending to do shit and saying it online until I get caught, which would be rather quick. So, you know, again, it's like I don't come on here and claim things that are not true. If folks want to verify what I'm saying is true, they could look on the record. For me to have to pour over the thousands of broadcasts and things I put on the record to prove what I've proven over and over again, which is on the record to be true or false.
Okay, how about this? I like all my legal papers. I can pull them up in 2 minutes. If I make a claim about my case with the drug rate and shit, I've got it at hand. I assume that you have your trust papers on hand, but I wasn't going to ask to see that because it's got personal information. And I'd assume that if you're presenting it, you've already got it blacked out somewhere, right? So it's just irrelevant.
The presumption is that I'm not. The presumption is that I'm not a completely unorganized weed head who essentially does everything, including a 3-hour broadcast on the fly with little to no preparation. That's how I roll, bro. I know it's hard to believe, but I'm
okay. That's
right,
that's
because at the core of this, part of what you said earlier, right? Part of what you said earlier is true, that this is largely in part tied into my faith system. I'm not even claiming that most things in life can be proven. I can't really prove the sky is blue or grass is green. You're either going to have to take my word on it if you're blind, or we have to see the same reality.
Right, but that's the point of it.
There's no way of proving most anything.
Go ahead, Rich.
Something out as well, right? They do not, under any circumstance, want it advertised or widely known that the people win,
of course,
and how they won. So it's it's made deliberately not easy to just prove it, because they don't give you a written decision. They don't. All they do is they dismiss it, or you know they it just goes away.
Here's the reality, man.
For me to know what to do with it. What's it?
The case, whatever case it is that you've brought in front of them. I've put a link up in the back chat to Richard Vobes, this interview with this guy who won in high court as a sovereign citizen under common law.
Okay, we'll look at it in a little bit.
Yeah, again, we don't have to go to links because I have a stack of fucking court cases and warrants that have been wiped from the record, and I just recently went to court for 3 charges with no attorney. We don't have to pull up links. I have firsthand experience and testimony and results.
But we need to understand, and I can confirm that you did have 3 charges, and they were dismissed. What I don't have any idea of is what happened in between there. And I personally,
I understand that, but what you can't do is presume that I'm doing something malicious or nefarious.
Right, because that's the only thing I've ever actually seen in existence that gets people's shit just thrown out, right? But I don't even like that speculating about that. It's little bit low for me to go.
Right. Again, you have to sort of use some level of instinct, intuition, and reading between the lines. I would be, call me whatever you want, and we can argue from that perspective, because I'm the same way. We're dealing with largely in part drug addicts at one point from broken homes. The trust factor isn't exactly high, nor should it be. But it's like, would I go to all these panels speaking late at night from my heart, screaming this shit, proclaiming it over and over again, if I was some rat or some dupe or some agent? I mean, most likely not. I just do what I do and then retire in the corner and let everyone else make up their own determinations. I really believe what I'm saying. I have a record that proves it. I have results, and it's worked for other people. So I literally believe I'm part of a movement here.
You keep trying to claim that you've got a record, but you're not presenting it, right? So you can get credit for having a record and present it, or you can just stop referencing.
Again, I have a video. I have a YouTube channel where I've been arrested half a dozen times on camera. I've never hired an attorney. I've never gone to jail. I've never paid a fine. I've never even pled in those cases.
You've gone to jail.
So it's not like I've gone to jail for 2 or 3 days at a time to be held until I've gone to jail for 2 or 3 days at a time to be held to see a magistrate, which is part of proper process and procedure. Technically, they're never supposed to take you to jail till you see a magistrate, especially if they don't have a signed warrant, which most of them don't. So that's why I keep walking out the other side as well, because I keep reminding them. Thank you, sir. I keep reminding them that they're off on their proper process and procedure. They're derelict in their duty. So they go, oh man, we got one who can see, who knows, just let him go. We'll spare him the couple days in the box. We housed him for free, Hotel Riverhead.
Unless you can film absolutely everything and take in and film the court procedure and everything, you're going to find it really difficult to actually provide anybody with any evidence of what's happened. Only the people that were there are going to see what happened.
Video court, you can screen record, so that should not have been an issue. But regardless, the arresting event and then the dismissal, right? In between there's a whole, you can start to fill in the gaps all over the place.
I know what the speculation's been about Paul as well.
Again, I don't know what that means when it's half a dozen charges. I do the same thing every time. It's based on the same foundational principles and the law of this land that I hold to, that allows me to come out favorable, because they understand whether they're letting anyone in on it. If this guy's going to keep talking over me, I'm not going to fucking talk.
Dude, sorry, I was just.
I don't need legal counsel. Thank you. I'm perfectly capable. I stand just like this at court. This is how I stand at court, and this is how I win every time. I don't need other people talking over me and for me. I even cut the administrators off at times when they're incorrect to correct the record. So this is all on record. If we want to go back, we can look it up. I've asked for transcripts. Half these courts are magistrate courts. They're not even lawful courts of record, technically. So they don't even record the proceedings, nor do they have transcripts, because they're all private corporate endeavors, administrative courts. There's a whole narrative here that we could blow the lid off of. And if you did some research, you'd realize more, and you'd go, oh my God, we're in Cold War corporate takeover right now. That's going to lead to full-on fascism, even more than the last 4 years has shown.
There's a lot of word salad in those last few sentences right there. I have done enough research. I don't know what
that means, word salad. There's dual jurisdiction.
Okay, what are the two jurisdictions?
This has been confirmed by myself at state court. There's dual jurisdiction, administrative court and constitutional/common law.
Okay, and
so,
which one
as much as I'd love to have a stack of evidence or proof to put in front of you to put this to bed, and proverbially be king of the mountain.
Case that just happened. How do you not have any
you looked it up,
no emails, no communications, no screen recordings?
You looked it up. You saw what was there. You looked it up. You saw what was there. The correspondence are on record. I don't know what else I have to provide for you. Like, you're so incredulous. You just won't accept and believe what's put forth, even if it's there on the record.
I absolutely will not just take your word for it. We've been over this.
Right. So that's a issue, that you won't accept what the record has shown and the track record over and over again, because you choose to be in disbelief.
Paul.
So this is exactly
the record
why
shows me getting charged over and over again and getting dismissals at court. What do you propose the answer is why it's happening?
What do you think the most common
Donnie
reason people get
Brasco?
charged?
What am I, Sammy the Bull Gravano? I'm on witness protection. I'm like you said one day, you propose that I'm ratting instead of accepting what I put forward.
That you're ratting, absolutely. That is the main reason people just
so instead of just accept, that's my point. This is why you and others lose at court, because the maxims of court are trust and equity and good faith. Instead of you look at the record, accept
they're not.
Can I point something out?
They absolutely are.
Can I point something out without being interrupted?
I hope it's yes. Go ahead.
Yeah. Paul, do you know what the biggest issue is? Like, you're so combative, whatever the word is. You're so confrontational.
I'm not combative.
Right? Hang on a second. Just
Stop making excuses. You
talked
over me because you're disrespectful.
Neck in, boy.
Okay. You know what, Rich? No, offense, I'll bring you back up in a second. I'm trying to have this conversation, not a manners thing.
We're always going to the tone, and we're always going to projection and bullshit. The bottom line is you fucking talked over me multiple times because you're a disrespectful prick. And I had to remind you.
Back to the topic.
Right. I shouldn't have to teach grown men how to be men who want to call me boy. Thing that goes on these panels regularly.
Back to the record. You don't have any of the correspondences that you are presenting as proof, but haven't actually presented.
I'm not really sure what that means. I literally take a line piece of paper, put 3 or 4 lines on there, put it on the record so that it can be shown that there's someone on the other side claiming something to avoid them steamrolling. And that's pretty much it. I don't know, like, what are you looking for me to have and present? A copy of that? I have a copy of a couple of those papers that I've used as correspondence with courts. I mean,
yes, yeah.
If you go look up these records, this is the point.
I don't want to pay for a
If you go look up these courts, if you go look up these courts with my name, they are supposed to have everything on record. So your beef is with them, why they're not doing their proper process and procedure again. And I agree with you.
No, I haven't FOIA'd any of this shit because it's a pain in the ass.
I don't know about pain in the ass. I'm telling you that I'm not going to go FOIA as much as I should, because it really just cements me and my legacy and reputation, and it's better promotion and marketing for me. I'm just too lazy, and I'm not greedy and selfish enough to go do it. I also presume I could stack evidence and proof a mile high, and the majority of folks will still continue to choose to see what they want to see and ignore the rest. That's been the thematic here.
So far, you haven't really stacked up any evidence, which is the issue. You're referencing it as if you've shown it, and you haven't shown it. So you would think
again, the evidence is that the evidence
channel, you stream every day for what, like 5 years or some shit. You can't actually get the stuff that you stream about every day.
I don't really know what that means. Get the stuff that I stream about. You're constantly on here making presumptions and false claims about people. You can't go get the documents to show that. I mean, I don't get it. It's like we're at a stalemate here.
The information right now for it.
I have to go compile 10 years, 5 to 10 years of records from all across the nation to present to you so that you can accept an obvious outcome that I've been living and showing over and over.
You're intentionally, that's dishonest. Yeah, you know that I'm not asking you for every single thing that's ever happened. Maybe just the last letter you wrote, the correspondence before the case got dismissed.
So how would I retrieve a letter that I gave them when they're not recording any of the proceedings and they're not putting anything on record? How would I do that?
I thought you said it was on record.
Again, it's on record with them and their records and files. There's nothing on the public record about that specific correspondence.
How did you correspond? Did you scratch one copy out on a handwritten napkin and then mail it to him?
Essentially, yes. As bizarre or unorthodox as that seems, I'm a common law, as I said before, that I know you'll laugh at. I don't mind it because we apparently have different perspectives on what that means. I'm a very simple man. I'm not going to give you 10 stacks of statute, policy, and code and interpretations. I'm going to give you one handwritten and signed claim that tells you who and what I am, what I'm not, what my statement of intent is, and what I understand about myself and this creation. And it's 3 to 4 lines, really, in most of these instances.
And what do the lines say?
Well, it can vary position to position, but the generalized statement that I go into, essentially at arraignment, right? There's different parts of the procedure, but
just
if
the filed statement, all right, the written response.
Yeah, if I'm gonna put something, let's say that I've just been arrested, and I'm being held, waiting for supposed arraignment, right? I'm essentially going to give correspondence to the administrator that I am not a surety for the legal entity known as Paul Ryan Laporta in all caps, and that I am in fact an honorable man here today by special presentment in order to settle a debt or testify to the facts of the matter. If I'm not giving testimony here today and there's no man or woman on the other side with a verified valid claim of loss, injury, and harm or debt owed, then I wish to be set free or restored to my original condition.
Valid
right?
Claim of loss, injury, or harm. If you're caught in trespassing, right, that's a violation of law without actually having inflicted harm necessarily.
Absolutely. So there should be no problem in a third-party impartial man or woman who owns the property coming forth and bearing witness and testimony at the court hearing that I did such a thing, which they did not, because I did not.
And the arresting officer
have a right to face my accuser, right? Most of these interactions, there's never an accuser who's going to come forth who you can face. It's a technicality that allows you to get cases dismissed.
That's not true. If you get arrested for stealing from Walmart.
So you're denying my experience. You're denying my experience, and
I'm denying your claim.
Okay, so I don't know where we go then. I'm telling you my experience. I'm telling you it's worked half a dozen times. You're stomping around saying, why is he free? It's not real. And you won't accept the firsthand testimony.
What did you just
record
say?
And all the
What did you just say? The foundations of law were the maxims like trust, equity, and faith, or something like that. Is that right?
Yeah, they may not be maxims, but they're foundations of what we call courting practice and law, which is trust, equity, and faith. Good faith, honorability.
Where did that come from?
Which really ties into equity, you could argue, right? You give what you wish to receive. It's kind of like how you call me a liar and a fraud when you're that, because you presume everyone's like you, instead of presuming the facts I've laid out to just be true.
So far, all you've done is exactly what I opened by saying that these people do is you've referenced vague legal concepts. You've not provided any actual evidence.
Again, I'm the one who can do whatever I want and walk out of court. You're the felon who can't own guns. So I don't know why you're even arguing with this. I have way more rights and freedom and power than you, and you should just shut up and get that.
And it's really
you'd be better off. I know it's really suspicious how unlearned you are, uneducated, unwillful, and undisciplined, and how you're a loser in every aspect of your life, including your rights and freedoms and property. No, you're just a loser, man. I've been telling you this for a while. You've lost your rights, freedom, and property, and instead of you listening and understanding how the law works and changing your status and standing and correcting that and resolving it, you rather just argue and create fake drama and controversy.
Here, you're so good at law that you're not a felon with all this bullshit. And that's not
I know
suspicious.
You're upset, aren't you? You're upset, aren't you, that there's never a third-party impartial witness, that there's never a valid claimant, that the charging instruments are fraudulent because it says the state of, and they can't take the bench.
I know
you're really upset that I keep getting all these cases thrown out. I know you're really upset. It's called fruit of the poisonous tree, American. It's called fruit of the poisonous tree, American jurisprudence. If somebody gives,
I own the book.
If somebody gives a false statement on record, the rest of their testimony is thrown out. Did you pull up the affidavit of what the man said he was caught lying in on the side of the road? No, so you didn't, because you don't do your due diligence. You just look at the stack of charges. You don't look at the proper process and procedure, and you don't look at the evidence on the record.
If you're honest.
Yeah, you could charge me with anything. That doesn't make it real. He loaded in the signed affidavit, which if you go back, I did a whole broadcast compiling all this where they brought up all the federal records and everything else that's been put on record, because apparently I activated the feds at one point and they've been keeping a record the whole way through of all these local and state interactions.
When was the first time I questioned you about this charge? It's been like a year and a fucking half now. You're telling me in a year and a half of me asking you about this shit, you've never not once come across anything and been like, hey, maybe this would be useful so that FlowState can quit asking me these questions that are apparently incorrect.
You think way too much of yourself that I sit around worrying about what you believe and don't believe. I'm willing to have the conversation with you and put you up on the game and correct the record. But at the end of the day, if you want to be dishonorable and bad faith and presume I'm ratting instead of just
believing you.
No, the record shows right there. I mean, why are you presuming things that you don't know that happened instead of just accepting what I'm telling you happened? That proves you're dishonorable and bad faith. It's one thing if you were neutral. It's one thing. The point is you have a root issue against me and others. And that's what compels this. You don't actually want the truth.
Can we talk about what a dishonest request it is to say, why don't you just believe me? You know goddamn well that liars are liars.
That's not it.
Liars, and that
that's not it. If you're not staying neutral, you're not staying neutral and saying prove your claim or what the record shows. You made a false claim that I'm ratting and working with the government to get out of these charges. That proves your bad faith, dishonorable, and projected.
You claimed it's false, which is exactly what
I can't
somebody would do
prove
if it
that
was
I
true
didn't rat or that I didn't work with. I can't prove a negative. That's the thing. And you made the false claim.
Everybody gets paperwork.
How could somebody prove that they didn't talk to somebody to supposedly be let out of charges? How could they prove it didn't happen?
Out in prison.
Again, you're asking me. You just answered a question with a question. That's not an answer. That's called deflection.
Paperwork. There's always paperwork with this shit.
Yeah, the point is there's paperwork on record when people are ratting and talking. That's how they find out. They don't say, we suspect you ratting and talking, prove you didn't. They find statements of you testifying and paperwork where you ratted. That's how that works. You don't know anything, huh? You don't know how anything works? Do I have to explain how everything in life works to you?
I want to ask you have to show me. Go ahead, Rich.
But I have proof that you made a false claim because I know I didn't, and you said I did.
You knowing something isn't proof, motherfucker.
Hey, Paul, you said that when you were interacting with the police person that they had
again. You're one of these game players in life who you're bad faith, and you think.
So you were interacting with the police officer or whatever, and he made a false statement either on an affidavit or the written statement or whatever. And then you said that all the rest of his testimony is invalid at that point. I want to just verify if that's what you said.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And more than that, he did an unlawful search that he not only that, he did an unlawful search that he termed an inventory. There was no reason to believe that I was going to cause loss, injury, or harm or involved in a crime. I was given notice about my religious understanding about my right to travel. They then went into my trunk and locked compartment.
Hold on, you got to take one thing at a time. Loss, injury, and harm are not required to be in violation of the law. That's fiction.
You're not accepting that legal versus lawful is the thing. You're not accepting statute, policy, and code is not law.
I've demonstrated on here at least 2 times with 2 different copies of Black's Law Dictionary. Law and code. Code is the collection of laws.
What makes you think Black's Law? Which version? Black's Law Dictionary regularly contradicts itself depending on edition. So this is how ridiculous it is. You're going to pull out a static edition of a book that will contradict another later edition because these are men sitting around making interpretations about the facts of law.
You must know what is right. What is the right version? What is the right place to find these definitions?
Again, you presume the law is found in a book and not in one's heart.
Okay, there. See, now we're on the same.
That's where conviction is made. That's how a conviction is made. That's why it's called a conviction. You don't understand that law and lore are related. You don't understand that law and philosophy are related. You don't understand that law and faith are related, even though it's all mentioned in there.
Philosophy. You're speaking philosophy, but packaging it as law.
Right. And when someone trains to be a lawyer or a judge, supposedly, they study philosophy and many other aspects of the human experience in order to be able to interpret the facts of the matter of law, separate from policy and code. We're making judgments here on character and conviction, whether you're aware of that or not. That's why they ask you what you do for a living, what your status is in the community, what your religious beliefs are. Did you understand? Did you believe this? They're making interpretations of the facts of the matter. They're making judgments of your character.
They don't ask you all that shit.
That's how 10 people could be charged with the same thing and have 10 different results potentially.
They do not ask you all the things you listed off. But real quick.
No, they don't ask you that because they can tell by looking in your eyes that you're broken and faithless when you walk in there.
The court system doesn't bother asking me what my religion is. They ask you that, but they can tell that I'm obviously soulless. That holds water. That's how law works. Machiavelli, I get you. The thing is Paul is fairly flighty when he comes up here a lot of times, and I didn't want I just needed to stop where I didn't want to go. So I apologize, but Richie's back now. So
I just want to ask also, like these issues that you're talking about with the court and the law enforcement dealing with them directly. This is not particularly the same as the quote unquote sovereign citizen, right?
This is a misnomer. Sovereign citizens are folks who work for the corporate United States as defined. USC 1A, United States is a federal corporation incorporated in the District of Columbia, 10 to 13 square mile island off Maryland, Delaware, wherever it is. So right, you folks keep saying you're in Washington, D.C., but you're not in that location. They have you pimped. So the true sovereign citizens are folks who are overthrowing the law of this land with corporate policy, claiming to owe allegiance to the corporation. That's what citizen means, but also claiming sovereignty as if they're above the law because they're civil servants. So men and women on the land who uphold God's law and the law of the land are not sovereign citizens.
Okay, so but that is separate than, say, a police officer lying or making a mistake or whatever in their testimony, having that impeached and then having that testimony thrown out.
Right. That's the cop is the sovereign citizen. He believes he has a right because he has a costume on to put me in a cage despite the law of the land and him lacking the proper process and procedure or the ability to make the legal determination, which he's not trained to make.
Okay, so you can do that and go to court and have your case dismissed, whatever it might be, and not have to, do all the corporate stuff that you're talking about, like in DC or whatever you were just talking about.
I'm telling you that if nothing else, we could have the discussion about the law versus the legal code and the consent of the governed. If we just want to accept that legal policy, statute, and code is law, there's still many places along the way where they don't do proper process and procedure in their world. And it makes it such that when you call that out, you have a higher probability of getting these cases thrown out.
Code, a systematic collection, compendium, or revision of laws, rules, or regulations. That's from the 6th edition.
And that proves what exactly?
A code is a collection of laws. I'd like to know where you're getting the idea that it's not a collection of laws. I can pull up something else from other sources.
We'd have to go back to original sources.
Like, just tell me what I need to look up and we can look it up.
I mean, again, one of the, if you'll argue with me about the term maxim, but one of the things that's taught at school.
Sorry, before we move on there, can we, what do I need to look up? Where are you getting the code different from law?
Well, law is expressed, not implied, right? That's one of the maxims. So you can't actually say statute, policy, and code is also law. It's either law or it's not.
I hear what you're saying, but I want to know why
Blackstone's commentary and Bouvier's, I'm pretty sure, reveals at times that statute, policy, and code, right? When they take in context the Bill of Rights and the Declaration of Independence. We've been over this.
Code, a systematic collection, compendium, or revision of laws, rules, or regulations.
I understand that a bunch of legal parliamentary folks from the bar, a European collective, have come in to write up books to try to obfuscate from the law of the land.
They're run everyone code.
I totally get that, but that doesn't make it the foundations of law here. So statute, policy, and code is given the force of law through the consent of the governed. That's the Declaration of Independence, Bill of Rights. Okay, so you can't say statute, policy, and code is law, because if it was law, it'd be law. It wouldn't be those three things.
What I'm speaking about is not the philosophy of law or God's law. What I'm talking about is what people with guns and badges enforce.
Again, you're not getting it that the original contract between the civil servants and the men and women on the land invokes God and philosophy and the idea that if you're not going to be,
this is philosophy still.
You keep saying it doesn't matter. Well, ask the last half a dozen court personnel who said, Paulie boy, we'll see you later, dismiss, because they seem to think it does. That's all that matters here. It doesn't matter what you think, hat backwards flow state, who thinks the stage is going to make the man. Doesn't matter what you think. What matters is what I and the court thinks and God. And that's why I'm free.
Oh, it does.
And you're not.
It does matter what the court thinks and what the court thinks. Courts write down everything. All the laws are written. All the proceedings are written. The procedures.
You're not getting it. You're just not willing to get it.
What you're doing is you're saying that because you feel some sort of way that the men with guns let you go. You just walk out of there.
You keep equating.
And I'm saying that you're a fucking full of shit.
You keep equating cops, who many of them have been mistrained, to court personnel and everyone up the chain. They're not necessarily in agreement all the way down the line. They don't necessarily do the same things and interpret the same things.
Is there any single solid source or reference that you can point to as this is where what I'm saying comes from? Or are you just wing it on the fly?
Yeah, it's even better than pointing to a book like a dummy like you. I could give you my firsthand experience. That's the best testimony, the best proof. My firsthand proof and experience and results. Not your hypothesis, not your hypotheticals, not your books written by other people, my actual results and experience.
I also have experiences with laws that are in complete contradiction to the nonsense spewing out of your mouth. Go ahead, whoever want to jump in.
Well, you also have experiences with broadcasting and women and everything else that are in contrary to my experiences. So what exactly did you just prove again?
Okay, question. Why isn't it possible that Paul went in there and just rizzed up these small towns and they just didn't put it into record, was just like, screw it, we're just deleting this from our system, move on, in which small towns can do that because they're supposed to report to the Supreme Court, but those files never get checked. And yeah, they can and will do it.
No, okay.
They're supposed to be sent to the county. They don't have to send
Hold on,
that
Paul.
to the
Let me
county.
respond to him. He asked me the question.
I've seen it happen.
Sure. Are there bad court clerks? Of course. Do cops lose paperwork? Of course. Does every fucking court that Paul ever goes to and works his magic also lose the paperwork? No, of course not.
Is it possible, hey, Paul, is it possible that you just were so obnoxiously, like, you know, right and just loud and boisterous or whatever the personality, and they just were like, we don't want to deal with this guy? And then they
Absolutely not. Absolutely not.
No, because they would have locked him up and they wouldn't have had to see it.
Okay, thank you, sir. He asked me. But we're all struggling here with the idea of who's talking to who, I guess. So no, absolutely not. Mr. Slow State, I'm sure, will attest to the fact that A&E is full of guys who were yelling and screaming and acting out who got thrown in a box. So no, DeFreak, as much as you'd like me to cop to that I was just so ornery and obnoxious and loudmouth that they said, we don't want to deal with this guy. Not likely. No. Also, for you to presume that the way that I am in certain venues is the way that I am at a court of law would be foolish of you to presume. Just because we're in a
eliminating. Go ahead, Fish. Go ahead.
Yeah, just because we're in a four-cornered box here, which is the definition of a court, essentially, doesn't mean that the way that I present here is exactly the way at all that I present at court.
Fair enough. Fair enough. I just wanted to see if that was.
There tends to be pretty successful, discerning folks who are able to understand language and philosophy at court. On these panels, it's usually a bunch of dolts, quite frankly.
I know. I wish that you were better at explaining it to us. But DeFreak, let me respond to the question you just asked him with a different experience. Yes, absolutely. They will just not fuck with you if you're too much of a pain in the ass for what you're worth. I've been pulled over many times with a bunch of little infractions, tent too dark, swapped license plates, but come back to one that comes back to me. Almost always, if you've got a whole bunch of paperwork and just little piddly shit, they will let you go. I have no doubt that I've actually heard people say, and I can't verify this, which is why I haven't brought it up before, but I have been told that if you basically refuse to give them an address, an occupation, basically if you just sit in jail as a nothing burger and they can't do shit with you, that they will just cut you loose if the charges are not big. I can't verify that's true though, so I haven't brought it up before.
Another thing that I saw with the Hebrew Israelites back when I was seeing this stuff for the first time is that one of the guys went to court and was charged with some minor, very minor thing or whatever, and he started spewing out this jurisdiction, sovereign citizen, you don't have any this, and the judge was just like, he was just like, let him go. He didn't even, and this was his testimony. So, like I said, I just wanted to eliminate that as a possibility.
It can't be eliminated as a possibility. It's a very real one.
You mean somebody
anything other than what I'm purporting and what the evidence shows has to be open to possibility.
Hold on. Go ahead, Nidish.
Somebody went to court with a stenographer's record and all that disappeared because they threw that person out?
He's been to court many times, and all the paperwork, everything disappears, actually, it seems. Including
how much do you have to pay them, Paul?
I don't pay them anything. You can't pay anything technically in the system. You can discharge debt with legal tender.
Okay, how much legal tender did you discharge to them?
I don't give them anything. Why would I negotiate with potential terrorists? Either they're going to be lawful and honorable and turn me loose, or they're going to attempt to terrorize me by forcing political ideology onto me, which I don't understand, nor do I accept under God.
So they just cut you loose because they know you won't ever pay them any money to keep you in their system. So you're not worth their time if you're not going to pay them.
Pretty much that's what it
comes
down
to. System, they have a process. We're not even going to write you down.
Waste of ink.
Go ahead, Paul.
They have a process and procedure that they are supposed to adhere to. Does that mean they adhere to it on all levels? Of course not. There are certain places where it's well known that they will just fucking slave everybody, and they really don't give a fuck about what you do and say. Kansas might be one of them, and I'm sure there's everything in between. So I've seen a lot of evidence that places like Kansas, Missouri, Arkansas is another one of them. There's certain less rural places where a lot of this stuff, even if it's the foundations of law, will not be recognized, and they may almost take it as a belligerent combatants if you bring it up. But again, it really doesn't matter, because I'm not doing this because I'm guaranteed a win. I'm doing this because this is what my heart, that I believe God put there, reveals to me is true and correct. I have to stand on this and die behind this. I don't have any other purpose and meaning and value here.
I want to ask another one, kind of off the wall, obscure, whatever. But if you were Diddy's lawyer or counsel or whatever right now,
I wouldn't be Diddy's lawyer or anybody's counsel, because I wouldn't speak for another man. I don't presume to know what he did, and I don't presume to know that he's going to tell me the truth. And I would never defend somebody with allegations of loss, injury, and harm that wouldn't speak for themselves, because I believe letting someone else speak for you at court or in any interaction is dishonorable.
Right, but couldn't he, do the whole unsovereign citizen thing and
absolutely
basically
not,
evade their jurisdiction?
Not. And please stop referring to it as sovereign citizen thing. I want no connection to that term, and that it's a CIA, potentially FBI, whoever it is. I don't know who or what it is. I don't want to blame anyone.
Okay, yeah.
I don't want any connection to that. So no, just like when that retard drove a car into a group of people and then tried to go to court, that looked like another fraud, by the way, set up. But I don't know how deep this shit goes. But me, I'm a bit paranoid sometimes. So I think they bring people into court potentially and film it and try to release it to make everyone look crazy and stupid. But hey, it's also don't underestimate the sickness. Yeah, don't underestimate the sickness and stupidity. They may not have to stage anything with this general public the way it is. So I may be multiplying hypotheses more than necessary. But when that guy, Darrell Brooks guy, drove a car into a group of people, he tried to go to court and claim jurisdiction and all the rest of it, and they fucking laughed at him. And as would I or anyone else, judge or no judge. You do loss, injury, and harm, and you don't pay your debts. It's just like when people go on bond. I had someone call me yesterday. He goes, the wife. He goes, the guy's been in jail 5 months. They won't give him a hearing. I said, what'd he do? And of course, it comes out in the wash. He made a bond with them, gave him 20 grand cash, whatever it was, and skipped out on the bond. Oh, yeah, they're going to come for your bitch ass and teach you a lesson. Either you're standing on this all the way or you're not. If you make a bond with them and you make an agreement, they're going to hold you to it as a man, especially if you claim to be a man. Oh, I'm an honorable man, common law, I'm invoking all that. They're going to say, really?
No, they're not. It's just silly to think that they're offended that you violated.
You know it all, bro. You're not interested in somebody's
I have another question for you, though.
You just want to demean me and devalue this walk, and that's all.
Let me ask you a question about demeaning or devaluing. Back to the correspondence that you had, wrote it on a napkin, don't have a copy of it. Why don't you have?
Why can't you pay the $30 or do any kind of research? You have so much money, you're so well off, and
if you want credit for having done something, you should.
There you go. More excuses and deflections. I don't need credit from you, a frat boy douche, when I'm under God and have a whole movement going and work with the community. Are you kidding? You really have a narcissistic bent to you where you believe you're so much more important than you really are, and so much more relevant in these situations than you are. You're lucky.
You mad?
Lucky I'm even here giving you this.
Pot calling kettle black.
I'm not interested in what you have to say.
So, dude, the correspondence, was it because you were in jail and you didn't have access to a computer? Is that why you issued a paper handwritten letter?
I don't know. Say that again.
Why did the correspondence with the courts that we were talking about earlier, why did you not have a digital copy? Were you in jail when you did it?
Because I wasn't sitting around worrying about how more douchebag haters online were going to try to lie on my name, although I should have been, I guess.
You definitely should have been.
Right, because I lived my whole life.
It's not like you haven't been
lying haters
before.
Online with 30 viewers say, right? Because I'm a loser like you.
You should always keep your
time about your claims.
You should be lucky and happy. I'm here to daddy you again and teach you how the world works. Don't challenge me. You're just wrong.
To try to cover the damage.
Cover what damage? I just explained it to you. I'll try again. You're the guy who lost your rights, freedom, and property. I'm the guy with 20 fucking guns in here right now, who's going to continue to move forward as a man while you're a cucked out bitch. I don't have to prove anything else. I have the power of value on my side. You don't.
Whose house is it?
That's it. You're a slave.
I'm not going to ask you to show me the 20 guns that you claim that you have, because of course you won't, and that would be an absurd request. You can't show them here.
Why would you, Agent FlowState, ask me to show you the 20 guns that I have? Why would you ask that on an open platform?
I literally just said I wouldn't do that. I'm not doing it.
So why even bring it up? I don't even need to say it. I'm saying it to go out the window so that you know who and what I am and everyone else knows.
Provide if let's just assume I'm bad faith because I'm so narcissistic and manipulative and twisted that I assume everybody is. You're clearly not. But since I am, how can you alleviate my suspicion? Is there anything that you can show at all aside from just what you say happened? That doesn't really fucking.
What are you looking for specifically?
Your latest legal documents he wants.
Yeah, the paperwork, the correspondence.
Could you pull up the Carrizozo record?
Translation.
Could you pull up the Carrizozo record? They're supposed to have everything on file that I put on record with correspondence. The last 10 cases that I looked at.
Would this be on that Pacer thing?
It should be. If they're all doing their proper process and procedure in our private courts that are.
Does Jennifer have digital copies, you think?
Yeah, she probably has some.
Surely both of you aren't completely disorganized slobs.
No, she's more the type A and keeps everything. I'm sure if I asked her, she'd have something, but you know. Again, you're the one who keeps saying that I'm lying in bad faith and then presuming bad faith things about me and making lies up about me. So I would just wonder why you wouldn't prove me to be a rat and all the rest of it and fraudulent, because I would think it'd be great content at this point.
Well, my interest was never actually in proving you a rat until you started running around claiming that you've got these magic legal powers, but then somehow never being able to demonstrate it in a way.
Powers. I just said that I understand faith and trust and equity, things that you don't understand and don't live in, and that's why I get great results on all levels. It's not just at court. Remember when you said I was poor and broke, and I said put up your silver bar and we'll put it in escrow. We'll have a third party disinterested individual. We'll make a determination about a number that you pick and whether it can be hit, and you would lose that silver bar if you were wrong. You wouldn't do it. So you're not really interested
because there was no reciprocal win. There was no possibility of win. What kind of moron would take a bet that they can only lose at?
What do you mean there's no win? The win is you being shown to not be bad faith and dishonorable, lying about someone online and making false. I know, because your word and your credibility doesn't mean anything to you. That's why I win at court, because my word is everything to me. See how it works?
So it would have been a moral win?
Excuse me?
When the silver bar thing would have been a moral win?
Well, isn't that the most important force or power or core in life, is to be of good character?
He's just mad because he's broke and I'm not.
You keep saying that, but you lost a poll on your own broadcast that said that you and Tommy had less than I did, and you're also gayer than I am. That's your own broadcast and channel said that.
I made those polls.
Whoa.
Again,
He said, wait.
Grandiose vision of yourself.
Did
you got there,
he
slow
say
boy.
you're gayer than he is?
Yeah,
that's what his poll said. His audience says that him and Tommy are gayer than me on his own
let
poll,
me explain
and
my
are
own
broker
fucking
than
thing.
me.
You don't actually even understand what happened. A few weeks ago,
Put
I put up
up.
a bunch of polls on my community tab comparing me and Tommy and Paul. So who's got more street cred, who's gay or whatever. The point is that Tommy and I had just gotten in a debate, and he was claiming like all this bullshit about himself.
The point is, you threw me into the mix to be a dick, and you wound up looking like a douche that you are because you lost to me on your own channel in 3/4 of the polls, proving your audience thinks you have less power than me, less ability with women than me, and you're broker than me, and gayer than me.
It's
That's
proving
your
that
audience
Tommy was
that.
on the other side of the polls.
Dude, I loved it. I think you should do more of that. It was great. I know you didn't expect it to go that way, but it was great in the end.
So the both of y'all are gay. Flo is just gayer.
Well, apparently, according to the poll, apparently yes. And that makes sense because he's wearing light blue glow in the dark.
I would just like to point out you both keep coming back together of your own free will.
It's some sort of weird Talcott dysfunction, I'm sure. Like I don't know why.
Same thing happened to OTW. That
the
makes
reality
me feel better.
is that I would have to be inhuman to deal for 2 or 3 years with even the most dysfunctional, fucked up creature and not be somewhat endeared to people here, right? Like the same way as if I was a corrections officer, you know, I'd probably be endeared to certain people on the block, whether I completely respected them, liked them or not, just spending time together and having interaction. So if that's what you mean by the weird Talcott thing, yeah, I see you as a wannabe content creator. I see you as an expression of self at the highest form. On the lowest level, we disagree at times. I think you're bad faith and dishonorable, but I also don't think that you're irredeemable. If I thought that, then I'd have to believe that about myself.
You weren't supposed to agree and confirm that we're gay, basically, which is the accusation.
So the lower number makes you the gayest?
No, so this is the first poll. Who's been celibate the longest? And
I just love also that Tommy like completely lost all of them because I know it burns him up.
Who's got the fewest friends? And
he lost that one.
No, I won.
Who has least money?
Oh wait, we tied for winning who has the fewest friends. I mean, Tom is the most of all of my wins. Who has the least money? So Paul beat me in that one. And who's got the least street cred? And we again tied for winning, I suppose, depending on how you look at it. But yeah, Tom is clearly the least.
Who has the least money? The who has the least money? You were the lowest on who has the least money, so that means that you have more money than Paul.
Who has the least money? And I was in the middle. So
33, right? Sorry, I'm looking at the.
Try to keep up.
I wasn't looking at the percentage.
Yeah. But the point of this was to antagonize Tom, and since Tom is, madly in love, since Tom is like just insanely obsessed with Paul, including you in the mix, was guaranteed to be an exacerbant.
I give you credit for that because I wound up coming out favorable in most of the polls, and it was interesting watching Tommy lose by a huge margin. So,
and then prove that he loves you. Shout out, Tom. I know that you're watching.
I also enjoyed the caricature, the graphic there. It was rather entertaining.
The point I was trying to make earlier, Paul, was that I was actually I was kind of speaking for what you were saying. I wasn't speaking against you. I was saying you're actually. I agree with a lot of what you're saying, but you're so confrontational. You're shouting me down, and I'm trying to speak for you. Right. My point is,
but that doesn't matter.
I agree with a lot of what you say.
It doesn't matter with Paul.
But it's you, dude.
To be clear, though, I don't take it as respectful to try to speak for me. I know that may not be something that
speak
folks,
for you either. Jesus,
you just said you were trying to speak for me.
No,
So if you're going to say something different, why are there two people speaking now at the same time? If I could just finish, if you're going to say something different than what you mean, then I can't.
Dude, I'm sick of your voice.
If you're going to say something different than what you mean, then I can't be held liable for not understanding. You just said you were trying to speak for me. Did I miss something there?
As in trying to speak with you. Speak to what you were saying.
Just get to the money part, all right? Just get the money part done.
Give me money. Money me. Money now. Me a money needing a lot now.
Yeah, seriously, can someone give FlowState something? Because that's pretty much the only reason he's here. And, I don't want to argue with you about your feelers right now. And I'm sure he doesn't want to listen to it.
Yeah, I think everybody would be happier if somebody just sent me money.
Yeah. Send Flow money.
And
I just found out PayPal will allow you to send 1 cent at a time.
Have you ever tried hanging out behind the Walmart? I think you'll do a lot better than here. There's more sort of clientele to solicit.
Send money so we can hear the Pope sing "Make Money." Come on.
If you send me 1 cent at a time, I'm going to block you forever.
Paul, you mentioned the Darrell Brooks case, which I thought was a very fascinating case. And he actually had that judge, that courtroom kind of tripped up a little bit. I mean, obviously he was insane, but, he was able to rattle the cage a little bit, during that trial. What do you think about that?
I didn't see the whole trial, but I find it hard to believe that guy who I saw clips of was rattling any cage. They were probably disturbed by his dishonorable, illogical presentment, which oftentimes happens not only at court, but on these panels. I share the same sentiment. For a guy to come in and try to invoke that common law and that understanding when he just ran a car into people is beyond absurd. And it would only invoke the belief that you would be an insane, hypocritical person with no understanding of self or the law. At that point, it's then they have to decide how incompetent you actually are and how insane you are and how guilty they can hold you for whatever it is that you did.
Okay. And then also we saw the Alec Baldwin case.
That guy, right?
Say that again,
That Jay Prince went to court for that guy and believed in him.
What guy? I don't even know what you're talking
about. The guy who ran into all the people.
Oh, wait, what? He went to court for him?
Yes. And thought, the court was against him and he was getting an unfair deal.
What did he do there, though?
He went to court.
He was the audience?
In the audience and did reports with a reporter and a guy on YouTube recorded and asked him why did he believe that the guy was getting a bad deal. And Jay Prince said it's because of racism.
Interesting.
Jay Prince is fucking wild. You know what? As many times I've been on the Black House, Jay Prince has never been up here. So fuck you, Jay Prince.
He's a character, though. We saw with the Alec Baldwin case that it was basically thrown out pretty easily by the lawyer petitioning because they basically, you could almost say that it was a setup. They didn't take all the bullets into the evidence room or whatever to the police, but then they had a guy basically take those bullets and film himself giving them to the cops, and because of that, and because they didn't notify the defendant, he was able to get that case dismissed.
Because what? I wasn't paying attention.
Yeah, I mean, Young Thug is probably, you could see it with the Young Thug trial, right? I don't watch that shit, but the clips that I've seen, they're making a mockery out of this court. People are communicating privately. They're doing backroom situations. They're looking like fools. They don't have what they need. The witnesses on the stand are making them look ridiculous and not testifying to what they claimed at the fucking station, right? So obviously, on some level, you're supposed to have proper process and procedure. It's just most courts, no one ever invokes that. They hire an attorney, and the attorney makes a deal for the court and you to where both parties are happy. They're never usually fighting for you to actually get off.
Yeah, that should be a mistrial. Young Thugs should get out.
The DOJ is fucked. I have actually been watching some of that. It's just insane.
Yeah, but at the end of the day, I mean,
baby oil's not a crime.
I mean, again, we have to support the idea of innocent till proven guilty, and it's almost an impossible standard to prove murder, right? No face, no case, no body, no crime. You have to have a third party impartial witness, and even that's not proof. So
yeah, all up the baby oil is a psyop to taint the jury.
It's totally a fucking psyop.
Yeah, I mean, listen, I'll go one better with jumping out the window, right? I believe if you're part of a society, whether that be hip hop, the streets, whatever, and you get online or anywhere else or on wax and you say you're about killing people and being killed, well, then when someone comes to do you, you got to hold that. It is what it is. You don't get to go to a system now and say, hey, someone did loss, injury, and harm to me. No, that's the code you live by. That's the society you live by. So while I will say I could suspect that certain people are doing certain things and having people moved out of the way, that's kind of that life. And that's that society. And that's the code that you live by when you're involved in that. So as a man, when you join that, you know when you're joining that and you know what the way in and the way out is. So you can't really hold Young Thug or anybody else. If they are, I'm not saying they are. If they are part of, whatever gang and whatever else, and they're in that code and that society, that's like the mob. You know when you fuck with them and when you get involved, what it is. And if you don't hold to that code and that ethic, they're going to take you out. If you want to be a civilian and be a good citizen, then you live by that. And then you get to enjoy that protection, right? But this is just...
Hold on, before we get down the Diddy rabbit hole all the way, Avoided Hornet wants a definition of common law. From both of us, he said, do you have a common law definition?
Yeah, go ahead, Mr. DA there, FlowState. Give your Black's law, the law for black folks. Put in the book.
This isn't my definition. I use these because this is what everybody references,
do
right?
You understand that there's a good reason to believe that part of Black's law and all these codifications were originally for freed or escaped slaves? And literally the proliferation of all these code books has now become thought of as law by all the supposed citizens, when never in the past history would it ever been accepted in past time that another man could put on a costume and rule you and tell you what you can and can't do with code. That's the whole reason
you're not ever going to get a definition out of Paul. I'll just save you
you can presume that. Again, I don't know where you just presume that. I'm pretty sure I just gave you the floor to give yours and then I would give mine. But you can go ahead and play dirty, as most DAs do. I have the truth on my side. I don't need to play games.
But it's just basic law of the land, like cause no injury, harm, or loss.
That's not.
Yeah, it's called. There's different aspects to it, right? One of the aspects of common law, which incorporates statute, policy, and code, is common practice, the law of the people who lives on the land, or the law, what's been established. So you could argue, to some degree, right? All of law and interpretation at court is arguments, making arguments, and then a judgment is made. You could argue the common law on this land has become code, policy, and statute and slavery, because if you ask the common individual, they will say to you that they all hold the beliefs in conjunction that statute, policy, and code is law. So common practice is an aspect at times of common law, right? If I go to a Muslim land and they're doing honor,
I could play whack-a-mole, whacking down the nonsense you just said, and I could do a whole stream on it.
Isn't
I'm
all
sure
that
you could, but you won't, because you're just saying that because you have a feeling, but you have no actual facts to go with that. So
you literally
it's
just
clear.
said a feeling could be law.
No, I said that one of the tenets, right, that folks will say is common law is common practice, right? There's different aspects to what could be interpreted as the common law. Again, these are different arguments.
Law is distinguished from statutory law created by the enactment of legislatures.
That's what I was just going to say.
Yeah.
Has anybody
You basically just read the Black's Law Dictionary, and it's basically saying this land's a common law land. Just like if you go to the governmental websites, they're going to tell you all courts on this land are common law land.
I don't think we are common law land actually anymore.
Well, that's what they're supposed to be legitimately. I'm not telling you what they are, because guess what? Common practice has become statute, policy, and code and fascism rules. Doesn't mean it's legitimate, right? We're always in flux here.
I've got a question.
Who said that?
Me. What about the jury of your peers thing? Like, with all things, you're entitled to stand before a jury of your peers, and that's one of the
That's
things
not necessarily true.
changed. Is it? That's what I'm asking.
Right. So we have dual jurisdiction. In one jurisdiction, you're going to get a bench trial. In another jurisdiction, you're going to get trial by jury. One is where essentially the magistrate is judge, jury, and executioner. One is going to be a supposed jury of your peers.
Can you not ask for a jury of your peers? If you get a bench jury, can you not ask a request for a jury of your peers?
Well, absolutely. That was one of the ways that I put it on record. I don't want to say got out of, but I cornered the administrator with the foundations of law because it's all based on the spoken word and understanding and what makes sense. So when the being said,
oh my God. Harmon, thank you for sending money to the Cash App because I was whining. Here's what you requested.
The link's right there. It's literally right there. One click away.
Shout out to EBT.
I love that every time.
It's good shit.
Hey, Paul, I came up because you said something. You don't know me, but okay, back in the 90s when I was studying, trying to figure out how to change money into gold and stuff, do it 7 miles off the coast and all that. I was 30 years ago, but I can't remember much of it now. But you said something about that they made the law back at time of slavery, and they told us, now I believe it's a cover story, that the emancipation law and to give them so much land per slave, the corporations used that law for them, made corporations to protect them. Is that what you were saying?
Yeah, again, you're just going to give me essentially another version of what we come to learn here just by our own life experience, that literally the reflection of what you see happening on this panel has been going on for, you could argue, the beginning of time on every land, but this country hundreds of years, where you have essentially multiple camps. All the signers of the Constitution weren't in agreement. There's folks who got up and walked away. There was Federalists and non-Federalists and all the rest of it.
I go before that. I go before the Constitution. I go back to the Articles of Confederation, which I like better. But anyway,
right,
no, I wasn't trying to track you.
That's what the story of Jesus was supposed to reveal. We have a dual jurisdiction and two states of beingness here. We have a state of beingness here where folks believe the universe has a program, we have a conscience, and we all know how to govern ourselves because we all know right from wrong. You're not supposed to lie, cheat, steal, and kill.
If that were the case, then why would law exist at all?
But
there's law and there's code. Code is a codification of law. Code is not law. But you keep saying it is, so I guess keep saying it, and that'll make it real at some point.
Well, I want to ask you. I'm not trying to trap you or nothing, Paul. I'm trying to get the information.
I'm not saying that you are. I'm not feeling trapped, sir. Don't presume that because I have this presentment that I'm feeling any kind of way. I'll let you know if I'm angry or upset or trapped.
You're not even answering my question. Okay, I know you got the knowledge, so I want you to answer my question. Back in the time when they did that, and this is where the corporations are protected because you can't sue one person within the corporation. You got to do that. And I understood that came out in the law when they did that, and they use a law that wasn't supposed to be that. But now, through all these times, I'm thinking that was what it was meant for in the first place. Back in the slave times when they made that law.
You realize that's the second time you didn't ask me a question and then claimed I wasn't answering a question. You just made a statement.
No, it's not.
I can't deduce what you're saying and what you're meaning because you're not being as clear as I think you could be.
Okay, I understood that they made a law when the time of slavery was gone, and you brought something up, and I thought you knew the name, so I was trying to get it back. And the law said that the slaves get so much land and so much this, and then the businessmen took it and used it to protect their corporations when it wasn't intended for them. You know the name of that law? That's all I was asking.
Oh no, I'm not aware. And again, that's not a law. That's a codification.
Okay, cool. Whatever it is. That's what I'm asking you.
Yeah, no, but I mean, I wouldn't deny that it exists because it sounds like something the ubiquitous they does. I don't even necessarily believe that this is individuals or a group of individuals. I think that everyone here is inhabited by a spirit. And that spirit, depending on the state of consciousness, has certain qualities to it.
We all probably are inhabited by
replicate over and over.
I have a tax question.
Oh, geez.
How can you verify that you actually own your house if you permanently have to pay for property tax? When the original government that was in the house said it was unconstitutional, but they still passed it for some war. And it was only supposed to go on for X number of years, and it's still going on today.
Again, part of the fraud here that's been deduced over time with various pieces of information and titles and codes and reading between the lines is they basically made everyone who's on this land a co-trustee of what's defined as a corporation. So technically nobody can own property until they claim themselves to be a man or woman on the land under the original law of this land. Because there's, again, a dual jurisdiction. Most courts on the land.
I'm just saying you're forever renting it from the government if you have to pay property tax.
Right.
You do not
it's what would
own
be
it,
called
they own it.
leasing. It's the system that was proliferated in Europe for thousands of years. You could call it feudal system. You could call it democracy. It's essentially where one group or a monarchy owns everything or lays claim to everything and gets everyone to be subjects under them in the corporation, and then leases the property for tax and payment and tribute. So this is what we have going on here. It's a centralized banker, European takeover, corporate takeover, inside out. This has been prophesied by the founders. They said 250 years, the empire will be destroyed by corporate takeover from within, traders and treasonous activity from within. And we're right on schedule. I contend that this corporation is going to be purposely destroyed and then splintered out worldwide to create a bigger corporation over the next 3 to 5 years, just as it's been prophesied.
Let me do a little quick housekeeping. I just changed the ticker. Everybody pay attention to it. It's a disclaimer. All the shit coming out of Paul's mouth, I did not support, but I'm mostly out of laziness. I'm not challenging it. So that's my first washing of hands there.
We get that, FlowState. We get that you're so
Don't believe anything I say.
Second of all, thank you to Freak. I appreciate the support. You know what? Go ahead now. And welcome, Hornet. I hope you weren't backstage too long. I was on a different tab.
What's up? No, I wasn't.
Actually, let's go, Hornet. Are you up here for a common law question?
Oh yeah, common law, all the stuff he's been talking about.
All right, so
it's getting frustrating in the crowd.
Go ahead.
So Paul, can you give me a definition for common law, please?
Yeah, essentially, there used to be a time when folks had common sense. It was called a conscience. So if you asked folks, what's the common law? What's your common sense tell you and show you? It's that you're not supposed to lie, cheat, steal, and kill. As we become more reprobate, of course, and lacking in good faith and equity and trust, the foundations of law, we've had to have codifications of law, right? So common law, if you ask anybody on the world, if they have any kind of conscience that's activated through their real life experience, the lore, right? This is what's passed down from man and woman to their children. The lore, which is law, things firmly established. That's the definition of law. It's firmly established by beings of conscience. We shouldn't lie, cheat, steal, or do loss, injury, and harm to each other, and we should pay our debts. So common law, to me, again, I'm not saying this is an objective definition. I'm saying what I've come to know it as is common law is rooted in common sense, which of course has become very uncommon. It's based in conscience, which oftentimes is not wanted or needed for the corporate world.
Okay, so you do understand that that is not the common definition for common law, right?
In what sense? Like, what do you contend your definition or other folks' definition?
The definition that's widely used is it's usually judicial precedent or judicial decisions. A handful of people that we have decided, hey, these are going to be the people that decide whether you're doing something bad or good.
Decide that.
And that wait, and that's based within code, where we agree on certain laws. You do agree because we all have the right to vote on our laws. We have acts and shit that are being passed constantly. If you're unaware of that, everyone. Just because you don't vote doesn't mean that you don't have
psychological evaluation, like the court would tell you. Is everyone in the room with you right now?
And then not everyone votes for that. They put laws in there you never vote for.
Exactly. You have a right to actually vote against or vote for.
So
right?
You're presuming that I have to now vote in order to have the law of the land upheld, which is pursuit of happiness, rights, and freedom under God?
To go towards what you want, right? Affordable
no, that's not
housing.
How that works. I don't have to vote for politicos to get in office to do what I want in order to have the law of the land, rights, and freedom upheld.
Not about
ridiculous.
politics. That's not about politics. It's about having policy passed.
Exactly what it is. You're presuming that I'm going to be running my life by policy, which I've shown over and over again I'm not. So there goes that argument out the window. That's for you. That's for you and everyone else. That's not for me. Why do you keep injecting me into your society?
Because
I'm not a part of it.
You're not a part of a society, right? So
absolutely, I'm not a part of your culture.
So where do you get your clothes?
Based on what you just
wait. Where do you buy your clothes? Where do you buy your clothes?
What does where I get my garments have to do with being part of your political
where do you buy your clothes?
Society?
Because you're participating in society.
Equalization. You think you're doing a gotcha right now?
Do you grow your own food? Do you use your own electricity?
What does where I get my goods and
services
have to do?
Are you accessing this panel through a satellite?
Did you vote that you can't ride in the back of the trucks? Did you vote that you had to wear seatbelts? Did you vote for all that? You didn't vote for any of those laws.
Hold on, Harmon, back off. Hornets. I like how Hornets doing this. Go ahead.
Yeah, because you think like him. He's so bad.
You obviously participate in society at some level, right? You don't.
Can we define? Again, can we define? Can we define what participate in which society? You seem to presume that there's only one society. Hello, you're talking over me. Can one of us go at a time, or how does that work?
Okay, go ahead.
You presume that there's only one society here that you may be a part of that's proliferating on this land. I could give you about 10. But we could start with the legal society versus the law society. There's two of them for a reason. We could go to the Cosa Nostra society. We could go to, there's a list of societies on the land that have their own policies and codes. There's a list of societies on this land that have policies and codes that they operate under that interact with aspects of what you.
There are groups that interact within a society, but there's still society as a whole, right? We all interact together, right? That's how we participate.
Why are you presuming that I'm a part of you and your clan? I don't understand this bizarre hallucination.
Let me ask you again then.
You're not my kinfolk, you're not my family, you're not part of my clan, you don't live how I live.
I thought only one of us could talk at a time. Okay, so let me ask my questions and you can go forward. Okay,
sure.
So how do you access the internet?
Again, I'm not sure how you're presuming that I have to be a part of your political, ideological, religious society in order to access
what does that have to do with
from service providers.
You're part of the economic society.
Yeah.
I would say system,
that's an
not
economy.
Society.
That's an economy. That's a system. That's not a society.
Right. It's a system.
So we're making distinctions where it's a frivolous.
So I interact with a system from time to time. Does not
it's
make
a
me
monopoly that he chooses to pay into.
Economy is.
Why does everyone keep talking over when this is?
You're the talking over us, motherfucker, on the panel.
Because I'm the one who's making sense while he's not making any sense. You can't see that.
That means you're the only one that can talk over other people. Then, because you're making sense.
Interact with folks.
You're trying to narrow the scope.
You make sense.
That's what you're trying to do.
Here's this is how
you're claiming that by me accessing a service provider or interacting.
Same thing. Receive a specific question. Respond with a vague, ambiguous.
It's not an actual question. It's a rhetorical, disingenuous gotcha question. It's a gotcha by the way it's being framed. It works because you want it to work. It doesn't actually work in reality.
It validly illustrates that what you're saying is wrong.
So if I walk in and I present my passport at Walmart and I'm tax exempt at the register, are you going to claim that I'm a part of you and everyone else's society based on the status and the standing?
Yes, because you're still participating.
Because I have someone with me. I have someone with me who regularly, at one point, walked into Walmart and was deemed tax exempt, even though they were accessing services.
That doesn't matter.
Because
you're still accessing services.
Is that why?
Hello, they must not be.
You're still accessing services. You're still participating at the societal level. You understand that an economy is still part. It's both going to be economical, political, and ideologically aligned.
Yeah, you're not interested in this. I'm the biggest fool here because I'm attempting to reason. I just gave you the definition of what a society is. It's ideological. Ideological. It's economical, and it's also judicial. Right. That's what defines a society. Right.
The economical is on that too?
The economical is part of it.
Wow, I didn't know that.
Again, but you're saying you didn't know that as if somebody else. Do you realize that where you pull definitions from is not an original source? It's someone else's opinion that's either sanctioned or not. Do you realize that Webster, when he first wrote his dictionary, was considered
speaking
Can I
English would be
finish?
gibberish? Wait.
Can I
English would be
finish?
gibberish if we didn't agree that English
Can I
worked.
finish?
Right? We agree on definitions because that's how a definition
I'm
comes
not going
forward.
to force an agreement on definitions based on Wikipedia and whatever the accepted source is this week.
That's
When
why
Webster-
it's accepted.
When Webster wrote the now famous dictionary everyone uses, he was considered a crackpot and a fraud. So I'm not interested in you deciding based on what someone else decided what the arbitrary authority is on language at this point. I have my own understanding.
The only person that has ever defined words. Do you think Webster is the only? Wait. Just answer the question. Just answer the question and stop like
past the bullshit.
I'll give you the stop trying to
soundbite. I'll give you the soundbite. You can't make me be part of your society and culture. I'm not a part of it. It doesn't matter what you say, and I'm not following what you and the rest follow. And I don't care what you
I'm trying to figure out your logic.
And I will continue to ride on that because it's worked for me every time.
Right.
Can I ask you a question, Hornet?
Can I say a fun fact?
Let me get
Okay, so these definitions, I was saying that when you were first given. Okay, I thought you were going to let me ask you a question.
I know you don't like holding on, Harmon, but hold on, Harmon.
Okay.
Smoking Otter, I almost did your name again. I appreciate the.
Thank you for not saying my name.
It's a difficult one each time.
I trust you not to say it. It's why I don't use PayPal for very many people, and I prefer YouTube because YouTube keeps my name quiet. Other people would sell my name out instantly. Think about it.
Is it your birthday?
Yeah.
Well, happy birthday.
Happy birthday.
I'm not going to sing for you, but just know that we love you. I probably got a clip for you.
Is this Hornet?
Happy birthday.
No, that was Smoking Auditor whose birthday it is.
Yeah.
That's what you get.
Who birthday is it again?
When I get a chance, I want to ask Hornet a question.
All right, go ahead.
Okay, Hornet. Now, these definitions you're giving, is it not possible that this definition that was given is that the people who wrote the definition it applied to their agenda, and so they had to make the definition fit what they wanted it to be? Isn't that possible?
Generally, definitions are given to something that is generally agreed upon, right? Like we say the word the.
It's a simple question.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I'm explaining
it's
why.
It's a question that can't be answered, but he's also willing to answer.
I said
make
no.
Himself look like more
I
of a
said
fool.
no, but I'm giving the reason why no. I'm not just giving you a yes or no.
We all did not get invited to a meeting to agree on any of this crap.
Okay, so I'll just leave it at no. It's not.
And so it's not. I think they made the like when I was in the military. I worked in government 31 years. So they
Thank you for your service.
No, don't worry about that crap. Anyway,
thank you for your slavery.
Oh, you can't accept. Wait a minute, this man can't accept somebody saying thank you for your service. He took it as offensive.
I kind of.
You took it offensive.
As he should,
yes.
Being part of fascistic endeavors to overwrite the law of the land.
Too late, he already did it. You can't renege now.
So
no one goes in there
proud of something that wasn't actual service.
Well, let Harmon have his own conversation.
Yeah, I don't agree with that at all. All of it's political propaganda bullshit when they tell you thank you for your service.
And I thank you for that. I respect you for that.
Propaganda bullshit. I could see you saying that if it was a government official saying that to you.
I did it 9 years. I did 5 years in the Middle East and 4 in England, and I saw all that stuff. It's bullshit.
Well, we have our freedoms because you did that, right?
No,
that's incredible.
Because you did something for our freedoms?
Yes, we want freedom.
Thank you for killing people and expanding the centralized banker empire for our non-freedoms.
That's
hey, whoever said that, go to the Middle East. Go to a third world country. Then, since
I lived in the Middle East 5 years.
That's great logic. That's great logic. So if we're best of a bad lot, we still shouldn't strive to be true and correct and right and do what's right. Because there's other places.
What would be right? What would be right? Give us an example of that.
the foundations of the law in this land, innocent till proven guilty, facing your accusers, third-party impartial witness to a crime. A crime is synonymous with loss, injury, and harm taking place, or a debt that was skipped out on, which is essentially theft.
Not meddling in other people's elections.
So let's go along. Let's go on with what you just said. So America should give itself up because it's in debt.
No, the reason it's in debt is because they have failed endeavors.
By China right now.
This is run by China right now. You don't seem to understand that everything you own, even down to the electronic devices, is all outsourced to that country, and they even own the debt of this corporation.
Usually it's Taiwan.
And incorporation is used different ways, but that's not a rabbit hole that I needed to go down right now.
Right. It's why they're bringing in Xi Jinping supposedly. Again, we can't really. A lot of this stuff is kind of, second and third hand.
Well.
But according to the,
or it goes against COS.
Huh?
According to the word on the street, the Chinese are coming in to buy up the farmland if they're not already here.
You know how many times that story's been going? They've had Iran.
Bill Gates bought up all the farm.
They've had Iran buy it in the 70s, and we took it away back from them. We've had like 4 different countries buy all kinds of stuff in the Middle East, the West, and in the Midwest and that stuff, all the wheat land and stuff like that. So in 1980, we took it back away from them because Iran was bad, and we took all the money. It's just a game. And the corporation that China will own us, no, we're all corporations, and all the main CEOs, whoever they are, they all get along themselves. So they only do what they want to do. So China, Iran, Iraq, whoever wants to run it, it's all the same people, in my opinion.
One is China's Palestine.
It's the same. It's the same consciousness. I mean, there's
in
no
reality,
way to deny
we're
that.
all. I mean, actually, I think I was maybe about to step into the same hole Paul was going to almost. We're all part of the system, right? If you look at who owns shit, anybody's got a retirement account, capers, 401k, any of that shit. You all are owners in all the big entities that you treat like, the men in
villains,
dark suits, right? It's the ownership of all world major assets is so distributed that you can't really point at one. Control of them is a different thing.
But you can't really have ownership outside of the United States because they can't protect
perception of control and perception of freedom, right?
I don't know what your point is.
Perception of control and perception of freedom. And this whole shit about who deleted somebody, you might have to do that in your everyday walk of life with all the bullshit that goes on just in these cities.
Yeah, that's true. Even going up, you're about to say maybe night, but back when in the 70s, East St. Louis was just, you didn't go there. You just didn't go into East St. Louis. And I don't know what it's like today, but I'm sure it can't be much better. Do you know anything? Huh?
It's pretty bad still, but I don't know. I haven't been to St. Louis in
in the 70s and middle 80s, before I went in the military, they actually had where cops just wouldn't go in there. And there's a lot of cities like Dearborn and Minneapolis. There's places like that the cops won't go in. And when I first heard about it was in the late 70s, 80s that you didn't go to East St. Louis. And I can't comprehend it.
Well, where I'm at, they had these bullet spotters and all this other stuff. All they're going to do is come and scrape you up the next day and ask people questions.
Or like places like East St. Louis and stuff?
I'm in Oakland.
Okay.
Oakland people are the worst. That makes a lot of sense now.
But
right,
I don't think
so I think this is a good question simulation. When statute, policy, and code and the enforcers of that and the courting process to establish guilt in that breaks down, what do we then go to as what law is? Like, how do we then establish law and non-law? If we have no more courts and no...
In complete chaos, we would probably be using the system that you've been using already, which is a completely arbitrary and self-determined.
Yeah. For those who
it's not, because
it's
based on community benefit,
right?
The
so
individuals,
it's about that group of people that agree with you.
Yeah, but that's not how life works, because you could agree with a whole group and
it would basically
you could agree with a group and be unsuccessful.
Say it again.
You could agree with a group and have a group and still be unsuccessful and not prosperous.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So it'll be about these minority groups that believe whatever they believe while everybody else is running wild and savage. It'll be the book of Eli.
Right, but the point is we revert back to the obvious recognition of what law is, that we're going to do what's true and what's right. And when someone tries to interfere with what we're doing that's wrong, we're going to stop them. And if we do anything else, we will be violators of that law to ourselves, right? We're back to on the homestead land.
How vague that is, though.
Yes.
Like,
if you can, because if you believe, like my guy Josh believed, that it's about might, period. It's about whoever the mightiest is.
Well, I wasn't even going there. I was just saying it's completely arbitrary because it's going to be one of those systems where what I think is right and what you think is right are going to be two distinctly different things. Like, we may not agree there. How the hell do we come to an understanding there?
I don't think you ever come to an understanding.
Exactly.
No, you come to an understanding by mutual benefit. You have something I want. I have something you want. In order for us to not kill ourselves and each other to get it, we have to come to an understanding and agreement.
Okay,
that's
so
trust and equity and faith. That's the foundation of law. That's where this all goes back to where it started.
So if we have a judicial system, essentially, we need to establish an economical system, right?
Well, he's talking about in the event of the breakdown of all of that.
No,
I'm PC'd out. You can't even do the simulation with me without reverting back to what you're born into. Like you can't even do it.
That's what you just described, an economical system. Okay, that's what it is when you trade a good or a service. Right?
That's bartering.
Yeah, that's still part of an economy.
And hopefully,
but everybody has to agree on that, right?
Stealing and lying.
Yeah.
Because it's wrong.
And what I'm saying is everybody want to agree on that. Basically, right now, you really have something to protect yourself. But when the shit at the fan, the bigger and stronger is going to come and take all your shit, your woman, your kids, and your food.
That's why when that's happening. Wait. That's when that's happening. You want to establish some higher form of enforcement, right? You want some sort of government.
Do. That's the thing. This is where we branch off. You do because you're a coward who can't secure yourself in your situation.
It's about having
it's psychology.
It's being beneficial.
That's the thing. You want to need that because I could tell by how you talk. You can't secure yourself, your woman, child, and property. I could tell.
Mr.
So
Paul,
you need a system
to
keep you safe.
Wait. I want to know how you know that.
I could just tell by how you showed up here and how you talk. You're a beta male. You're effeminate. You're emasculated.
I'm effeminate?
You can't stand on any position. I'd bet anything on it. How? What do you mean? The energy, the tone.
I've been standing to my I've been standing on my position. You're the one freaking out every 30 seconds.
Can I look at you? Can I see you?
What?
Can we look at each other?
Wait.
I don't cam up. I'm sorry.
Flo, maybe he may be the gayest.
This is what I've heard. This is what I've heard every time from beta male cowards. It's this. This is why I ask, because it's you can't look someone in the face and stand on your position every time.
No, it's not about that. It's about me having a job.
But we know where you're going to go.
It's about me having
because I want.
What, Nightish?
Fuck it.
Oh, you
I just muted both of them, and you're gonna fuck it at me?
Yeah, you're gonna entertain his nonsense, right?
I mean,
because you don't know
my nonsense. No, not my nonsense.
I'm gay because I'm asking a man to can't. Okay,
listen, what I
go ahead. You got it.
I understand what you're saying. But I understand exactly what you're saying. But you need everybody to agree with that, right?
I don't need anyone to agree with the truth for it to be true. I just showed you right here in the last 30 seconds.
All right. So all you need is yourself to believe in it. The shit hits the fan. Paul has a set of beliefs, and he has nothing to worry about because he believes what he believes.
What don't you get about I have a list of people with guns and thousands of rounds, and nobody's coming to take any of our shit without half them dying? What don't you get about that?
There's other
what
people
don't you get about
that's
what
shit.
makes men and that's what makes them attracted to women, and you all don't have that in you apparently anymore. It's been bred out of you.
People with the same shit. That means there's no difference.
That's the thing. You're not getting it. You're not getting it. In a world like that, the strong still survive, and they pick off weak, effeminate betas like the rest of you who don't have that. I don't have to. Right. You do.
So you think there aren't? I do. I don't give a fuck. You think there aren't other people with guns?
What are you not getting? Have you been to jail
like
or prison?
Have you been to jail or prison?
Have you been to jail or prison?
What difference does that have to do with anything?
What does that have to do with anything? Hello, it's a micro macro simulation comparison. The people who get preyed on are the weak who can't stand for themselves. The same
We
power
agree.
dynamics apply.
We agree.
So
Okay, so
you will have
people-
to go get a system to protect you, which will never be able to protect you because someone could always get to you and someone could always turn their back and be paid to do so. That's how the real world works.
Right, but why wouldn't that same shit work against you?
No one's saying it wouldn't. I'm saying most of the
That's
time.
all I
it's
was
not,
saying is that it just be the same
hello,
shit.
you asked me a
It would-
question and talked
It
over
would be
me.
the same
I've
shit.
been in a
It
tenement.
would be
with
the
four
same
I've
shit.
been in a
It would be
tenement.
the same shit,
Fuck
sir.
slave. Are you gonna let me finish or
It
presume
would
my
be
reality
the
for me?
same
Are
shit.
you
It
gonna
would
let
be
me
the
finish
same
or
shit.
presume
It
my
would be-
reality for
it would
me?
be the-
I'm not
the
interested in your
equal you
bullshit
against you.
hypotheticals. I've been in
Your
a tenement.
hypothetical sounds
I've
like
been in
bullshit.
a I'll try until you shut the fuck up and let me finish.
No. See, then that's that game
I'm not
you play.
interested in
If
your
I shut the fuck
hypotheticals.
up, then all of a sudden I'm this fake beta that you made up in your head.
No, that's your insecurity right now.
No,
I'm
that's
not
you
saying
that
and
made
doing
that shit up. You just
I'm
called
not
that man a
saying
beta
that
because he
you're
didn't agree with
presuming
you, and he was
hypotheticals
quiet
that
when
are
you wanted him to be.
You're presuming hypotheticals that then reveal your root state of consciousness and how you live and what you believe.
Which hypothetical did I present?
Just like he did. That everyone's like him. We all live the same way. We all want a system to protect us and keep us
Who
safe.
said that?
Because we're all afraid
I didn't
of
say
big
everyone's
bad
the
men.
same.
Because we're
I didn't
all
say
afraid of big bad
No one said
black
that anyone
men.
was
Let's
the same,
invoke
Paul.
that.
I didn't say that.
Because if you ask your boy down there,
I
that's
didn't
what's
say
deep in
that,
the
though.
subconscious if we get down to it.
That's
That means
not
you
what I
don't
said.
even hear me. I
Hornet,
didn't
he
say that.
knows that
gonna
he's
be the
deflecting.
same
Don't take the
one.
bait.
Yeah, I know. I know
He's going to be the
deflecting.
Yeah, he's not
he's
even
going to be the
listening to the
same one.
question.
Because he's going to be the same one who goes to jail. He hopes he never goes, but if he does, he's going to need other men in a system to keep him safe and protect him. Because he's not going to stand for himself in any venue. And I can
I think
tell
he
that
would.
by his tone and energy and the fact that he won't look me in the eye.
I think he would
Say what you
survive
want
in the
about
prison.
it. I could be
Or
wrong.
I just don't think you're worth
it hasn't
it.
failed
you
me
know?
yet.
That could also be a thing.
I know. It could also be a thing. Like you could just make up whatever you want and then reality's what it is.
Yeah, it seems
The
that seems to
same
be
way the
your
four
reality.
Crips told
dude.
me in the
Right.
tenement hallway, you're a pretty big guy and you're pretty active. If we ever get into it with you, we're just going to have to kill you because it's not going to be worth it for us to try to rob you or hurt you or whatever else. We got to do you all the way. So I prefer living in a world where that's what my adversary thinks of me. Even my adversary respects me. If you're going to roll around with me, just do me all the way. Because I'm not going to be someone who's going to live as a bitch and a slave under your rule. It's not advantageous for you. I'm going to make it so difficult for you all day, every day. You're not going to want to do it no more. You're just going to want to work with me instead of against me. You got to be like that sometimes in life.
I actually
like
believe
it. Ran
that
over.
you would be too obnoxious to keep as a hostage.
Paul?
person.
Yeah, for sure. But
Are
I
you
love that
saying
you're
that-
reverting.
Say that
Wait,
again?
wait.
Grow on
I
people,
love that you
like
just
the
keep
one
reverting
radio
back to the
host.
word system and being
Can
like.
I just hear what
that-
he just said? I'm not interested in the
But
after.
earlier there was a definition fucking differentiating that you couldn't
Yeah,
like.
I'm not
actually
interested
make.
in the bookworm dweeb who has to go to a book to substantiate his non-life experience. You're a non-issue for me.
Paul,
So
have you ever
what
heard
is
of
it you
the
just
city
said?
in Paul, have you ever heard of the city in Mexico called Tehran?
I don't believe I have.
Okay, and in the early 2000s, it was overrun by all the gangs and all that stuff in there. It's a municipality of 16,000 people. So in 2011, the whole 16,000 people got together, kicked all the government out, and got rid of and killed off all the gangs. And now, since then, they've been living as independent society or whatever you want to call it.
Yeah, it's like
for,
Chiapas.
Huh?
Chiapas did the same thing on Mexico. There's a lot of places on Mexico. I got news for you. There's places on America where cops won't go because they've already been given the understanding. If you come out here, there's nothing but space and opportunity. You may not make it back. I'm not saying I support that. I'm not saying that anybody else should necessarily live that way. I'm just saying that there are no man's lands on every land
Yeah, but
where
this
folks
is a
have an
whole city
understanding
that
that
took over.
law.
This is the whole city. It's big,
Chiapas
16,000
did the
people.
same thing. Chiapas did the same thing. There's places officially on Nevada where the sheriffs have got together with the people and they told the city cops and other people, don't come over here and you're not going to enforce your code. If we call you and you want to keep peace, you can be part of that. If we don't have loss, injury, and harm, we're not going to let you in and we're not going to play your games. So
Basically,
everything
Is that
and
on the
everything
system
exists.
where I can find it?
You'd have
What's
to
that?
look up county in Nevada not enforcing policy and code. Sheriff would be the keyword.
Yeah.
I don't have the.
I think we can all agree though that
the name
Nightdish
of the
is
town.
lucky that he's never faced any power struggles, any adversaries, or the possibility of violence. Nightdish, you yuppie from Oakland. From Oakland.
I've never faced any troubles, problems, been locked up, none of that shit. Paul is the man.
I didn't say none of that.
Hey, Paul.
I said I don't understand why other men would right away go to needing other men to substantiate their beingness and their livelihood. And I don't understand why any other man would want that, even if it kept them safer.
That's the thing. You have a problem listening. It's not about wanting other men. It's about having benefits for myself. I don't need them to do this, right? But it benefits me to have a society of people that agree with me.
I'm aware of your psychology. You're acting like you're explaining to me who you are. I've met 1,000 of you. I know your psychology.
Okay,
aware
that's
of
cool,
it.
but
you're about benefits, privileges, and comforts, and you're also run at the core by fear. That's where we differ. I'm not a comfort freak. I'm not about going along to get along, and I'm not run by fear in my life. So we differ as a psychology and as a sociology. That's why I'm not part of your society.
Let Hornet have a turn talking. No, go ahead.
Yeah. So, like, what is the thing that?
Can I just say something real quick? I just want to commend you, Slow State. You've been equitable and fair this whole time. I've been verbose at times. You haven't thrown me out. You haven't played Mod God Power games. So, I just want to be clear with that I'm noticing that, and I'm sort of giving credit where it's due, because a lot of other folks they love to fuck with me that way, and I don't necessarily blame them either.
Some of this word you might cut and run too, just to be fair.
It's not cut and run. I mean, I'm not running from anyone here. I'm not scared of anyone here. I'll meet anyone here in person. We can have a conversation. It's not about that. Sometimes I just want to practice a different modality and a different energy, right? Or move on with my day.
So what's to stop Diddy from actually trying to invoke any of this jurisdiction stuff?
Baby oil.
Say that again.
What is preventing, say, Diddy to come out and say, you don't have jurisdiction over me, I'm not bound by your
because he's got a list of supposed victims who are going to testify at court and say he did this, that, and the third. That throws all that out the window. That's part of the common law. If you have third-party impartial witnesses who are claiming you did wrong and they're going to testify at court and bring in a jury of your peers, they're going to fry your bitch ass. And really, there's nothing you at that point. You better throw yourself on the mercy of the court. I don't care what the court is and what the jurisdiction is. If you got 2, 3, 5 women, whoever coming in there making allegations about you that are true, and you know it, and you've done wrong, and it's all coming out in the wash, and they're going to have electronic record and all the rest of it, you better just say, I really fucked up. I did wrong. I'm repentant. If you really believe that, you should just say whatever's true, really. Honesty is the best policy in life, one way or the other. But
not with
if
courts.
You're of
not with courts, not with cops. Get the fuck out.
It is for me. Again, I know people are going to say, I've had many people tell me that I'm crazy and bizarre because I just live a truth that I can stand on, and I will speak that anywhere, and I will hold to that honesty is the best policy, because even if it winds up bad for me physically, I get to say that I live my truth.
And that's all fine. You can live your truth. Since this is my audience right now, I feel obligated to say that what he's saying is pure bad advice. Don't tell truth to cops. It's not the best policy.
Definitely not to cops. Definitely not to cops.
You can extend the logic I just said with
cops.
Plead the
fifth like a lawyer.
You're saying that, but that's why I walk out of. That's
in
why
a court of law.
You
don't want to do that.
That's why I walk out of court, because I either don't say too much.
Never demonstrate. That's why you walk out of court.
Again, it's not my job to prove to you a factual event that's happened is true. It's your job to disprove it if you're claiming such. It's not. You're the one claiming it's not true. It's a factual event. It's happened.
Not
it's
true
so
until
I don't
proven
have
factual.
to prove the truth.
If you want credit for it for being true, then you
I don't need credit for it. I already told you that. Stop cycling in your ego with me. I don't need credit for it. I'm doing it. It's real. The people around me know it's real. I have the results, and I'm better off for it. I don't need you to accept it or give me credit for it.
This sounds like credit. This sounds like taking credit.
Definitely trying to take credit for it, but that's all right.
I'm not interested even what it sounds like. Again, it sounds like based on a processor and perspective. Your processor and perspective may be off. So it sounds
Right,
like
that's
something
what I'm
different than what it
asking you.
is.
Something that bypasses individual processes or perspectives, but you can't and refuse to do it because that would fuck up whatever it is you're trying to present.
I'm not sure what that means. I don't want to keep doing this loop with you because it's unproductive, right? I even
the
conceded
video
to
that
you.
blew you up, your original video that blew you up years ago on the original channel. At the beginning of the video, you hand the cop paperwork for something, right? What about that? Is that available anywhere?
It was literally, like I've told many folks, I'm sure you've seen it. They've asked me about that. It's little to nothing. It was 2 definitions and essentially a what I believe to be a Supreme Court ruling.
I mean, it was a very useful little piece of information that you handed there. A lot of people would really like to get that, and I think that would resolve a lot of the concerns that I've
You're saying it's a very useful piece of information. I disagree, because I've had many folks who ask me, we'll pay you money and whatever else if you could just tell us or show us what's on the paper. And I explained to them it was literally nothing worth mentioning, because the majority of the power and the outcome in that came in the fact of how I was presenting and speaking and how I was received by the Sergeant Valdez. So what was on that paper was very inconsequential as far as I'm concerned. It was a definition of a word and a case ruling. It was 45 minutes of verbal interaction there between 2 men, to the point where he said he respected me and wanted to have coffee with me and would love to get more of my insight and understanding.
That wasn't on the footage.
It was on the footage. Would you like to review it here to prove you just made another false claim? You're pathological, FlowState. We've already proven this. You'll just say shit because you don't care about your word and credibility, because it's not worth much. $20 a month.
No, yours isn't worth much. So when you challenge mine, I'm not worried about it.
Well, that's the thing, though. You
FlowState,
keep saying that.
Haven't you realized Paul will keep talking to the cop until he calms down?
No, what I've realized is Paul uploads edited footage of police interactions if he uploads them at all.
This footage is not edited, other than I had to cut out audio because they banned my channel, saying that I was putting out false medical information, which they were doing.
So it was edited.
Record this interaction. Okay.
Are you not listening?
What makes you believe that I need that to travel from point A to point B?
Because you have no license on your plates on your vehicle, sir.
Would you like to see my paperwork?
Yes, I would. I asked for it 2 seconds ago.
That's not what I have for you, sir.
Okay.
I have here the definitions from the Motor Vehicle Code. I have the Supreme Court decisions and everything you need here to understand that I don't need a license.
I told you right there what's on the paper. There you go.
From point A to point B is a right that has been preserved by the Supreme Court and the law of the land.
You didn't listen. You're not great listeners over here, apparently.
Okay, sir. In order to drive in Colorado, you need to have license.
It's not driving. The definition says right there, sir. Driving is doing commerce where you're employed on the road.
ID?
I don't need to present ID unless I'm in the commission of a crime, sir. I have not committed any crime.
You violated traffic law in the state of Colorado.
The definitions are right there, sir. If you'd like to go to court, we can handle it.
I need your ID, okay? I need your license, insurance, registration. You operate a motor vehicle.
Did you even look at my paperwork at all?
Sir, I'm looking at your paperwork.
Did you read the definitions? The Motor Vehicle Code definition is in there. It says driving is doing commerce on the roadway. I am not doing commerce. I am not employed. If you could please get a supervisor out here, I'd appreciate it, sir.
Okay, do me a favor and then turn the car off then. I'll get a supervisor out here for you. Okay.
Oh, I'm not going anywhere, sir.
Okay, can you just turn the car off for me then?
Am I obligated to turn my car off? I'm not intending to go anywhere. I'd like to handle this matter and settle it right now. I have no reason to leave. Why would I do that?
Okay. I'm getting another unit out here for your request.
Sure.
Okay. All I asked is to see your license, insurance, registration.
I'm telling you that I don't have such because I'm not required to by law. It's been upheld. It's been upheld by the
state of Colorado. You were required to have a license, insurance, registration.
It's federally been upheld.
Motor vehicle on state roads.
The definition is right there from the Motor Vehicle Code. Driving is defined as doing commerce on the roadway employed by somebody. I am not employed to do commerce on the roadway. I am traveling in my private property from point A to point B, which, as it says in there, is my right to do so, upheld many times in the Supreme Court. Sure, no problem, bud.
Isn't that a challenge to the 10th Amendment?
I'm looking up the Motor Vehicle Code definitions right now, but that paper that Unc Man, sorry, I didn't see you back there. I hope you weren't there long. I mean,
no, you good, G. What's up, FlowState? What's up, Nightish?
I'm just endlessly amazed at how much of your life revolves around this stuff and how much supposed success you have, but how little documentation ever is available.
I guess the only thing to conclude then I'm a liar and a fraud, huh, FlowState?
Yeah. That's the soundest.
Right, well, you already did that before you
absolutely.
ever interacted with me or gave me a chance or actually looked into anything. So I really can't change your mind on what you've convicted me of that you haven't done your due diligence to prove. So,
well, he gave you he gave you an out today. He said if you show any amount of paperwork, there
is no out, sir. You're presuming I'm guilty of something that I have to prove myself
I'm saying
innocent
that
of. There is no
gave
out.
you an out.
There is no out. I'm not in anything. You've not convicted me of anything, and what you're saying is patently false. I have the truth on my side, just like I told these two gentlemen. I have the facts and the history and the truth on my side, and good faith and equity and the law of the land. That's all I need with God. I'm not interested what a bunch of heathens and infidels have to think and say about me.
You said
I'm here to correct the record if you'd like me to. He offered an opportunity here today on the broadcast to talk legal lawful. It's purposely meant to bait me and others who he's interacted with on here. I gave him the opportunity. I don't have to do that. It's probably not going to be that much beneficial to me as it is him and his broadcast. I'm allowing that to take place in equity and good faith. But if you think that I think that worldly, cowardly infidels are ever going to say what I'm doing is true and correct, which would then lead them to have to do it and be it, they're not. And I don't expect them to. Right?
Then
so
why
they haven't stood for themselves yet in any venue. So this is for the benefit of... This is, again, he offered folks to come up and interact based on these facts because he's making claims it never works. I'm telling him I have half a dozen instances where it's worked. You can accept that or not.
That means you want no.
That. I'm saying
you coming up means you want people to believe you.
To presume your belief and feelings.
That's what that
and
means.
That's fine.
Well, you coming up here just means that you want people to believe you. When you're
I
presenting a counter evidence,
I have a video there where I moved along. I've had half a dozen videos and arrests. I've moved along at court. I don't hire attorneys. I don't pay fees. There's no convictions. So
Can I ask you a question, Paul? Can I ask you a question, Paul?
Including a minor driver.
Again, then I'm lying and making it all up. I'm forging all the videos and I'm ratting at court. No one knows who I'm ratting on. No one's ever been put to jail and given a kite to anyone. You would think after 5 years online, someone would come out to notify someone of all the people I'm ratting on to get out of all this trouble, non-trouble. It's kind of odd. I mean, usually where I come from, you know who's ratting and who they're ratting on. And if they're a public figure on any level, it comes out. It's part of the background check.
Paul, I got a question for you. So your car, your automobile, how do you keep it from getting from wherever you bought it from to not be registered? I know people do that.
How do his girlfriend drive him?
How do you do that?
He's got an answer for everything about my life.
How do you do that, Paul? I want to know, seriously.
My girlfriend. There you go. Go off camera now because you just used a throwaway bullshit line to try to demean me. And you really are bad faith, FlowState, and you're never going to learn, are you? You don't want me over here. You don't want these conversations. You don't want content, and
why don't you answer my question? I need help on that one. Seriously, how do you keep your car from going through DMV?
Why are you presuming I won't answer the question?
I've asked you 3 times, and you just go off talking to someone else.
Do you think
everyone, good night or good morning. I gotta go to work. I'll see you all later.
DMV?
I refuse to answer your question now because you presume that I wasn't going to answer it and wouldn't. How does that work for you?
It just has to be on your time and your thing, and you're talking to 5 other people while I ask a question.
How does that work for you?
Your arrogance is beyond comprehension.
All right.
I think he just likes to piss people off.
Grouping up to be arrogant and presume things about me and ignoring the experience.
No, it's not presuming.
That's you.
Not presuming anything. You are arrogant.
You had questions that you want to bring up about a topic
that's confidence and faith. You're arrogant with no results. And you won't even get on camera and look someone in the face.
And I guarantee you wouldn't talk like this in prison.
10 of you.
You would not talk like this in prison.
Guess what? I wouldn't have to because most men in prison don't do what you bitch ass motherfuckers do online. Talk a whole bunch of shit and stand on nothing.
You would not talk like this in prison. I guarantee you.
I wouldn't have to because most men are very respectful of themselves and each other.
You talk like that and act up like that. The little guy that you are, you'd be someone's bitch. You would be someone's bitch unless you paid.
Most men who are not completely sick and insane.
I see so many of you in prison. There's so many guys like you sit there like a little mouse in prison and shut your mouth.
You're not going to spin the narrative. I told you you're a bitch. It has nothing to do with what I'm doing and not doing. I just said you're a bitch. It doesn't mean I'm the biggest, baddest, toughest guy. It also doesn't mean I'm a yard walker in prison.
You're right now keyboard warrior, because in prison you wouldn't talk one shit like this.
I uphold the law. I go to court. I uphold the law. I go to court without attorney. I stand in multiple venues for what's in my heart.
You're still not doing it. You sit there and talk like tough prison guard, prison like this, and I'll be tough. You would cry like a little bitch. I know that.
Regardless, you could say that. Regardless of the outcome. You know everything, apparently. You know what I'm doing, what I'm not doing, what my experiences are, what I would do and not do. Right. You know what?
Plenty of substance to go around.
I think that what you're doing is you're trying to do what I'm doing, where you pretend like you're reading me and you're not. You're just projecting.
No, I don't have to read you. I see you.
And I'm right about you.
I see you.
That's the thing. I never said that I'm the biggest, baddest, toughest fighter, whatever else, and I'm walking the yard punking motherfuckers.
That's why you're talking the way you are on a keyboard.
You're not listening. I said you're
not
a
listening,
bitch.
you dildo.
I said you're a bitch. Don't bring prison and everyone else into it.
You did earlier. You brought prison up.
Listen to me.
You wouldn't do this in prison.
Get it through your ears. Try to listen again. I said
you wouldn't do this in prison.
Are
you kidding me?
I mean, you ain't gotta. Hey, I'm gonna just tell you like this. You ain't gotta call somebody a bitch in prison to get your ass beat. Like I literally had to slap a nigga earlier today because he called me a bitch on a basketball court.
I don't deny that.
I asked him. I asked him politely, like, bro, please don't disrespect me like that. Some bitch, just because you made a layup, like it's not that serious. We're grown men. You're not gonna disrespect me like that.
That is funny as hell.
I walked up on him and I slapped the shit out of him. Flat out. You don't have to go to prison. You don't have to go to prison to do all this.
No,
selling wolf tickets.
I don't disagree with that. But
Mr. Man, he brought it up earlier. That's the only reason I brought it up.
As men, like Judge said, we respect one another to each other's face because we know we'll beat the shit out of each other. We can potentially beat the shit out of each other.
For sure.
Right. So we actually respect one another.
Right. And somebody might have to die behind that. And the reality of it is this is just how I proceed, right? And you could say I'm a bitch and whatever else. I'm not, you're free to think whatever you want. And there might be some truth to that at times. I think there's fear in everybody for certain things. And then it's about how you overcome that or what you do with it, how you direct it. I wouldn't even play basketball on a court, not only because it's just not something that I get a lot out of at this point. I used to, because I don't put myself in position.
You can literally get into a fight about anything. Politics, sports, anything. You could be in a bar rooting for your favorite team and some dickhead. Do you see how many fights?
I'm saying to
wait.
What I'm saying.
Do you see how many fights occur in
what
these stadiums? Go ahead.
Can I just finish what I'm saying?
No,
so I don't put myself, let's say I've been to the county jail 100 and something days. If I went to prison, I would not put myself in a position to play a contact sport that would so easily heighten the probability of leading to an interaction that would give me more time. So I don't think you're thinking it all the way through. You can get into a fight about literally anything. I don't deny that. People
cutting you in a grocery store. People taking your parking spot. There's so many reasons.
I don't deny that.
You shouldn't be, but I need you to open up your mind a little bit, a little more broad. You know what I mean? Fuck all this prison talk. Fuck all this booty warrior.
Yeah,
bullshit.
No, I'm not.
I need you to open up your mind a little more. You can get slapped
that's
anywhere.
The thing.
Bro.
I'm not. Yeah, I'm not doing the
Hey, Judge, check this out. Wait, Judge, check this out. This is my last story. I'm gonna let you rock, bro.
Right.
I caught a mailman peeking in my window, and it set me to fuck. I swear to God, to you, Judge. He was peeking in my fucking window because I'm a procrastinator. I don't like taking my mail like that. It was like 2-3 days of mail just in my mailbox, and I saw him.
How many days was it?
Okay, maybe a week. The bitch was overflowing, but still, I saw him peeking through the window, and I snapped because I'm just thinking. So if my daughter was in here and this fucking weirdo's peeking in my window, I will fuck him up. I pulled my door open. I broke the handle. It was a janky door anyway. I pulled the door open. I broke the handle. I'm like, what the fuck are you doing? And I instantly had to snap back because he's a federal worker or something like that.
Oh yeah, mailmen are super protective.
With a whole bunch of shit, but either way, man. I mean, if he's
not doing on your door.
I'm just saying. You said what?
Why didn't he just knock on your door?
I don't know. That's the whole point of this story.
It must have been a ton of mail.
The smallest thing, he was like, "Oh, I was just checking to see if anybody lived here." Bitch, that's not your job. Drop my mail off and get the fuck up out of here. You don't listen.
Knock on the damn door.
Exactly. Knock on the door. Why are you peeking in my window? And I'm sorry. I have a child, so my first reaction was, well, what if my daughter was in here? And I pulled the fucking door open. I'm like, what the fuck are you doing? And I walked up to him. I'm like, wait, he's federal. Whoa, chill.
It could be so.
So
it doesn't
have to take someone to try to verbally assault me or physically assault me, contact sport, nothing like that. It could be some stupid weird shit like this. You understand what I'm saying?
Before you go, are you a black man with white man hair?
Who?
You.
Oh no, Nidish made that picture. It's AI.
All right.
I stole it from his template of me. Yeah. Nidish made that. Hit up Nidish if y'all need some AI work. He got some good work over there. He was just up here. It was the gentleman that was just up here, the big bald guy. Yeah. But hit him up if you ever need some.
Yeah, I love his thumbnails. I think his thumbnails are awesome.
Yeah, hit him up. He'll give you a good deal on it. So you know.
You know what? I'm gonna drop Nidish's link right now.
Yeah, I've been liking his thumbnails forever. He did a couple real Western ones when he was dressed up as a cowboy and stuff. I thought that was cool.
Yeah. He
appropriating white culture.
Actually, the first cowboys were black, but you know what I'm saying, we ain't gonna get into that. But yeah. That's why they call them boys, cowboys.
Are the first?
You know
what about are Native Americans black people? Are you?
I think no. Well, we're all. You know what I'm saying. It just depends. But I think it was Mexicans and Asians personally, because all the niggas look alike. But a lot of those Native Americans definitely looked black. Like I've seen pictures where they look.
The Seminoles definitely in that part of the world, in the United States, they were black, and they're still part of the natives here that they were conquered and thrown into slavery.
Now, hold on, Unkman. You may have heard that I have my black card now, and it's been co-signed by two black men.
No, fuck all that shit. No. That just whatever. When you ever use that card, use it with those.
You're not interested in co-signing it as the third one. Is that what I'm getting?
No. Fuck no. You a cool motherfucker, but no.
You imagine,
I think that it's only fair that we asked what you had to do to those black men in order to get those first two cards. I'm just asking. It is fair.
No.
I mean, it's all on record. So if you check the record,
you didn't blow those black men, and that didn't hold your earring ears while they.
No, they gave you the card. Just use it with them. You know, everybody ain't with that shit. You know what I mean? You know what I'm saying? So
there goes FlowState revealing his subconscious racism, where he believes
a Mexican woman keeps trying to revoke my black card that was fully valid and notarized. So I don't know what makes her think, but
turns out that's not actually a thing, right? Like people are actually individuals. So
black people, we love Jim Carrey, we love Leonardo DiCaprio, but no, fuck that shit. No, it just depends who you are and who you with. You know, let that shit.
All right, I'll keep working at it.
What about Tom Cruise?
At some point, I'm gonna have so many signatures and co-signers that I'm gonna be blacker than you are, and then you'll be asking me this question. I'll remember it.
You can take my shit. Nah, I don't give a fuck. You know what I'm saying?
I just like that he compared you to Jim Carrey.
I just told you I had to slap a motherfucker early on the basketball court. Like everybody, you know what I'm saying? Nobody likes me, but I'm fine with that. You know what I'm saying?
You shouldn't hit a 14-year-old kid like that, though.
Oh, no, he was my age. We was going back. I knew him since college. I'm 35.
I'm messing with you. You know that.
I've known him since college, and I had to, you know what I'm saying? I had to just tell him.
That kid shouldn't have been making fun of Unc for crying.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah. No, seriously. But no,
you know that was funny.
No, it's just respect as men. You know what I mean? Face to face, it's easy to talk shit over this computer because motherfuckers can't get to you. But face to face, I ain't letting none of it. You know, I don't let shit slide.
Well, that's what they do in all sports. You know, then all sports they sit there and act like they've done the greatest thing in the world, scoring a touchdown, slamming a basketball, making a goal. They act like, wow, look at me, I'm so great. It's just a basket.
Well, I don't know if you actually play. I don't know if you actually play sports. As a man, we're very competitive. Real men are very competitive, even if you're on a fucking barbecue grill. As a man, that's part of that. I think that's part of your ego.
Shit about it.
I think that's
I'm
part
going
of
to stop you because over in these, they don't understand that over here. They think, competition's like scary and bad. It doesn't make everyone better. It's scary and wrong and bad.
I don't know where
I compete in everything I do. I won't even make a 4-foot putt without betting on it. It's always a competition. You know what I mean?
feel that
You got to
shit.
have
No, I
money.
feel that
You
shit.
got to have something on it for competition, or why play?
Well, it's just about ego. It's about you know, being the most
It's
brolic,
easier to just
being,
pop the
being
ball
the
and
best.
say I won, right? That's
Yeah,
like
golf
this
is-
new
golf
thing
is-
that I'm
Is that
saying.
what you
These
do, Paul?
panels, that's what they do. They go,
Is that
"We're
what
not
you do,
gonna
Paul?
compete. We're just going to pop the ball and say we won."
Is that
Well,
is
the
that
thing
what you
about
do?
these panels, real quick, the thing about these panels, we can actually learn a lot from one another. But once again, everybody wants to have this dick measuring contest. Everybody thinks they know the most. How about we just chill the fuck out and have a conversation and learn from one another? Like everybody
Right,
wants
because
to
you're
yell over
winning
each
that
other,
every
then
time,
y'all
and it's
want to
never fun
disrespect
for
one another.
everyone else.
Like
That's why we
Nidus
learn.
would say, have the conversation. Why are we trying to debate and argue? Nobody's right up here. None of us are right. No, none of y'all really
Sure.
do y'all research.
Word.
Like FlowState actually pulled up a clip, was that a definition or something? He actually put up. That's what we need to do more of. 90% more of. Okay, well you said this. Substantiate your argument. Hold on, give me a second. I'll pull this up. Pull this shit up real quick, and I'll show you. But y'all just want to sit up here. Oh, America, something about the Constitution of 1776. Oh, bro, we don't give a fuck what you think you know. That's cool. That's your opinion. These aren't fucking facts. Unless it's a fact, shut the fuck up. It's just an opinion. Have the conversation.
Right,
All
but
this, I'm
where's
all this
Exactly,
right, I'm
and
shit.
that is the
All
most
this,
base thing
all this
that
I'm
anyone
right
has
shit is
said.
pathetic. This shit is fucking pathetic.
Right, but imagine a world where you go and cite another man or a group's opinion for where you cite a fact, right? That's the issue. You say
Is it a
opinions
fact?
don't fucking matter, they're not facts. Then you go and cite another man or a
They
group
thought
of men's
lobotomies were
opinion
safe
as a
50
fact.
years ago. Okay, what are facts? 2 + 2, we got you.
Exactly.
But they used to think
This is where
lobotomies were
philosophy
safe 50
comes
years
in.
ago.
What's
Do you
a
understand
fact?
that?
What's discernible, demonstrable, explainable, experiential,
These are
definable,
not
and repeatable?
ambiguous things that you're trying to throw mud in the water on. Like definitions are they're just there, right?
Like statistics
They're just
also.
there, so they don't
They're there.
differ. There's not
If we have
multiple
words, we have
definitions for each
definition.
word at times. There's
Every
not
law,
different
every law that's
applications.
the
There's
practice
not
has a definition
context.
section at the front of it, so we don't actually have to guess about what somebody means when they say make a noise with their
Right,
mouth.
and that's a group of people who are not infallible, and they have no more power or validity or legitimacy than any other individual man or woman, and that's what makes this country great and different from the rest.
So when I'm discussing on my channel, hold on, Unc. When I'm discussing on my channel, I'm literally never asking about Paul's law in his head. That's not law to me. So we can just, for the sake of ease of communication,
Because again, you don't even understand how law on this land is done. You know, parliamentary process that's been brought here in corporate takeover by a bar agency and a legal society that you could argue is in competition with a law society. There's two of them for a reason.
Don't care about the fan fiction and backstory.
I know you don't care about the fact that there's discernible, definable, experiential, explainable, and repeatable results. You care about your feelings and what you believe you know that's based on your limited experience and lack of understanding and broadened experience. That's where most idiocy happens.
You think I want to not know about the magic legal bullet so that I never have to deal with courts again because of my ego?
No, I think that you've already been given ample opportunity to explore this and experience this, and you won't because at your heart you're a coward and you're too afraid of the potential consequences. And that's
Chill
the
with
main
ad
thing.
hominems. We don't need to add hominems. Just have the conversation.
That's not
You
an
don't
ad
have to throw ad
hominem. That's a description of a condition.
Bro,
It's either
you literally just. Oh
that's
my God.
not an ad
Oh my
hominem.
fucking
That's
God.
a description.
This is exactly
that's
what I'm talking
not
about.
an ad hominem. That's a description of a condition that's either true or it's not.
In your opinion,
you act as if the
I
majority.
gotta ask. Do you
act
have a
as
lot of
if-
friends? Hold on. Do you have a lot of friends? Because there's no way. Honestly, there's no fucking way you have friends and they don't tell you to shut the fuck up. There's no way they don't tell you to shut the fuck up.
You could
There's
tell
no
me
way.
to shut the fuck up, and I may choose
No, I don't
to or
need to.
not.
I don't need to. I'm talking about your friends. Do they ever say, "Hey, bro,
So
shut
that's
the
the
fuck
thing.
up"?
You presume that my friends would have to interact with me in such a way.
That's why I asked, do you have friends first? Listen.
You didn't
gotta
ask
listen.
if I had.
I asked you, do you have friends?
You don't listen to
You're
what
not
you're
fucking
saying.
listening. You're not fucking listening.
Are you going to
That's
shut
a problem,
the fuck up
brother.
and have a back and
That's a
forth?
problem, brother.
Are you going to shut up and have?
We can rewind the tape.
I
asked you, did you have friends?
You said, do I have a lot of friends? See, that's an adjective, right?
Answer it
That's
either
a
way, however you'd
qualifier.
like to answer it.
So you didn't ask if I had friends. You asked if I had a lot. And the presumption is that being popular is equivalent to being purposeful.
No.
And it's not.
No, because you need people around you to be honest. And if I had friends, I will hope they'd
Right.
tell me to
I
shut the
have
fuck
I
up.
have a core group.
Sometimes.
I have a core group of beings who are aligned in shared values and principles, who live how I live. Absolutely. Do I have a lot of them? No. I'd probably
You don't have to have a
about
lot.
Those are like associates or something. Yeah. Anyways,
Do they know? Do they know you?
I don't know. I don't know what that means. I live with them. I work with them. We essentially go to war together and all the rest of it. So
do they know that you address them as such? This nigga's a fucking alien. What the
Do
fuck
they
is
know
wrong
that
with
they're
you?
your friends? Is that what you're
Do they know you address them as such?
I mean,
Beings?
I know that I'm one of Paul's friends.
They must. I mean, they do what I ask. You know, they're a part of what it is that I'm sharing with them, and they're allowing me to lead them.
So they're followers.
I'm gonna spend $10 right now, Flo.
Well, in order to be a leader where I come from, you have to be a follower, whether it's of the truth or God or a purpose or whatever the case may be that's already been here before we got here. So
Hey, Paul.
They're not necessarily following me. They're following in the same purpose and footsteps that I walk in, because we have shared values and principles.
You said they listen. They listen when you tell them what to do. That's what you said.
That's
you
what
tell
he
them
just
what
said.
to
He
do.
said ask. He said ask. He didn't say tell. He said ask. To be
No, I'm more than positive. No, I'm pretty sure he said tell.
It just seems
I'm
like
more
this
than
is
positive
one
he said
big
tell.
judgment.
He did say ask, but there's no
like
distinction
me.
there.
You don't have to like me.
I don't dislike you. I think you actually have kind of smart. You're smarter than a lot of people in the sector I come from. I just think like it's okay to shut the fuck up sometimes. You know what I mean? Just chill.
And you could believe whatever it is that you wish. I didn't come on here to not speak. If I didn't want to speak, I wouldn't be on here. I don't come on here ever.
Ooh.
So
okay, there's 6, 7.
Harmon Walker, thank you for the $10. Paul, if you're still here at 4:11.
Oh,
wow. And what a painful sentence to utter right before you
Uncle Man, I had a
timing back.
You had brought up something earlier when you first came on, Uncle Man. It was like about this is the thing I've been having trouble with. Okay, I know about Seminoles and stuff like this, but what about the Mexican race? The Mexican race had posted by the story we're told. Cortez and Marina Madonna, or whatever her name was the first mother of the Mexican race in the year 1500, when the Spaniards had with Aztecs, which the off-breed were supposed to be called Mexicans. Right? That's the story we're told. So that's the first one, and down in Mexico City, there's a statue of her saying she's the mother of the Mexican race. So what I'm thinking is that was 500 years ago. So how does that happen? That was started with one. So how could they populate all that? To me, it doesn't make sense. What do you think?
I think they were already here, and I think that who was it, the Brits or whoever the fuck it was?
Spaniards.
Yeah, whoever the fuck.
The Jays.
Yeah, and they just wiped out a lot of the people over here, and they fled. The Mexicans or whomever, the Pacific Asians, whatever the fuck you want to call them. All
the Mexicans weren't supposed to be here.
Like
we
collectively hold on, real quick. As an ignorant ass American, talking about myself, as an ignorant dumbass American, I would look at a North Korean and a South Korean and be like, those are the same niggas. That's what I would say. Those are the same fucking people. But you know, ethnic background, nationality, you know, whatever the fuck you want to say. I look at Mexicans, Native Americans, if you want to, even the Alaskans, the Eskimos, whatever the fuck you want to say. I think they just fled and they spread the fuck out. That's just, as humans, we look like disgusting ass bacteria. If you really look at us, we're disgusting. It's really weird. Like
some of us are beautiful, sir. I don't know who you're looking at.
No, the things. Look at us. Look at what we eat. Look at what we do. We shit. We destroy shit. Like we touch anything, it gets fucking destroyed.
Yeah, but the thing with Mexicans is Mexicans have like, if like we look at like all the Central American down to like South America, they have like the most European blood amongst like all of them. So that's why they have a distinction to them.
And how do we know that? Because what is that dumbass
genealogy?
No, not that one. The dumbass
21andMe.
Yeah, they just got sued. So how?
Well, genealogy existed before 23andMe. Like that.
And
that's
don't forget about pillaging I think we a lot of us come from the same fucking places, the same area. Just motherfuckers spread out. You keep breeding with the same thing, and it's
crazy.
Like you said, genealogy.
It's like race
I
is
think that
not
23andMe is a bunch of bullshit. I think they do.
Yeah, they are. That's why they
but
go through
race
lawsuits now.
is bullshit. Humans
They're
have
going
been
through lawsuits now.
blurring and melting and reproducing.
Fucking. Say it. Fucking.
All
Say
over
it.
the place, all throughout human history, to
Yes.
such a degree that like
Yes.
the way that we discuss race it's purely a social construct, and it's absurd, really. But
it's stupid.
Yeah, I didn't want to get. I just thought about the 23andMe is bullshit. It's a con. And I did look into it. You said I'm not just making that, Uncle Man. This is what I looked into.
I know.
The person who ran Google, the CEO or whatever, the main guy was in charge of it. His sister-in-law ran YouTube. She was the girl that did all the hacking and doing all that stuff. She just retired from it like about 2 years ago. I can't remember her name now. And then her sister. Okay, the guy runs Google. That's his sister-in-law. His wife, her sister, runs 23andMe. Yeah. So they all got it from a digital imprint is what they're giving people from their information off the computer.
But the tech is used from like it's used like a really long time of like study and shit. Genealogy isn't like a new thing.
I'm not saying genealogy. I'm Mormon.
Well,
I was raised Mormon.
That's what I'm saying. Like it's just like it's more available to the public. Like right. So the internet was created for the government. But
so
now we all have
me
access.
That 23andMe isn't DNA. It's a digital.
No, they still use DNA. I'm just saying the practice has like become so common that everyone can basically do it. Where now it's just like, again, that's why I'm saying like the internet was only created for military like stuff, right? Like it was to get data from one place to another. And then
unfortunately we only use
and then we start
porn.
Porn now.
Look
like,
where 23andMe came from. 23andMe came from the whole circle of Google, YouTube, and the internet. It's all done through the internet, not through blood.
But again, when you look at their technology and what they actually use, that's just like common shit. So like if like that's just like saying a really rich person decided to make a practice that would make them money. Like that doesn't mean anything, right?
The fact of the matter is that it probably the reason that they own the distribution channel, right? Google is the distribution channel. That's why YouTube just won't have a competitor as long as it's automatically uploaded into every operating system. So of course the tool that we use for this service is going to be owned by the people who own the distribution channels.
Yeah.
And
really. And it's not even just the distribution. It's going to be like nothing can compete with like YouTube because like Google has its own infrastructure, right? So like Rumble like is like one of the other companies that has its own infrastructure, but it's nowhere near as like powerful as what YouTube has, right?
Oh well, so, you're talking about how they interact with each other, and that's not not wrong.
No, I'm saying how the people interact with it, right? Because that's just generally how big a company is. That's why like YouTube will never have like a true competitor unless Rumble actually starts focusing on that. Kick uses Kick uses like
we don't. What does that their own server have to do with shit?
Yeah.
Well, because their own servers means that you have to. All business has to be run through you, right?
Right. We don't give a fuck how the back end business gets run with these companies we interact with. What we give a fuck is, will we know about it? Does it come on our phones? That's the important thing.
Right.
Before 23andMe, the only way that the government could get registered your DNA was if you committed a crime and went to prison, right? Or committed a crime and they took it then. Now with 23andMe, people are voluntarily sending in their DNA
I disagree
samples
with that, but
to get.
The thing with
I never trust
the thing with that is like we've seen case law about that, and they can subpoena it, but the company 23andMe doesn't really like doing that. It's one of like their terms of service. It's just like we don't want to release this to the general public, blah blah blah. But again, it's only if like you committed a crime at that point.
So you believe that? You really believe that bullshit when you know it's run by Google and the Google government? You really believe that disclaimer that you can't do it?
Of course,
most counties have their own forensics.
23andMe is, of course, going to do whatever they're ordered to do. They're not going to put their own skin.
Yeah, no, but that's what I'm saying. It's still only for criminal stuff, right? Like it's going to be under a subpoena, not just.
Right.
For,
I mean, you're not just a criminal if you're being innocent until proven guilty.
Yeah.
While Paul's sitting down, can I ask my red pill questions?
Oh, Paul's not going to come back up. Paul doesn't stay once he's been kicked.
Okay.
What a fucking crybaby. It's an honor to get kicked. I try as hard as I can to get kicked. I don't give a fuck. A lot of people make money off of me, but no. Believe it or not, my brother was a molecular biologist, and I've seen the things he's done with cells and implanting tumors and rats and stupid shit like that. And you can do some
Molecular
weird...
biologist.
Yeah,
Nice.
he's a doctor, and I'm just a bitch ass truck driver. But anyways, no, I've seen the things that they do with the DNA and all the. I can't break none of that shit down. Don't allow me to do that, but I think you can trace back and see who are you connected the most with. But
who else here has royalty in their lineage? Come on now.
I think
I agree with.
I think you can do that in your
Like,
digital
here's-
footprint more you can with DNA.
Here's the thing: you can figure out like your background, right? But I think Flo is like 100% correct, where it's like a social like construct of like race, right? Or like that's a differentiation that we just like making for some strange reason.
Plus 23andMe has been known to like fraudulent, like make some of these.
they're full of shit. It's full of shit. Yeah.
There's been so many people prank them, and it goes, but it won't make the news because they're the ones that run it, the Google, YouTube, and that they're not going to get bad press from.
Does anybody else on the panel need me to give them the little title designation of royalty here? Anybody else? Any other? No.
Yeah, you believed that one too. Did you pay him a bonus for it? Did you tip
I
him?
didn't. I wouldn't send them my shit at all, but my aunt did.
Who they say you related to?
Constantine, and then the king, Longshank, the guy who killed Braveheart.
Hey, that's based.
Right? Fuck around and find out. Try to rebel against my shit. You'll be drawn and quartered.
Do you know how false that movie is, Braveheart?
Well, do you know how
They didn't even invent kilts until 300 years after that time frame.
Damn.
There were no kilts.
That's deep.
I believe that all movies are basically bullshit unless demonstrated otherwise. So that was my starting.
Do you know how false Pocahontas is? The movie Pocahontas is?
Oh yeah.
What? She was in love with him.
No, Jesus Christ. Yeah, and the raccoons were running around
Yes, Lord.
watching them fuck everywhere. No, bro, that's not the real story. That shit's some dark. You want to talk about some dark shit?
Yeah,
and that's just an
Pocahontas is
eighth
dark.
that's just an eighth of what was going on. You know what I mean? Over here. And just keep that shit
Not even just an eighth, dude. That thing was like that story is dark as fuck if you look into
But when
it.
you get into the halves, that's when prices really start to get better.
The halves? What's
Out
that?
of the eighths? Never mind.
Huh?
I'm just being
what-
an idiot.
Oh,
No,
okay.
he's talking about drugs.
Oh, I don't know nothing about drugs.
Because I said an eighth, and he said, "Yeah, give me a half."
Oh, okay. Like I made a mistake with 6/8 today, didn't I, Flo?
Yeah, that was yeah. Your fractions are maybe rusty.
That was stupid. I was arguing that 6/8 isn't the same as 3/4. I know it reduces to that, but I'd say, well, if you had a rope and you cut it into 8 pieces, and if I took 2 pieces of that, would that leave 3/4 of it then?
Harmon, you're going to want to figure this one out privately, and then once.
No, I said I was so dumb on that. I know it's 3/4.
You know how I taught my daughter. So you make 2 rectangle boxes, and you can slice it up. You said so. There's 8 pieces. Slice it up in 8, and shade in 2. In 3. What do you say? 3/4?
Yeah.
4.
I said
4 boxes
6/8 at first, but 6/8 is supposed to be the same as 3/4.
You ever had Midnight up here before? Midnight Sparkle?
I have Midnight Sparkle. Welcome to the shit show. Are you royalty?
You know, I honestly have no idea. I never.
Then you're not peasant.
Okay.
Fucking.
So finish your rectangle thing, Mr. Man.
Yes.
He's still trying to figure out these fractions. Man, you want?
So do you have a pen in your hand?
Yes.
All right. So make 2 square boxes. Rectangle. I'm sorry. 2
Two
rectangle boxes.
I got it
All
right now. They're side by side.
It's up and down. One
Okay,
above
up and
the
down.
other.
Okay, I got
Yeah,
that.
One above the other. So in the first box up top, make 8 boxes. 8 total boxes.
8?
And then shade. Yeah, 8 total boxes.
Okay.
And then shade 2 of them in.
Okay.
Now make sure the rectangle box is the one up above and below. Make sure they're the same.
All right, I
length.
did the one on top just now.
Okay, so it's 8 boxes, 2 shaded in. So the one below that one, make it 4 boxes. 4 boxes.
Okay.
One.
And then shade one of them in.
And it's the equal. Yeah, you're right.
Showed an equal?
Yeah.
There you go. That's the easy way I told my daughter.
There you go. Flo was trying to
idiot proof.
Yeah, Flo was trying to talk to me like college 301 or something.
This is literally like second grade.
FlowState, where we learn fractions.
No, I keep shit simple. I keep it simple, bro. No, don't worry.
You,
and my daughter, she
I mean,
literally just had this shit. So
what's really impressive is Harmon's complete lack of ego, right? Like, I don't know. Where's the embarrassment?
I respect
Freak.
I respect that. I respect. He
No,
said,
I'm not
know.
even saying that
Can you show me?
sarcastically. Yeah, no,
You know what I
I'm
mean?
not saying that really
If
sarcastically.
more people, FlowState, if more people did that on these panels, imagine how fucking far we can get. But
These
instead,
panels
we're
are
having
full
big
of pure
competitions.
narcissists and psychopaths. We won't do that.
Literally, everybody knows everybody. Everybody knows everything. Your boy Ben Thorpe.
My
Thorpe
boy?
And
Why you got to be my boy?
I think I've seen him. I don't know if I've seen him over here. No, he was on Speakeasy's channel.
No, he's been over here a few times.
Ben Thorpe versus Judge. Oh my God, I will punch my fucking TV screen. Listening to that shit.
The Freak. Thank you for being patient. What questions did you want to bring up?
Do you think that there's been any benefit whatsoever for the red pill?
What I mean
of the red pill.
Define the red pill like a little bit.
I would say red pill is truth about female nature.
You're talking about manosphere, sort of.
Yeah.
I think that entire culture is no. I think that it takes specific maybe truths, right, and then it takes facts and then uses a fact to tell untruth. It obscures people's understanding of relationship dynamics and fucks it up more than it fixes them. Even if some of the particulars may be correct, which many of them are not correct.
Exaggeration.
No, I really don't have
no benefit.
I mean, I'm sure there is one. Nothing's coming to my head. If you would be interested to hear them, or
the benefit is that people can make money off of it. So that's the benefit.
I would ask whoever asked that question. My first question to you would be, so a lot of people conflate manosphere and red pill. How do you decipher the two? Like, what do you think the difference is between manosphere and red pill? And then I can answer that shit.
I think red pill is basically the truth about female nature, and then it all sections off from there.
And by that, I mean like the hypergamy, like women just want like Chad and the pogo, like all the the backstory, the narrative about what women are and why it's their fault that things suck.
And when did the red pill become just about female nature? The red pill.
I've never heard that either.
I mean, but just for the sake of the conversation, that's why I asked him the clarifying question.
Yeah.
I
mean, that to me, that seems a little bit like the way that the LGBTQ and that claimed the fucking rainbow flag. Like,
I don't know that
manosphere is claiming
manosphere. The manosphere red pill is.
I mean,
more pills.
It's a stupid phrase though. Anyways, that's coined by a movie, right? So I don't feel like it's a loss to anybody.
And
so it sections off from there. You have pickup artists. You have Big Tau. You have the black pill. You have all this different. But the base, knowledge is the truth about female nature. So my second question.
I think it started off as something that like teaches female nature, but then when motherfuckers saw that, you can make a couple dollars off this shit. Oh well, these bitches is doing this, and fuck these black bitches, and these bitches just pointing the finger, just crying on these panels all fucking day. It's pathetic. It's borderline pathetic. And then it got conflated with the manosphere bullshit. But these motherfuckers, now today is trash because everybody's out to make $1. Well, let me sell you my fucking pamphlet, my Discord for $99.99 a month, and I'll teach you about these bitches. That's where it got fucked up at. Instead of
and I'll teach you about bitches for whatever. Send me my lesson is very simple.
I'm an alpha male,
but it's not free.
And then the worst part about it is you have motherfuckers who are married. That's where
there was something I had.
Uncle Man, I wanted to ask you a question real quick.
I was going to suggest that there are a couple of things that I want to run by you.
Is Unc short for uncle?
Yes, ladies love Uncle Man. Yeah.
Yeah, Uncle Man. I want to ask you a question real quick before we get way too far away from it. Go back to your basketball court today. Now, this guy slammed the ball on you or something, and then just like tried dogging you?
It was a basic layup. We were just arguing right before that because he said I fouled him. He tripped and fell, but he tried to say I fouled him. So 5 minutes later, I had to guard him. We switched. I guarded him. I didn't even touch him. He went for the layup and it went in. And he was like, "Yeah, something, bitch." And he's like, "I'm like, bro, please be respectful. Don't call me a bitch." And he said it again, so I walked up on him and slapped the shit out of him.
Okay, and so was no other tension besides that?
Like?
You said what?
So after that, because they knew he had it coming, so no one else got involved?
No, you can't stop me. What the fuck you about to do?
No, I'm saying
my man came and grabbed me.
After the fact.
I slapped the shit out of him. My man came and grabbed me, and he pushed me away from him. I'm like, okay, we'll check ball. If you about to go sit down, go sit down. As a man, as a man, you have to.
The last
don't
fight
let
I got
nobody
in was because I made a joke about his T-shirt.
Damn.
I mean, yeah.
And so did he quit or did he keep playing then? Just
no, he kept playing.
No.
He kept playing. He kept playing,
Okay,
but it was like a
that's
5-10
good.
minute. It was 5-10 minutes in between. I slapped the shit out of him, and he was, oh, everybody coming to coddle him. They're coddling him. My man pushing me out in the hallway like I'm the bad guy. Everybody looking at me like I'm the bad guy. I didn't call him out his name, and I explained that to him. Like, bro, I even dapped him up before we left. We played like 3-4 games after that. I dapped him up and said, "Yeah, all right, bro, take it easy."
What's that? What's dap you up?
Fist bump.
It's a high five. It's
oh, okay. You just got along. You got along at the end.
Yeah, I don't hold in anger. I don't hold beef. If I'm gonna do it, I'm gonna do it. Like I said, I walked up on him, I slapped the shit out of him.
Where did you? I mean, if somebody slapped me, that's disrespectful as shit. We would not be playing basketball.
I just open hand slapped the shit out of him. That's it. It's just that.
Oh yeah, that's.
And how long you known him?
I mean, I knew him in college, but I don't know him like that. That's my thing. As men, when we're competing, we can say, "Hey, yeah, that's, some pussy. Yeah, you a pussy." We can joke around like that, but I don't know you. As a man, I don't know you. And if I let this shit go now, other people gonna think it's okay. So I got to nip that shit in the bud. I asked him nicely the first time, and he said it again. So all right.
A friend can say something to you, and it doesn't even bother you. But a stranger says the same thing to you, and you're gonna knock the shit out of them because it's not right. I agree with that 100%.
I don't know you. I don't know you like that. You know what I mean? And that's
right.
That's just
it's not about right or wrong. It's about the repercussions of the insult, right? Like, could the insult, is it observed? Is it, how's it going to ripple out?
Yeah.
Because, honestly, nobody, does anybody really give a fuck what somebody thinks or in a vacuum? I could give a shit less about what anybody thinks. It's how you act.
But my thing is, you're purposely trying to disrespect me, and I don't respect that. You don't have to respect me, but you're not going to disrespect me, especially in front of these other men here. Because remember, our adrenaline's already pumping, and I asked you politely the first time, "Hey, bro, please, just chill on that shit. I don't play like that. I'm cool on that shit. I'm not your man's like that." And he said it again. So hey, well,
What do you call you? He called you a bitch? Is that what you said?
Yeah.
I mean, yeah. So both of those are pretty disrespectful. Anyways.
Take care, DS7, if you're leaving. Or someone else leaving.
Oh, is someone? I don't know.
I just read that wrong.
Oh, 007's ending the stream on his channel. I don't know if that. 007's restreaming behaviors are unpredictable.
Was he beating you in basketball? Was he beating you? Was he driving on you, scoring every time?
Fuck no. Hell no. Oh, okay. Like I said, it all stemmed from 5 minutes prior. He went up to get a rebound. I'm not a dirty ass player. I let him get the ball.
And
boxed me out a little bit. I let him get the ball. He tripped over his own fucking feet. He slipped on the floor and fell. And then tried to go, "Oh, he fouled me. He fouled me. He fouled me." No, bro. No, the fuck I didn't. Now you're lying, and I don't like that shit. So we went back and forth. I insulted him. He insulted me. I insulted him. He insulted me. Check ball. 5 minutes later, we had created a switch. I had to guard him. But see, I'm not a dirty player. I don't hold beef in. I'm just not a dirty player. So when he went up for the layup, I let the shit go. And I guess he thought he was the man right then, and he said, some bitch. Bro, please.
Yeah, and it's the way he said it, and it's all intent. All intent.
That's what I'm saying. That's exactly what I'm saying. Like if he did the layup, if we hadn't argued at all, and he said bitch, I'm like, come on, bro, come on, man. Just come on, man.
Yeah. The reason I think this story is embellished because you just got called a bitch, and then you're saying that you responded by saying please don't. Right? Like I just No, I'm not buying that you said please to somebody who just called you a bitch.
I swear, FlowState, I swear.
I can't prove it's wrong. I'm just saying.
I'm a really nice guy. Fuck this story.
FlowState's instigating right now.
I'm a really nice guy. I'm like one of the coolest people you ever meet. But you're not gonna try to.
You're humble too.
You're not gonna emasculate me in front of other men. You know what I mean? Because like I said, if you do it, they're gonna think it's okay to do it. And like you said, the ripples in the water. No. Fuck.
See, Paul can't get mad because you're skeptical about everything.
You said
what?
I said Paul can't really be mad because you're being skeptical about everything.
No, it's more so. It's more so they're gonna you're a pushover or a pussy.
Paul's mad because Paul's not mad. We get along. I think that we like each other more than we believe each other. Like I didn't believe anything that comes out of his mouth at all, obviously. But I don't dislike the guy somehow.
I think it was good action tonight. It was a good interaction tonight.
I agree.
I think he's good for panels, personally.
He's not tired of it, but at some point, like the claims being made, it's just like I still feel some sense of responsibility for the information spread here, right? So that's why I guess I can take off the disclaimer now. Like I think I made actually this banner for Paul specifically last night, or maybe it's one of these guys. At some point, it's just like, all right, you care about this more than I do because I'm just putting out an irritant, but you got yourself built into this is baked into who and what your brand is. So
no, I like that. I like that FlowState. I really do like that.
What'll happen to all your ladies tonight, Flo?
You know what? I don't know. Maybe it's because I opened the show a little salty. Maybe it's because the freak's been up here, and you know how it kind of is.
Probably me.
So I don't know, ladies in the chat, what's going on? Why is nobody joining on the panel?
Uncle Man, the other night it got so lady heavy that there was only like 6 or 7 ladies up and no men on, and so Flo made it where okay, it's ladies' night. Any guy want to come up on panel has to pay. It was so funny.
Yeah,
awesome.
Yeah. Well,
it was great.
But then it's like there's a balance that needs to be maintained, and one dude with 7 chicks is not a good balance. I already knew that, right? Because I remember one time going out, and it was like me and a bunch of girls, but the tipping point had been reached, right? Like it wasn't cool. I wasn't having fun. I felt like a gay friend, not like a pimp. And
you don't have to feel like that. Just cater to the women. I mean, I'd rather talk to women than men personally. You know what I mean? Fuck all this ego-driven bullshit.
But the conversation moves different. Oh, women are ego-driven as well.
Oh yeah, they started. Listen to this, Uncle. I remember now what the topic was, and Flo was going, "Oh my God!" I think they were talking about boobs and all the deformities and all the stuff they were talking about
mammograms or some shit.
Yeah, and Flo said, "This is the first time I'm getting disgusted with a panel full of women talking about boobs."
Talking about some titties.
Wow.
They were doing all this medical stuff and how they grow up.
Less sexy. And then I just ended the stream when Crispy put on that profile pic. Like now is when I want to. Here, like she just pulled up the complaint out of nowhere. She's like, "Well, Lindsay says I'm a catfish, so here's a picture of a fish or some shit." I'm just like, you know what?
They didn't show their boobs though. They didn't actually show them, right?
I mean, not that day, no.
They were talking so medical and women shit. It got so deep. It's like, it was so funny. Flo said, "This is gross." That was funny as hell when you said that, Flo.
Yeah, I guess they have to mash them down and flatten them out when they take those pictures,
I'm down for that. Like, we can demonstrate that. I can do mashing. I do mashings, whatever. But their conversation was, yeah.
It was really feminine.
Well, and apparently I don't know shit about this, obviously, because I haven't had one. But apparently, there's medical repercussions. Some people, anyways, all of them had a feeling some certain way about them, right? And so it's not just I'm the only one who's indifferent to the topic entirely. And it might be important. I don't know. Women's health could be, whatever. Anyways.
You said whatever. No, actually, I just came from Cancun. Was it 2 days ago? I went with my girlfriend. We went to it's called Temptation Resort, where girls are allowed to have their titties out and shit like that. They're allowed to go topless. And no, my girl didn't go topless. But anyways, yeah, man, you'd be surprised. A lot of these titties don't look that great. There's a lot of.
But you look at them anyways.
Oh hell yeah, definitely. but it's like so many fake titties around. It just, if you really look, a lot of these women are insecure out here. How much work they've had done to their body.
And God bless them for that. I'm okay with that. I'm okay with fake titties.
Yeah, but
some
not
of them
fake
titties
faces
didn't look
and
good.
stuff.
Some of them titties didn't look good, man. It was, you know what I mean? Then they had the walruses, the big beach whales on the side with their titties looked like they were melting and shit, and just like, where's the young bitches? Where's the? Come on.
Probably not paying to go on cruises with you know. And like I've never swung, but I have been approached by swingers, and it's never who you would hope it is.
Swear to God. Well, my girl, she was getting approached by a lot of women actually, because she was probably one of the pretty ones. I'm not saying that because she's listening or nothing. I'm just being honest.
No,
you know what I mean?
And that is the way that it basically. I mean, it's in my amateur advice. It would be if you want your girl to be okay with a threesome, you got to let her choose the girl.
Yeah, exactly. Take notes, fellas.
Because if you start pointing like, what about her? Like, she's not going to have that. That you can, the minute that you say, how about her? She's off limits.
Oh, she's your type. Oh, she's your type. Oh, well, fuck that. You might as well go back to her room. Well, bitch, that's why we here. Hey, say less. I'm the fuck up out of here. I'm about to shit. Nah, but it was cool. It was a cool little experience. A lot of freaky ass older white people and shit. They was down with it. They had costumes and everything, man. But it was a cool ass little resort, man.
Was it like a hedonism place or something?
Well, there's one down the street from that one where they actually fuck everywhere. Like they're allowed to fuck outside, fuck on the beach, fuck outside the room. But here it's just a topless resort. You can't be doing all that. That would be everywhere.
A fucking thing. Like, I wonder if people are ever like crowd like, yeah, people start cheering you on. Like,
no, yeah, they have pool parties. Damn, you're not allowed to take videos and shit.
Yeah, I went to about 4 or 5 different swinger clubs in Phoenix and San Diego and all that stuff, and it's strange. I mean, you're in there and you think you're cool, you're like freaking overwhelmed with what's going on, because you're new and never done that. And I'm going, oh my gosh, And then they were filming a porn film in there in the middle during the time, and they entered in. They're filming in here tonight, so all the guests knew that. It was crazy. I don't know if you've ever been to one of those things, but it's different.
Never a swingers club. I've been to a lot of strip clubs and Freaks and Fetishes Ball, which is more like a party, but a theme. But no, but like I don't even know. I don't even know how you. I guess people have voyeur or what's. No, it's not voyeur. What is it called when you like people watching you?
Exhibitionist.
Oh yeah. I sort of feel like if you're not participating, I don't think I need you here.
FlowState, I swear to you. So check this out, because I barely peeped it. So we're standing on the wall. It was like one of our last nights there, and they had some kind of costume party. We're standing on the wall, and the one couple, they're sitting here at the table, and they're kissing, and then they start talking, and we're sitting back chilling on the wall, and this other couple comes up. The woman comes first, and she starts making out with the dude that was with the woman at the table. And then the one guy follows right behind him, daps him up, and goes to start kissing on his girl. Like, these some freaky motherfuckers around here. I guess you in your 50s and 60s, fuck it. You know what I'm saying? We at the end of our ropes. We've been married 20, 30 years. I guess.
My issue is that I just don't find that many people attractive. There's too many people in public that I would not fuck for me to think that this is a good situation.
Well, it's a whole resort, and they're like returning members. Like, a lot of these people are returning members. Membership.
Well, with a name like that, Temptations, like, come on, you kind of have to expect that shit.
This is what I remember. You guys, because I'm 65, I had to go way back to the 80s. I forgot about that. I was in Germany for 4 years in that area and that stuff in the military. And you go into clubs and you're just sitting at regular tables, and they'll have these models and guys. They're live sex shows everywhere you go over there in the red light district in Germany. It's not.
Why is it so tiny?
They make it it's just what they do over there. They don't make it as bad as they do in America. Like when I was in England, they sat there and laugh at us because Janet Jackson showed her nipple and the whole country goes crazy about it. Well, they show boobs on English TV all the time, but they won't show like CSI and all that rape and burning and all that stuff until late at night where kids are asleep. So yeah, we're so backwards.
It's a good psyop though, isn't it? Like to get people upside down in their values.
Yes, it really is. It makes you think growing up sex is bad in a way, but it just gives you a guilt thing.
But
especially
you
when
know
you're
where that all
religious.
starts, right? Tell them to freak. Where does people?
I'm going to say the 1950 style Victorian Catholic church, but it's I don't know, probably all of them. I wasn't raised in church, by the way. So.
But you know something that was crazy? Can y'all hear me? Because I'm in a store right now, so I might lose the reception.
Yeah.
Something that was crazy that kind of blew my mind. Even though all these titties were around, it wasn't like okay, yeah, we're about to get real horny or nothing. Like we weren't like overly stimulated. We weren't too excited. You know what I mean? We weren't overexcited or nothing like that. Like if I see a chick in
you
the
were
grocery
looking
store,
at the floor so you wouldn't get in trouble.
Shit, no, I'm allowed to do whatever the fuck I want. I'm the man. I'm allowed to do whatever the fuck I want.
I think that's right. When I went to the
Now,
club here,
was it
I think
was
the
it
same
like
way.
a progression thing? Like the first day you got there, you were looking all like being like, you know what, this is pretty
No,
cool. And then,
immediately.
like, by the end of it-
immediately.
Yeah,
It was just like
by the
it just seemed.
how did you
normal
feel by the
for some
end of
reason.
that?
It
Really,
was
That's
just
weird.
normal. It just felt normal. It was like okay, all these women are out here, they're topless and they're just chilling. It wasn't like, oh, I'm a savagery beast. I need to see these titties. No, it wasn't nothing. Like all of
you
us
got
were
low
just cool.
testosterone.
Shit.
See one, you see them all.
And when I was overseas,
No. They have Viagra. They have vending machines with Viagra in it. Hey, pop me a honey pack and go dumb on that ass. No. It just wasn't. It wasn't
right.
So you see how in Africa, a lot of African cultures, that they're able to walk around with no tops on, right? The men aren't going fucking crazy and savage. It kind of felt like that kind of deal. Like
the 10 years I was overseas like that, and you go to the beaches, almost all beaches over in Europe, they're top. No one even thinks nothing about it.
That's
It's
what I'm
not
saying.
like-
That's exactly what I'm saying.
They
Exactly
don't.
what I'm
It's
saying.
not even a thing. But
That's
you get
exactly
in
what
America
I'm
and you
saying.
show a nipple, they all freak out. I mean,
Yeah.
and I was over there when that happened. I was over there in 80 when Janis Jackson showed her boobie, and England made so much fun of us. They couldn't believe it. You know?
You're making such a fuss about it.
Oh yeah, they said, you fucking Americans. I said, your morals are backwards. You'll show rape and burn victims, being
It's their Tavistock Institute that did it to us. They're not wrong.
right.
We're violent and they're sex ridden or whatever.
Yeah, we're a violent society. And what the point was is that night after the Super Bowl, and that happened, you had a season premiere or the second part of the season of SUV or one of those CSI criminals, right? And it was a violent, dirty, burnt out one. That's why I keep saying that. That showed that. And then England says, we won't show that till like 9 o'clock before all the kids go to bed. So that's what I was making the point, if you guys understand what I'm saying.
We definitely understand what you're saying. We've understood it all 3 times.
Well, it just was so bad. And you had to, when you live it, it's bad.
It is for the 4th one, just for good measure, because it's late,
One of these days, I'm going to hit you right in the nose, Flo. Just boom, right in the nose. Told you don't push me.
He would, too. The first time is it maybe the only time I've ever heard you get your fucking don't fuck around voice with me? What was it? I was questioning. I was throwing shade at a claim he made about an old cartoon.
Wally Gator.
Yeah, he's like, Wally Gator was a really famous cartoon. I was like, I've never heard of it. Must not have been that famous. He was like, don't fuck around with me.
I said, don't push me. Yeah.
One thing that I've learned since being on these panels, because I actually come to these places to learn and live vicariously through other people. And one thing that I've heard about Europe, Germany type deal is they have brothels where, legal prostitution. And I've learned a lot from that shit right there. Separates the hoes who's really a housewife and separates the hoes. That shit's deep to me. You know what I mean? I don't know if you could speak on the brothels over there.
Oh yeah, what got me on that is even in the Middle East, in the Muslim countries, it's legal. They have brothels, but you can't do any. That you can go there and they have them. I couldn't believe that. It blew me away. So yeah, they have them all over there.
They're called barns, aren't they, in the Muslim countries?
No, kahani, a kahani or something. Hayani. They had a weird name to
or
it.
whoever that was.
Yeah. But I couldn't believe they had them. That blew me away. I wouldn't go into them. They were dirty as hell.
Did somebody just rage quit after my insensitive joke?
No, I think we're still all here.
Okay.
No, I think it was 6.
Oh, you know what happened? I just took the comment off screen and I'm retarded.
And your brain registered.
When it shifted down, I caught the motion without even. Yeah.
Yeah, I looked up Uncle Matt in the store. I go, what the hell? Store's open at 3 a.m. But you're probably East Coast.
No, I'm working. I'm a CDL driver. I drop off groceries to the grocery store.
Oh, okay. Has any of the hurricane affected any of the supplies?
Well, not here. We're blessed. You know what I mean? We're protected by mountains. So I'm in Ohio.
I'm saying did it cut off the supplies, getting supplies to you?
So far, not right now. Shit.
Oh,
what about
that is right now.
Strike.
Oh man, they're about to get paid, but that's throughout the years. I think that's over the next 6 years.
What part are you in Cincinnati or?
Akron, Cleveland.
Oh, Cleveland. Okay.
Because you're
I've been
from
to Cincinnati once. It was a wild time.
Is it Angry Snowman that's from Lima, or is that you?
Oh, I'm from Kansas City.
Okay, no, that's Angry Snowman then. He's from Lima.
So, so the strike is over?
Supposedly, supposedly I'm not a dock worker, but supposedly they're working on that contract. You know, union. God bless unions, but you know, depending on who you're asking. But anyways, no, they're about to. It's like
wrong with another layer of bureaucracy between individuals and.
Oh, Flo, I made up a joke.
Oh God.
What's the difference between Donald Trump and? Yeah. What's the difference between Donald Trump and Kamala Harris?
Donald Trump and Kamala Harris.
It's not. I want to say the penis, but it's not that. So what?
The dot on their head.
That was good. It's good. Okay, that's good. That's good. It's insensitive in 2 ways.
Yeah.
I don't get it.
Because she's Indian and he's got sniper, guns pointed at him.
Oh, okay. The dot on the head. I get it now.
All right, that's better than I expected.
It's 7 6/8.
But bring us back on track. Did you have more red pill things?
I was going to say, I think that one of the benefits, that an actual benefit that came out of it, or it has come out of it, whatever, is that men are actually going to have to be forced to consider, well, maybe not forced, but they have to consider the emotional well-being of their woman.
No, the fuck they don't. What are you talking about?
They're being trained. If you don't manage your emotions, what?
They're being trained to entirely bypass it. It's the opposite, because they're not interacting with women to figure out women. They're going to a group of dudes who generally, it's entirely the bypass of.
Well, I'm saying someone that actually, gains the information about female nature of the red pill, that they will actually consider the emotional well-being of their woman at this point. Because otherwise,
know that women's emotions mattered before the red pill. Get out of here. Nobody.
No, I didn't consider. You
didn't know that women were emotional. That people are emotional. And they say I'm psychopathic, bro. You not even on the spectrum anymore. If
Uncle Man's right, saying it was for money.
Secondary thought. It was a secondary thought. It may not have even been a secondary thought. It may have been lower down the totem pole, but I was always worried about myself.
That's just because you're selfish. That's not because, surely you understood that people have emotions, right?
Yeah. And I wanted to make her happy and stuff, but during my marriage,
it doesn't do anything to promote valuing her.
Well, but now that you have to tend to her emotions in order to keep the relationship.
You learned that through this group?
I mean, I don't believe, there must be a breakdown in communication, because I don't believe that you're as socially inept as you're presenting yourself.
I think
what I'm saying is that since the red pill, I understand that if I want to keep a woman around, that I need to make sure that she's satisfied emotionally as well as in other ways, right?
Yeah, that's every interpersonal dynamic at all, though, right?
Yeah, that's like friendships and everything else as well.
Yeah, You're basically saying you didn't know that you couldn't be miserable until Red Pill told you, and I don't believe that.
No, I mean, to that extent, no, I think you're right. But like, it wasn't at the forefront of my mind at all. Like, it wasn't a consideration, and it's probably
you were selfish until they told you that you can't be selfish or she won't stick around. I don't.
You know what I've learned through life? If you go and talk to a guy about your problems with your wife and stuff like this, next thing you know, that guy's coming in there behind your back and telling about her and knows your problems, and you're gone. You got to deal with it on your own. You don't need someone telling you how to handle your woman. That's my opinion.
And I mean, I think that the entire approach of first of all, the people who go to manosphere content to try to answer their questions about women, they're not actually solving any problems. They're exacerbating their issue by avoiding dealing with women, which is what you really need to do to figure them out. So it's worse for the consumer. And I mean, just there's nothing really more misogynistic, whatever. A group of men sitting around and explaining how women are to each other as if the group of men has any idea, which always the group of men making these claims know the least about women.
I like that, Greystoke. The very good comment.
Yeah, but if you think about it, they've had Oprah Winfrey since like the mid '80s, like since like Marv Griffin or whatever, right? They've been having all this discussion. They've been talking about men and all. So the red pill has kind of introduced the men to stop being the blue pill beta that the women despise, basically.
The red pill made you think that Oprah is a they thing. Oprah is culture. Women just are the ones around watching daytime, but there's nothing about Oprah that's ever. It's not women content. Women watch.
It's not genuine. It's not real.
This TV. They would talk about men, and they would talk about all their issues with about men.
We never had. That's always. That's always existed. Like, but the thing is, it's always been in like closed circles. We just don't talk about it in like big schemes where it's like we have to identify with a community, right? Like, this is why I have a problem with like MGTOW motherfuckers or like red pill dudes, because I'm just like your whole identity becomes that thing.
It's the ultimate.
What I'm saying is, you can use that information.
Ultimate simp confession, right? Your identity is where you stand in relationship to women, right? It doesn't matter if you hate them, you're still simping for them.
This is my first time hearing red pill. I never heard that red pill used that way.
Yeah, I guess it's a big thing. I mean, if you punch it in on YouTube, you'll see there's tons of it out there.
Yeah, because it's supposed to be the truth, right? This is the real harsh truth about women. Is they only want tall dudes with big dicks, so it's not your fault that you don't have a woman. It's her fault. It's society's fault because that's the truth. That's what they're selling is coke.
But the other thing is, though, until you are introduced to that information, which I think you could use to your benefit, you are basically a blue pill matrix beta male that the women actually just don't like.
Again,
that's so stupid. That's the dumbest thing I've ever heard. You don't know women then.
So okay, wait. So Harmon, do you think this statement is true? Happy wife, happy life. Is that true?
No, it means she better be happy. No, you're right there to make her happy.
Hey,
if she's happy, hit the road.
That's the thing. You're sold a bill of goods in the media and everywhere else that happy wife, happy life, and you get sucked into that, and you become the nice guy, and she's out the door.
Here's the reality: if you live with a woman who hates, if you live with anybody who hates you and is unhappy with you, you're not going to be happy. Full stop. That doesn't mean that a happy wife makes a happy life, but the opposite is going to hold much more true. So that even that paradigm you just set up is not saying this intentionally, but is dishonest and bullshit.
You know what the thing is about a woman? If a woman loves you, it don't matter. It don't matter one bit. If a woman decides she's not going to love you, she breaks up with you while you're with you. And then that's why she don't go and cry when she leaves you, because she's already moved on while she breaks up with you while you're living together.
Then what you just described is not at all. There's no part of that story that is woman specific. That's just people. The person who has to break up has made the decision. That's fine for them, right?
But women they'll plan ahead where they have someone usually to go to. They won't break up. Now, men can break up. Don't get me wrong. But the women who break up, they have a stepping stone to somewhere else, unless there's violence and stuff. And
I mean, you'd be retarded not to.
Yeah, I know. I love it that they do that. They're smart. You know,
you love it.
I love it that they could do that. They have the power to do that. Yeah,
Harmon is the least simpish on the, or the least blue. Yeah, Harmon does fine with women. He got kicked out of Mormonism for being too good with women or something.
Yeah,
all it takes is a boat. No, I'm just kidding. I said all it takes is a party boat.
Yeah, my boat and going to the bar and making them. I tell them when I took my women to the bar, Flo liked this when I did. I said, I ain't paying for no drinks tonight. I said, you better go earn your drinks up there at the bar. And she every night, I never paid for one drink. She get them from there because I don't drink, so that's the part of it too. And I don't mind her drinking, but she's going to have the guys at the bar buy her drinks. The bartender, whatever she does.
When my ex-wife and I were dating when we were in college, you know, it's kind of expensive to drink every night out in college. But so we were dating, and I was a douchebag back then. But I'd have her get drinks all night from dudes, and then at the end of the night before we'd leave, I would go and thank the guy that had bought her most of the drinks.
That's a dick.
I know.
You would thank the dude. Like, we've all done the drink thing, but to thank the dude, that
was the best part for me.
Yeah, that's just because your ego was making sure they knew she did it because I let her.
Whatever. I shouldn't.
You said you were a douche. You were right.
Right. Yeah. No. I enjoyed it because there would be a time gap, right? Because I would thank them and then I'd leave before they had time to right because it takes a minute to process why you're being thanked. And I just enjoy. I don't know. I'm just a douche.
Hey, respect for that.
It's in your nature, as you're saying.
I've had to learn the slow and hard and maybe obvious way to be less of a. Oh my God, I've got a clip for this.
I like money a lot.
I am not a nice person. I strive every minute of the day to be nice, and I fail miserably at it.
Me in grade 1.
Well, I'm gonna take off. It's late. And it's in the morning for you guys over there. So, I guess Cynthia and all those people must be on someone else's panel tonight.
Cynthia was. I know because I had a wedding earlier, and she. Yeah, I don't know. It's probably. I think that the hour's off for Cynthia. I don't know wherever. I can't believe this is maybe the first time I've ever not had a woman on panel. I appreciate Paul coming up, but I gotta say that this is probably his fault.
I was gonna say, what happened to that? The princess. You used to call her the princess or something like that. The one that used to walk so much. What was her name? It was on here all the time.
Barbie.
Yeah, Barbie. What happened to her?
You know, she just real life shit for a while. I mean, nobody's talked to her for a minute. I know people were trying to get a hold of her since the flooding and shit, and I don't know if Sasquatch has been able to or not. I haven't talked to him in a couple days. But she just sort of disengaged. I don't think anything specific happened. So much as, you know.
Oh, her psycho stuff on this channel. She made the panels a lot of nights.
Yeah, yeah, she's great, and she needs to come back. I've had several people comment that they miss her, and I agree. She was a great addition.
That little evil laugh she has, you know, that used to have on her. There's a clip. That laugh.
Bless it.
Oh, she was a trip. All right, well, you go to hold of her. I'm gonna let you guys go. Nice talking to you guys tonight, the freak, and
good seeing you, Harmon.
All right, talk to you later.
So anyway, don't you think with all the movies and everything that Sweet Home Alabama, whatever, and you're basically as a man supposed to just cower to a woman and let them walk all over you and just make sure that they're happy, and then you'll be happy, and that's just the way it's kind of portrayed out there in the media. You disagree with that?
I do absolutely disagree with that.
Yeah, I think relationships are just kind of something that you can't really use media for, right? Like it's gonna be individualistic for each relationship.
And to reference rom-coms as the source and treat it like it's culture entirely is I think the opposite. I think that you're being taught to treat women like trash, or else while you were watching Sweet Home Alabama in The Notebook, I was listening to NWA and fucking, I don't know. We must have been consuming different media.
How about even in school, where they they're becoming overwhelmingly female teachers, and they're always basically enforcing the kind of the code that
the school's babysitting.
Well, it's not becoming females. It's always been like teaching has always been a female dominated like profession.
Always, because it's babysitting. It's childcare.
Yeah, yeah.
And like, I don't mean this rudely. The fact that you're like, I think red pills taught you a lot of bullshit, which is being revealed in the questions that you're asking. That I don't know how to say this without feeling like it sounds rude, but it's not intended that way. Like, it sounds absurd to me.
Well, if what I'm saying is false, how come we have such according to the women, a drought of non-beta males?
I don't know that I hear women complain about that. And similarly, I mean, men and women have always bitched about each other. Relationships are hard, but sex is important. That's nothing new. It's never going to change. It is the way it is. I don't hear any. Yeah, I just don't hear that narrative. What I also don't hear, that I hear a lot of, this wasn't your thing, but I hear men all the time referencing feminism, which is crazy. Feminism never enters my life at all until I join panels. Like, I never think about it. I never meet a feminist. Yeah, it's not.
It's not something in the general public.
I don't eat vegan food,
Yeah. I'm willing to say that most feminists probably would not like you.
No, feminists fucking love me, dude.
Yeah.
They don't like to admit it, but absolutely, because even feminists really want like what women want. Like, there is some truth to, like, I don't like the phrase female nature, right? There is some truth to generalities, but chicks don't like dudes who are bitches.
Right. So what I'm saying is, if you can use the red pill knowledge to basically stop being a bitch to a woman, it benefits that person.
Well, the thing is, you should already know to not be a bitch, like, moving forward in your life. Like, if in your profession you're acting like a bitch, you're never gonna move forward, right? Like,
if you think that the red pill has taught you to not be a bitch, if you're still, then I don't know what to tell. I got news.
But the thing is, you've got to be the total package now. You got to have the career. You got to be and you've also got to be able to now, I think, manipulate their emotions to some degree, because that brings excitement to a female's nature.
You don't have to have all that shit at all. Chicks fuck broke dudes constantly. I'm not rich by any means. Yeah, the whole money is necessary to get women thing is absolutely demonstrably false.
All right, but if you're so predictable and so beta and so the Mr. Nice Guy, Mr. Rogers, missionary every day or every month, whatever, it's not enough anymore to keep a woman around.
Why doesn't your girl want to fuck you? Is the question.
That's not what I'm saying.
If we did missionary once a month, she'd be out the fucking door.
Right. That's what I just said.
Okay, then never mind. I had you backwards. Hold on. Beaner and Callie, talk to me, please.
Hello. Hey, good. Can I ask you guys a couple questions?
Yeah.
Sure.
Sorry, I jumped in the middle of what the freak was saying to bring you up.
Okay, well, if you guys are done
That's right.
talking, or I'll wait.
Go ahead, please.
Have you guys ever experienced something where there was like a mental block of, like, maybe you were learning something, how to do something new, and you sucked at it, but you had to talk to yourself and, like, convince yourself, or how would you say, where you had to encourage yourself, or someone encouraged you that you could overcome and you can do it, and then you did it?
Okay, I understand what you're talking about, just support and encouragement, right?
Like, have you ever had something like really difficult in your life where you're like, oh no, I don't know how I'm gonna like either survive the situation or overcome the situation or learn this new, maybe you had to learn times tables or a new job, and it seemed like impossible. You like thought you might not do it, but you had to convince yourself you could do it.
Yeah, but yeah, I think so, yeah. Or I just did it because like literally that's the only option, right? Sometimes
Yeah, but what you just said, you said it's the only option, but some guys and some women, they'll go ahead and take like a a mental health diagnosis and use that as a crutch, right?
Mhm.
Do you believe like that some people can overcome like being diagnosed as supposedly bipolar? Like, do you think that some of these diseases we can overcome them and reprogram ourselves to think differently and overcome? Because
I
a lot
think
of
it's.
times. Sorry, go ahead.
I think for me, it'd be like depending on like the disease, right? Like I don't know if it's responsible to let a schizophrenic be like, yeah, let me just like work through this, right? Like
we don't
it
have
can
any
lead
idea
in.
what causes schizophrenia, so we don't know if
Yeah.
it's curable or not.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like for some things, I would be like, yeah, I think like depression is something that we can work our way through, right?
That's not even
bipolar. But bipolar would be one of the weird ones because it just depends on the level of bipolar that I would be like, you could work through it, or it's just going to be like super detrimental to the person.
Right. And no matter what the diagnosis is that if we have any will or, ability to think freely apart from the illness, it might be possible to try to reprogram and train ourselves to do better and be better. Like, instead of like some people who get depressed because they see, oh, I don't have any friends, I'm not on Facebook, and then they get more depressed. Like,
It
I heard
enables them to
somebody.
not take action that's needed.
Yeah, I can't remember where I heard something earlier that a man said, when I feel ugly, I hit the gym. And then some other guys just sit there and get fatter and let themselves become worse.
We're talking about discipline, basically, right?
It's like coping mechanisms. Some people have bad ones, some people have good ones, right? Like it's just really how we function. Like the gyms.
Was that building to a point?
I don't know. I was just. You guys kind of got me thinking because I met somebody on YouTube that was saying, oh, I have bipolar disorder, whatever, and it seemed like he wants to hold on to the bipolar disorder instead of trying to become better.
I do agree with you that people use it as a crutch on the internet a lot. Like ADHD is one of those things you'll hear from like everyone. So like
I just think diagnosed with it twice, and I'd still think it's make believe. I mean, here's the thing: all mental illnesses are about power, right? Because if you're on a desert island alone, your illness suddenly goes away, right? It's only because other people complain about your behavior. It's behavior control. And if you get into it, which I did when I was studying for the court-ordered psychopathy test, realize that even the symptoms of these things are like frequently self-contradictory, right? Like antisocial personality disorder or psychopathy, right? You got lack of empathy, but also superficial charm. How the fuck can you be superficially charming if you don't understand how empathy works, right? Like they're just
interesting. Your mic is kind of roboting a little bit, Flo.
It's like coming in and out. Yeah.
I don't know. Do I need to say it again, or did you get it?
You should repeat it because I didn't hear you either.
I got it.
Well, let me repeat it anyways. There are a lot of self-contradicting things in specific diagnoses. For instance, psychopathy is supposedly a lack of empathy, right? People have no empathy, but also one of the symptoms is that they have superficial charm, which depends on empathy and understanding of empathy to pull off. So
Well, it's not necessarily, because empathy is like putting yourselves in their shoes, like putting yourself in their shoes, right? Where you can observe something and then just repeat it, right? You may not know what the feeling is, but like you can do that. Like it's just a learned behavior at that point for them.
But if you're trying to manipulate someone, you should be able to also kind of put yourself in their shoes to know how they're feeling to be able to manipulate them.
You can't mimic somebody's emotions convincingly if you don't understand what they're feeling when you see them respond to something.
Yeah, you just know that the feeling, this will invoke this feeling, this will invoke this feeling. People, that's all you can pretty much come up with.
That's basically empathy, though. You have to have empathy to reach that.
Well, empathy is understanding like the emotion itself, where it's just like where you're actually connecting with the emotion, where not necessarily trying to learn it, right? Where it's just like, okay, I'm associating this with this and this and this. It's like it's analytical versus the emotional.
That's a good question, Beaner and Kelly. I want to try and answer that too. I think ultimately the person has to want to push through it to get through it. So like you can't force someone to do it. You can try and motivate them or certain things, but it also depends on, like, bipolar is a different animal than depression and anxiety. You can ask all the professionals about anxiety. It's a monster that they don't really know how to tame fully, and it can be it could be a whole couple of years or a year, or of trying to figure out combos of medication that will get.
It's not a disease that doesn't need medication. This is not medical advice. This is fiction.
Really?
Yeah, I'm about to put up a banner too, just because of what I'm about to say. These are not diseases; they're emotions. And the reason doctors don't know what's causing all this anxiety epidemic is because they don't know why the fuck you're anxious.
Do you think that's a failure on like the patient?
Not partially.
Being able to describe what they're going through.
I think it's a societal confusion, right? I think that living in social media, for instance, has done a ton. I think our lifestyles are causing stress because they're so new, right, to us and unnatural, and we just don't understand what about it is stressful. So we're getting symptoms medicated.
But would you say that it's beneficial for like people that like, let's say, like hyperventilate like a lot through like panic attacks and shit? Like, would you say that that's beneficial for them to like be on medication?
Nope.
Or do you think like they should just work their way through it?
I think that if you have anxiety, you either you either need to figure out what is currently stressful in your life, or what is the underlying emotional trauma that you need to work out. But regardless, getting hooked on benzos is not at all making you better.
For sure. You shouldn't be using it as a crutch, right? Like it should be like,
it is a crutch, definitely. It's exactly and only a crutch.
Yeah.
Because your lack of your system not having enough clonazepam in it is not what caused the anxiety in the first place, right? It's just how you're getting past dealing with
it's just what's happening currently, right? That's what the doctor is observing. So he's just like, fuck, I gotta fix this somehow, right?
Well, it makes the patient happy for a while, right? You don't and it's what they're trained to do, and I think it's like basically the only legal course a lot of them can take. But I can tell you, as somebody who's had a physical addiction to benzos, that shit sucks.
Yeah, benzos are a hard one. I think it's one of the hardest ones, right?
It's one of the only two things that can kill you from withdrawals.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I didn't even abuse them because I didn't like them. I didn't need them. I took them as sleeping pills. But when I got prescribed to them, I said, I don't have anxiety. He's like, well, it'll just smooth you out. You're getting divorced. You got a lot of things going on. All right, I'll take them. And I ended up using them as sleeping pills, not knowing that the half-life in those things was 72 hours. So when it felt like they were out of my system, they were still very much in my system, and
they're still very much doing their job. Yeah,
right.
I would say that there's definitely certain medical conditions that are actually true that are causing some of these problems, But I lost my train of thought. But go ahead, please.
I also think I also think
Xanax is one of the big ones, right, for anxiety as well.
Yeah, Xanax, Valium, and Klonopin are the three big ones.
But like Xannies are one of those things where it's like super cheap to get into. Like if once you like get hooked, it's.
I don't know how it is anymore. I mean, they used to be giving those things out like candy.
Exactly, dude. That's what I remember. So I'm just like, fuck.
Yeah, I mean, I got on them even like I never went to my doctor for anxiety at all, and he gave them to me, and I told him I said I don't have anxiety, I'm too arrogant or something like that, and it's like he talked me into it. I was like, all right, fine, but yeah, that was a mistake. That shit was rough to kick.
Okay, what I was gonna say was as far as like past say the diagnosis or whatever, you have the male psyche, which is, you know, a man needs something to fight for or to strive for, and if he's been disenfranchised by whatever, you know, reason, and he's using that, you know, bipolar diagnosis as a crutch, he needs an incentive to break through that on his own, basically is what I was trying to say.
I mean, that's retarded. Fuck him. He's a pussy. If he doesn't care about himself, neither do we.
Yeah, but if you've been disenfranchised, you have no reason to fight for anything like
disenfranchised.
a family or
We
your
all live in
wife
this
or your
society.
kids.
This is if he can't compete, if he can't cope, this is why he's gonna fade out. This is why he's not a viable male. This is why he's not attractive to women. That's why he's not being fought for. Because he's literally, and I'm not saying this to be insulting towards the hypothetical dude, just literally by definition, he is a loser.
Yeah, but like the old saying goes, we all got shit going on, right? Doesn't mean we all have to fucking cry.
We've all got problems, right? Exactly.
Right. But if you give him a reason to fight for something else, then you can break through the male psyche, and he can break through that.
That's the thing. I don't think you can give someone that. I think people need to actually find that on their own. I don't think you can hand that to someone. Like, I can tell you to do something, right? But it doesn't necessarily mean it's going to mean anything to you. I think people have just like, I think a lot of those like ideas come from people that are looking for an easy way out.
It's
for,
selfish and childish. Why is that disenfranchised man owed anything by anybody?
All right. I'll give you an example. So, like the guys that went to World War II back in the day, they actually wanted to survive and live because they had the good women to come back home to. Whereas if they were to go and do that crap now, they probably would have stayed in Europe, or they would have just said, shoot me.
I mean, I just think that that's such a broad, like fairy tale. Like, I don't know why you think that, or why you even think that such a universal claim about such a massive group of people, too massive group, could ever be possibly true.
Because I'm just trying to show the difference in motive.
And what I'm saying is that you watch movies. You've seen a lot of movies from like World War II and shit. Motherfuckers had pictures of chicks strapped to their helmets or inside their helmets, so they couldn't wait to get home. Blah 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 blah. And it's fucking movies, dude. It's not real.
Well, it was some of it's real. I mean,
you don't.
Not all women respect their men these days.
Not all men deserve respect. A lot of them don't.
But that's been true throughout time. Like that's the point. Like, yeah, like that's not.
Like, it's like the mass. Like it seems to. It's not all women, but it just feels like it. You know.
Here's like here's one of the issues that I'll openly say about the internet, that it has allowed people to hyperfixate on a problem, right? Where they see one instance of something and they attribute it as a generality.
Agreed. And also, fuck, I forgot what I was gonna say. This is what all the things that you just brought up the last few minutes are literally examples of men being losers and not wanting to take responsibility for their own situation, being losers. But if these men don't give a fuck about their situation enough to improve themselves, if they want to lay around and blame everybody else for why they're losers, that's exactly why they're not worth anybody else investing in, because they're not going to invest in themselves even.
Okay,
they've made the first move.
Unless they find a reason. That's all I'm saying is if they find a reason to pursue betterness, then they'll do it.
I mean, what about self-interest? Like, don't you, when your life is shit, don't you want to do something to make it not so miserable?
I think they can get in a big enough rut to where when you're stuck, it's almost like drug addiction. When you're in the teeth of it, you don't really see your way of getting out of it until you have a reason to want to quit.
I agree that hope is a essential motivator for people, but the other one is getting out of pain.
Yeah,
and so if you're in a painful, hopeless situation, and you're not motivated by either of those things, I mean, it's amazing that you're still alive. I think the fact of the matter is that the red pill is men who are in pain, and they're not in enough pain to actually fix the problem. They're in enough pain that it's soothed by finding other men in the same pain on the internet who will tell them it's not their fault, but they know it is.
I think it leads to a fundamental problem where it's since you're defining yourself by this woman, if this woman ever leaves you, it's just gonna like reinforce everything that you have, right? Like it's just gonna shove you even further down. So I don't think like motivation should come from like seeking out a partner.
Exercise, I think. Sorry to comment. FlowState, you said some type of drug makes people happy. Exercise supposedly helps people to be happy. What do you think personally think about exercise? 1000%. I think that physical activity and being outside is critical for people. That's the biggest benefit I've had out of basically my whole legal issues is that I'm not qualified to be a banker anymore because I'm a felon. But if I hadn't gone through all that bullshit, I don't know if I'd have had a long enough break from office life to realize how miserable it is psychologically, right? Which I think is where, back to the other topic, where a lot of our mental health issues come from, but it's our lifestyle. So yeah, being outside and being active, I think, is critical.
Do you know that a lot of schools, like high schools and middle schools, they've actually eliminated their physical education department?
Yeah, I hate that. I hate our school system, and I help my daughter skip as much of it as, I mean, way more than she's allowed to per the rules, but they don't really fuck around because she
Wait, is that true though? Because I've heard a lot of people say that, and like I hear a lot of instances on the opposite side where it's just like I didn't pass high school because I couldn't get through PE.
Well,
from younger generations,
they don't have like outside recess or anything anymore. Like my daughter,
okay, like recess makes sense, but PE is just something that like has always been mandatory.
I think that probably that's just they're using the wrong word to describe the thing. The kids don't go outside during the school day, which I have an issue with. But yeah, like my daughter's school still has gym class. Actually, it was her worst grade because she's an asshole and she got in a fight with the teacher about what shoes she would wear.
Base.
Yeah.
But yeah, physical education is something that I think is like one of the important. I think it should be mandatory. So like, I don't think that would ever go away. But if like recess and stuff, yeah, I haven't really read into that subject particularly. I just hear people saying that PE has disappeared or like shop in other classes, and it's just like, okay, let me look at the reasons behind this.
I mean, school quality in general. My daughter had me. Every now and then they send home assignments that you're supposed to do with your family, and my daughter brought me one, and then learned from that she just needs to fake my participation in anything else because I was irate at like not that they were teaching them immoral stuff, just that what they were teaching them was just wrong, right? It was just fundamentally stupid and wrong. I ended up writing like a 3-page fucking response to this thing to the teacher and sending it in with her. And
how'd that go?
She ended up getting an A. When the teacher returned the assignment, she had gotten an A. There was no comments at all. I never heard a damn thing from the school. And the only reason she turned it on, I told her before I sent her to school, I was like, you give her that because I'm also going to email it. I've taken pictures and I'm emailing it to her as well. And she was kind of pissed about my daughter was because I was stirring up shit. But like, yeah, nobody ever said anything about it. I'm right. 1,000% right. Here's how bad it was. This was in what, like 6th grade or something, or 7th grade. They're learning about Asian religions on Confucianism on the worksheet. It said Confucianism's, or not Confucianism, it was Taoism. Taoism's contribution to Chinese society and culture is that it has contributed a lot to Chinese society and culture. Consider that sentence from school. Like, what the fuck did you just teach these kids?
That was like the most common sense sentence I've ever heard.
It conveyed zero information.
Yeah, dude, it's
Kamalaism.
Yeah, I was irate about it.
That's like teaching someone water is wet. Like,
oh, Rat Blood, who's this comment at? Is this at me or is this at? I see. Oh, it's probably at you, DeFreak. It's from the from. Yeah,
oh, okay. Yeah, I was wondering that too. I thought he was talking to you, but yeah, man.
Exercise is great for mental health, and also another thing they found when they compared studies, they did for depression treatment. They had people go to group therapy, they had people go to one-on-one counseling appointments, and they had people do medication, and then they had combinations. And what they found is that people who would leave the house to go to their group appointments, but then get there and see they're canceled and go home, right? That was they were treated as effectively as any of the other treatment combinations. So the treatment for depression is just leaving the fucking house.
Huh.
Yeah, just again, I've seen studies for like clinical depression where it's like a bit different.
It's not different. How's it different?
Well, like it's like effective like dopamine levels, like your body's just not producing it correctly.
It's not. They say that is to justify giving you. They say it's a chemical problem to give you chemical drugs, but they never do chemical tests.
The thing is, like, for most depressions, like if you like go to like a doctor and try to get like prescriptions for like antidepressants and stuff, they'll usually tell you do some exercise and give you like a placebo.
No,
and like
not at all. They tried to give me antidepressants before they tried to give me the anxiety pills. Never. Like I'm certainly not depressed. Yeah, that's just.
Oh yeah, no, that's
totally false. They push these shit. They didn't even wait for me to have a symptom to push them.
Well, no, it's not fully false, Flo. Again, you had an experience. It's generally
you like to think that doctors suggest exercise. They don't.
Well, again, from my understanding, they do, and from my personal experience, they do.
From?
Like just how general practice is. Like that's generally
how the doctor.
Yeah.
Has he ever suggested exercise to you?
Yeah. Like when they try to prescribe me with antidepressants. No, I'm not fat.
Okay, well, we have very.
Well, you're one of the few people that's seen me on camera, so.
I actually didn't even catch it. Like I know that it happened because you said something.
But that's what I'm saying. It's just I think that the thing is, like, we do some bad doctors do things, and we're attributing that to a lot of the doctors.
No,
where most doctors are just like
any of the doctors specifically. I'm saying the whole system is trash. The system they're taught is trash. It's not really their fault that they're being given trash system.
Yeah, but again, the doctor is like your mechanic, right? He's just going to fix the car at the current rate that it's at. He's not going to be fixing the outside.
He doesn't fix the car, though. Is my point. That's why the whole system's trash.
Well, yeah,
they've fucked up my car more than they've ever helped. I've never had any health issues really until I went to doctors.
Like you're gonna be having the issue, right? Like if you're driving on a dirt road and it's fucking up your car your suspension every fucking week, right? Like that's the issue, right? You're driving on that dirt road, right? That's the big issue.
The issue is when they say, "Hey, man,
they're just fixing the
your
suspension.
Car, your exhaust system, it needs fixed," but then they just end up stealing your catalytic converter.
I think that's a bit extreme, but
I mean, okay, so what? I mean, let me rephrase. Doctors are modern medicine is great at putting people back together if you've been broken apart. Like if you get a car wreck or some shit, right? They're great at that. Absolutely atrocious at fixing any disease.
I would agree with that.
Oh yeah, I could actually go with that. Yeah.
Like the ER is great, but the practice of medicine is terrible right now.
And I think that the whole mental health thing is yeah, it could get worse. It could be very dystopian if. Anyways, yeah, I mean, you guys have heard me ramble, do my little spiel about mental health within law enforcement. I think that's the worst idea fucking ever.
I wasn't aware of that.
Having some dude try to talk someone down. Yeah, I've heard of that.
No, having courts decide that, you know what, we're going to skip your due process because we're going to skip your due process and force medicate you. That's the issue.
Yeah, that's a problem.
I mean, we currently do. Don't we currently do that with like special like cases?
No, we currently do that with basically whatever case we fucking feel like doing it with.
Yeah, like again, like special cases.
They're not
right?
special.
Like,
there's nothing special about them. It's just routine.
well, no, I'm saying like at they're at an extremely low rate comparatively to like all the other cases, right?
No, I don't.
What I mean
I
by
wouldn't say that. Look, it's anytime it's suggested. So I mean, my sentence came with the court order to get a complete psych evaluation and follow the orders of the doctor, right? That was actually what the judge wrote in the sentencing in the journal entry, which I don't know how far that would have extended, because luckily the doctor didn't really recommend anything else. He said, "You're perfect, Taylor. You're beautiful, beautiful brain." But
I think that's just more to see if you're like able to like stand trial or whatever, right?
It was after trial.
Is it after trial? That's
weird. It was at sentencing. I'd already taken a plea deal. What happens at my sentencing, the woman who did my drug, because I was arrested on drug crimes, and when you're arrested on drug crimes like this, they do a drug and alcohol evaluation, which is like a social worker comes in.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Like to try. Yeah. Okay, that makes way more sense.
Right, and so she got on the stand and testified that I was a psychopath. She basically told the judge I'm a psychopath. Not that she's qualified to even make that determination. Or that she tested me for that if she was, but
feminist.
Just based off my drug and alcohol assessment, she said, she told the judge, "Hold on," and then he heard her and goes, oh, "Okay," and wrote that in my sentence. So that's an open-ended bypass of due process.
Wow,
that's because they need you sick so that they can make money.
It's because nobody wants to be left handling the responsibility. She manufactured a risk, right? If he's been told I'm a psychopath and he ignores it, he's now culpable for my actions in the future. He doesn't want to be culpable for that, so he defers the culpability to a medical professional. It's all about reducing your own
circle. Yeah, right. It's reducing liability to yourself. Yeah.
Right. But in the process, what it does is it completely guts due process, and it violates all sorts of human rights if you consider what that could turn into. I don't know. But if this
another way to keep guns out of your hand too.
I mean, I was already taking a plea deal for a felony. That was toast anyways.
Right.
Did you have a lawyer that you paid for, or was it a free government?
No,
lawyer?
I paid for a private attorney.
Oh, okay.
You never want a public defendant.
Yeah,
you
I
never
can't
want
remember
one
what
of
they're
those.
called. I was just gonna say too that I really try to stay away from urgent cares because I've had the worst experiences going to urgent care. Like one time I was sick and I needed some albuterol so that I could use with my nebulizer because I had like bronchitis, and the doctor at the urgent care didn't want to give me any. First,
is it a narcotic or something?
No, it's the attendant, whoever was helping me. I don't think it was a doctor. I think it was like a physician's assistant. Said they didn't want to give me albuterol. It's like a clear liquid. It's like water. It looks like water, and you put it in this like little flask, and it blows air and creates like a fog. So you can see the fog. And you inhale that, and it's usually, they said that it's used for people with asthma. They said they weren't going to give me albuterol because it's for asthma patients, right? And that I didn't have asthma, but that's what my regular doctor would have given me. But because it was the weekend, I just thought, oh, I'll go to an urgent care. They make money off of like all these pills and cough syrups that they give me.
Well, I don't think that's. Yeah, they don't really make a hell of a lot of money on that. It's just more your consultation fee.
Well, I mean, but you have to consider the individual making the decision. That person doesn't give a fuck. Like, he's not getting paid a commission off of each pill he sells.
Yeah.
He cares about not having a bad decision come back to be a pain in his ass. So he was probably, your normal doctor probably was comfortable trying an alternative to like the standard operating procedure.
Well, also those doctors aren't usually, physician assistant wouldn't even tell me where she was from. I asked her, I said, where are you from?
I wouldn't tell your ass either.
She says, I'm from Florida, but no, she sounded like she was from some other foreign country, like maybe Haiti or Nigeria or something. It was just really obvious she wasn't born in the United States. She didn't even shave her legs. She was really gross and ugly. You know, it's like she looked dirty. Like, I don't even think she was really a doctor or a physician's assistant. So
Yeah,
the
but
next
like,
time I got
Kamala-
really sick with like bronchitis, I might have had COVID. I don't know. I stayed the hell away from the doctor. I stayed at home instead. And just
I always
hope
go
for
for
the
like
best.
antibiotics because antibiotics are like super simple and doctors
just
usually
stop
like,
having
"Fuck yeah."
unprotected
Well,
sex
I'm
with
having interference again, so I'm gonna hop off. Thank you.
Okay, thanks.
Oh, that's you? Okay. I thought it was me for a second. I didn't know what the heck was going on.
I can't stand antibiotics. Luckily, I don't really need them ever. But like, it's
It's like the rare occasion where you like get strep or something. and
Syphilis.
it's Like, ugh.
Yeah,
Listen, you haven't lived life if you haven't had one STD.
you're not wrong. I don't know why. It seems like I'm more miserable on antibiotics than most people. Like,
No, they suck. They suck. Like,
It doesn't seem like most people are that bothered by being on them. I just fucking hate it. Like, if I have strep, I'm gonna just wait out the strep.
Yeah, but then you can progress into like some other shit, and I'm just like, fuck, I just go take the fucking antibiotics.
Dude. No.
I don't think I've had to take them very many times. Pretty rare.
Because you didn't know that you needed to be nice to women, so you haven't really.
I wouldn't say I would listen. I was a beta male, but when it came to trying to make her happy, it wasn't something that was at the forefront of my mind. Versus making sure that I was always taken care of first.
It shouldn't be in the you need to live your life, and the right woman will find you. Guys will find each other, and she'll join.
Right, but I didn't realize that I had to actually put effort into managing her emotions in order for everything to work out right.
I mean, what do you mean managing her emotions? Because
making sure she doesn't get.
You have. I mean, you guys are living together, right? Like, she wants to be appreciated. You want your sandwiches made,
right?
So you guys, you guys got to give and take, but you don't have to. Like, her emotions are her problem.
I mean, I guess, but the thing is, like, after a while, if it becomes too plain Jane, or if you become too indifferent, she's gonna be looking elsewhere, man. That's just the female nature.
Well, it's just like figuring out like who your partner is. Like if like that's something that they need and you don't want to do that, then you probably shouldn't be in the relationship with that person. Like, you're gonna have to search for a relationship that works for you. It's not like a one size fits all situation.
Like, it sounds like you just wanted a maid or something, like,
it probably does sound like that, but it basically, like, aside from sex and like just trying to make her happy in the beta male kind of nice guy way, I didn't know how to make sure that she was not completely satisfied.
I mean, but what are you getting out of the relationship besides sex? Or maybe not even that. Like, what was in it for you?
What was it? I mean, at the time it was she was my wife or whatever. And
did you enjoy being around her and shit? Because, like, I think that
I didn't know that I had to manage her emotion other than just having sex and being the nice guy beta male that every movie or every piece of media that you ever watch or are encouraged to be happy wife, happy life. do, because they need more than that. They need some excitement. They need a little bit of manipulation. They need some other things that I didn't realize.
But you see how you're still beta mailing in your worldview. It's still all about her. But none of it's sincere. Like, people can smell disingenuous, especially women. Women can smell out who's not to be trusted better than men can, I think. But if you're faking dangerousness, she'll know, and it'll have the opposite of its intended effect.
That's still even that is still better than the boring beta male missionary every week.
Fuck that. No, I mean, if you're a boring beta male, I mean, first of all, so let's get this straight. Nice guys, I'm doing air quotes, nice guys, right? Sims, these guys are liars, because nobody is that selfless that they want to be the nice guy, right? It's a lie. And that's when you really encounter problems. If you're legit and honestly about being boring as fuck, and you own it confidently, and you're honest and not lying about it, then there's chicks that are into that. It's really the confidence thing, I think, more than anything.
Yeah. Right. It's that, but then also actually having the awareness that you actually have to worry about that. I didn't even have that.
You need to stop worrying about it. If this is who you are, if you know that you're boring and you like being boring, then you don't have to worry about it at all. That's just who you are. And
listen, self-confidence plays well for like almost anyone you meet. So like you shouldn't be pushing yourself to fucking be like, I need to make myself available for all these people. It's just like, you just need to be confident in yourself. Be like, I'm gonna do what I'm gonna do because I want to do.
That's what I do. That's what I was doing, but in the happy wife, happy life kind of way, where I mean, just going to a baby shower with your wife. How awful is that for a guy? It's terrible, but you end up going because you want the bitch to be happy or whatever, right?
Aren't those women's events?
Right.
Why were you going to that? Or is that a wedding shower? I don't know. I don't go. That's for chicks.
No, baby showers are for chicks. Wedding showers you can technically go to, but because there's drinks. But
why were you going to that in the first place? Like, why was she?
That would be beta male, blue pill, default, matrix.
That's weird. Roll swip.
Trying to make her happy because she does everything for you at the house or whatever. And you're trying to make her happy, right?
Did she ask you to go to those?
Of course they do. You're telling me that they?
I've never been asked to. Nah, that's weird.
Yeah, dude.
I've never been asked to actually go to a baby shower.
All right, now who's being disingenuous now? I mean, come on.
Are you getting caught in
a lie? Asked to go to a wedding or what do you call it?
A wedding, yeah, wedding showers.
Wedding,
I just never have been invited to like a. I just don't know what would be the reason to invite me there.
Well, not you.
Baby shower just seems. But yeah, like she's been invited
to hold her purse for you, for her.
Like I don't. If you're already at that level, like I think that's the issue, that you're going places to hold someone's purse. You're letting someone stomp over you.
Yeah, it sounds like she was basically trying to test you out of being a baby or being a yes man.
Well, that's the thing. That's the thing. So, shit. Now I lost my train of thought. Damn it.
It's okay. I'll talk some more. It'll come back to you. But I also, before I lose, I want to say that I think that boredom, like being a boring guy, being boring is almost always, like, in reality, being scared. Nobody wants to be dull as fuck. Nobody. Or else they'd make boring ass movies. On purpose. It'd be a genre. Boring shit. But boredom is normally fear. Or not knowing. Like I said, I didn't because I went from school to college to mostly to working jobs and shit. If I hadn't had a few months to sit in jail and be out on bond, not working for somebody else, right? Being off of an imposed schedule and being miserable for most of the day every day, I don't know that I would have actually thought to break out of that experience. It's just what you're so ingrained in is, all right, every day I'm miserable for 2/3 of it, and that's what life is.
Right, and that's the blue pill matrix that the beta corporate males are trapped into. Now you have to add, pleasing your significant other in a way that is not actually pleasing to her, because you're just a walk all over her man. You're just a dude that she can walk all over saying yes, yes, ma'am, yes, ma'am, and they don't like that. That's what I'm saying.
Honestly, when I was more miserable working,
some red pill knowledge to break out of that and actually keep your wife.
Because I think when you're miserable, you just make people around you more miserable, right? Like that's just what happens. Like when I was working my older job, where like I hated it, it was just paperwork all the fucking time. I think in relationships I just made the people around me fucking miserable as well, because I was miserable, right? It's not really like, so like if you find some motivation, it's got to be through like some way in your life. Your relationship shouldn't be the reason you're doing something. That should just be like a byproduct that your relationship's doing well because of that.
Okay, so you're working a job that you hate or whatever. You come home to your girl, your wife's significant other, whatever. You're going to want to be in good relationship with her. Therefore, you're going to basically just do whatever. You're going to capitulate, right?
Why are you working a job you hate?
You're going to get bored with that.
But the mindset is wrong, right? It's not like I hate my life at work, so now I'm gonna be miserable at home so that I'm not, so I don't. On both fronts, what you're not doing is addressing things head on for yourself. You're trying to cuck, basically. You're at a job you hate for some damn reason, even though it's your life. You should fix that. And you're with a woman who makes you miserable unless you behave out of sorts, which is another issue. You got to address both of those issues. Like that's.
But you could do that. You could do that in autopilot, okay? And then it gets so mundane that they're not happy or whatever, and next thing you know, things are breaking apart or whatever. Okay.
I mean, so if you're being you and she doesn't like that, then she doesn't like you, and they should break apart. Good, let that chick go.
All right. I mean, I guess so. But what I'm saying is, if you have the red pill, at least some of the red pill knowledge, you can adjust, or you can actually pay attention to her emotions or the red flags or whatever to be able to prevent that.
No, none of it is about the red pill knowledge at all. All of it is about do you respect yourself? Your self-esteem is the issue here all the way through. It's not knowing women want to be talked to or what the fuck ever they teach you.
Yeah, because even in that instance, you're still putting the woman in front of your stuff. Like you have to change up your behavior because of the woman.
Yeah,
I don't think that just worrying about. See, that's the thing. You can worry about yourself. You can be the most confident. You can be, the best career, making the good money and whatever. But if you don't spend any time worrying about making sure that she's okay, she's gonna also not be. She's gonna be looking somewhere else.
If she doesn't value, like if you guys don't have this, not everybody has the same values as you, right? Some women will want you home more and make less money, whatever. But that's what finding the right person's about. But it's about self-respect. You can't if you're living in a way where you're disrespecting yourself, and you find somebody who matches that lifestyle, you fucked up again, because the minute you start to become yourself, who you are, that person, they're not going to like you because, that's not who they got with. They got with.
Right. My main point is
they got with boring Steve, not this new dude.
Fake boring Steve.
But the main point I was trying to make is with the red pill kind of coming to just kind of the public, awareness, is that it actually will make men consider their woman's emotional state and well-being so that they can prevent a lot of their leaving.
They don't need to. That's not a better situation. Those women need to leave. Those relationships don't work. If you're in a relationship that does not respect you, then you don't want it to last.
Right, but you can learn things from the red pill that would make them respect you.
Like what? So
Like
far, all I've
being
heard
able
is
to
more mindset that reinforces the how do I attend to her needs.
like be how about just being more masculine? How about not just capitulating everything? How about just not laying down? Or how about taking the lead in the household?
Right. The reason that you're not doing those things in the first place is because you're not respecting yourself. She has nothing to do with the dynamic. Her is a symptom. She's a symptom of what is ultimately a self-respect, a valuing yourself issue. You could take her out of it entirely.
Yeah, because in most cases, this is probably happening in all parts of your life, not just in your relationship.
Right. You need to reclaim your life, right? Like this is why are you working for a boss you hate at a job you hate, and eating food that you like. Why is your life? Why are you not valuing yourself more?
So you come to the awareness that I need to reevaluate my life, and what the fuck am I going to do differently if I don't have any of the red pill knowledge?
There's no red pill. What piece of red pill knowledge did the red pill provide?
That you have to tend to her hypergamy, basically.
You don't, though. That's what the fuck I'm trying to tell you. That's wrong information.
I must not be communicating it properly. Or
no, I think you're communicating the message just fine. And what I'm telling you is what they're teaching you wrong. Because you don't need to focus more on doting toward. You don't need to contort yourself more to make her happy, which is what that basically says. You don't need to attend to her hypergamy. You need to stop attending to her shit altogether. The issue is with your self-respect. Stop worrying about her. The red pill teach people the opposite.
If I knew back then that if I just didn't say yes to everything or give her everything that she wanted or upgrade her ring every time she wanted or buy her a new car.
It's a symptom treatment, not a cure.
Right, but that's the thing.
It might help fake your way through the miserable existence longer before she leaves you.
Right. So if I said no, or if I emotionally manipulated her a little bit so that she would be excited about something instead of being the boring beta, give her everything, say yes. Wouldn't that have made a difference?
That would have probably prolonged what's a bad relationship. That's a bad result. That's the thing. Still miserable. You don't want to.
That's the thing about the red pill. I mean, that's the female nature that you're dealing with.
No, it's not. See, that's what's bullshit. Do you think you don't need to fake being dangerous or fake being selfish? You just need to have enough balls and self-respect to actually act selfishly sometimes.
Yeah, but you don't get that in the regular beta friggin' blue pill world right now.
That's because it's supposed to. I don't know what to tell you. It's supposed to don't you give a fuck about yourself? You get tired of listening to people of her bitch, or don't I don't know how to understand the paradigm in which you're not naturally self-interested at all. We don't get self-interest from.
If I was wrong, there wouldn't be such a problem with a bunch of these men being classified as simps, cucks, and betas, and not pleasing their women.
They all found each other online. It's a big support group for loser dudes to keep being losers.
Right. So how are they supposed to learn how to keep their women happy or be motivated to do it if they don't have the knowledge?
They don't need to learn how to keep women happy. They need to learn how to respect themselves. Stop thinking about the women. That's literally the most beta blue pill. I don't know whatever phrase you want to put on it. That's literally the problem. Stop learning about women.
Neglect keeps them happy.
Learning about women entirely.
Okay, so a total neglect is the way to keep them happy. Is that what you're saying?
No,
oh my god.
He's saying that the most important thing is going to be you in that instance. It's not going to be the woman, right?
Right. That's the red pill.
You should really care. If you get to know someone, yeah, you'll start caring about their fucking emotions, but you shouldn't be contorting yourself to appease this person. It should come natural, right?
That's the red pill, yes.
No, but they're teaching you that you need to act this way to keep her happy. And I'm saying, fuck that. That's an upside down mindset. You need to be that way so that you're happy, and then she'll find you and you guys will be fine, right?
Everything else the red pill flow.
I don't think that's the red pill. I think that's the opposite of the red pill. I think I don't know.
I must not be.
No, you're communicating just fine. You're communicating just fine. And maybe maybe I know that that's what the red pill claims to be, but it's not what it is in practice. From what I've seen, of course, Josh, weigh in.
Oh, I'm a huge.
For one time, I'm going to say, please, Josh.
I'm a huge red pill fan, but none of this bullshit is red pill. Most of it's just a big coping mechanism for people's individualistic failures.
Yeah, and I've never read any of the red pill literature. I don't like this is not a thing that I follow. It's a sort of a weird association I've found myself in with some of the content creators. But what I've observed out of the people and their behavior and the way that they discuss issues with each other is that it's a complete loser male therapy session, and it's not.
I think it's worse. I think it's with the intention of attempting to control other people, which in itself is a delusion. If you think about it, like like the concept of red pilling is, at its most crudest point, is to basically slap a warning label on anything and everything. Oh, don't do this because you might get taken advantage of. But as men, this is life, right? Like you're just going to walk through it. So whether you find red flags on some girl or something, right? At the end of the day, really what it is it's just like dating phase, right? You're basically projecting what you want the other person to see and manipulate that as best as you possibly can, all while trying to get the most out of it.
Yeah, I think that's fundamentally true, right? I think it comes to like the crux of the issue of like, if they actually provided helpful information, their customer base would just like disappear.
Right.
Like, people would just be getting in relationships, right?
That would be true.
They're incentivized.
Yeah, but that would be true with anything. You could. School is based on that same concept, and I mean, like grade first through 12, right? Like it is what it is.
Yeah, but then you're incentivized to do that thing, right? To continue to put people in the cycle.
Well, the reality is that the whole industry is geared. It's beta male. It's selling beta behavior to beta males. What could be more beta than going and sitting in a seminar full of other dudes to try to learn how to get chicks from dudes who claim they can get chicks? It's just like it's a complete.
I don't even understand why a dude specifically, would base their life on women. What the fuck you trying? Who gives a shit whether you're getting women? Go out and, I don't know, build a house, get a car, get a career.
No, I disagree.
You focus on that, everything else kind of follows in place.
I'll back it off that, because if you like, I think at some point, like being a virgin, right, becomes a mental issue for you, right? At least I believe it would. And so I just don't know how you can enjoy your car if you've never gotten your dick wet, but you're 35 years old. You've been watching porn, watching other dudes have sex for your whole life.
So instead of like, I don't know, I guess one side says, oh, let's go focus on, I don't know, chasing women, right? And the other group says, oh, well, since we can't get women, we'll just sit around and watch porn all day. It's still a failure in life. Most people don't do shit. Just sit around and complain about life.
True.
Not wrong, yeah.
I mean, that's basically my career now.
Oh, shit. Unfortunately, you kind of get an exemption once you become a face of some kind of weird group.
Wait a minute.
Are you in your background? You're legitimate, though.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Flo, but you got the face of one of the conspiracy
I'm the face of the weird group. Welcome, guys. Dick, good to see you. It's been a while. Welcome to the weird group. I'm happy to be your face as well.
You are.
I fucking hate giving you flowers.
We learned that today, so.
But is the question, should men chase women or not? I was trying to gather what the.
So the original question was, he was asking me if I think that there's any benefits of the red pill or the manosphere sort of, approach to women, and I basically said no, I don't. And so that's sort of where we were sussing out the details, because I asked him what he thought they would be.
I can name a benefit.
Revenue. I think Hornet pointed out makes some people money. That's
sure.
Yeah, that's a good enough reason. It's what we do with every other group that walks the face of the earth. Oh, the Asians? Oh, we love them. Tiny little hands. They can put little tiny screws and everything.
All right,
so we're going to use them for
you were about to tell me the benefits of red pill, Diddy?
Money?
Okay. Yeah, we got that.
Well, I mean, desperate people are typically easier to
Yeah, we already went through. We already went through that point, though. Like, that was the very first. I was like, that's the only benefit I could come up with.
And they're also the best marketing, right? Like,
so Josh,
Yeah, like,
would you say that
some of these people are paying like thousands of dollars into courses to like meet women, and then they end up being in a room full of dudes? I would feel gypped.
Josh, would you say, any part of the red pill has kept your marriage like relevant, or I don't know if that's the right word, but like
mine?
No, Josh.
Oh yeah, I've
some of the knowledge that you have from the red pill
I've learned phrases to use against my wife to piss her off to no end. Right.
All right.
So it's made his relationship worse. What about Dick? You had learned any ministry shit?
I didn't even hear that. I'm sure it's funny though. Isn't that the whole premise of the red pill? Is that it's teaching the man to not make his world woman centric and to be his own, source of inspiration, to not chase the woman, but to make her chase him at the level where he's performing at his best and he's creating the most options for himself. So in that sense, would there be a benefit?
So
it's an interesting paradigm. Well, yeah, it's an interesting paradigm because that's what they say on like the surface, right? But then you start listening to them talk, and it's just like, this sounds very woman-centric, like lifestyle. Like you're just putting everything. So like, yes, they will stout that it's like putting the man first, right? But then they just end up talking about women for like 80 hours, and you're just like, what the fuck is going on?
That definition is given, but then it's not
when you actually have a marriage.
But perhaps a certain individual was raised by a woman, and he never understood that nature of the woman, that, because he was in his mama's spirit, and mama told him, oh, just coddle the woman, make her comfortable, ask her questions, find out what she needs. In reality, he needed the exact opposite advice. It's, don't even worry about her, worry about yourself and go make the best version of yourself, and you'll have all the options you could ever, surmise.
I mean, I think that point, though, that you just described is good advice, but that is not actually, even though the red pill will say that's what it is, when you start listening to these people, it's not at all what they are pushing.
Yeah, fair enough.
Yeah,
because it ends up they bait you in with that, but then they really go right back into the same cycle loop.
Well, I mean, it makes sense. The people who are seeking out information on how to resolve these issues, you're not going to have a big gathering of people who have this figured out. You're gonna, and then the temptation for self-soothing is overwhelming.
I know me and Flo have been on a couple panels where we hear the men are at a disadvantage in family court, and like that's like been one of the things that me and Flo like really agree on. It's just like, that's a myth. It doesn't exist. It's just something that men say to make themselves like throw a pity party for themselves. Well, and that's kind of the issue that I'm having with like red pill like talking points, right? Where it's just like, fuck, like I understand the idea behind what they're trying to do, but it's just, it always like goes into making men like either victims or like
that talking
making them
issues that causes more legal issues for men than any actual real reality.
I don't think it has to come to that, but I think that a man can actually use some of that knowledge to basically to get the woman and to actually keep the woman, and I think that's the benefit.
What?
Yeah, you realize that if you've got a couple bucks in your pocket, right? Like you can just go and get a prostitute. It's easy to get women.
Right, but if you're married, it's a whole different thing. If you love the woman,
depends on how more.
Can I say something?
Oh my God, a woman!
Yeah,
guys,
there you go.
Yeah, I don't have long to stay on here because of the interference that might happen. But I think men and women need to understand and remember that relationships are not a fairy tale. This is real life, and there are different types of love, and people need to understand what.
People need to understand what?
Damn it.
Damn, she was cooking too.
It cut out right when she's
Kardashian doesn't have to get a teleporter or whatever.
Oh, you guys didn't hear? You have to forgive me. I'm sexist, right? When a woman speaks, right, all I hear is noise, anyways, right? So I feel better now that
I
you
don't know
guys
if you
did.
guys are joking or if you really heard me.
No, we
didn't hear you.
cut out, right?
No, you
We're
cut
back to the
out.
important thing. Yeah.
Okay, what's the last thing you guys heard me say?
The important thing to remember is that
There are different types of love. There's agape love, there's eros love, there's lust. People need to know what the heck each other's talking about. And people need to understand what is love and what do you expect the love to look like. Because she might think that you're supposed to be her knight in shining armor and read her brain, be a mind reader, and she probably actually doesn't understand that you actually cannot read her mind, because some women are crazy, and you have to let her know, like, hey, I'm not a mind reader. I'm not going to spend hours and hours arguing with you or trying to coax you to please talk to me, baby. Tell me what's wrong. Like, women need to be forthcoming, and you need to tell her, man, if you're not going to tell me what's wrong, I'm not going to sit here and waste my time, and I'll just move on if you can't open up and tell me what's going on, because you need to be my partner. You need to help me. You need to do your part, or I'll just find someone else.
I mean, I've literally had that conversation about, like,
Yeah.
if you don't, I'm not
Thank
reading.
you.
I'm not trying to interpret shit.
You want me to leave now? Go
No,
ahead.
you're welcome to say. I was just encouraging what you say. Like, I've literally had that conversation several times that I'm not going to try to interpret your little facial expressions and subliminal whatever gesturing. If it's not important enough for you to just tell me, it's not important enough for me to worry about.
I like that. I like that.
Which is
like,
basic,
why are you
yeah.
playing games with me? Like, we're not supposed to be on the same team. If you got a problem,
They have
tell me.
their own
I'm not gonna
language,
withdraw
though,
as soon as
like-
it's not there.
Yeah, and it doesn't help that, social media is brainwashing women and men. Andrew Tate saying, yeah, it's okay to fuck a chick with a dick as long as she looks
Did he
like
say
Megan Fox,
That's a dude.
Yeah, I know. And so you have to, like, respect
Wait, so
yourself
that's
as
where the
a-
red pill movement leads to? Is it's okay to fuck a chick with a dick?
No, well, I mean, that's what Andrew Tate is
And we have to
caught
assume that's
saying.
why Joshua Jones is in Southeast Asia.
Damn right, baby.
Young people are being led down a terrible wrong path of thinking, and they shouldn't. Like, parents need to be talking to their kids, uncles, anybody who has any brains. Like, there are a lot of stupid people, unfortunately, that are getting famous.
I think that's one of the things that I find most frustrating with, like, the red pill stuff. It's that I think people have to personally have that journey with relationships to see, like, what they want. You're not gonna, like, there's no magic. Like, at 16-year-old me is gonna tell you a very different thing than current me that's married.
You don't know
right?
what you want until you've experienced what
Yeah.
you don't.
Yeah.
I also think that, we're being lied to. We're being lied to, and people need to understand that social media is brainwashing children into thinking it's okay to start having sex when you're 16. And I don't think so. Unless you're going to get married, I don't think you should be having sex, especially the women. Because I think that the more sex a woman has with different people, it does probably damage their ability to stay connected with one person.
Pair bond.
And I think that, I don't know. I don't think it's going to help a man to have 100 sex partners. It might
Casual
cause-
sex is interpreted subconsciously as rejection, because to be that intimate with somebody and then the next day to have them completely gone it's
and it might get him in trouble, because some women are crazy. She might get, like, psycho stuck on this guy and, like, hire someone to get rid of him if he doesn't reciprocate.
Same thing with women, though. Like men. I mean, like, men will actually go fucking psycho after some good pussy. Like,
I don't think the fear of psychos is a good reason to avoid interacting with the opposite sex.
Exactly. Yeah.
At all.
Yeah.
Like, I think that that's a silly concern, but I think that the overall point, like, I think promiscuity has not been helpful for people's mental.
I think that, back in the day, men would work hard to earn money, and then they would build a life for themselves and have a home to provide a place to bring a wife home to.
People have always been the same pieces of shit. Just slightly different ways of
Yeah,
going.
But
probably.
what was
but
she saying about that?
I
that
do
the
believe
men
that
used to
social
be in these
media.
roles, but now they're not. So that, what does that, mean? Are you saying the man has less value, or he's just in a different role?
I just think that social media is like making people mentally ill, and like they're not even like their brain is like making bad connections. Like how they talk about 2 + 2 = 1. Like their brains are
No, I
literally
didn't
doing
know
that.
about that.
Like they might be. I mean, I'm just saying. Like if a woman is like watching romantic movies all the time or cartoons, she's literally probably going to think that this is what love looks like. She's going to be the girl
That's
in The
their porn, though,
Princess
right?
Bride.
That's the woman's porn, is the
Yeah, she's
emotional
gonna. I mean,
drama.
I don't
Like,
know, but she's probably gonna be like having this idea of what love looks like, and expects for Wesley. He's gonna be like, she's gonna be like, "Hello, farm boy, fetch me that pitcher of water," and he's gonna be like, "As you wish."
So the issue is
He's
that
like
we're
a little
getting our
slave.
expectations not from real life.
Probably yes.
Yeah,
But I think that's a problem that solves itself when you start like actually entering like the dating pool, right?
real
Like,
life, right? Yeah, you got to live your life. If you're trying to solve your lack of real life knowledge by staying online and getting, looking for the cheat code to real life, that's exacerbating the problem. And I also disagree with the romanticized perspective of the past that I keep hearing people parrot is also part of that detachment from the real world. People always have sucked in all the same ways across cultures, time, and place.
Yeah, but there's that Hollywood nature where it's presenting this idea of romanticism where the guy chases the woman indefinitely, right? Like she leaves him, he's waiting for her, he's doing it, sending her flowers, wooing her, trying to do everything he can to court her. And eventually at the end, she's like, "Yes, I'll finally love you. You've chased me enough." And it's entirely opposite to how the real world works. Now, this hypergamous nature of women, the man, he may figure that out after 15 years of dating, but by that point, he's so fucking burnt out and he hates women so much because, he's become the victim. He's created himself as a victim because he didn't understand the woman's nature. So there is value to that fatherly figure that sits the son down or helps that young man out to know, like, this is what you're going to encounter when you interact with a woman.
I don't think that's the issue with the guy, though. I think that's more of an issue with you. Like, why was it all those relationships failed, right? Like, that's a failing on you. Like, you're just trying to
he
put
was indoctrinated by Hollywood. He was told by these movies that if he's a
why
little
don't you? Why didn't the hypergamous nature of women is meaning that women want the best dude they can get, right?
That they'll always level up.
That's not hype. That's not a nature of woman thing at all. You don't want the best chick you can get.
It's different actually, because a man, if he's in love and he's committed to the woman, he will forego that in lieu of investing further into what he's nurturing and creating and attempting. We
look for different things.
So will women, but that's the issue that I think.
Not necessarily. That's if that was true, then we wouldn't have the red pill movement and the whole scenario you got out here, where
that's exactly what you're saying, though. That you see one instance of something and you assume that that's the instance for everything, right? Like you assume that's a generality.
No,
when in reality, it's gonna.
I'm saying there's a large.
Well, that's what I'm saying. That's what the red.
Yeah,
I'm saying that's what the red pill. I'm not saying you particularly.
They just have a way to find each other. But there's always been dudes that couldn't get chicks, and there's and I don't. But I think that the idea that there's a hypergamous nature of women is in and of itself bullshit. Because all that's really saying is that women want the best men they can get, but that's also true for men. People just want the best they can do.
Yeah, it's entirely different, though. I mean, the man, he may have this desire to be with multiple women. But he can love one woman. He can be, polyamorous, if you want to call it that, or polygamous. He can dedicate to more than one woman. He can impregnate multiple women at a time. He's got a different role as that provider and that, nurture for the woman. But, the woman, if she's sleeping with multiple men, something happens to her mentally to where she can't pair bond. She shuts down. She's not a good partner. If she's lived that type of lifestyle, the man could go sleep with 50 women and then settle down, be a great loyal husband and have no problems being a committed partner and doing everything he's supposed to do as a man. The woman does that, she's wrecked, and she's.
Also, I think it works both ways. I think it's like if a man does that, it's going to be difficult for him to find a partner that he can settle down with. Women, same thing. It's like
the effect of being promiscuous is harmful to both men and women.
In different ways, though, in different levels
but the
of
damage
distress.
done in the partner's eyes, right? Like a woman is more wrecked in a potential husband's eyes if the more she's around than vice versa.
Yeah, she's just not wifey material. She can't embody that type of mindset because now she's comparing you. She's got all that. She's got a man's mindset, and that's not what a man's looking for. He's looking for a female. He wants an effeminate natured person, and she doesn't have that anymore.
Right. Yeah. And like that's sort of on dudes, honestly, because we want one thing, but we spend our whole life answering the opposite way because we want to get our dick wet right now. Right.
But that's our nature. So is it our fault or is it the woman's fault? Should she close her legs and say, no, I'm not going to mate with these men because they're not about it and they're just trying to fuck? And
how would she know?
A wife, I'm looking for a husband.
I would say I'd say that blaming either side for that paradigm is incorrect, but that it would, I guess, be our fault if we have to assign it because we lied first. The fact that she trusted us is her naivete and our sin, I guess, for lack of a better word.
Yeah. I mean, I agree. The fault goes all around, right? It's the father who wasn't there, who didn't set a good example for his daughter or even have some communication without making it too weird, but to explain, the dynamic of what the man's nature is so that she understands going into it, I think a lot of it comes down to communication.
I think the issue with this is like you could have like a marriage like that lasts like 8 years, right? That person's still gonna let's say you only have a body count of 2. That's the only person you ever been with, and you're gonna move on to another relationship. You're still gonna have the issue that you would have even if you slept with 50 people, right? Because it's just you're connected. You're already connected with someone else. Right. These issues are going to come from any situation. So a body count doesn't really matter. It's what matters is how the person looks into the relationship, how they can how you are looking for a relationship. It's just going to come down to the individuals.
I guess, but I think there's a overlay of nature of the male and female dynamic that is predictable, and having that kind of intel, I'm not going to say it gives you an advantage in the relationship, but you're much more likely to make the relationship succeed having that insight. So that's where I'd say there is a benefit to the red pill kind of ideology. Not that it's all the same or all correct, but that, considering some of these things, what is the nature of the woman will help a young man, especially if he hasn't had a father around.
Yeah, thank you, Jake, for explaining that well.
I think there are social norms, right, that exist. So looking for social norms is probably going to give you the best results. That's why nature of woman or nature of man things typically are talking points. But again, it's just
but
social norms isn't going to cover every situation, and you got to be careful on how you're handling these things.
I want to know how anybody gets to adulthood without having ever noticed that the popular or the cool guy gets the hot chick, right? That social status is more valuable to women and looks are more valuable to men, right? I just don't know how you reach adulthood without having noticed this paradigm that we're calling female hypergamy existed.
Well, you notice it when you're in a committed relationship. At that point, it's a matter of keeping them interested in you still.
Okay, I'm going to come back to you, DeFreak. What do you say, Dick?
I made the same point DeFreak did. The cool guy can't necessarily keep the chick. He knows how to. He doesn't even know that he knows how to attract her. He's just doing it based off his genetics because he's a Greek god of sorts. That is a chiseled beast, and he came out of the womb that way.
Necessarily,
but he doesn't have any intel of who the woman is, so he can't keep her. He can't keep her engaged or interested. She cheats on him. Their marriage breaks up. He's on his 4th divorce by
what I'm talking about, though, is the different value things. Men's social status is much more important to women than his looks, and women's looks really determine their social status more than you see what I'm saying?
Yeah, but that's the fault of the
Even
woman.
amongst women,
That's the
that's
fault
true,
of the
right?
woman.
Like even with women and women, like the better you look, the higher your social status. Like,
Right.
Yeah, but that's the woman not understanding the man's role. Like she wants the ready-made man, right? She wants the Andrew Tate on day one. She doesn't want to ride or die and take that long game approach where she's saying, I see the potential in this man. He may not be there yet, but I know if
that's
I'm
the thing. You
great
can
woman
want
for him
to,
and help him, I can help him get somewhere great, and I can be a part of that. You know, that's what a
Yeah,
woman
but-
should be looking
that's-
at when she looks at the man.
that's the thing. You can want something, right? Like I think most men would want a 10 out of 10 supermodel fucking girlfriend, right? That's not going to be the reality for everyone,
Well,
right?
I guess.
Like
I mean, that's
Hold
not
on.
as
No.
appealing to me at this point. I would say.
But
you know.
Dick, your whole approach to what a woman should want is completely It's like it's because when we choose a potential partner,
It's what a father should tell his daughter. This is what you should be doing. You should be looking for the potential of the man.
how
not
would
trying
you
to go out.
determine that until you've invested time in the man already? So how do you choose who to invest this time in? You look
Discernment.
for outward markers of
You look at the
somebody who-
qualities. Correct. Yeah.
Right. Which would manifest as what? Success, resilience, things like this.
Self-confidence.
Yeah, but if you're an 18-year-old woman and you're wife material, you're not going out riding the cock carousel. You want to settle down and have babies and be a family-oriented woman. You either have the choice of going out and doing the Tinder thing and TikTok and trying to attract all these men through your looks. Well, if you want to get some guy who's ready-made to be a family man, he's making $200,000 a year, has all the resources he's got tons of options. He's probably dating 4 women at one moment because he's chose not to settle down and he's a MGTOW or something. So the woman thinks, I need to get this guy who's got everything to support a family. He's just going to play you. If you're a young woman trying to create a family, you want to find a man who you can invest in and who's got the potential to be a great provider for you.
I think that I agree that I don't believe at all in getting your bag before you get with a chick. I think that you guys need to build shit together if you can. Absolutely.
Precisely. Yeah, exactly.
But I do think that it's worth pointing out because the way you phrased it, that like looking at superficial characteristics of a potential partner is a very valid way of determining who to even sink the time into to figure out if they're somebody you could grow with.
Sorta. I mean, the woman has this hypergamous nature, right? So she wants the provider. She wants the strongest man in the room, the one who's able to protect her. And so naturally, because she sees those telltale signs that this person's a provider, he's got the Bentley, he's got extra income, right?
He's got the outward indicators that he is likely to have the characteristics I'm looking for, right?
Yeah, that's not the best man for her. That's why she's flawed. Of course it's not the best man because he has tons of options.
Because
he's not a family oriented intervention.
I'm following you.
She's not looking at him for those characteristics. She's just looking at him as a meal ticket. He's going to write checks, make sure she doesn't have all these wants and needs.
If you're an adult, if you're like an 18-year-old chick looking at the adult dating market, then yes, I agree. But if we're talking, I guess in my head, I was dealing with a younger group of people trying to figure out the opposite sex. Like if you're in school with other peers your own age who all have nothing, superficial markers are a viable way to enter.
Well, I would say superficial markers are like the first way any relationship starts, right? You're looking at those.
I never looked at an ugly chick and was like, hey, I wonder if her personality's great.
Yeah.
Yeah, but those superficial markers could just be family money, could just be a trust that was set up for that,
it could
ineffective, incapable male.
That's a priority for them where it might not be a priority for you, right? Like I want someone who's fiscally responsible, so I'm like that's not something I can like eye at the very top of like meeting someone, so it's like going to take time to get to know that.
Yeah.
There's
order to events, and first you finger her, then she gives you head, and then you haven't busted, you have sex.
Right.
Generally, I think a lot of what's going on is that women don't respect the beta male men anymore, and that's the biggest problem. Because first of all, beta males are what create a stable society. The alphas generally won't get married, But the betas are the providers, the protectors. They build society. They have the jobs. They do the 9 to 5. They're the stable ones, right?
The hell.
Then you have
Go back.
the cuffs or the simps or whatever. Okay, so if the women stop respecting the beta male and are always looking to level up, that's what we're encountering right now, in my opinion.
Go
well,
back.
Like that's what I would like you to define. What is a beta male? Because like that's the one thing I'm having a hard time understanding.
No. Go
here.
back a step prior to that. What the fuck does that even mean? Somebody doesn't respect somebody else. Doesn't that kind of like negate the concept? Like, how am I supposed to respect somebody I don't even know? So are we just throwing that word respect out there that it means something else?
No.
Well, I think he's talking about like in relationships.
Marriage
So, like,
vows.
yeah. So,
Well, so people aren't allowed to lose respect for other people. We lose trust for other people.
well, I think
why
he's saying
not
that in general, like people are losing, like women are losing respect for people.
He's acting like people have ever respected people who don't respect themselves, is what I'm hearing.
Pretty much.
Yeah, like that's what I'm trying to figure out what he means by beta male, because like he's like, women have never respected dudes that don't respect themselves, right? Like that's just a reality of life. Like that's, if you don't respect yourself, no one's gonna respect you. That's just it.
All right, so
that's
if you're waking up every day, going to work, punching that clock, getting that paycheck, providing the house, providing the car, getting the ring, all that stuff, but you're still just the boring Brad. You're still the beta male that she's looking to level up on in this day and age.
Yeah, you're not exciting. You're boring. You're predictable. Of course, you're doing everything a man should, but it's not enough because she's not. She's not.
Do you have any ambition? Are you checked out? Are you that dude sitting at the desk from my stapler? Right? Have you turned into that? Then, yeah, good on you. You can virtue signal you're providing all you want, but you checked out of your own life. I don't blame her.
There you go.
Damn.
There's plenty of men that think, hey, I'm doing my job. This is enough. And they don't understand that. So that is where that red pill movement does have a practical use.
Well, no, because that's what the red pill is teaching you. Like that's exactly what DeFreak is saying, is like what the red pill tries to say, where it's just like that currently we're in an age where people won't respect people that don't respect themselves. And I'm just like, that's always been.
Yeah, but how does that man not respect himself if he's working a 12-hour day and he's going out, bringing home the bacon? He's doing everything he's supposed to do as a provider, and he's protecting and he's making sure, all the I's are dotted, T's are crossed with the finances. He's thinking he's doing everything right. He doesn't realize that his woman is sitting there with this deficit in her mind because he doesn't understand her nature. She needs that excitement. He needs to keep some level of anticipation and mystery going on, right? He needs to cultivate that romantic.
You can be working that 12-hour job. If she sees you're motivated, like chicks dig motivation, like even like with like stupid little things. Like I've known people that like play D&D and that is attracted chicks because they're so into it, right? Like these, like no matter what, you have an interest.
It's a catch-22 because you're at work and next thing you know, you're not here. You're not,
as long as you show
here.
an interest in something, like they tend to notice that when you put like your effort into something, they notice that. And that's
Right.
like the issue that like if you check out of something for like 12 years in your marriage and you're just like, fuck, I'm just kind of like working to pay the bills at this point. It's just like, why would anyone want to be around you? Like, I don't even think you have a good circle of friends at that point. If that's all you're doing,
you're saying that I don't respect myself. But I'm going to say to you that I think you're in denial.
How are you respecting yourself? Like the job, working at a job is not the issue. The issue is if you have no potential, if you've stopped working to achieve better and you're just going through the motions and doing what you're obligated to. Why have you checked out?
God, no. The premise is what's wrong. It's asserting that somebody should be respecting somebody else. Period.
You do have to respect your wife.
No, you don't have to respect a fucking thing. You can literally walk through your entire life and not respect a goddamn thing. It is very possible. We live in a world exactly like that.
Yeah, no. I'm saying the relationship, you do kind of have to have some mutual respect, right? Like,
There are people married that do not respect each other. Most people don't give a damn. That's why the divorce rate. Well, that's one of the reasons why.
But that's what I'm saying. The divorce rate would be high because of that.
Right.
If you don't
So your
respect
premise is faulty first, so you have to go back to that. I think Flo has got a little bit more of a better point here. Is you kind of got to figure that shit out for yourself. Like you've got to figure out who you can deal with in life. You've got to figure out what is a respectable thing.
Yes. Well, okay. So the red pill gives you that knowledge so that you actually can have it and put it in your repertoire. Okay.
No, it doesn't.
Then what is it doing for you then?
What the fuck? Why would red pill define who gets respected and who? Wait, scratch that. Why would any group get to define who is respectful or respectable and who is not?
The red pill gains the respect of your woman to you.
No, you do. If you have to go, if you have to be told by another dude to respect yourself, guess what?
It's not being told by.
Yeah, but that's the point. Is like I think you hit the nail on the head. It's really more telling the man how to respect himself. And what is wrong with another man telling another man, "Hey, respect yourself, dude. Stop playing yourself like a bitch. Step up for yourself this time instead of all these goofy bitches that just run you through the fucking trenches."
What you're describing as red pill is absolutely not what I've experienced out of the social groups. So I don't know if maybe that I've never read any of the books, and I don't know if you've ever been around the groups, but like
I've just watched.
I agree with what you're saying, but then when I'm interacting with reality, it's the opposite of what.
Yeah, like
okay, maybe we need a new red pill movement then, because the reality is men, should be told that by other men, because women can't do that for them because they're disingenuous and duplicitous that way. They're not going to give the men that information.
I mean, a woman will tell you if you're fucking up. Like,
yeah, she'll tell you by cheating on you, by fucking your,
yeah, they don't tell you
friend
shit.
or whatever.
Again, aren't given this kind of information. At least they weren't in the late Gen X that were like.
This is not a generational thing. Having issues with women or having losers be disrespected. This is just all throughout every aspect of nature.
That's what I'm saying, though. You could be a regular beta male, which would have been respected, say, in World War II generation.
No, they were never respected. They were always.
They were never respected.
The only thing that's happened now that's new is this has given y'all a way to find each other.
Okay, so if they never respected them, then the only thing that kept them from cheating was the social ramifications.
They didn't cheat.
I'm not saying that they
it's
didn't.
Just a lot easier to cheat right now. It was a lot less. They didn't have to. They don't have to work as hard now, right?
Do we need to Flo, play the song Shave 'Em Dry from 1924. Let's talk about cheating again, right? Yeah. 1924 was when that song came out.
Life has never been easy for anybody, and by acting like it ever was for people before you, that's pure cope.
But things have definitely changed with the male-female dynamic. I mean,
you had social consequences back then. You had no social consequences.
Girl grows up in a town of 8,000. She had options within a demographic of 8,000 people. Now, she's out there broadcasting to the whole world. She's got guys that are on the other side of the planet that'll just fly her over because she's 18. She's got a hot body. That's a new dynamic.
One, your understanding of women's world is based off of Twitter. That's first of all an issue. Second, and it really is the first one, that doesn't describe reality for most women. Way more women have considered, like, say, starting a YouTube channel and then not done it because it's scary than have done it. You're describing a vast minority of women, but ultimately the issue is that's a deferred.
I'm describing American women.
It demonstrates by saying other people. This is a new, unique problem to me that nobody's ever had to deal with before me. Is such a cop out and a deference of responsibility or ambition to improve your problem that it demonstrates the exact lack of character that would make a woman not want to invest in you.
Or is it actually observing reality for what it is and acknowledging it, articulating it so that you can deal with life on life's terms? Because if it's not
more, do you think that there's more or less consequences socially for a woman to cheat nowadays?
It doesn't matter. I think
the dynamic has changed.
I think that you're scrambling to find a reason why it's not today's men's fault and problem, and it's both of them.
Flo. I think like before. cheating was a lot easier because again, we didn't have cameras everywhere. There wasn't like an experience like being fucking every thought being on the internet, right? Now there's like ramifications beyond
Wait a
ramifications.
minute. You would have had to invest time and energy to cheat. Now a woman can literally just go on any number of apps where she's got millions of options and be sleeping with
Now she has to keep that
in an
app
hour.
hidden from you. Wait, now she has to keep that app hidden from you. She has to keep all those messages hidden from you. Make sure that there's no interaction that will ever be caught on camera. Right? There's so much more to it.
Something. I'm
There's
just saying
so much.
women in general. They have
That's what I'm saying.
unlimited more
Cheating in
options than
general
they
has
ever did in the
become
past.
harder. That's the point I'm making. I'm saying cheating in general has become harder, and the social ramification has become a lot larger because you're interacting with a larger base now than you were before.
No, there's not, because
Before
you
maybe
have no
maybe-
shame in it. The
None
women
of it
are like, oh, he was no
matters.
good.
Well,
All of it is
you have no shame in it. That
Back
doesn't
then-
matter. The
back then
social
it would shake a whole
ramification.
community.
All of it demonstrates an external locus of control. The world has imposed these problems on me, not I need to resolve this problem. The whole
So just let your wife cheat, right? Just let her
this
do
is
whatever.
reality as it is.
What the
so
fuck are you talking
how will
about?
I
My wife
navigate this
would never
problem?
cheat, or she wouldn't be my wife. That'd be the dead ass end of it. What do you mean?
Right,
just let
but-
your wife cheat on you.
But there's less preventative
You don't have
measures.
special problems. You're not special. You're just a fucking loser. Fix your fucking problems. You don't deserve shit. That's my point.
What makes you think you have the capability of controlling another person? That's
Denial.
question number one. Start right
You
there.
don't. You're just
Trump.
observing reality
So
for what it is. It's not about controlling
Right,
anything.
right.
All
So
you can
if that is
control
the
is
case-
yourself and your actions.
It's actually about what you guys are crying about, but you're in denial and you're looping because you're saying you're saying to do better and to gain the knowledge of the red pill is to do better, but yet you're saying that that's just a cope all of a sudden.
Exactly.
Well,
You're
no,
contradicting
because
yourself.
here's the thing.
Excuse me?
They say one thing, right? Like they say men should focus on themselves, but then I hear all this like again, like the example I used earlier, like women will have an advantage in court for family court, so that's already a disadvantage for men right there. That's already leading them down a bad path.
That's after your marriage is already gone because you didn't know what the red pill was and you didn't know
But
how to use her.
that's they're like, this is what will happen if your woman will leave you, right? That's their talking point, right?
I just want to say really quick that if a woman is cheating, nothing's going to fix her. Something's broken in her brain, and it's better to cut your losses. But I think that we really are being programmed really badly because you see like these dating shows and they say, oh, you should never talk about politics or religion or money on the first date. If you're looking for a wife, you should definitely ask her, like, questions like, so, like, like, who did you vote for, and like,
See, this is why we need
like,
the red pill movement, because the woman will give you this advice, which is horrendous.
and what's your credit score? But you're not supposed to tell her too much about yourself, because what I see women that I've observed before is that they'll pretend they're really quiet and really sweet and let you talk, and they'll ask you all the questions and they'll be like super interested in you, so and ask what kind of music you like. So then she could pretend she likes the same music. She could
Oh my
pretend
God!
she
People
likes the
present
same
themselves
politics.
in a positive light. Yes, of course they do. That's not wrong. That's just
Yeah, you slowly introduce who you really are to the person. That's just pretty
Yeah, I
standard.
think you should just dive in and be like, "Yo, so who'd you vote for?
I piss
What's
on
your
the toilet
religion?"
seat when I clog
You
the
know,
when I clog the toilet. I just leave it there and let somebody else deal with it because
yeah,
I
and
just
see,
like
yeah, and see, will she replace the toilet paper roll for you?
your advice is bad.
And will she replace your toilet paper roll?
Well, I also
Wait a minute,
I also
Peter
think
and Kelly,
the
just curious,
program
you
thing.
said a woman
Wait.
that cheats with a man has something fundamentally wrong with her. She's psychologically flawed. So you've never cheated on a man, and if you were with a beta male, you would communicate with him and just leave him honorably, right?
She dropped.
I think
gone.
Yeah,
She's been dropping a lot, but like, stop worrying about beta males being treated honorably. Just worry about yourself.
But it's a society
don't worry
issue.
about.
Well, we're just having a conversation about it, so just communicate.
You are responsible. Everything goes on. You are responsible for your problems. It's not society. It's not your dad. It's not your lack of dad. It's not her nature. It's
Yeah,
fucking.
it is her nature though, because
your problem.
men would prefer the woman to be honest with them and say, "Look,
So
I'm leaving
fucking
you because
what?
you're a piece of shit and you're a beta cuck, and I can't be with your pathetic ass."
Well-
That would be preferable to check the man that way, right? Because then he can go back and lick his wounds and step up or lack thereof. But in most cases, that's not what the woman does, right? In most cases, she's just going to go behind your back and do what she needs to do to level up.
She's supposed to solve your problem for you. She's supposed to do this for you. No, you just you learn the things. You fill your own needs. That's.
How are you supposed to do that without the red pill flow?
You're basically giving red pill advice to a certain
have to
level.
learn.
That's the funny thing about it.
My advice. The only pill I care about, first of all, the only pill I support is OxyContin.
Fair enough. And Rohypnol, right? When you're at the bar.
Oh. Which one? I don't know which one that is. What's Rohypnol?
It's the date rape
drug. Touche. But like the locus of control is what's off. It's not like blaming society or women for not telling it, like whatever. There's a whole bunch of factors that play into somebody's life circumstances. All that matters is that it's your bag. You have to deal with it. So finding somebody to shift the blame onto is actually a demonstration of not whatever red pill good attributes would be.
Well, that would be the manosphere, but the red, like I said, when we started, we defined some of these terms. The red pill is just specifically truth about female nature. Manosphere comes after that. MGTOW comes after that. Pickup artist comes after that.
The phrase you just used, the truth about female nature, is manosphere. And also that the way you defined it is not what I'm talking about. The truth about female nature is not why you're not being responsible for your damn self. That's about your nature.
No, listen. Okay.
Well, also,
red pill is truth about the female nature. Manosphere is like what you're talking about, where they all cry out at each other.
The freak. The freak. Let me go ahead with
it. Having the red pill knowledge helps you be better and actually helps your woman.
The freak. This is another issue with the fucking red pill, right? That every red pill person that I've ever run into, like that's a content creator or like a spokesperson for this thing, has always said this is the real red pill, right? Like what those other guys are spouting, nonsense. But this is the real thing, and it's a thing that happens in the manosphere. It's a thing that happens everywhere because everyone believes that they have the fucking truth. Right, like that's a fundamental
red pill.
But that's already a fundamental issue when they can't agree on something, on like the definition for their movement. That's already an issue. That should already be sending flags up in your head, being like, I probably shouldn't be listening to these dudes.
But you guys were just talking about how it's a man's nature to lie to try and get his dick wet. Okay. Isn't it beneficial for us to know what a woman's nature is and the opposite?
The red pill didn't do that shit. You learned it. Maybe you learned it way slow because you're retarded, but you learned it. Why the fuck do you keep exporting the locus of control in your life? Red pill didn't do that. You did it.
What I'm saying is if I had that knowledge, I probably could have kept my marriage together. I didn't know I was a beta male corporate, blue pillar.
She was bringing you to baby showers, dude. She was fucking nuts. And you're still a beta male, and I don't mean that to be mean, but I'm listening to you talk and I'm not getting this locus of control thing to anchor at all. It's slipping right the fuck off you.
What I'm saying is, I'm probably still a beta male or whatever, but I have the tools now to be able to keep a woman interested, satisfied, and not be astray all the time.
Why can't you just give yourself credit for that?
What are those tools, though? I'm curious, if you don't mind me asking.
Being more masculine.
How do you be more masculine?
Actually caring about her emotional state in that regard. Manipulating her a little bit, causing a little friction. Doing little things that would, maybe cause a little bit of competition anxiety, a little bit. Maybe a little something like that would actually
compete with your wife. Oh my god.
Yeah, dude.
Yeah,
you're not hearing
what maybe I'm a loser or whatever. You're not in denial. Okay.
Huh? No, I'm just trying to figure out how to communicate this because it's worth understanding for sure. But it's just not anchoring. I don't know.
So if I would have said no to her one time when she wanted a new car, when she wanted that ring upgrade, if she wanted the whatever, that would have caused her to respect me as a beta male at least a little bit more.
You establish
Like,
those
literally
ground rules
not.
from the outset. If you really want a healthy relationship, you say, "I
you
ain't
don't
buying you no
respect
fucking
yourself.
gigantic rock woman. If that's what you want, look somewhere else."
Right, but that's not the blue pill matrix that you're born into. You know, you admit you said that before. I mean, I think anyway, a man is basically taught and raised to please a woman all his life.
That's not something I was taught and raised. That's again, like if that's the way your brain went, that's just because you didn't have the
That's where I agree with the freak. He's right about
happy wife, happy life, right?
Yeah, that's being raised by your mama.
We don't love these
the freak is
hoes.
right about that. That's what your mama's going to tell you to do to the woman to cultivate.
My
a good
mom didn't
relationship
teach
with
me how to
woman.
pick up chicks. My dad didn't teach me how to pick up chicks. I had a social life. You learn through trial.
Yeah, I
and
had to
error.
learn that on my own. Yeah.
Right. So you can learn it the long way, the long, hard way, which usually results in divorces and
That's how
broken
you learn
families.
things.
But yeah, or you could have a father figure in your life sit you down, put his arm around you, and say, "Let me tell you something about women, son. This, you know,
No, you
here's your
can't.
intuition. It's not going to work for you. You need to take a different approach. It's
No,
not
you
actually
can't.
intuitive."
Only dudes who are raised without dads think that shit.
Right. Exactly. How many dudes are raised without dads out here?
And they all think that if they had a dad, they'd understand how chicks work because he would have explained it, and they're wrong.
No, they would actually that would have helped a lot to have that, you know, that inclination given to you on the outset.
And that's why they're online
So you
looking
had
for
those
the
clues
cheat
to
code
look
for
for.
women. It doesn't exist.
Hi,
You
say that
have
again?
to. The cheat code for women does not exist online. Dudes who didn't have dads think that the reason they're confused by women is because their dad didn't explain it to them. But that's wrong.
What's
Everybody
one
has
of the
to-
reasons?
Huh?
It's one of the reasons. You don't think guidance and teaching moments helps someone have better results? I mean, in
My
every
dad
area
has
of their
never
life.
said a goddamn thing to me about how to get chicks. The only thing he said is get her out of here before your mom wakes up. Ever.
I just say,
Hey,
so
TML.
you just stay at home, you don't get chicks.
Yeah, I mean, the dad doesn't necessarily need to say anything either, right? If he sets a good example for that too, then you also have something to look up to as an example.
I agree there. But I'll agree with that. That will be beneficial, probably. But
Yes, so
still,
most
everything
kids'
has to be
examples,
learned
even if
out.
they had the dad there, it's still a dysfunctional relationship, and there's not an actual balance there. There's, you know, it's tumultuous and chaotic, and so even
she
kids
walks
that have
all
the
over
both
him.
parents there don't necessarily have good examples, so they don't necessarily understand how to make something work.
Right. I mean, I think that's, you know, I don't know.
But that's what I'm saying. I think that it'll always come down to personal fucking experience. I don't think there's any way of getting around that.
Right, but you also have the wider society issue where men aren't wanting to get married, divorce is up through the roof, no one's having kids, and
no family.
it's an individual thing, but it's a problem.
Wait, that's another talking point that I hear, that divorce is through the roof. Divorce rates have been dropping since the 90s, and we're at 42% now. Like
Because
they
no one's
just
getting married.
Is that
well,
true?
yes.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah. Divorce.
You know,
Yeah,
that's
that's just
been dropping
you're
since the 90s?
But freak, you literally just said divorce is at an all-time high. Less people
Is
are
it?
getting divorced because less people are getting married, right? So the people
Right.
that are actually getting married are staying together, right? That's what's happened.
I don't know.
But if
And I
a
don't-
dick
at a
and
higher
a dick
rate.
is together, they can't get any children, no? Right?
I mean, Flo, if you had a friend that was struggling and he seemed to just constantly get cheated on by women that he was with, and wouldn't you at some point say, look, dude, you're selling yourself short. This is a you problem. You keep presenting yourself as a bitch. Step up your game and stop chasing these goofy bitches and you know,
I'm
be a
trying to
better
do
man.
it right now, but it's
Yeah, but you're in denial.
But that's essentially red pill. That's essentially the whole
All right, well,
premise
now-
of
I mean-
these kind of talks. I mean,
Dick, I think that you and I are disagreeing more on semantics than actual substance.
true.
Right?
I think so.
Yeah.
So I don't give a fuck what the red pill is defined as, really, as long as we are talking about the same concepts. And what I'm talking about is what DeFreak is demonstrating is this groupthink shit he learned from other dudes who don't understand chicks. But the entire worldview is putting DeFreak as the victim, the recipient of what the world decides to give him, not as the agent of change in his own life.
How can I? All right,
Yeah, and I agree with you there.
I'm not
Actually,
saying-
you shouldn't
listen.
take the victim mentality. That's not going
I
to help him
agree
at all.
too.
It's
But
not
you
about the
know,
victim
guys,
mentality. It's about the
also
lack of
that's the
knowledge. if I had the knowledge, I could have held it together.
No.
How's that being a victim?
You didn't get cheated out of knowledge. You have refused to sack the fuck up and take responsibility for it yourself. You're still doing it. You're still showing bitch-made behavior because you're still a bitch. The red pill hasn't taught you shit. It's just told you you're not a bitch when you are one. Welcome,
I'm
Jam
saying that if I
Mango.
had any of that knowledge whatsoever, I could have held it together.
You still don't have the knowledge I'm trying to tell you.
What I want to tell you is, in Austria, we are not so far like you with this whole, not family and stuff, but it's getting started much now, Now you can be everything, girl, boy, it doesn't matter. That's it.
Is that
Yeah,
feminism?
you can't even tell the machine lies used to be a girl. That beard's coming real nice.
No, what I just mean is they destroy the families. Yes, they don't. You doesn't earn anything when you make a family.
I think I might need to remember to try to readdress this topic in just like a standalone video, not a panel, because I feel like maybe the argumentative nature of the panel is making and also I'm calling you a bitch literally, so that's probably not helpful of me.
I think definitionally that's one of the things that you always run into with like red pill discussions, because no one could agree what the fuck the red pill actually is.
So how's the to the gentleman at the bottom there of the CBT, and I don't know how to, what is that, jam mango? How's the dating market?
What do you mean, the freak?
Yeah.
How are the chicks
how's
over
the
there?
dating market?
In Austria?
Yeah.
It's they're everywhere trying to push this you can be everything agenda, I think, and don't stay for a family, because family gives you power, family stays behind you and look for you a little bit. The
I've never been
families
to
that
Austria,
we got in Austria are those that come into our countries, yes, but not our people make the families anymore. So that's sad. You understand me?
No.
We have lots of how you call it, guys who comes, from the war and everything, who comes to us, immigration, yes, you call it. They are making like big families, yes, it's a really big families, and they don't let them separate them, but we are in Austria, there's nothing left with family. It's
what the heck was that?
It doesn't get anything good when you make children and stuff like that,
That's Lindsay's ass. It's
Oh hell no.
Oh
wow.
What? I don't know how. I only have 2 clips that don't override the audio, right? So there's 2 little clips I can kind of play while somebody's talking without disrupting what they're saying, and that's one of them. And for the record, she actually sent that picture to be used in my little clips when we were still getting along.
That makes me feel a lot better.
Who keeps coming backstage? Thank you, Stupidity Trail. Wherever you are. And shout out to Grid One, you're a coward.
It's also cool, mate.
Yeah, no, I look, even to this day, after all the insanity, I ain't shared one thing with one person, because not because of the simp reason that the freak would probably do it for, but because I recognize that I want to get more future nudes from women, and the best way to do that is to respect their privacy with it, right? I'm not going to shoot myself in the foot to impress my bro for a second. That's retarded.
It's of course, sure. That's true. Yeah. That's true. I mean, I just can have a statement. I'm 41, and when you like to have a woman here, you have to go out a lot. You have to go party making and stuff like that.
To get one or to keep one?
No, just to get the chick, you know.
I
Okay,
mean,
to keep one, it's something different. You have to have some luck too, then, you know.
I just
Then-
don't think that any of these universal statements like that are true, right? Because there's girls with all sorts of temperaments. Some girls hate parties; they get sensory overload and shit, right? So they're not going to be at those places.
It's true, but how I reach them then?
Well, I don't know. I mean, there's women everywhere. I don't know. You can.
Course,
I don't know how to answer that. If your lifestyle is such that you're not able to meet people, I don't know enough about your lifestyle to tell you what the issue is. You know what I mean?
You can meet people at work. You can meet people at a gym. You can meet people like all over the place.
Yeah, it's probably more likely at a place like a gym or at work than it is at a party, to be honest.
Yeah,
you know,
to be fair,
I'm almost never
Maybe-
met a girl at a party that wasn't just a hooah, you know what I mean, that you just didn't talk to for like a very short amount of time.
Yeah, of course. That's true. When you give your best and make good stuff, you maybe get a good woman. That's true. Don't search for her at the party. That's true.
Yeah, you
You
can't
have
fill
to
your
work on
long
not being socially awkward. So if you're at Starbucks or you're at the bar or you're, you know, at some dance recital or whatever, and you're communicating with someone, you have to be able to make them comfortable enough to want to continue to engage in the conversation. If you can't do that, then you got to go work on your social skills. It's really that simple.
Well, you work on your social skills by failing, though. Like that's where that comes from. That's how you get comfortable enough to go, oh,
Yeah.
you know what? If
Go
I
to
get blown off, if she laughs in my face, I'll be fine. So it doesn't really matter that much. And that's the
Yeah, you learn to deal with rejection. But it doesn't hurt to have someone tap you on the shoulder and say, hey, that's part of the game, man. It's law of averages. Learn to go through a bunch of interactions, and you're just going to, success will breed confidence. Confidence will breed success. Before you know it, it'll be a nothing for you.
I'm agreeing with you hesitantly, not because what you're saying is at all wrong, but because that's a real slippery slope down to nobody taught me how, so that's why I have this problem, right?
Yeah, I just think that it's also, you know, obfuscating the problem society faces, where we don't have enough nurturing leaders that are guiding people and helping people, you know, get out of their confusion. The same way the man needs to lead the woman out of her insanity and her chaos, you know, but he can't lead himself out.
That's not what marriage is, man. You're
You
married.
know,
You know that.
I never grow up in one region.
What are you talking about? That's every day of marriage is the man does have to lead the woman out of her insanity.
I mean,
and we're from a world where we experience social media for like maybe 10 years or so. These kids that are growing up now, they're going to be firmly inundated with the world of social media. The way they meet women is going to be tied to social media. So that is a totally different, you know, and algorithms are going to be deciding who they meet. So it's a totally different. So us giving advice like, oh, you got to go to a place where, you know, like you got to go to the coffee shop. Like kids are going to see that as like, what the fuck are you talking about? A fucking coffee shop? Like, I mean,
you know, kids are still being raised.
They're really
going
gonna
to
think like,
school
what
in
is that?
person with their peers, right? So
Yeah, like I come from a younger generation, so that's what I'm saying. Like that, like like
old are
social
you?
media has always been like, let's just say, late 20s.
Okay.
Yeah, but like,
Ironically, though, I would say that's like the best advice you could give someone that's trying to find a genuine relationship is don't use social media. Go out in real life and have interactions. So I understand what you're saying. The machine lies, like the kid that's indoctrinated. That's going to be so.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
What are you
like,
saying? My
social
whole
media
social
has
world
been
is on video games. But
like,
you know,
I grew.
to counter that,
Wait.
Still needs to hear that, because if he's looking for something that's not a product of this social not working, then he needs to go outside of that to find it.
That's the thing. Like I was gonna say,
That's
like.
right.
I grew up with like MySpace, all these like Facebook. These are like the things that I grew up with. They've been there since I was a kid, right? So throughout my life, social media has existed, but I still learn these like basic concepts that I can go to places and still do this thing, right? Like it's not, I haven't been indoctrinated to like Tinder, right? Where it's like, yeah, I've used Tinder every now and again, right? Like when I was like fucking around, but It wasn't like this is where I'm gonna find a relationship. It was just like I'm gonna fuck around right here.
Yeah, I must say I never grow up at one region, you know, so I don't have much friends or something like that, you know, when I get here, you know. So yeah, you have to do a little bit more, to meet some people. Yes, but it's just stay true to yourself and make good things, and then you can find some good people. So I believe. Just
but like Flo has been saying, it's just, again, you have to go out there and do the thing. Otherwise, you're not going to ever know what to do.
I guess the point that right now I want to make very clear to anybody listening is if you're here listening to YouTube to try to figure out how to be successful at women, you've already fucked up. You just gotta go do the thing. Be bad at women, you'll get better at women.
Be a good man, get a good woman, and do what you like.
I disagree in the sense that anything that you want to research to get better at, perspective always helps. And so when you have, even to learn what not to do, because you're ultimately going to use your discernment, what you decide to implement or execute on. But to hear a bunch of different perspective can be helpful. And I think that's with everything. It's not just, you see these pickup artists, right? They take the goofy guy out. They're doing exactly what you're saying, Flo. They're putting him in those spots because that person's so timid or so socially awkward. Otherwise, he couldn't even create that, or would be too intimidated to even go out on his own. So he actually is in a scenario now where he's challenged. He gets that moral support of the guy saying, here, try this different, whatever. All of a sudden, he's able to kind of get over his own insecurities and be a little bit more open and social.
And I think that his own insecurities is why he hasn't tried that already, right? It's not like this is not a secret that to get a woman, you got to talk to women, right? Or that,
or sometimes you'll strike
you
out.
said, Flo, that everybody's different. Not all women are the same. Not all men are the same. So some men have a propensity to do those things because perhaps how they were raised, or their genetics, or they're just, obviously more attractive to women. Other guys, may struggle with it more.
You have to think yourself out of approaching what you want, right? If you're hungry and you see a piece of pizza, you're going to instinctively want to go to it. It's the same way with women. If you want to meet women, right? You got to think yourself out of or give into the fear. And that's why I don't actually think I think 99% of the time people who are online to try to figure out the solution to their relationship problems, they're just lying to themselves and indulging their fear of rejection.
Well, I think that social media creates another element, which is anonymity. You could move to another town and start a different social media account. Nobody will ever know you. But relationships used to take part within a support system, within a community, and you used to be held responsible by the people around you. Everybody knew, so a relationship used to be much more a mix between a public and private situation, whereas now you're able to have your own private relationships nobody ever knows about. So I think that is a totally different game. Right?
I don't know if I think that's a better or worse change.
I think it's definitely worse. I think communities holding people responsible. I think there was more respect for men. I mean,
relationship, right? Like just because somebody stays married, right? I don't know. Grandparents. Anybody else have grandparents who stayed married for 70 years but fucking hated each other the whole way through?
Yeah. That was my grandparents. Definitely. Yeah.
I'm thankful they stayed together though too.
Yeah, me too.
Galvanized the family and created some stability where it was needed.
Definitely.
But who knows, what? I don't know.
They were ashamed to stay together. That's what it was. That's the part of it that we're all missing is that they were ashamed.
What about your parents growing up in a toxic environment has rippled through? I think we could all agree that I would not rather be raised with parents who hated each other. Sounds miserable.
Yeah. You want people that actually are communicating and stuff. You want the best representation to be pushed down.
I'd have rather my parents work it out, figured out how to get over their differences.
Yeah, but that's not the option that is on the table. The options are stay in a toxic relationship or end the relationship, right? Because that's normally
so you're going to those extremes as if people who once loved each other couldn't find common ground and couldn't rebuild something.
They're not extremes.
Like a solid foundation.
No, that's a fairy tale. They're not extremes. Maybe that can happen sometimes, but
then it's not a fairy tale. So if it does happen, then it's possible. And the question is, how do you cultivate that?
once you establish a certain amount of resentment and animosity for somebody, there's no coming back for that.
Yeah, I agree with you. There's points of no return for sure.
And I think that they come faster than it's seeming to allude to or to imply.
I guess every situation's different. I mean, you've
Yeah,
seen
I
marriages
know.
go cold for
41
decades, and then people decide to re-engage and be willing participants, and all of a sudden they're out doing salsa dancing. So it just depends on
haven't actually
the
ever
level
seen
of
it in
engagement.
real life. I've seen it
I
in
think there is a way to cure that
rom-coms.
resentment. If you separate those two for, say, a week or two, the married couple that hates each other, they come around.
No,
Yeah. It's just when you know.
I mean, if you're talking about 70 years or
who
something.
makes the problem? Yes, in my growing up was my father had lots of money, and my mother just had to look at us at my children. I'm now 41, but my father was like just getting other women. You know, this was just his thing. Yes, and they get this apart from each other, so they how you call it, they don't be together anymore, you know. So we had nothing from this whole stuff, getting money from the other lands and shit. So we come back with nothing, you know. This was really a little bit sad, but this is how this shit works. Yes.
I just like to say, if you're married, don't cheat.
No.
Really insightful advice.
Yeah.
That's true, but not everybody is in.
You should write a book about that.
No. Just the way it is. Just the way it is. Can't
Let's
change.
treat
It's
me
not
like that's
cheating
why
if you
for
pay
something
for
too
it.
hard.
Sorry?
It's not cheating if you pay for it.
Different area code. There's a bunch of rules.
That's good. Yeah. It depends on the woman if she says okay, it's okay or not, isn't it?
Yeah, I hear you, Divine. Props to your grandparents. I think that, the grass is always greener, and right now we're in a situation where, you hear the shit that you've been hearing, you read this shit, because we've got the opposite paradigm. But I remember pretty clearly some old people with a lot of built-up baggage and toxic relationships, and they're old by the time I got to know them, so they're chilled out. Their spite has cooled down a lot. Yeah, I definitely feel the opposite about trying to force something that's broken to not be broken. It stays broken. It creates more brokenness, especially if you've got a bunch of kids watching through their developmental years, right? This is what's informing their worldview on relationships, is watching their parents hate each other.
Of course.
See, I think it's interesting that the freak, he feels he's already this, that now he's healed himself. Because of this red pill, he now has the ability to keep the attraction of the woman, and so he's not going to run into these things again. And when you and I heard him go down the list of things that he would do differently, we both kind of cringed, because it's like you're going to talk to the woman. It was almost like it was the worst thing that you could do to keep attraction with the woman.
I think that he knows it, though, and I think the reason I think that is because about 2 hours before we engaged this question, he sent me a message saying, I have questions about red pill topics if you want them, right? Like, it's the freak supported me before, but I don't think you've ever sent me some support to place hold a topic that was on your mind like this. I think I think he approached it in a way that sort of shows that he's fighting his own subconscious, or is it,
I just think that the red pill has a place in, just like, Dr. Ruth Dr. Ruth back in the day, the sex doctor, the German lady. They would, she would talk about kind of this stuff.
I don't know if she ever helped anyone or if she was just kind of a meme. but I know
She
you're
might have
talking
just been a TV show, but people were, calling in for relationship help with the sex or whatever they were talking about. It's the same thing. Men have never been equipped with relationship education whatsoever.
Nobody is. This is life. You have to make your own mistakes, and that's a successful life.
All right, but when you have all of daytime television like Oprah and friggin' Marv Griffith or whatever, helping them or talking about their
Angry
issues.
Casper's here to support you. Angry Casper, I'm shitting on Red Pill Manosphere MGTOW stuff. Hit the link. Good to see you here, by the way. He's one of my favorite MGTOW Spurgs. Actually, for sure, my favorite.
Is that Tesla?
The link's right there. It's literally right there. One click away.
Shut up.
I like that clip.
It's
really a great topic.
Yeah, too bad Ebatard is afraid for me to have. They're too afraid for me to be on his panel.
Is
he? Won't let you up. Huh?
Oh yeah.
Well, I think that you two need to get over it because I like you both, and there's no need there's no reason to get so worked up about somebody online that you just, I don't know.
Well, Ebatard is a fat liar, so I don't know.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know what else to do about that.
I remember. I remember. Maybe you have a right to be mad. I don't know. I don't know.
Yeah, I think it's an interesting topic, though, and I'm always fascinated by it because I have a couple of close friends, one in particular that, he's on his 4th marriage, and another one that he's been divorced 3 times. This time he's committed to never get married again. But I felt like I've had a finger on the pulse with these concepts for a long time. And in one sense, I have tried to give them a heads up, like, hey, you keep these patterns, you're going to keep getting this result. Like your problem is you, not, the women that you're getting with. You're actually creating this outcome. You're leading the woman to the outcome that you're getting. And that's a hard thing to tell a friend, but, regardless, they still, in most cases, will do the same thing. So even getting the advice is not necessarily, it's not going to help. Per se.
And it's really hard
or they're actively seeking the women that will be the problem, right? Like
I was
that's
just
also,
about to say that.
Yeah. That's also something
a lot
that
of times I think they can't lead the woman out of their confusion. They're actually the problem. It's like if you can't manage your own finances, then you get with a goofy broad that's got a bunch of debt.
Well, people tend to try to resolve their parental issues, right? Like in their marriage. Or I have heard several places that like you marry the parent you had the worst relationship with, right? As sort of a subconscious way to resolve that paradigm. And I don't know that it's true, but like it seems observationally not to be bullshit, really.
It's probably a thing.
That's why I respect old pairs what go to hard times or went to hard times and shit like that and still stay together, don't hate each other, but they made it, then they're old and it's great,
I got divorced. I filed for divorce after 1 year of marriage. I love no fault divorce. I think it was the best decision I think I probably ever made. It was to just to get out of that shit instead of trying to struggle along and waste my life dragging it out. And when it,
I believe you.
Yeah, so I have the opposite perspective on trying to make it work.
I had 10 years with one girl, yes, and I realized that's just not the way it is.
If you ask her to hold your dick while you pee and she says no, she's not the right one.
Based and true. But yeah, I just these are like the little issues that I have with the fucking red pill movement or whatever it's called at this point.
I don't think it's the issue with the red pill. It's all the sections after that, whether it be manosphere, whether it be MGTOW, whether it be pickup artists, whether it be black
As
pill.
long as we understand what we're referring to generally, semantics distinctions only is adding to confusion. We need to Stop getting
Well,
lost.
I mean, there's distinctions though. You're not going to have your incels doing pickup artist stuff. You know, there's two different aspects of.
They all fit in the
sub,
same
the
umbrella.
sub red pill.
Though,
The sub red pill.
they're both toxic approaches. They're both toxic approaches to dealing with women problems. The only people that seek out these sorts of forms of help are ones that have problems with women. So yeah, it's like different flavor, same. It's still pop.
I think that there's actually a positive thing that you can of understanding female nature as a man that will help you in your life.
And I think that now, after having had this conversation with you, I am more convinced than before that red pill is not doing shit to help anybody.
But what you've been saying is neglect her feelings, neglect what she's perceiving, and then just do your own thing, and she'll just follow you no matter what. That's what you're saying.
Well, if she goes to grab my member to help me urinate, and she uses both hands, but only needs to use one, is that also a red flag?
Wait, what?
If she goes in to grab my member to help me urinate, but she goes, with both hands, but she only needs one hand, is that a red flag?
It depends on if it's an innocent mistake or if she's doing it to let you know you got a small cock.
All right. I'll think
I don't know. I don't know.
It's a little bit like this.
Well, if she's using both hands, I think she's trying to compliment at that point, right?
Ah, okay, there you go. Because it's her first time seeing it, of course. So she's like, either she expected more, or she's used to more.
It shouldn't be her first time seeing it. I don't think that she needs to hold your dick the first time she encounters it. Maybe.
Yeah. All right. I was just a little insecure when that happened, but it's okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, but in my belief, it's good when you have like not the same beliefs, but when you can talk about it and everybody has a little bit his own life still. Yes, this is like a good way to deal, I think.
Casper, the reason that like this mindset is wrong, that if you just don't have that avoiding problems is your main goal in life, the avoidance of problems, you're just running from things, not to things. Like, follow that worldview to the end, right? Just lay down and die. Just lay down in the grave and end your life. If your main goal is to avoid having issues, that's the surest way to get it done.
I want to fight till the end.
Yeah, the problem is that for most of history, people didn't have to work to live. Your kids worked for you, and everybody had land.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So, like, it wasn't a problem.
I mean, that's...
It depends what system you're in, because, like, feudalism, technically you never own land. You leased it from, like, the feudal lords or whatever.
Right. But that's all the way when society is majorly developed into, like, the 1100s. Right?
Yeah, like, that's, like, mid-centuries, like,
stuff.
Yeah,
that's, like, that's, like, 1,000 years of, like, cold hard civilization, and before that, apparently human beings were living on much less for a very long time.
I just feel like probably
in Austria,
people
like
didn't always have land. I'd say that probably your property, the assurance that you would have this land was way less. Right?
I don't know about that.
Because like,
yeah, that I would say
land for now, but a ship of Vikings could land in any day now. You just
But I see your point, though, that Flo, the argument is always that reality has changed, right? Something from the past is made now more difficult or different, so that it's always a moving target. And I think it's both true and could also be a cop-out at the same time.
That's the very first thing I said before you got here, is that Red Pill uses maybe truths, like some truths, to create deception, right? Like it's a fact, but what you're doing with it is confusing reality. And yeah, ultimately, it doesn't matter at all how things used to be. It's how they are now. The only reason that anybody would even worry about how shit used to be is as a soothing point for how things are now.
That's true. True.
So you'd be better off just to ignore however shit used to be entirely, because it's always a cope.
Yeah, I think people just look at the past with rose-colored glasses. You know, just the best things
I
out of the past,
do
and
that
then just
because I'll look back and I'll say, well, ideally, you know, gleaming from the past, these were the things that led to the best results. So I would like us to move back in this direction in these areas. You know, it's just
I don't know. I think that's outside of anyone's. Like, how pretentious to think that you have any grasp on how things used to be or have the remedy for how.
Yeah, because it's a story. I wasn't
don't
there. I
know.
don't really have that perspective.
Right.
Yeah.
No, I don't think that you do, but I don't know. The whole thing seems unproductive or counterproductive.
I don't know how it is in your area, but here it's like, you know, sometimes some women are like this. When you don't have a car, no, you don't have a chance, you know. Or you don't have a work, you don't have a chance, you know.
I mean, you should try not to be a loser.
By the way, DeFreak, I've been thinking about this, and doesn't matter if you have the tools for something if you don't know how to use those tools, right? Like, I think you would agree with that.
I agree.
It's like I remember growing up, there were jocks that were my friends that you know had everything going for them. 6'3", at 18 years old and whatever. They couldn't pick a girl up without being awkward and weird about it to help themselves. And then I knew short guys that believed they were the shit and nothing could stop them, and they would just get rejected all day and just keep going, and eventually, you know, end up with a super hot chick. And you know, it was just obvious their enthusiasm was going to get them past any shortcomings.
Yeah, you can do so much more with confidence than anything and persistence than anything else.
That's true.
Yeah, haven't they done studies on like attractive people that like they do better in life because they have better self-confidence in themselves, so like they just move better in life?
I don't know if possibly that wouldn't surprise me. I do know that they did a study that shows that being physically attractive is actually more beneficial for men over their lifetime than it is for women, which is sort of counterintuitive.
That is counterintuitive. I wouldn't have expected that.
No, I'm like a dude. I'm 41. I'm
Well,
like 25. You know, it's just
It has a longer cycle for men. So if you're attractive as a man, you hold that throughout your whole life cycle. Whereas the woman, there's kind of an expiration on that.
It pops and then you. Yep. And for those, anyways, I'm dropping the panelist channel links in the chat right now as I gradually am able to find their things. And who's Jam Mangu? If you've got a channel that you want to plug, put it backstage. And also,
oh, thanks a lot, FlowState. Yeah,
absolutely.
I do a little bit Austria channel, you know, but it's everything with undertitle.
Undertitle?
You know, also in English, downwritten.
Under boob?
Uber title.
You can have a look if you like, or
yeah. Put the link to it backstage.
I put the link in. Thanks a lot.
Mm-hmm.
Thanks a lot.
So wait, your channel's about underboobage?
No, my channel is about conspiracy, flat Earth, and about everything. Just
okay.
I met him over at Sovereign Soul Unchained tonight before I started my stream. So.
Oh, all right.
Yeah, I saw him with Flatside. You mean?
Yeah, Flatside was on Sov's channel.
Yeah, I was in.
Let's see.
Angry Casper's comment's kind of interesting because he's saying, you know, I guess dads will want their sons to be Chads, but their daughters, you know, to be virgins or whatever. You didn't say it that way, but that's the way I interpreted it.
Yeah, Angry Casper's he's an interesting cat. He's got his own theory, wild MGTOW theory. He's a crazy dude.
I actually really like Angry Casper, but I wouldn't have if I just read his chats. Like, you kind of gotta like hear him speak the insanity coming out to get that it's not just like pure vitriol.
I would beat the living crap out of my son if he turned into some kind of weird Chad, started bringing home girls left and right. Like
It's
that
not what you want for your son, right?
Well, that in itself would be a direct threat to his inheritance, aka my empire.
Why?
If he's running through girls left and right, and he has a problem maintaining a relationship, and he gets married, that new spouse that he basically decided to get married to is potentially a threat to the empire.
Well, why does he have your empire? Are you dead?
I would eventually become dead, yes.
So
Generally speaking, the empires kind of get at least a good portion of control of it gets passed on at the age of 25.
well, I never had an empire, so I guess that's why I'm just learning about this now.
But that's actually the opposite of Red Pill, because if he's got options, she's going to stick around. She's not going to be looking for someone else.
Yeah, he'd better be too goddamn busy to be focused on women.
See,
yeah, I always say, and it's as gay as it sounds, I think it's 100% authentic, is that men should be chasing other great men, not women. You know, if they chase other great men in the sense that that's who they want to be honorable with and do dealings with, then great women will be attracted to that and you know, be around
everything he said minus the morals, right? Like, because I'm not particularly like in the whole idea of like you've got to be a virtuous person, right? I just, it's not that I'm opposed to it, it's just I'm not that thing, right? It's
but why would you want to contract with anyone that didn't have integrity?
money, just money, not so much.
But then that's like a boat without a rudder or a compass. You know, you don't know what direction you're going.
I mean, you don't
bend to anything.
You can't, because moral. It's very inefficient. It makes no sense to like lead with. You need to set up contracts in a way that are amoral, right? That's the point of a contract. Is it reduces the moral risk of whoever you're doing business with.
Yeah, it's just liability and stuff like that you're trying to figure out.
Who's using a tape?
Sorry about that.
You can, don't get me wrong, right? Like you can be a you can be a moral person, like if you want to donate to charity, right? After the fact that you basically made funds, right? So the priority would be on the funds, not so much the moral virtues, right? I'm fine with people having moral virtues. I tend to like these people. However, that wouldn't be the big priority, at least when it comes down to like family inheritance. You got to be a dick.
Can you make an argument that's the problem with society, though? Is that, you know, you've got the non-liable corporate ideology that just puts profits before people?
And I'm not one of those things. I put people before profits. That's why I've totally forgotten to shill my shit for like 5 hours now.
Damn.
So send me a Cash App, send me a PayPal, help support the channel. I've been up here screaming all night at motherfuckers, and they still don't get it. Show some support. You know, do the moral thing.
Thanks to take me on, FlowState. I saw you the first time today, and you're great. You're all great together.
Hey, thank you for coming up. And I didn't hear what you apologized for, but you shouldn't have done that. You got nothing to apologize for.
No, I just you know, here in Austria it's very raw, you know, to talk people like you, you know. So I love it to come to the USA and have some good people to talk to.
Well, thank you.
Wait, you think FlowState's good people? My God, you got low standards, sir.
No,
low standards.
I don't have now a good or bad list, you know. That's not what I meant. Just an open
Smart,
mind and something you can debate. You
honest,
know,
and you know, wise. You might say
he doesn't crawl back in something. He say his mind, and that's great.
Well, he's not an
Also-
idiot. I'll give you that. He's
No.
not.
Also, he's
FlowState's
royalty.
definitely not
You got to
an idiot.
remember he's royalty.
Oh
Okay?
yeah, thank you for reminding me. I forgot myself.
Constantine and Longshanks, man, I don't know. That's like, what are the odds of that, though?
I don't know. Like, I think Constantine is my 40 times great grandpa. Like, that's probably a pretty big pool of people, really. Like,
Probably. That's probably true. What? So when you identify yourself or whatever, what do you say? You're like German, Irish. What do you say? Like English?
I am Sir Lord FlowState. I've had my land stolen by an evil. Basically, the kind of Monte Cristo plot is how I introduce myself. My ethnicity, German and Czech primarily. Although you know, I'm European mutt. Like,
yeah.
My last name is Scottish, but
That's
I've got more
great.
German. Czech.
But didn't you say also, FlowState, that it was better and later times, you know, before the EU started to connect all the states, you know, and make the money the same and the stuff like this.
I mean, I think that the history of
great.
our currency, is
Not just the
significant.
currency.
I don't know that I would say it's better, because I don't know that I have a solid understanding of what it was like before the Federal Reserve, but I understand the Federal Reserve system as it is now well enough to know that it's it's an issue. It's a scam.
Of course, it's like a train racing to a wall every time.
But I mean, the reality of currency is that, like, our whole lives, the dollar's been really quite stable. If you consider the history of money and what money is, right? It's something that doesn't have value, but is used as if it does, right? That's a lot of power.
It's not the value. You come with the troops, man.
But I mean, that's a lot of power to put in something that actually doesn't have any intrinsic power of its own. You know
Just
what I mean?
a belief system, yeah.
Right. So
yeah,
the fact
it's a trust system on the government, right? Like,
well, that's the thing is that you could get into a discussion, you know, what is more the ruler, power or money? Is it power that creates money, or is it money that creates power? But it seems like in the past, you know, there was systems where you know, the corporations had to rely on licensing from the state. So the state was a dominant power, you know, when they created the autocratic state. But now you have corporations that are basically multinational corporations, and they can buy their own private contracting firms, and they actually pay for militaries in states.
Yeah,
you know, by providing them with security services and you know, with communication services and all that type of stuff. So, you know, now corporations are like pseudo governmental entities, you know, and they span the globe, and they have more money than standing governments. So it's
more money
totally
and more power.
Yeah, so it's totally a different system now than it was back in the day, you know.
Do you really think, though, that I don't know that I believe that that business and government are opposite and are different power centers? I think that whoever's powerful enough to be the top of one sphere has always been powerful enough to also be at the top of the other sphere, and that the separation between the two in terms of who's calling the shots and running the show is an illusion.
Well, I think it's pretty true that today private banks control the economic fate of most of the nations, and then also like Boeing and Lockheed Martin and like those types of companies are more powerful than like the standing military of some countries, because they basically supply most of the militaries with things like aircrafts and stuff. So then you know, they basically rely on these private companies. Not to say that the private companies aren't basically pseudo governmental entities, because they do behave like states, you know, but the state is more of a international agency, you know, based on, you know, international trade, you know, maintaining the power necessary and the security necessary to maintain international trade and global communications, you know. Then, you know, so
I would say that's
the state government, yeah, like the nation state is gone. Like the nation state is totally gone.
Well, I don't think it's completely gone, right? Like otherwise we wouldn't have companies like kowtowing to China and China's regulations, right? Like we see that like in certain like nations, like you have to obey like the rules of the land. Like that's just kind of like how companies have to operate. There's just nothing you can really do to supersede the government.
Well, sure. They could just agree to follow the rules, and then, you know, they could come in to any country.
But that means that they already, but that means the government has
like-
already put like, a layer of power on top of that company, right? Like they can't just go around doing whatever they want.
They'll accept a slim layer of power. They'll accept a small loss of profit, you know, like that's all it is. It's just a cost in their analysis.
No, I don't think it's a loss in profit for them. I think it's a benefit for profit, because like when you're going to China, that's a shit ton of people that's a good market to get into, right? So as a company, it's probably best to play ball with China. So you have
exactly
like
exactly. They'll play ball, but if they can't function within the narrow confines of the rules, they'll just take their business elsewhere, you know. But they have the luxury of doing that, you know. So
I don't think they have the luxury to do that. I think a lot of companies like just are very profit driven, and when you have like countries like China, particularly, it's very hard to turn down a country like that.
World wars, it's also different.
You can't really walk away from China and be like, my company is going to be successful.
Yeah, but they don't. Yeah, but they don't have to. Yeah, but they don't have to walk away from it. All they have to do is just say, "We'll allow you to have a certain range of censorship if that's what you want." You know, and then they'll accept the loss in profits, but they'll continue doing business.
Well, I think it's a loss in power, not profit, right? Because they're gaining.
For example, from the time of like, you know, IG Farben and Henry Ford and all that type of stuff. You know, since World War II, you know, the corporations were doing business with both sides. You know, they didn't care.
Yeah.
You know who and yeah, the sides have different rules, and they'll play ball, you know, according to the rules. But this is how they gain more power. This is how they gain more power. Right? So,
yeah, but
it's
our
reflecting
military was
changing
also
technology.
doing that.
There
Right?
was no mega corporations before you could have mega means of production.
Well, that's the thing. That's exactly right. The mega means of production, the technological factor, is the objective factor of power. Right, so companies supply the advanced technology. That's the main thing. That's how they constrain the sectors of power, and that's how they spy on nation states. You mean, right?
Yeah, you're right. But until we have a military complex, we're gonna have wars. You know. Yeah, I saw it in the Ukraine war. Actually, they didn't have much, but US gave them everything, you know, on weapons and stuff, so they can make a great war out of it, you know.
Yeah, it's our proxy war.
Yeah.
Well, not really. The like a lot of the weapons we gave them like super old stuff that we were already going to decommission. So it was just like it like, I don't know if you guys know this, but decommissioning weapons and tanks and stuff like that is like a really expensive process. So it's just easier to be like,
let's
we're
go
going
to this.
We're going to be doing this good thing to help these people out and get like some social credit, and also fucking be like, yeah, it would have been way more expensive to do this.
Yeah, there's been proxy wars that have been sold to people, right? Where they've trained rebel militias just so they could test out weapons and to sell to other countries.
Yeah.
So people who make the weapons have planned the wars.
Of course. And what I noticed was in Ukraine.
Well, I don't think the
people really said,
manufacturers
stop the war.
make
Yes,
the money,
we stay at Russia. Just stop it. Yes, but they won't. You know, they just keep on fighting. You know.
Yeah, nobody's interested in winning that.
Because if you see like the Contra situation, that was like very much our government selling weapons. It wasn't like the manufacturers selling weapons.
I don't care who, but they do. You know,
right? Like we bought the weapons from the manufacturer, but we were making the profit.
Mm-hmm. There's also, I think, like from the same sides, you know, but the one side is giving their weapons, and the other side is giving them their weapons, so they can make a lot of money out of it. That's all of it.
Yeah.
Finished.
I mean, you look at America and World War II.
Well, just if I could briefly make this point, this this whole idea that these weapons manufacturers, that want to test out this new equipment, they go to secret services of different countries in order to sell it to them because they are already experimenting, in such arenas, so they have a relationship there. But anyways, go ahead, guys.
Yeah, it just depends on like how much contracting is done by them. Like, right, like if you have like a certain level of government contracting, you're not allowed to like interact with other governments and shit like that. It just depends on like the manufacturer we're talking about. But in general, like we can look at like World War II, we can look at like any war that America's like been part of, and we typically benefit from like the stuff that we've been doing. It's not really the manufacturers that are making the killing here.
The winner writes the history, no?
I don't know that I agree that we benefit. Somebody benefits off it, but...
Well, I'm saying like the American government benefits, not just...
Yeah, I think
like,
that's a shaky claim even to make, but... I mean, I think that, yeah, it's too complex to really get down into.
It's hard, to say, because... To say that we lost, yes, it's also.
Well, it's a great question to ask. Who benefits from war?
Yeah.
Well, yeah, I mean,
banks.
It's easy to answer that though, right? Like, who would set up a nation state to create a war machine that does that regardless of any positive outcome for anyone?
Who you were first killing in Europe? The guy who had all the oil. What was his name?
A leech vampire.
Not Gaddafi.
Demonic,
I don't know.
Scum type of energy.
You remember his name?
No, I don't know who you're talking about, so I can't remember.
Burned up his own oil because you were coming to get him.
I think I remember that. But
yes, and after he was dead, you get Gaddafi, and after Gaddafi was dead, you get another one. Yes, they were trying to make an own money system with gold connected, and you don't accepted that, of course.
Oh yeah,
and we had a lot of then everything gets in Europe crazy because we had a lot of immigrants, just rushes through us. Yes, it was crazy.
Yeah, like, but the point I was trying to make is
my side of the.
Yeah, the point I was trying to make is like we can look at like World War II is probably like the best example because like we were in a depression. The war started up and we like suddenly bounced back into like the world power, right? Where we're just like, all right, we're back in business. Like.
First, Saddam Hussein was like a good friend of USA and made everything. So USA was giving him weapons and stuff like that. And then Saddam Hussein was changing his direction.
Yeah, that we can look at examples like Oliver North that was selling weapons to like the Middle East. It's
I think something that's overlooked or underappreciated by almost everybody because we're not taught economics is how dependent all of our wealth here is in the West on wars happening. Like these wars are what's keeping our dollar afloat. We export so much inflation.
Right. I was looking at it the other way that, because when we were talking about who benefits or why would it be this way? Well, it couldn't be that way unless the money was set up. It is the way it is, I mean, there was elements of that before the whole Nixon thing, but after that, it was really able to be the military-industrial complex, right?
Yes. Yeah, I think a lot of it was just now answered.
People, this is not the guys like you are.
It's weird because we're going to be looking at like two different time periods where we were on a gold standard versus what we are now, where it's like the digital standard. It's weird to draw a distinction for me, where it's just like it's hard to figure out.
Well, look at this. All right, the CIA created Saddam Hussein and they created the Taliban, and then they had a war with them like 10 years later.
Yeah.
So, so that's pretty weird, isn't it?
Dwight Baldwin.
Then you had 9/11.
Correct. Our dollars do not. Why would our dollars depend on global stability? We depend on external demand for dollars to keep the dollar valuable, and to not feel the inflation that we generate way faster than we feel it. So how do we get that? We drive up demand elsewhere by creating desperate situations which people need more, and they need it bad, and they have to buy oil in dollars. Desperation, yeah. If you got a desperate person, any street corner drug dealer knows that a desperate customer is the best one.
Yeah.
Just look, Gaddafi wasn't such
part
a
of it
bad
is
guy.
also like ideologically, like we've been going against Russia for a super long time. That's why like we have all these like that's why the Saddam situation arose, because the Middle East was just like a breeding ground for proxy wars. So it was like Southeast Asia.
Yeah, but
like,
they were allies with Russia in the war on terror.
In parts later on, right?
part,
But like
yeah.
if you look in like the 80s, like they were supplying very different people.
Well,
So
in the 80s,
because Russia wants the trade in the Middle East, and so does America, right? Whoever owns the trade is probably going to have more power. So you want to like destabilize it in the way you want to destabilize it, not in some other way.
You know, USA little afraid is that Germany, Austria connects us or makes good business with Russia.
Yeah, I mean, in the 80s, they were arming the Taliban, so and later, I mean, the whole idea of the Soviet-Afghan war, so, I mean, this was a pivotal, I mean, in the 80s, they were creating this whole situation, right?
Yeah, it was the proxy war against Russia, and that led to a lot of bad.
Yeah, and they had the Camp David Accords. And they had the Camp David Accords, and they actually created the Muslim Brotherhood.
Yeah.
So there was all of these ideas where they created the Muslim Brotherhood. So they created Hamas, they created the Taliban, they created Al Qaeda, they created Saddam Hussein, and then they launched a war on terror, allying with Russia. So I mean, the whole prospect of all these things is fucking crazy, because Brzezinski from the Trilateral Commission, he's the guy who even had the plan to arm the Taliban.
Yeah,
I think under the table they give them the hands, like handshakes.
Yeah,
It was all entirely contrived from the get-go.
Yeah, entirely contrived. Yeah.
Well, I don't think
Russia was in on it. Russia was in on it 100%, because Putin was going to war with the Chechens. He was going to, he was a KGB agent at the time.
Yeah, he was a KGB agent.
By Ukraine, like right by there, isn't that the same region? Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
so he's basically still at war with the Chechens, right? Like I don't.
Oh yeah, 100%.
I'm not sold that the Russia-U.S. Rivalry is a thing in reality.
Well, the thing is, like, if he obtains Ukraine,
it's not a thing. It's totally fake.
He basically has a gateway to the south. Like that's what he wants, and he also has a gateway to Europe. But I don't think he'd ever do anything with that. But he just controls trade in that area, so that'd be the reason to go after Ukraine.
I think this is all planned. This they already know they know every war.
Here's the thing, like I think governments are highly incompetent. I don't think they think this far ahead. Like I think we can look at like Ronald Reagan, right? I don't think he was a super genius that was just like, we're 20 years from now, we're gonna go against the war on terror with fucking.
Yeah, I have a different theory of why they're going to war for Ukraine. They're probably going to clear it out so that they can expand Israel.
No, it was enough with the NATO. The NATO gets always nearer to Russia. Russia had enough, because there was a treatment made that NATO are not allowed to grow.
To recruit Ukraine.
But they were always getting closer to Russia, and Russia was saying, "Now it's enough. You don't gonna get Ukraine." That was the starting point.
You're correct. We did violate that shit. But Hornet, why do you think so? Argument is it may be incorrect, but just for the sake of discussion, we can say that the U.S. federal government is the most powerful entity on Earth, like just discursively. Why do you think the most powerful entity on Earth is incompetent, and that's why bad things happen?
Oh, because we've seen like multiple instances of this, right? Like we see like the Reagan years. We can look at like everything that's happened since then and see like that there is no like real direct like message that they're like trying to push forward, because it's so contradictory at moments where you're just like, what the fuck is going on here?
Because they don't explain it to us, so we assume that since they say that it was a mistake and they're bad at things, that's the truth.
Well,
We
no,
know that anybody who's malicious or incompetent,
our government doesn't admit that's a mistake, right? They won't say the rancher.
They don't talk about it at all. But if they do, they certainly don't try to admit like, oh yeah, we did that on purpose.
Or like Vietnam, for an example. That's not something like we admit it's a mistake, right? Like it's just something like
that they don't have the ability to do something successfully, but maybe you misinterpret what they're trying to do successfully.
Yeah, I think
if that's they're trying to use control mechanisms to, sway the narrative of the people and keep them in division and chaos, they're doing a great job.
Like I can see that in like certain instances, right? Like the Red Scare is a very good example of that, right? But like when we look at like how they interact with other government, like how our government interacts with other governments, typically we don't have the greatest track record of trying to manipulate things in our direction.
What are you talking about? Like the fact that you believe that is proof that you're wrong. I don't know.
Well, destabilizing the Middle East, right? Like that was the Iran Contra stuff that we tried very hard to destabilize it so we can put like our people in place and be like, okay, we're gonna be able to trade here, but that bit us in the ass very hard. And
how did it bite us
in so many different ways, because now we have to invest so much more into this like situation that we just
want the situation to be investable.
Again, we only want the situation when it's like really beneficial for us, right? Like the moment,
always. Our currency is at a state where we need constant injections. We need these wars.
We don't need to inject though, Flo. We can just supply other. No, we just need to supply other people that are injecting, right? That's why in World War II we didn't get involved until we were actually like brought into
World War II happened immediately after we switched to the Federal Reserve dollar. Right, that's the beginning of the currency's life cycle. We're way past that. This is a whole different world.
Yeah, no, that's I 100% agree with you. But what I'm saying is, we can see instances where America stays out of a conflict. We prosper more when we're selling to whatever side, and it doesn't matter at that point, than actually getting involved. Because getting involved means
why the fuck would we give a shit about who's involved in the war if we're just trying to keep the
because we're just selling. It makes like just economical sense. It makes sense that if you get involved something and you have to spend money to actually do something, it's going to cost you more than just selling to both sides and not being involved at all.
Are set up in a way that every government department even wants to spend more than they were budgeted this year, so they get a bigger amount next year.
So they get a bigger amount than next year,
including the military. They want money.
When you make the D-Day, Austria was it's like as big like most of the Europe. That was our that was Hitler was achieved. Yes,
that's not relevant.
You changed the money thing, and Hitler don't wanted to accept it. And
I don't know about Hitler, but like,
yes,
it's really not on
didn't
point.
Accept that, This is just.
It's typically they need to spend like their budget out because they don't want their budget to be cut, right? Like if they see like they didn't make it to budget, that's going to be like, okay, this is what you spent this year. This is what you're going to get the next year.
And
right?
that's how you get an increase. You're not describing a different thing. Not getting
no, that's what I'm saying. Like it's beneficial for them to buy like fucking products and like buy like fighter jets that are like super, but it doesn't necessarily mean we actually have to get involved in conflicts.
How?
Right?
How the fuck do you think what do you think the military is budgeted to do?
The military is budgeted to protect, right? But
no,
we also
it's not.
Wait. No, you can look at Taiwan, right, where we sell our military sends a shit ton of like weapons and shit. We don't necessarily send them the big stuff anymore because we don't want to fuck with China, right?
Why?
There's China. Yeah.
We need to fund conflicts. It does not matter to the fund as long as we're creating dollars. I don't give a fuck. Why would anybody give a fuck who is actually fighting the war? You're missing.
No, I'm saying no. You're
American
misunderstanding. You're misunderstanding. I'm saying it's more beneficial for America to stay out of something, stay out of a war.
The public don't.
But that's what I'm saying.
Involved in.
That's what I'm saying.
More funding for wars.
That's not funding. I'm not saying funding the war flow. I'm saying selling to the war. Right? You want to sell to people that are already in war. You want to sell because if you're not involved, you're making the most money.
No, if you're concerned about getting more money created into society, then you want something that's most sellable. The American public that approves this funding doesn't give a fuck if Taiwanese and Chinese are dying. They give a fuck if Americans are.
Yes, but the military, it doesn't give a fuck if like that's happening. They just want to make a quick buck on what they're fucking actually selling to these people, right? That's why we sell fighter jets to Taiwan. This is why we set up like the porcupine method for Taiwan. They have a bunch of fucking air launchers and a bunch of other shit that like are like small arms,
and they also money from other people. This isn't about
receiving
more income. This is about
I lived 3 years in Taiwan, so I know.
This is about stop interrupting me right now, Jam.
Sorry.
I don't know if you could tell that we're having like a thing right now. It's Hornet. It's not about receiving revenue. This is not business as you or I would conduct a business. This is about currency creation because you need more actual dollars injected in the economy, or else it will collapse under the weight of its own interest.
Yep. But again, when we're set,
but receiving Taiwan's dollars, if they're already in existence, doesn't help us.
When we're making the weapons, when we're manufacturing them, we are still spending into our economy. Correct?
It's economic activity.
Yes, it's economic activity, right? But since we're increasing the budget, we are increasing the amount of products we are sending out. We are receiving. That's not an offset that the military uses, right? Because that's not money that like they are not going to be using in their budget next year. The money that comes back to them, that doesn't get offset.
Stop treating this like it's about how much money we can bring into the department or the government. That's not it at all. The point is that the dollar as a functioning currency needs more dollars created to be sustainable. So the American government that has a big interest in keeping currency dominance needs to find a reason, an emergency that they can sell the public so that the Fed can print more dollars and inject more dollars into the world.
Well, to a certain extent, right? Because then we also... Wait, to a certain extent, because we also don't want to overstimulate the market, essentially bringing down the value of the dollar.
The value of the dollar is going to, that's how it's baked into the design. So yes, it is a balancing act to a degree, but right now in the life cycle of the dollar, we're late enough into this game that it's going to collapse if we don't keep shooting it in the arm. And we have to have disasters.
I could agree with that.
I must agree to FlowState. If you have the world currency, you have to look that everybody has like a respect, to take that money and
I like that you agree with me, but you're doing it for the wrong reasons, but I'm okay with that.
No, I know. I sometimes my English is a little bit bad. Sorry, but
fair enough.
I hope you get me.
Right. No, yeah, I mean it's not for respect, but it might be a language thing.
But yeah, again, I do think that we do create influence in other places, right? But I would say that our government has shown that it is incompetent in some areas, right? Where we try to destabilize certain sections and it bites us in the ass. That's all I'm saying.
I don't think that you're good at identifying actual incentives from stated incentives. And I don't mean that insultingly, even though I know it was an insult.
So what would be the incentive of doing that then?
Of doing what?
Of like destabilizing the Middle East.
I literally just was screaming at you about what it would be.
Well, it would just be, so to inflate our dollar, right?
We keep our dollar pumping. We keep our individual politicians get to keep their individual sponsors happy, right? Who are presumably weapons manufacturers, as well as construction contractors that get to go in and rebuild afterwards. There's just massive private market economic gains from having a war to fund and then build up after.
Have you ever
also hold on? Last thing,
yeah.
the best way to keep your own power is to make sure nobody else gains too much.
Okay, but how does that contradict the coming back and biting us situation?
It doesn't bite us at all to have wars happening abroad. Like
it's not. It wasn't necessarily just abroad, right? We had situations that we arise because we started fucking around and we found out.
How have we found out?
No, well, I don't want to say it because, like, I don't know how much.
Are you talking about 9/11?
Yeah.
Okay, we did that shit. Now we're off that topic. Go ahead, Machine Lies.
This is the conspiracy.
No, we didn't find out.
No, it's not a conspiracy.
It covered up all the missing money. It is the perfect thing to happen. Sorry, Machine Lies. I'm muting up.
No, it's all good. Yeah, have you ever seen The Clash of Civilizations by Samuel P. Huntington? Hornet?
No, I don't have.
Oh, okay. Well, he explains the ideological factors that led them to plan these wars in the Middle East. Talking about how Islam is a cultural threat to Western civilization. Have you ever read any of that stuff?
Oh yeah, I do know that. Like that's ideology is something I mentioned earlier. Remember when I said Russia had a different ideological approach to like their government system, so that we're just like, no, we don't want that spreading because it would be directly contradictory to what we do.
Yeah, and do you know how, Islam's role in the Cold War?
To a large extent, yes. I do know that they're mostly used as like puppets in most situations.
Exactly.
So it wasn't like they were in any controlling situations.
Well, they were used as an ideological faction in order to propagate Western ideologies, and right. So this whole thing is basically planned from the get-go, right? So what benefit would they have from staging the wars? Right. I mean, it's obviously, ideological, propagandistic, monetary value, it's all of the above,
Yeah, there are definitely incentives for the start of it, right? But then we start seeing how things play out in actuality, right? And that's where I like have the differentiation from like Flow, where I'm just like, yeah, this seems like incompetence here, where they had a plan.
I want you to point at one outcome that has been harmful to us.
Again, the amount of money that from us to getting directly involved was a humongous like downfall for us, right? Because
we make huge sums of money off the rest of the world, huge sums.
Massive.
More specifically, the thing that, oh, by the way, I work for State Department. The thing that we mostly deal with is that illusion of control. We stay so far stuck up somebody's ass. It wouldn't be just other countries, right? It would be our own citizens that do business in other countries.
Yeah.
So, I mean,
I wouldn't disagree with that.
This concept of we don't plan things out, that's a little weird to me.
No, I'm not saying that we don't plan things out. I'm saying that things don't go according to plan when America typically gets involved. Like we didn't. Do you think we planned that Vietnam would become a communist nation? Right? We didn't plan that shit. We were just like, fuck this. We fucked up here, right?
Just to be fair, right? The claim is, at least the official claim.
That's contradictory to our like values, our economic system.
No, that's contradictory to our values, but our values are not the thing that controls the government, right? Like that's not the thing that makes the decision.
That's also why I said economic value, because they're operating with
their power maintenance. The most galvanizing thing that you can have is a common enemy. And it also serves to reduce other people or other entities from gaining or accumulating more power. This is like all of America's blunders are fan-fucking-tastic for powers that be to maintain control. The delusion
you to
that you
explain
think that we're actually
I would
out
need
here
you to
supporting
explain that
values.
more.
Huh?
I would need you to explain that more. Like,
okay, if I'm running shit, if I'm whatever, just plug in your favorite caricature, elite person, right? I'm a Rothschild and I'm running shit. I don't actually give a fuck about any values, but I want you, the American public, to think that we're over here because we care about values that I've sold the public. You sell the emotion to justify the action that's otherwise not justifiable.
yeah, I could agree with that. I would agree with that aspect. So now the economical side of having a communist nation arise from like not being able to trade with them.
It's because
How
we
does that
benefit like
us?
motherfuckers from communism existing. But if I'm a Rothschild, nobody's actually trying to stop communism. I just need a boogeyman for you.
Yeah, no, but I'm saying again, trade negotiations where that's going to factor in, right? The American people can give a fuck, right? Like, communism is somehow risen in the fucking U.S. and I don't know how that happened, but that's not beneficial for our trade, right? Like that's a detriment for us.
You think that we don't benefit from China's slave labor?
We do benefit from China's slave labor, right? But that's because China wants to do business with us, right? But we don't benefit from countries like North Korea. We don't benefit very much from.
We demand shit that, like, why do you think Temu comes in existence?
Wait. We don't benefit from North Korea. What are you talking about?
I gotta find something to eat. I'm getting fussy.
No.
Think like South Korea. Name something in your house that does not belong from a South Korean production company.
Again, that's not North Korea. That's South Korea.
Right, but that's South Korea. The concept that there's actually a division, an active, well, technically it's only by excuse me, only by technicality is it still, well, it's technically still an active war, at least on paper, right? But the idea that we don't benefit from that, come on. We sell huge numbers of weaponry.
Sorry, guys.
South Korea sells to us. That's what happens.
Right. But you're still operating under the concept that you believe that South Korea is technically a country. It's technically not.
Guys.
Yeah, it is
think really,
technically.
Okay.
It is recognized. It is recognized as a country.
Hey,
right?
just
like,
okay, Jam, are you trying to say something real quick?
No, I just want to say for the elite, the world is a stage.
Oh, never mind. If
And
you're just
we
having
really
a conversation, then
need-
you're
also,
interrupting.
you
Go
need,
ahead.
countries like South Korea too, but I think they just like in China, they are all in one. The elite is all in one. You know.
That's
they shake
okay.
the
Sorry, I
hands
didn't mean.
under the
I thought that you were
tables.
trying to like.
And China is like just one part
I
of
must
it,
still be
you
muted.
know, how you can,
Josh,
yeah.
I inappropriately cut you off. Take it back.
No, you're all right.
But yeah, I think we can all agree that the U.S. has effectively cut off a lot of like how Russia deals, right? Especially with like the Baltic states, like we can see it, like them not having access to those ports has been very detrimental to them, and having no southern ports is just something that if they don't do something about it, their like country's going to destabilize.
I guess maybe the problem that I'm having with it is when you say like we don't benefit, right? Do you mean like it doesn't benefit everybody, or it doesn't benefit one group and not another, like that kind of concept?
He's saying it doesn't benefit our stated goals.
Oh, I don't even believe that our stated goals are like public opinion. Like
No, I'm not saying public opinion.
They
I'm
never
saying,
tell
like,
me what the fuck we're doing,
more,
right? Like
more from an economical standpoint, it doesn't benefit us to do these things.
How does?
Again, if we start cutting off trade to ourselves, it makes it harder to actually fucking
We
make
don't
more
want
money.
maximum trade with everybody.
We actively do. Like that's why trade negotiations.
The best deal. In any business exchange, the best deal is when I get the most return for the least amount given up, right? You're better off selling a little bit of shit to desperate people than you are selling a lot of shit to people who will haggle with you. We definitely don't want maximum trade.
For sure. for sure. Like I will agree there. But again, that's not always going to be available, so it's not a reliable source. So we want trade because that's
What do you mean? Of
that's a
course it's
stable
reliable.
source.
We just make them desperate.
We can, but even that takes time, Flo. Like we can look from the 80s to the 2000s.
What
That's
are we
20 years.
doing? Look how
that's a
quickly we
20-year
make
gap.
Ukraine desperate, man.
No, that wasn't Ukraine that was desperate. That was Russia that invaded. We made Russia desperate.
No, we antagonized Russia into taking the bait or whatever. It's probably all theater. Russia's not desperate. How the fuck is Russia desperate? Like Ukraine's going to take them over?
They have no southern ports. Their trade is actually suffering. If
Russia
you can look at
is in no hurry to end the war, to win the war. Russia should have swamped Ukraine immediately. It's dragging out.
Again, they can't just go torched earth on it because they need it, right? They need their southern ports. That's why Crimea was.
They should definitely go scorched earth.
That's why the
it
invasion of Crimea was so necessary for them because they needed access to the Black Sea.
You think they're better off still fighting that war if they were actually trying to get the port back than just nuking the whole place and then rebuilding? You're out of your fucking mind.
No, they are better off. Again,
do you know how fast you can throw up infrastructure?
Do you know the amount of trade and fucking
yes, temporarily
these treaties that they're gonna violate from nuking a location? They're literally gonna bury themselves.
Not literally.
It is the case that temporarily you're going to interrupt trade during a conflict, right? If you do damage, yes, temporarily, but that's not the point, right? Governments don't operate based like individualistic people, right? We're not looking to just, do okay tomorrow, right? They're more or less looking to do okay for as long as humanly possible.
10, 20 years. Yeah, they look in the future. I would agree with you there. Yeah.
So
that's why the invasion of But that's why the invasion of Crimea is such an important part of this. Like, if we look at how that operated, right, getting that southern port and seeing what they did with that southern port, right, they didn't set up like a trade negotiation. They pretty much set up that the Baltics was going to be able to be taken at some point, but they don't have the grounds to do that yet. Ukraine would be a very beneficial part to that, and it would basically give them the gateway to the south and to the west.
Which
why
Baltic?
do you think, which part of that means that why, and what planet are they better having this prolonged war instead of just winning it efficiently up front?
I don't know what the prolonged period is. They even
There's
had
no conceivable way that they benefit from that. If they're actually trying to regain that trade route.
Like, you can say it's theater, but we can even look at like instances where he has his own armies marching on him, like at some points. Like,
what? You think that it's because of the threat of the army's going to revolt against him?
No, like that happened, Flo. His army marched against him.
Yes, there was one special operation army that was in Ukraine, and Putin didn't gave him enough armor and stuff like that, so not enough attention. So he turned back from Ukraine, went to Russia, and wanted to fight
and defeated to the conspiracy theory. He died. He mysteriously died in a helicopter explosion.
Look, these are mechanics I'm trying to explain to you. And by the way, the currency situation that I've been explaining about the U.S. also probably true for the Russian ruble. I don't know. I'm not as familiar with that to say it for sure, but it's very likely true. Man, I'm just wondering how far down the rabbit hole I want to go, because it's all about controlling currency, honestly. But it has nothing. But what we can say for it conclusively,
I agree with that aspect.
It has nothing to do with what we say it does. That's basically should be obviously true to anybody.
Yeah, that part's actually really weird. Like, why would you if you're the boss, right? Like, why would you tell your employees what you're doing? Like, why would you tell your employees what you're doing in business? so they can run off and I don't know, either sell or talk to the competition, right? Like the last thing that our government would ever want to do is tell us what the hell they're doing. It's none of our damn business.
Well, tell the general public. Yeah, it's not the general public's never going to know everything, right? Like that's
or anything. No, they have an agenda. They communicate with an agenda, and it's to sell whatever they're trying to sell. Sell this war. So what sells to us? It doesn't matter what the fuck it is. There were obviously no weapons of mass destruction. Gulf of Tonkin. There's not been a single U.S. war ever in history that was started by not a false flag. Name one.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
Not a single one in all of our history. I don't know if that's true.
I've issued this challenge 3 times on my channel, and I'm yet to have anybody name it.
We can look at the Spanish
Also,
War. I don't know if that was on a false flag.
Yes.
I didn't hear. Vietnam was a false flag for sure.
That's a false flag, yeah.
No, I was saying the Spanish War, or like the 100-Day War, or all these things. I don't think those are based on false flags.
I mean, there's little skirmishes. I don't know about all the wars, but how about major national war? Like, I live in Kansas City on the border here. Like, there's the Lawrence Border War during Civil War, and it was
Yeah, so I don't want to mention anything from the Civil War. I'm saying more from like when we're interacting with another country, so like Spain or France. Like when I don't think those were false flags.
Those are countries, not wars.
Well, so that depends on.
No, but that's what I'm saying. A civil war isn't going to be beneficial to us in like any fashion. Like
so
there's
the Spanish
it's just
War
detrimental to us.
Spanish War depends on whoever you believe caused that explosion on the on that boat, right? Like SS Maine or something. I forget. This shit's been so long ago. This is like the late 1800s, right? So it just depends on whether you believe who basically attacked that ship, right? Yeah, but now here's the problem with the counter is it's technically questionable. Same thing with the Gulf of Tonkin, like what Flo's talking about. It's always been the case. It's usually like we get involved in a conflict over something that would seem trivial, when the reality is there was something way before that we just looking for a reason.
I mean, Gulf of Tonkin was a straight up pure false flag. That's been declassified.
Yeah, they
like I wouldn't say that we haven't had any false flags, right? I wouldn't say that. But what I would say that we do engage in certain aspects where I'm just like, again, we can look at the Iran-Contra situation, and I think that's pretty much a very clear indication that, yes, we do want to fucking supply as many fucking people with weapons as we can and destabilize certain sections because it gives us more power in that region, right?
Oh, yeah.
Does say benefit, and it's usually going to imply money, some type of gain.
Sorry, guys, but
because when we put people when we put people in the Middle East after like the Iran-Contra stuff, the trade there was very good. We had a very good trade, oil negotiations and stuff like that. But then when we got into the 2000s, that's where it like fucking like started biting us a little bit. Where it's just like, fuck, they're not doing trade with us as frequently.
Is not as important in the big picture of power as you're giving it credit for.
It's not like the main contributing factor, but it's going to be like something that is going to be influential to how much power a country has.
Here, let's try this. What country do you think dominates global trade? As in, we get to say, and I do mean say, like as in we can utilize force to define who gets to trade with who. What do you think our Navy does?
I think we do definitely have the power for that. It's just, but again,
it's benefit.
It just
now
depends on what.
Right? Yeah, it's definitely a benefit.
It just depends on like what we're trading, right? Because like if we talk about certain amount of trade, like China has to import most of its food, right?
When you make that claim that the benefit changed, right? You'd have to be a little bit more specific, right? Because now we're talking about individualistic value judgments. I wouldn't do this versus you would, or something like that, right? You need something a little bit more specific in there.
For which part?
For the trade part, like if you're going to pull that concept up in, or any type of benefit.
Again, like we can look how trade happened within the 80s to the 2000s, right? In the Middle East. It was very good for us. It was very influential. We were booming there. But then something happened and we had a government, our puppet dictators were no longer there. They were fucking, there was just turmoil there, and it ended up costing us money instead of actually supplying us anything.
Yeah,
we had to go in there and fix the problem that we started and be like,
power is the real commodity. Money is just a way of exchanging it. Do you think that we have more or less power in the Middle East now than we did then?
Again, we have more power, but that's the initial. I'm not disagreeing with that. What I'm saying is it didn't turn out as planned for them because they had to go in and directly get involved at that point.
But you specifically, how do you know what any government is planning to do?
Because you can look at certain instances, like the Iran-Contra situation, and fucking see what the government's plan was, right? They didn't want to get directly involved because it looked fucking...
You can see what they want to do. How do you know?
Because we had several fucking hearings about that. That's why the Oliver North story is so fucking so imprinted into fucking history at this point.
Yeah, I'll give them just argumentatively. Like, I don't think that they intended to get. I think it went out of control. I don't know a lot about it, but just because like things don't always go off perfectly according to plan, but the direction and the overall, we caused chaos and then claim it was an accident. That shit's universal. That's never.
Oh no, that's not what I'm arguing. That I agree with that. That's why I'm saying we destabilized it, then we got directly involved. Right?
But all this started because you said the government is mostly incompetent, and I'm asking you, in what reality does it make sense that the most powerful entity on earth fumbled its way to the top? It's like saying Joe Biden's an idiot and he made it the president organically, right? It just doesn't make
fumble.
sense.
Wait, we have instances of people fumbling to the top. That's not a unique factor.
Have you ever met anybody in real life in anything besides like media that you've seen be so incompetent that they become ultimately successful?
Would you say that Elon Musk is competent?
Absolutely not a real person. He's a fucking plant. He's a government-funded organization.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Well, that's the thing. Even in media, it's been proven time and again that the only people who actually make it are the people that they can set up beforehand with some sort of honeypot blackmail operation, so that down the line they can go and take all their assets, freeze all their assets, and then own everything they've ever produced for them.
Elon Musk is the son of an international banker who runs 4 massive companies that only exist through government subsidies. Not one of them is independently viable in a free market.
And I don't believe that he's such a genius.
Tesla's not as fuck.
Yeah.
The whole EV,
Tesla is it's a publicly traded company.
Vehicles are purely a government subsidy.
Bye bye, guys.
No, they received government subsidies, but it doesn't mean it's not a publicly traded company, right? He made that.
It would not profit. It would not survive if it were not propped up by
it
government.
Does. You want to why, Flo? Because it's not a car manufacturing company. It's a technology company.
No, it's not. It's a fucking government shill source. If it's not, it's getting green. It's getting environmental money from the government. The government wants.
I would agree with you. SpaceX is only subsidized by the government, right? That's not a publicly traded company. I would agree with you there. But Tesla itself, Tesla is a technology company, and that's the fucking one unique thing that fucking Tesla has over every car manufacturer.
You think
that
we don't know how to make fucking? It's just an electric car like we played with when we were kids, except bigger. This is not new this is not groundbreaking technology, and it's not.
It is groundbreaking technology. Well,
it's a bigger battery.
It's again how you lay out that battery and how you distribute the fucking energy between the whole.
You think
vehicle.
we didn't have big batteries before?
We had big batteries before, but you understand the efficiency between something is going to be very detrimental because if you have a power loss within your battery that is not effective, you're not going to actually have a functioning vehicle.
There are lots of non-functioning vehicles. You can't put them out because they catch on fire. And also, do you know that when Tesla's support goes out for the non-functioning vehicle assist feature, They send a gas vehicle to save one of their electric vehicles.
Yeah, because that's what's more commonly available, right?
Direct gasoline combustion, direct fossil fuel combustion is way more efficient than derivative electric combustion. It just is.
It's not really combustion, though. It's a disbursement of the electric.
I mean, combustion has to happen to make the energy. It's a derivative when it's electricity of combustion.
Yeah.
So yeah, you're losing efficiency because we
Well,
need to
combustion means that there's an interaction that creates a chemical reaction. That's why I'm just trying to be distinguishing.
Because I think you're just being resistant, I'm going to need you to demonstrate a financial statement or something showing that this company is viable on its own. It's fucking not. I was a loan officer, commercial loan officer for 10 years. I know how to underwrite businesses and their profitability. This one's not viable. Just like ethanol before it wasn't viable.
Again,
just like windmills were never viable. Just like the big mirror facility in the middle of the desert.
I'm a big Flo. I'm a big Elon hater. Don't get me wrong, but I can still see that the fucking. I can still see like that company is hugely successful.
You can't. You can see hype. It's being promoted. It is not viable.
It's not
on
just
its own.
hype.
It does not sell enough cars to support what it spends.
But do you understand that that's not the only thing they're doing, right? It's not a car manufacturer because I've looked into it.
That is what they sell. That is their product.
Not only that product, right? They sell software, they sell data, they have a bunch of other. They have a bunch of other fucking factors. That's why data collection is important. That's why wait. That's why when he got Twitter, it was super important for him to actually get Twitter because that's the biggest data collection that he could actually get.
Hey guys, I have to say bye. It was really a great time. See you guys.
Thank you for coming up.
Thanks again. Ciao. Bye bye.
Oh,
but yeah,
Tesla website wants me to put in my personal information to get their
don't do it.
Financial statement.
Don't do it.
We're going. We're going through this shit because you're being fucktarded, and I'm gonna have to force feed you numbers before you concede the point that you don't actually know about.
Again, you can look at their stocks prices. You can look at everything that they've produced. Right?
What is their stock price a function of?
Because again, are they operating as a manufacturing company for just cars? Are they just a car manufacturer, or are they a technology
financial
company?
statement to see if their stock is functioning because they got government revenue?
So do you think that they would not be charged with some sort of fraudulent charges because the government wouldn't be like, fuck that, that's our money?
It's not fraud. It's fucking subsidies.
It's fraud.
It's dumbass.
No, it's still fraud. If you promote yourself as a technology company and you're only a car manufacturer, that's by definition fraud. They're two different distinguishing. That's why we have the differentiating. A technology company is not the same as Ford. Right?
Just because you think it's a technology company was clearly a fucking auto manufacturer.
It's not that I think that, Flo. That's what it's defined as.
You
can look at it by the global stock trade, Flo. It's not something I'm making up.
You're saying that the market has it classified as a tech stock.
That's why Tesla is unique because
that has
Tesla operates
to do
as a technology company.
Fuck you. The Dow doesn't determine whether that shit, as far as its relationships with the government, the Dow is a private industry. How the Dow has it classified doesn't matter fuck all in what it really is in its relationship with the government.
Again, do they make their money through subsidies or do they sell to the government? That's going to be the differentiating factor between these two things, right?
I don't even know what that question was. What was that question?
So when you receive subsidies, that's the government funding you, right? But when you sell to the government, that's a different thing, right? Fundamentally.
That's right. A sale to a government entity is a legitimate sale.
Okay.
A subsidy is when they give you money because you're doing something they want done preemptively.
They want in return. Yes. Right. So Tesla has operated not with subsidies. They have sold to the military. They have sold. They have sold how they're going to set up certain like battery packs.
They have
all these other things.
They do have both revenue sources.
They do for sure. But what I'm saying, Tesla can operate on its own. It doesn't need subsidies to operate.
And I want to know if you have a reason for having that opinion or if you feel that way.
Because again, if they I trust the DAO for example.
You don't know what the DAO's role in this is. You have no fucking idea what the DAO's role in this is. You just demonstrated that.
So how do I not know what the DAO's role in this is, Flo?
You just thought that the DAO determined what kind of company or what kind of
it defines it
in its
Flo.
relationship with the government.
Why
it has nothing
why
to
is
do
it
with fraud?
Why
If the DAO classified it as a tech company doesn't mean fuck all for it committing fraud. That's how I know you don't know shit about what you're talking about.
Wait. So what differentiates Tesla from Ford?
Do you think that Elon Musk
Well,
tells
wait, Flo, answer that question. What differentiates Tesla from Ford or Tesla from Volvo?
It's a different company.
It's a different company, but why is it under car manufacturers for like every other car company? Wait, on the DAO, there are car manufacturers.
Bro,
you can look at
you're
Ford.
retarded.
You can look at
retarded now. That'd
look
be like
at Ford.
saying,
Look at Ford. Look up Ford right now. They will on the DAO. It will classify it. There's classifications
the DAO doesn't determine things.
They
The
do.
DAO can call
They
it
do.
fucking- the DAO can call Tesla cottage cheese. That doesn't make it cottage cheese.
You understand? To get on the DAO, you have to actually pass certain like tests to fucking be like, is your company doing this?
Is
this
ordeal? But the fact that one private entity calls Tesla something has zero to do with Tesla's relationship to the government. Nor is
not
Tesla
one private. It's a publicly traded company, Flo.
It's a public exchange. It's a private company that runs a public exchange. What I'm saying is the DAO, Tesla is not responsible for what the DAO says.
Again, to be classified in the DAO system, like they're gonna look at through your company and see what you fucking produce, right? So, like with Microsoft, it's a technology company. With AMG, it's a technology company. It's a chipset company, but they classify it under technology. For car manufacturers, they have their own unique thing where it's just like you're a car manufacturer. Tesla is unique in its way that it is evaluated as a tech company. That is the criticism that he has received throughout the years. That why is Tesla this big? And then you look into it and you see all the other projects that they're doing.
I don't care about DAO classification. What I'm saying is look at the bottom these bottom columns here. They're all got parentheses around them because they're all fucking negative. This company loses fucking money. The reason that it exists is because the government subsidizes its electrical vehicle losses. It's right there on paper.
Here, I'm reading through it.
Free cash flows. This is what we want to look at, the cash flows.
Yeah,
it's always losing fucking money.
Can you bring down the chat? Because it's like blocking.
Oh yes, yeah.
About 3 million. Okay. And these are like the 2017 like numbers.
I mean,
right?
yeah, these are not current. I tried to go to the most current ones, but the website at Tesla wanted me to enter my information, so I just grabbed the most accessible one.
To be fair, yeah, I would agree with it. At this point, probably Tesla wasn't making a lot of money, but at this point, they weren't even a public company.
Then how do we, the public, have these consolidated financials? They definitely were.
They publicized it, like they publicized their company's records like before.
I hope that, I'm going to look this up. I hope that you know what the fuck you're talking about.
Yeah, you can look it up. Like Tesla didn't go public until I think either at the end of 2017 or 2018.
Good Lord, no, 2010.
Tesla IPO 2010. Fuck out of here.
They were created at 2010, but that's not when it actually went. And no, that's not when it became public.
Bro, I was
company
a commercial
did not
loan officer. I took companies public with customers. You're fucking retarded all the way through this. Tap out.
Do you want me to show you? Flo, that it wasn't publicly
traded? You don't know
traded?
what an IPO is. You don't know what the DAO does. I can't believe I'm still having this conversation with you.
Okay.
Like you just don't understand it. Holy shit. And you're smart enough to know that you don't understand it. Somebody else yell at him for a minute.
Not to yell about. I'm not a, well, you know me, I'm kind of an asshole. I like things that, burn fuel. I don't give a shit about the environment. I want to run over animals, cut trees down. Like, I don't care, right? So the idea of an EV company doesn't mean shit to me.
Oh, sorry. You are correct, Flo. I was thinking when he stepped down as CEO.
I know. I've literally been correct on every single point this whole conversation. At some point, you just have to recognize that you don't know what you're talking about.
No. I was confusing when he stepped down as CEO. And just was the owner of the company. Because it was about I don't remember the exact reason.
I won't change my mind because I don't have to, because I'm an American. I won't change my mind on anything, regardless of the facts that are set out before me. I'm dug in, and I'll never change.
Paste. And true. But yeah, that's all I was saying. That again, I was confusing the him stepping down as the CEO for that situation, but it was because when he stepped down as CEO is because he was making they were making some big changes in Tesla.
Is Michelle, is this cucketry scale out of 100? Because if it's out of 10, how did I score so high? I agree with your assessment on Hornet.
Is it immoral? Here, let me. I'll sidetrack you here real quick. Is it immoral to kill people for money or revenue? Put it that way.
Is it immoral to kill people? Yeah. Even if it is money.
It depends It depends on factors. I'd say, like if you desperately need their resources, or you're gonna die, or your family's gonna like yeah, then it would be immoral. I think it would be immoral to let your family die so you didn't have to kill somebody else to take theirs to support your family that you're responsible for.
But so you're still but you're still doing an immoral action to get that.
No, I mean, because your action determines who dies. Somebody's dying in this paradigm. You just choose who. A non-action is an action. So I think that if I choose to let somebody else live so that I don't have to get my hands dirty and let my kid die, who I'm responsible to, then I think that that's immoral. I have to kill the person then and take their shit.
Yeah, I can agree with that. Yeah.
Okay. So if the US was not a powerhouse that it is today, say go back, I don't know, 50, 70 years, that kind of thing, before our Navy was a thing, right? Would you rather be back then living in like that state versus where we are now? Like, I don't know, being able to like push some buttons and have dinner. I guess that's what TV dinners are. So I guess the question is
by Michelle's cocketry confusion. What does it say again?
I guess my question is if given the choice, it's more specific to Hornet. I was trying to get his moral framework. Would you rather live like today in the U.S. versus say like 1930s, 1940s U.S. right before World War II?
Yeah, right before World War II. Fuck that. I don't want to live in the Depression. So yeah, I'd pick today.
Okay, so it is effectively the case that we basically directly feed the machine that goes around killing people, all because we like want to, I don't know, push buttons on a microwave and get dinner like super fast.
For convenience,
yeah. Okay, so okay, all right. I guess
the level of cognitive dissonance that most people have, mostly just due to ignorance, but also just to mental comfort, is like how culpable each and every one of us is in the new world order that we claim to want to fight against. But every one of us, every single person here directly benefits from slave labor. Regularly, constantly.
In some instance or another, yeah, for sure.
We're talking on slave labor right now.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. In some instance or another, like people try to be like, "Oh, I grow my things," and I'm just like, "Well, you got stuff from this location and blah blah blah."
But if you ask anybody if slavery is okay, they'll say no. But they're not actually going to change any of their behaviors in order to support that value, right? Like, so what everybody's demonstrating, myself included, is that we actually will accept slavery as long as, you know, we don't have to be responsible for the slaves that we keep.
Well, I'll tell you what I think the main problem is. I think that the goal of civilization is to improve technology, but we don't control innovation. So basically, we're stuck. Even the people in power don't really control anything. They're just sort of holding the reins of a system that they have to perpetuate, and they don't actually know why they're doing it at this point.
Yeah, I sort of think that there's some truth to, like, those who have the most are actually the most enslaved.
Yeah, because they're subject to the you know, the factors of power that they inflict on others. You know, because the factors of power in our age are technological. They don't escape those means. Right? You know, they're subject to the same powers that they use to control others.
I think they're subject to worse shit. Like, I've never had anybody in my life like make me, you know, hand over sexual blackmail or anything. Like, fuck that.
Like, look at Elon Musk. You know, he had a grandpa named Joshua Halderman, and they went to jail because they wanted to overthrow the government and replace it with scientists. Now, this was the idea of Francis Bacon in the New Atlantis, that philosopher scientists should take over the government.
Yep.
You know,
True history.
that should be ruled by experts.
Thinks that he's not Illuminati, you know, government front plant.
No, I don't think he's a plant.
Like, did you just hear what he said? That's actual history. That's not, he's not making that up. His grandpa was arrested for trying to overthrow the government and replace it with scientists.
Yeah.
Now you think that the grandson of this guy, who's basically replacing government as a tech guy and science guy, you don't think anything is abnormal here?
That's drawing a conclusion without actually seeing anything with it. It's like, okay, this person's associated to this person.
You're actually
you're making a connection that it does not necessarily there, right?
It is heavily supported by the evidence. The odds of somebody of just those two occurrences being random are astronomically low, unfathomably low, because individually each one is super low. The fact, the ability of them to be
we have multiple instances of that happening throughout.
You're
the world,
willfully
right?
stupid, because you're not stupid.
No.
You're deciding to believe this bullshit, and you know it.
Ideologically, I mean, it is pretty rare idea. You know, it'd be like extreme communists, like maybe Barbara Marx Hubbard, like the Progressive Party platform, or something like that, where it's sort of like sort of leaning towards anarcho-syndicalism, where it's like, well, the technocrats should take over the government. You know, that's pretty extreme opinion.
Yeah, I forget like what was the it happened here in the U.S. It's like in the 1920s. We had the same instant. I forget what they were called. Fuck. Either way, like I don't know if it was the progressives. It was it was the basic theory of like the smart people should be in charge. That's why we shouldn't be like relying on like
eugenics
being voted into it.
Yeah, if you look up Henry A. Wallace and Barbara Marx Hubbard. By the way, Henry A. Wallace put that pyramid with the eye on the back of the dollar. But yeah, that's the same guy who said, yeah, we should replace the government with experts.
That was before the 1920s. That's why I'm just like, this has happened throughout like.
Well, that was well. He was FDR's vice president during World War II, right?
Yeah.
You have the same people getting caught doing things and then trying them again, the same entities, but you think that they're not connected. It's fucking wild to me.
Different entities, firstly, because they don't identify with each other,
right? Direct descendant, right? You know, a grandson and grandfather or grandchild.
Well, that's the Elon comparison where I'm saying like this like other group isn't necessarily connected to that. It's just not it's a concept that's not really that obscure where it's just like people want smart people in government. Like that's not a hard line.
Yeah, but that's
not a
not
hardline
what
sense.
that's not what the belief system was, and that's not what Elon Musk is doing.
So
it's not smart people. Smart people naturally rise to the top.
Is Elon? Wait, I don't understand. Is Elon a plant, or is he trying to take over the government? I don't understand
that. That's because I've phrased it both ways because I'm using sloppy language. My point is that this is not an organic, and I don't even think that you're asking me a real question. I think that you've seen my sloppy language and you're exploiting it.
No, like I've actually tried to understand because it's late, Flo. Like that's why I'm just like
okay,
kind of all over the place.
Okay. The powers, banking powers, right? He's from banking powers, and his first business was PayPal, which is a bank, a tech bank replacement, but it's a bank. He's a banker first and foremost. He's from a banking family.
Yep.
And so it's both, but neither. It's the government works at behest of there are powers above government. To treat them as either way as independently operating entities is a false paradigm. So yes, it's a powerful family. And if you're powerful privately, you're also going to have power publicly. It's just the way power works.
What would you say for like the higher ups at PayPal that said that Elon would have like broken down the company if like he didn't leave at the time he did?
I don't think anything of it. I don't know what that has to do with the paradigm. Like people can.
Well, it's just more like
it's more to like the. I don't know the context or why they're saying. I don't know at all.
It's the company wasn't doing fairly well until like after the company boomed after Elon left, right? Like that's a known fact. That's a very lookable up thing.
Yeah. So it's like he's around just long enough to get through the losing money, needing government funding phases, and then he's off to the next one.
Well, I don't know if that's.
I think he's a front man. He's a front man.
I don't know if, like, we would have to look at Tesla's financial records to be actually accurate on that. I know SpaceX for sure is going to be like the most subsidized thing like you have ever seen. But
it's an exact replacement of government functions. It has no revenue source at all.
Yeah.
It doesn't sell a product or a service.
Yeah, I would say SpaceX is very much like that. I don't know. Twitter doesn't make him any money. It just loses him money a year. So that's just like a failed thing.
No, well, I mean, he's making money because his business is selling things to the government. He's a government contractor. That's the word I wanted earlier. I said the wrong thing, but he's a government contractor. That's his business.
Yes, I would agree with that. He is a contractor. But that's why I would say
he's not a tech guy primarily. He's from a banking family, but his real business is to
business. It's business.
To find, well, it's to what the companies he's fronting. He's the face of a group or whatever. The people behind Elon Musk, because I don't at all believe that he's just this solo genius running 4 companies. He's just the face of a group that is in the business of receiving government subsidies.
Well, he's not really running Tesla. He's just the owner, right? They have their own CEO, CFO, and everything else.
But I don't actually think that he has anything to do with day-to-day operations. I can't prove it. I don't know this for sure. But I know what it takes to run. I've made that claim too. Run a YouTube channel with 3,700 subscribers by myself, and if you tell me that Elon Musk is running all this shit at all, I don't believe it.
Yeah, I've had people make the claim that he actually does all that shit. And I'm just like, there's no fucking way because I'm not an Elon fan, Flo. Like, I want to be clear about that. I'm not an Elon.
I don't think you are. I think that you just still
I
drink
think
Kool-Aid.
I think that you think he is a plant, where I think he's a fucking dumbass, right? Like we're on like 2 different plants.
That's also how you know that he's a fake, because he's actually stupid as shit.
Yeah. But I don't know if I would necessarily call him a fake, though. That's where I'm just like, fuck.
I mean, I don't know. Maybe you're giving that word more meaning than it has in my head. He's a front man. He's a front man, and he's a what he's presented as is it's marketing, just like Steve Jobs was, just like how all these fucking millionaires who just happen to have international grandfathers for bank or international bankers for grandfathers. Bill Gates, for instance, like how all these guys just happen to start these massive companies in their garage, or when they're college dropouts. Like, come on, this is not a real life story.
Well, Elon's is like more direct, where he like had a huge lump sum to like start up like PayPal, and then was bought
these
out.
massive companies. Our economy is is closer to a fascistic one than to any other economic system, because to get actually big, you have to have government support and government contracts, right? The free market.
Government contracts generally pay more than the general public.
Way more, and yeah, way better. But like the idea that the retail universe could be taken over by a fucking used bookstore is absurd. So these seed companies are all government startups, right? Like it's obviously a private person, but it's running, the DARPA model. Here, you be an innovator for us with your private company, with our money and our stuff. Like it's
because it's more expensive to build infrastructure and do all that stupid shit, right? Yeah.
Well, it's also a way to skirt the rules about what the federal government can and can't do.
Yeah, to a certain extent. I just don't see like SpaceX as like I see SpaceX as like just a humongous waste at this point, where it's just like,
I mean, the whole space program. I don't know if you like. Maybe I don't even have the energy to go down this rabbit hole. The whole space program has been broad from the top to bottom. Somebody take it over for me.
We've done this before, Flo. We've done.
It's interesting to me that Paul tried to say that you wouldn't stand up for yourself.
Listen, I don't understand.
Like, what's your like views? Like, what's your what what's your political ideology that you follow, or like what are you recommending? Like, what's your point?
My political ideology, like I'm not really recommending anything. I'm just kind of like stating like what I know. But
so
politically,
you don't believe in anything. You don't have any background. You don't have any.
No, I do.
What's your ideal political system, or what do you think is going on in the world?
So, like, I'm very much for representative democracy. I think that's probably the best way to get things done. Electing a representative that capitalism seems to be the best economical system that we have currently. I don't see another one that we can use. Like when I looked at socialism, it didn't give me enough differentiations between.
Do you think we live under a capitalist country or more corporate socialism?
To a certain extent, you can make the argument for corporate socialism, right? But we still live in a capitalistic society because there are caps and stuff that the government puts on these these entities.
So you would want it to be more capitalist and less corporate socialist.
I would say that I would prefer that the caps remain there, and if not, like they put it at a like more stringent level where it's just like for like medical stuff, like we could probably like tighten the rails a bit. Where like for selling like fucking t-shirts or something, I don't care how much you're charging.
Okay, so you believe that other than medicine, most industries should not be regulated.
Essential goods would be the best way to phrase that.
So do you think we're living in a representative democracy, or do you believe that?
We still live in a representative democracy. The thing is, like, the representatives we have aren't the people that we have. People have just gotten lazy. Like I've said this on flows before, where it's just like, if you want someone to be in power, you're going to have to go out there from grassroots and bring him up, right? Like at your local level, you have the most power. So you can get elected, set like regulations for your like local set, and then if you succeed in the local set, you can start working your way up to the state level and then to the federal level.
But it's like, I don't remember what the exact number is that you need to win a national election, but they put dollar amounts. There's a financial minimum that you need to.
It was like it's like 10 million and change, right?
So really, all we're talking about after you get out of local is you selling, right? This actually ceases to function mechanically at all as representative democracy because your inclusion in the candidates is determined by you appealing to not the public, but the deep pockets.
But super PACs and stuff like that, right? Like,
Right.
yeah. That,
so they're functionally the ones determining whether or not you even get to enter the race. So that is who you're representing at this point, because that's who's in charge of.
I could agree, but then we see like politicians, like governors that have become like governors through like grassroots, like fucking things without actually using PACs.
Which ones are those?
We have like several instances of them. I can pull up a list for you, but again, it's not like something humongous that happens, but it's like
I wouldn't trust that list at all. You know, I'd have to really look into it. You know, because who are those people connected to? You know, I mean,
I don't believe that Tom McDonald is an independent rapper. He definitely has to have industry shit behind him.
Well, like we have had multiple independent running people like since like the 1800s. We've had multiple, like I think the list is up to like 100 and something.
That sounds extremely unreasonable. You know, I'd have to really see that list. That's a strong claim. That's a strong claim. But other than that,
some of them.
go ahead.
Some of them claim to be like the silver Republicans, or like they're an independent. Yeah, that they all have like really fucking weird names. So it's not like they don't have support.
Yeah, I never heard of them.
Yeah, it's these small like grassroots things that happened in the past and just like brought people
up.
Of course,
at the level of grassroots, people are able to maintain and gain a modicum of local influence. That doesn't mean that they
presidential. We've never seen that happen. To be clear, that's never happened.
Yeah, of course not. Of course not. It's been set up like that. The whole idea of representative democracy is to set up filtering mechanisms between the elites and the common people.
I mean, could you imagine anything more obvious about how not representative an election is than the Bush-Kerry election, right? Where the Skull and Bones has both candidates, like both candidates from the members of the same fraternity at the same Ivy League school. Like, well, oops, look what happened by coincidence. Yeah, right.
You know what's so weird? That everyone was calling Kerry the devil, and fucking Bush was just like viewed as a superhero. I was just like, what the fuck is going on? But yeah, we could also look at instances with like Al Gore, where like people would say that he won the election because the general public elected him, right?
I mean, yeah, people can just the fact that anybody would claim anybody really won the election, in my mind, speaks. I personally believe that all national politics is made for TV drama. Its sole function is to keep you distracted. It's the circus and bread. It's a circus.
I agree with you in some parts, but then we look at those instances where it's like the Al Gore situation or like the Hillary situation, and you're just like, why is that happening?
Because it's gripping drama. What do you mean? Why'd that happen?
It's
scandalous. It's this is great drama.
Yeah, I pretty much agree. It's both entertainment.
Good morning, Hank. Your audio is the worst I've ever heard it.
Let me turn my car down. How is it now?
A little better.
Let me disconnect and reconnect my Bluetooth real quick.
I agree with that last comment you made, which I don't normally. When I start reading your comments, I almost never expect like this is going to be something I agree with.
Okay, how is it now?
You know, you're all right. Go ahead.
Yeah, national politics is both entertainment, like pro wrestling, sports entertainment. So there's some part that's available, most of it's fake. Maybe the winner's not predetermined, but everything around it fake as fuck.
I mean, it's really like amazing. Like I am actually amazed at how successful this shit is, though, because like Trump and Zelensky. I mean, these are career actors. Trump has been an actor for half a fucking century. And now people are seeing a guy that they've seen in different roles on TV in a different role. And they're so convinced he's not acting now that they'll like, storm they'll fall on the sword for him, right? Like it's crazy how effective it is.
I mean, it's not really unique to Trump though, because if we look at Reagan, like he's falls under the same
Right?
fucking
Yeah, no. It's not unique to Trump. I was just using that as an example. Like we've got a ton of actors in politics. Like just we're learning about this stuff by watching it on TV. We watch actors on TV, then go on to act like they're not acting, but we're still seeing them on TV in dramatic situations. And how few people are like, hey, wait a minute. Wait a fucking minute. That Ukrainian guy, he was a comedian. He did that thing where he played piano with his dick.
Zelensky?
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
Oh yeah, Zelensky was an actor. He took, I think his first term in office was like right before the war.
Well, nobody even saw Trump right before. He ran for president. He had the whole birther conspiracy with Obama.
So what about that? Tie that in.
Like they funded this whole operation that was like a pre QAnon operation, talking about how Obama was a Muslim, how he didn't have a birth certificate. Yeah. So Trump was leading the charge in that before he ran for president. So it's like he was partaking in disinfo campaigns right before he ran for president.
But if you look at it in the bigger plot or storyline, right? I actually view like WWF and wrestling as way more pivotal culturally than just cheesy entertainment. I think it's actually where we iron out some of these bigger, longer storylines, but it's also done in a dramatizing sense so that the American public can, because we're all conditioned to view professional wrestling as what fake reality looks like. So that by comparison, politics looks real. But we've all been automatically programmed that we don't even notice that we know what fake reality looks like. It looks like WWF. Like, well, that's absurd reality, fake.
Well, real reality looks pretty close to WWF too, because of all the color Trump got when the bullet went by. The color.
Greetings, everyone.
Good morning.
Morning. I heard you guys talking about the finances and all of that, or just a little bit ago.
When I was screaming like a banshee at Hornet for being stubborn as fuck? Or
well, I'll share with you what I've come to learn. I know in 1983, there was a gentleman, Charles, who was the Board of Regents for Eastern Kentucky University, and he was also the banking commissioner that was slain in his home in Richmond, Kentucky in 1983. So, and that's about the time that hip-hop come on the street, or on the scene. It's also the same time that opioids hit the streets in the 80s. It's also right around the same time frame that the family structure started to fall apart, and then later to taking the kids and...
This guy have to all those things.
I'm sorry?
What significance would this dead dude have to all these things?
Well, it would seem somebody in the 80s have taken control somewhere behind the scenes and are obviously leading us down the wrong path.
It seems to me like it was way before that. That behind the scenes, I think that the 80s, Bush Sr. was the head of the CIA. So that's when it became public, right? Like, oh, hey, here's the head of the intelligence agency now becoming president. Well,
there's a lot of darkness.
Yeah, no, that's what I view. Like when you got the CIA director becoming the president, they're just showing it to you.
Mm-hmm. And what I also see significant to that is that Charles, his last name was Combs. Well, we'll say the family name was Combs. And we fast forward till now, after they killed him, and he was the chairman for the Board of Regents and banking commissioner. would seem that there's something real serious going on, and that apple that Eve was supposed to have bitten into just very well may be the children.
I just don't believe that the banking commissioner's job is significant to the other. I don't think these things are tied. And I mean,
well, I guess when we look at the whole banking commissioner situation, I mean, if we go back in the, what scripture said, God said to teach a man to fish. Fish is also a financial instrument today that a man cannot fish to feed his family. He has to fish on a financial instrument that he has to sign. And through education.
Your theory with Bible reference and riddles?
Well, no. I'll jump out, but
you don't need to jump out. I'm just like pushing back on what you're saying because it doesn't make sense to me.
I think there's more to all of this than some of us are really seeing, and that's kind of why I've kind of bounced out of the YouTube streets here, because it just seems that there is more disconnect out here than there is everybody coming together with what information they have from a good standpoint and intent behind it, right? For everyone to benefit and just not be the talking head.
This is primarily entertainment. You don't need to wrap it up in virtue.
I got that, but you got to admit, though, Flo, everybody's out here talking about what's supposedly going on in society, and as we're all wanting to protect our children's futures and to see things for what it really is and not what we think it is, based on this entertainment out here on YouTube.
Right.
So, that's why I don't get up here and talk much anymore, because I don't see much talk out here. I see a lot of disconnect.
I mean, that's, yeah. I don't know.
I mean, you look at the connection there.
I just want you to know that you're welcome, just because I'm being aggressive this morning.
Yeah, I got it.
I'm not trying to chase you off. So.
We call truce. I'm a man of my word. But anyway, we look at all of that, and that's awful significant that the top guy in education curriculum was murdered in the 80s, and also the banking commissioner what have they done? Who's behind all this? And look at P. Diddy.
Banking commissioners their turnover is too fast and their power spectrum too limited, right? It's a big office in the government oversight of banks, but it's just not the shot caller position.
But what about the faculties and the men and women that are voting for those government officials?
I mean, people don't even know who's running for banking commissioner. So the people voting for him, if most of them are just punching a name with a letter by it. Nobody knows.
Well, I think what I've come to realize with that whole banking commissioner thing and the board of regents, it's a chairman, and if we look up the word chairman, is an occupier of authority. So I don't know. Everybody can call. Yeah, everybody can call me crazy if they want to, but I'm starting to believe that there's something connected to that lost tribe here in Kentucky. So
that's what I'm going to call you crazy.
Yeah.
Here's the thing. Because every truthers pretty much see what they want to see, I could literally be putting out a clues like it's an A or a G game, and they will miss every single one of them unless it's in their special interest. That's how little attention they pay.
Your special interest would be intent, wouldn't it?
Huh?
Special interest would be intent. So if we look at the special interest and the actions of that special interest, and we determine whether those actions of that individual was an asset to our children's future, or was it a liability to our children's future?
The way that you put the words together, I don't even know how to answer, because I don't know what the fuck you seem to be using special interest as if it's a thing and not reference to special interest. I don't know. I don't even know what to do with that.
Well, I think if people want their opinions to be heard, there has to
right.
Well, I think if people want their opinions to be heard, and we all start connecting and coming together with what we've learned in all of our journeys, because we all come from a different, path, and all looking for the same thing, it seems to be.
Well, I disagree with that. I don't know that I think people are always looking for the same thing at all.
Well, I guess I do too, but I kind of confuse people. There's a lot of so-called truthers out here. I gave up on the truthers. I'm looking for the real leaders.
Yeah, I mean, but you're on YouTube, so you're just finding content.
Correct.
Mostly narcissists.
Well, let me show you what I'm talking about. Have you seen that shooting where the judge shot the sheriff in Eastern Kentucky?
No. When was that?
September 19th. The judge went into the chambers
September.
Yes.
No,
Look
I'm
up.
cunningly unplugged from reality.
Mm-hmm. But when you look at the detective that's on the stand in the preliminary hearing, that was on October the 1st, Detective Brian Stamper with the Kentucky State Police, but that's also the Colonel Philip Burnett Jr., who is the Kentucky State Police Commissioner. What's going on? What are they hiding from us?
I don't understand. What is the thing that you were pointing out that I missed?
I believe all the drugs, all that shit in the 80s come out of Eastern Kentucky, and this has all been a plan to enslave every one of us.
Well, I mean, drugs have been used as a plan to control big populations for all of human history, I believe, but at least since the...
But look at the effects of it. Once they put all that out since the 80s, and now all of those people that are hooked on those, they have voting rights. They got an opinion on that leadership forward.
I don't believe that, not in any significant way, I don't believe that votes matter.
They don't. But I know what you're saying. But
I mean,
you know what I mean?
Your levels.
Again, it's an illusion that it does. Right. And then all of those people hooked on all of that shit think they got an opinion here, and it's a popularity club, and they're voting, and it's insane.
Voting in their favorite contestant. It doesn't matter for shit. So there's no actual power in their hands, is what I'm saying.
Mm-hmm. But I think that there was a whole lot of trafficking of people coming out down in that area down there, and I think we're going to see some shit uncovered that it's going to be a nasty past that our ignorance really allowed to happen because I think generally most people are good people.
It's so ambiguous, it's almost assuredly going to be right. There's no way that what you just said could ever be wrong.
Well, to each their own, Flo. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. But no.
We think we got it all until we realize we didn't have nothing at all.
Say that again.
I said we think we have it all until we realized we didn't have anything at all.
Oh yeah, correct.
And with that line, you should donate to FlowState.
And you know what? Thank you, Hornet. Go ahead and redeem yourself. I've been yelling at you quite a bit this morning because you have been retarded. Take the floor. Tell the people why they need to give me money.
Give FlowState money because he's the most honest grifter on here.
That's true.
All right.
And you know what? Before you even started your fantastic sales pitch, somebody had just given me money for your name change.
Base.
Let's see. Thank you, Lauren, for changing Hornet's name to Trump 2024. Let's see. How do I get you down on full screen?
I bawled so hard they thought I was a fucking nutsack. I got so much cheese in my pocket, they thought I was a fucking calzone.
Yeah, that's a good idea, Hornet, and bear your name in your avatar so if someone does change your name, it doesn't really do anything.
Exactly.
So what? Oh. Okay, yeah. It's all right. Damn, I needed a... You have a good logo. Who made that shit?
Rude Mudcrab actually made this.
That's good.
I could ask him if he could make you one if you want.
I can talk to him. I appreciate it. I'll tell him that you mentioned it. But I I don't really have a logo. I've got this angry face. The words and the
You've seen me with one of the masks on panel, right?
Yeah, I have seen you with the mask.
Yeah,
on.
so like that's what we based the like logo off of, one of the masks.
Huh.
So it's supposed to just resemble it.
So Hank, well, why can I yell at you this morning, Hank? What do you think that's stupid and wrong?
I'm a globagandist, but I see the curve when I take that picture of the horizon, squash it.
If I were going to yell at you, it'd be definitely for your shitty microphone.
Yeah, you can yell at me for that. Can you recommend me a non-shitty microphone that it doesn't freaking feel like 3 hats on my head at the same time?
Stop fagging out.
That's all I got for you.
Oh, okay. I think that's a no.
Correct. Mostly because your microphone's so bad that I couldn't actually hear the rest of the question.
That's because I'm in the car.
But I'm not the person to bring your tech questions to. Actually, you'd be the person to bring that shit to. But I am about to like undergo the process. Like I said at the beginning of the stream, which probably nobody watching now was here then. I need a tech upgrade all the way around on my end. And I'm about to sort of engage in that, but it's like a learning process, right? Like
If you need recommendations,
in my life without actually having to learn about the guts of computers.
If you need recommendations, hit me up.
Do you have thoughts on it?
Yeah, PC for sure. Obviously.
Okay.
Never go Mac, but
never go Mac. Is that what you said?
Yeah, never go Mac.
I love that you said that because I had an iPhone once as a work phone and I hated it.
Yeah, never fucking do that.
Yeah. PC, I don't care what OS you use, but no Mac. I strongly agree.
But as far as the specs of what I need, right? Like I think I obviously probably need a desktop, not a laptop like I have now. And
yeah, desktop is just better overall. You can get a smaller one that is like transportable if you like want to do like setups in other places.
No, I don't need it.
But if you're just going for a standard one, I would be like at least an 8-core CPU. And
hold on, let me find something. Right. Hold on. This is all specs I need to know.
Yeah, I bought something on eBay that's gonna meet your specs already. We're going 6-8. Yeah,
I'm banned from eBay for life.
Link.
Okay, what would say those numbers and letters again?
Okay, so you need like an 8-core CPU at least. That's like the bare minimum. Like if you want to go like high end, you want to do like 16-core. And for your graphics,
I'd rather spend more money once than not enough money twice, if that makes sense.
The thing is, it's going to be like the difference between like a $2,000 computer and like a $5,000 computer. That's why I'm just like give you like the range here.
That's not how you spec stuff out. You need to know what application you're running and what the requirements are.
Well, I assume he's going to be doing it for streaming, right? Like
it's for streaming, right? I don't do games. I don't, I mean, I don't even know what. But yeah, just for this.
Really. You want faster cores, not more of them.
I want faster ones, not more of them.
Yeah, that's why I said an 8-core. But like, if you go into the newer like CPUs, make sure to not do Intel, do AMD. Currently, Intel's having issues with burned out chips.
If you go brand new, I agree. But if it's not brand new, you have to do your research.
I'm probably doing brand new.
Yeah, I agree with AMD.
This is big. This is big enough dollar investments that I'm just not gonna fuck around with secondhand stuff on shit that I don't know anything about.
If you don't know anything about, I'd probably not go first hand because that's when you can get ripped off.
Well, I need something new because it's got like the product, the warranties and shit. I don't know enough I don't know how to assess the quality of used equipment.
Yeah.
Like if I were buying a truck or a gun,
the thing is
this is fucked.
If you don't have a test bench, there's not really a good way to gauge like used equipment.
Yeah.
Not a good way to gauge new equipment either, thoh. I'll send you an email.
Stop being disruptive to the process.
I'll send you an email later.
Okay, but like I understand that there's points to be made against what I'm doing. There's always a different side to be made, but like it's just I'm just not doing used equipment, right? Like the risk is not worth the reward.
Yeah, you can. Well, you can't trust these tech companies. This phone news not going to protect you. You can watch some Lewis Mossman. I'll send you an email.
Okay, but I do appreciate the help.
So, at least 32 gigs of RAM, and I would say a 4080 would be probably your best bet for a graphics card.
Hold on, 32 gigs
of RAM.
Okay. And
graphics card, I would do like a 4080 would probably be like that's going to be your top end. The only thing higher is like a 4090, but you don't need that unless you're like doing like crazy stuff. So
the graphics card is the quality of the image I look at, or the quality of the image I send out?
Both.
Okay.
So that's why I'm like a 4080 would probably be the best bet.
Okay.
So you don't have to replace it like every like year or whatever. Like it could last you at least from what I'm thinking is like a good 3-4 years.
I'm definitely gonna, once I buy this, I'm probably just definitely gonna use it until like it no longer runs, because that's how I do with tech. Looking good, looking good. The machine lies. Smooth that shit back.
But yeah, those are going to be like your
like 5 years. It is what it is.
Yeah, those are going to be your big specs. So those are going to be the things you kind of want to
important shit right there.
Yeah, yeah.
Cool. That's actually probably pretty helpful. What about any thoughts on monitors? Like, is there any difference really, or because I want to get a couple? Do you like the curved shit?
I'm not a fan of it, but that's because I've never had one.
Yeah,
I think of it. So like what I've heard is people always go in with like I don't like it and then end up like loving it. So that's what I've heard from everyone that's owned a curved monitor, but I don't know if that's cope because they bought a curved monitor or not. So
yeah, I like buying like old shitty equipment and then making videos with the old shitty equipment because it looks weird. It looks like grainy. Right? Like I like the aesthetic of using shitty equipment. I don't know if that makes sense.
I kind of don't disagree with you, but it's
yeah,
it's not really a practical way to grow.
Well, I'm not really interested in growth.
Oh right, yeah.
So monitor-wise,
yeah, Lauren, I'm banned from life for eBay, and they added me to their list of suspected organized retail criminals. I'll tell you a story in a bit.
I would say monitor-wise doesn't matter. I would get a 4K monitor just because everything's moving towards that direction. So, but they're as low as like $200. So,
yeah, which is actually counterintuitive because PC is an older device, yet it works better, right? So it's funny. I mean, sometimes the older shit even produces better.
Yeah,
better results.
An 80p, I've seen like $500 like monitors. So like a 4K monitor you can like get for like $200, brand new.
Right.
Let's see. You might want a motherboard with good sound inputs. That's probably good. So I've been trying to figure out what is it like. Some people's mics just win, right?
Are you building this like from the ground up, Flo, or are you?
I just want
this
shit to work the way I want it to work. I'm not planning on that. Sounds like more work.
Okay, so like that's why I only gave you those specs. Like motherboard like specs are going to be like something that like if you're building it from the ground up.
Okay, yeah, then
yeah, that's some shit that would be very, very interesting to learn. You could probably watch videos on the different parts in the computer and build your own computer. There's probably
for sure you can.
Hundreds of people that are learning how to do that now, which is fascinating.
Yeah, like I haven't bought a pre-built since like 2012.
And once you do it once, it's probably like building anything else, right? Like
you'll never.
That's how.
You'll never use them.
It's adult Legos, Flo. I'm not even gonna lie to you. It's literally just plug and like you're good.
I mean, how many components are involved in a computer? Like, are we talking about like a zillion parts or like 5 parts that you need to?
The wires are probably gonna be the only part that I was like. So there's
that's the thing. Like you could build it. You could decide how involved you really want to get with building it. You could build it down to the fucking wires and right
I
down
know,
to
but I
the
don't.
chips.
I'm not trying to find a new hobby. I just want stuff to work
Right.
better for the streaming. So it sounds like
Yeah.
a lot of fun. These are the sort of things I like doing just for hobbies. Is building shit, but
it's super easy. I would say like it's not hard to get a grasp of. Like you just run a YouTube. Like it's like trying to like learn anything else nowadays. You just run a YouTube video while you're doing it, and you're good to go.
all right. Well, since you know what, while we're here, give me where's the motherboard? Just tell me out the rest of the parts and what specs you'd have for them if you were to build it from the ground. If I decided to build it from the ground up, just so I got
For
information. If you have thoughts.
motherboard, I'm gonna have to look into that personally, just to be like, yeah.
Well, then no worries about it. I was just, I didn't know if the information's right on the top of your head. I might as well write it down. But if it's not, then it's not worth it.
It does need to be an X 570 at that point or higher
for the
best
motherboard sound. You want a digital and mechanical amp. That's how my friend records music. Mostly, what I want is like if I get in a raw match, I want to be the microphone that is determined to clip out the others. I don't know what component. I don't know how that's determined.
So what you want to do is get an audio box. So like I run like my mic through like my Scarlett, and my Scarlett I could.
Yeah, I'm laughing at your at the fake online beef shit with the fucking yelling at people. That's just funny.
It's really
hopefully your mic's not like mine.
Yeah, no, I like it drives me nuts that like I'll listen to things on playback, and it's like I feel like I'm holding the end on my own, but then when you listen to it back, it's like you can't hear a goddamn thing I'm saying.
Well, they could turn you down physically, so it's like that's why I don't even do that unless it's on my own show. I'll just let people insult me and then just go away in peace.
But there are mics like some people just have the connection that clips everybody else out, right?
Yeah.
Like, and it's not a voice thing. It's not a manual tinkering thing. I don't know if it's the connection. I don't know if it's equipment, software, hardware. I don't know what's going on, but
yeah, I don't even start this shit unless it's on my own platform because I'm like, I'm under the guy, like I'm under the, the direction of whoever's running it.
Do you run your mic directly into your computer?
Yeah, it's a USB.
It's a USB. Okay. So like a good way to get it, like I can turn up my gain like on my like Scarlett to like turn me up and like basically overpower people. So like that's a like you have to plug in through, I forget what the plug is called.
I actually never have, and that's another thing. I've actually got mic recommendations. I got from Glenn. I think Glenn and Tomato is who I was talking to. I don't remember, but yeah, like I'm sort of gathering.
I just have about an 8-year-old
laptop. Like USB is
beat.
usually going to be like drowned out by other stuff where your plugin, like your analog plugins, are going to be like a lot more efficient because you can turn up like different settings at whatever point.
What were you saying, Frog?
I said I just have about an 8 or a 10-year-old laptop with the old school Beats.
Yeah, the old school Beats, like headphones.
Absolutely.
Huh. Yeah, I've gotten old, and it's probably got something more to do with the mic, honestly, than anything that mine doesn't pick up. But this was like a $50 mic, like 6 years ago or whenever. Oh shit, I meant to drop Andy on this channel. But yeah, all this shit like you can get so into the nitty gritty on audio equipment and this and that.
Oh yeah, like mic specifically, like you have to look whether you want a dynamic mic or a compressed mic. It's there's just so much to it. But yeah, I would recommend. It's not a hard thing to build your PC, but if you don't feel confident in it, then just like get a pre-made. I don't really like pre-mades myself, but like if you don't want to go through the effort, I tell people to just do that.
Scott, I'm not trying to do audio like you're thinking of with your life. I just want look, if I'm yelling at Paul or Tommy, I don't want to have the quieter mic. Like, I just want to be able to push motherfuckers out of the way if I need to. That's really the only important thing.
Yo, it's a waste of time to argue with those fools.
I know, but it's satisfying, and I'm not above admitting that I'm petty.
Yeah,
That was actually my first time arguing with Paul today.
Oh, you argued with him today?
He came. He was on the stream for quite a while earlier.
Oh, really? Oh, I
yeah.
gotta watch that back. That's funny.
It was probably the most chill time he's ever come on my panel for sure.
Oh, really?
Yeah. I mean, he and I have the last week or so, maybe month. I don't know. We've been our antagonism has been.
When I first saw you online, it's like you guys were friends. Like, like it was like a year ago. Like, I feel like you were on his panel a lot. Right? This is what I remember.
mean, when we first met, when you're feeling somebody out before you know if you really like them or not. Yeah. I went on his panel quite a bit when I had just was getting to know him, but
yeah, I don't think he liked me from day one. But then I think he warmed up to the idea of me. Like, after time, it was like, all right, the machine lies is pretty smart sometimes. So.
I mean, I'm pretty sure both of us could smell. You can tell. You can kind of tell, but I always try to give people a lot of benefit of the doubt up front. Yeah. My mom always said, and I think it's great advice, assume if you're in doubt about somebody, how somebody meant something or whatever, assume they don't mean offense unless you know they do, right? And so, especially when I'm getting to know somebody for the first time, like, I'm very accommodating of the fact that we don't actually know each other.
Yeah, I mean, I treat everybody the same, essentially, whether I know them or not. And the people that know me get really pissed off at that.
But like, don't you adjust how? Like, but once you get to know somebody's demeanor and personality quirks, you know whether or not something is offensive or not coming from them, or playful. You understand what they're communicating better once you know them. That's my point. Is I need to get to know people before.
Yeah, I've always been pretty good at offending people. So I think I do.
You are good at that.
Yeah, it's been a constant thing my whole life,
Huh? No reason to stop now.
Yeah, exactly.
You basically have to have disagreeable. I think to be in the panel verse, especially, you have to be disagreeable as fuck as a big
at some point. Yeah. I try to be like as good faith as possible, but fuck, dude, when you run into people like Paul, it was just like, fuck, this dude is just not letting me talk. I just have to yell over him at this point.
Yeah, like, I get disagreeability, but I want the motives. Like, why are you disagreeing? You know what I mean? Like, that's more important to me. It's like, well, on what basis are you finding disagreement? Because people are disagreeing just to make a show of shit. So I'm just like, the disagreements aren't genuine. Like, I'm all for genuine disagreements. That's why I really offend the fuck out of people. Because they actually fucking disagree with what I'm saying.
Yeah, you're talking about, like, you're all about disagreements over the content of what you're saying. Is that because I also, that's actually probably also exactly what I want to know is, why is this person behaving this way? But
Right.
usually it's just self-preservation, like, especially on YouTube. People they think a thing and they're right. It's paradigm preservation.
But I think there goes the line, because there's a set amount of people that are doing this for self-preservation. Then there's a set amount of people that are doing this for entertainment. And then it's like, that melds up. And then there's a drug element to it. People on panel that are on a lot of Xanax or Adderall or drinking a lot, I think they behave a lot differently. I think that those things are social lubricants, and they're readily available.
The panel itself acts as a drug. I mean,
almost
all of us are some sort of former addict. Former addicts, right? Because how many people's story about that do you believe? Fewer than I say I would think would lie about it. So
yeah, I'm addicted to coffee and weed right now. And I don't actually go on the panel unless there's coffee and weed involved. So, like, You know, if I were just to sit there and not drink any coffee and not smoke any weed, like there's no way I'd go on a fucking panel. like
How could anyone cope with that?
I mean, I don't do either of those things. I used to drink coffee, I guess, but I've never been really much of a weed smoker. So
Yeah, but we got cigarette smoke. That's
cigarettes are really like these health tubes are where it's at.
Yeah, I agree. Like I just have to constantly keep smoking when I'm on a panel. I don't know what the fuck it is.
I smoke like 5 times more when I'm streaming than when I'm not streaming.
Yeah,
I'll take
like
weeks off here and there. The decline in money I spend on cigarettes is astronomical.
I think compulsive repetitive behavior creates psychosomatic detachment, and then you fill that void with drugs. You know, so
psychosomatic detachment. What is that?
Like if you have like basically if you're engaged, like you're mediating your conversations, 90% of your social interactions through a machine, your interactions with people become irregular and premeditated and also mediated through the machine. Like your behaviors and your response to people becomes repetitive because talking to people through a StreamYard's call is not the same as talking to people. I mean, right? So what it does, so that sense of numbness that you have of like interacting, like for people, like for example, the simp, is trying to gain a simulated interaction that he cannot get in real life, right, through this mechanized medium. And I bet there's other things that they fill that void with, because it's such an empty interaction. It creates psychosomatic detachment on a fundamental level, because it's like people are not supposed to give you compliments or diss you or, do all that stuff or actually care, that much. You're not supposed to care that much. Right. It's simulated interactions. Right?
So you're saying that I am destroying my mental health for this audience's entertainment, and they haven't even sent me money for a pack of cigarettes recently. the emotional crush that I need,
if you're not careful,
my mental health into oblivion for their entertainment. Is that what you're
well,
saying?
if you're not careful, if you're not aware of what you're doing, then yes, but people who have a general sense of awareness about what they're participating in, they seem to be okay. Right. But definitely.
How would I know either way? Whether I'm aware or not, I'm going to probably think I'm more aware than not, right?
Well, that's the question, isn't it? How do how do we become aware? Of the amount of influence we're having versus the amount of the amount that we're being influenced. Great question. Right?
These are the questions that make motherfuckers go crazy.
Oh yeah. Or wake them up. Depending on who they are. If they have complex minds, then they can take in a lot of that data and actually analyze the problem. But there's other people that they can't do that. They're either involved in the problem or they dismiss it altogether, right? And they say, well, this is just, this is a new stage in interactions. Why should we question anything? And, it is what it is.
Because they're not actually interested. They don't want to have to resolve an issue by acknowledging it.
Yeah, 100%. Like how could
But does it make me do you think it makes me 5 or 10 times cooler since I light my cigarettes with the propane torch?
10.
10. Okay. I should make it a poll, but it's been too long a stream, and I'm just not going to put out that much effort.
We have been yelling a lot, so.
Hell, I was waiting on you to break out the wax.
Oh fuck no! I did dabs once. I took 2 dabs one time, and that's a hard drug. I don't give a fuck what anybody says.
I kid you not. I did it one time with a buddy of mine about 5 years ago. He said, "Be careful with that," and I smoke weed, and I hit it twice, and I'm standing there like 5 minutes later, sweating like a son of a bitch, feeling like I'm getting ready to fucking fall over and pass out, thirsty as a motherfucker.
I was so high that by the time I ordered Jimmy John's, and by the time it got there, first of all, I was stupid. My reaction to how fast they got there was stupid. I was like, "You got here so fast." But once I finally got my sandwich, then I just sat there with my sandwich on my lap, just looking at it. I was just overwhelmed. I just didn't know what the fuck to do. So I just even though I was starving when I ordered it, I was still starving. Fuck, this is a big sandwich because I ordered the gargantuan, right? And then I ate the whole sandwich, and then I fell asleep on my buddy's couch.
I feel like that's everyone's experience with dabs then, because I was just sitting there like I was lost in fucking space for the longest time, just being like, what the fuck is going on? It's so weird because you smoke so much weed and you're just like, I'm gonna be good, right? The dab isn't gonna do shit to me.
Yeah, that shit. Yeah, that's what it does to me. It has zero effect on me.
But
Zero
I don't
effect.
smoke weed. I've never been more than an occasional weed smoker. It's just not my thing. Michelle, the first time she did dabs, ordered ice cream and cried. Probably also her first breakup and her first period or something. But that's.
I wonder which one came first, the ice cream or the crying.
I bet the crying.
The crying has to come first, and then you order ice cream to make yourself feel better.
Ice cream is a soothing food for women. No, it's 30. Why were you crying? That's like a bad trip. I remember the first time I saw somebody on a bad trip and tried to talk him down from it. Sounds like what Michelle's having. I cried because I didn't remember ordering the ice cream. Oh my god, that's awesome.
Yeah, I had a bad trip on mushrooms one time, and I went to my family's house. I drove there in the middle of the night, and I woke them all up. Like my little brother and my parents, and I took them all into the living room, and I told them that I was gonna die and my whole life story. And then and then I went away, and I was like, all right, I'm dead now. See you guys later. I'm a ghost now. But I'll visit as a ghost, but I'm really not coming back ever again. And then I came back 2 weeks later, and they were like, why the fuck did you do that? But yeah.
That's awesome.
I've
never had a bad trip, but I did when I was in we were in high school, and hanging out with friends, and my buddy Rojo shows up to the house. He shows up tripping, comes to my buddy's house, we're hanging out, and he's at the front door and he's bawling because he's having a bad trip. And the guy who brought him here is like, I'm fucking leaving him, and drove off, right? And so we bring him inside, and I end up in the basement with Rojo trying to I'm talking him down. He's really stressed out that he wanted to go to med school. He's a smart kid, and he was going to med school, but he thought that somehow he had fucked up his chances at becoming a doctor. I finally, because he's gonna get caught or something, I finally get him calm the fuck down. And just then my buddy, actually David, the same guy who gave me wax or dabs for the first time, he sticks his head down the basement stairs. He goes, Rojo, your dad's here. He's got the cops with him. He says you can't be a doctor. And this, fuck
shit.
it. So then I just went upstairs. Rojo's on his own after that. I tried
all that work for nothing.
I know. You dick.
But this is why you need a trip sitter.
And actually, David, I guess it wasn't a bad trip. There was one time when I did shrooms. It was after the trip was over, not shortly after, not a long time after. But I was still drinking. It's the only time I ever mixed alcohol and shrooms. I had a seizure, standing up, and I ended up face planting. I blacked out and face planted on a wood floor. And he's the one who reset my nose. I was kind of coming in and going out, right? And he reset my nose. So I appreciate that. He did kind of help me with my trip-ish thing. I don't know, but it was nice not being awake while my nose was being set.
Exactly. This is why you need trip sitters. Remember, if you're going to trip people, get someone to watch you. so you don't hurt yourself.
But see, I still don't even know. That must have been like the blend or something. Cause yeah,
sometimes it just hits different. I don't know. Like like
it's the only time that's ever happened for me. I never had a seizure before, but I did it with my ex and his friend. They wanted to go to a party on them, but I wanted to stay home and see how it felt first. So I told them to go to the party. Then I started tripping. Yeah, I've never, but on shrooms, I've never had anything but fantastic, happy ass experiences. Everything's funny as fuck. The last time I did shrooms, I spent most of the party I was at in the computer room, hanging out with a big potted plant, a big aloe vera plant that for some reason my buddy's grandma had in the computer room. Right? I don't know why the fuck she had such a massive plant, but it had a sarcastic sense of humor, as did I, and we both thought that everybody at the party was. And we both decided everybody at the party was retarded.
Based.
It was based.
Have you walked into like a convenience store while tripping on shrooms with those fluorescent lightings?
Yeah, that shit's
trippy as fuck, dude. Where everything's like rainbow colored, and you're just like, this is fucking with me.
I went through before I got my fake ID, so it was probably when I was like 14, so like 8th grade. Maybe some in the freshman year. I did a lot of Coracedin, and if you ever were robo tripped, and
yeah,
that's a similar sort of effect. Like, whoa.
But the problem with robo trip is you would get couch locked. That shit would suck.
I don't know. Like, I always had a great time on it until like, but then I quit doing it when I got a fake ID and could just get booze. Until I tried it one more time, like when I was like 22. Like, you know what I want to try again? It was awesome back in the day. And like, it was not fun still.
Yeah, everyone remembers it as a super fun time, but I can guarantee you would not like it if you tried it.
Yeah, no, it's like, oh, I don't enjoy this at all anymore. But
like you get that fisheye lens shit going on with your eyes too, where it's just like everything's at a distance but close to. You're just like, the fuck is going on? I remember trying to smoke cigarettes when I was like robo tripping. It was like the hardest thing ever, just because finding outside was a pain. You have to like walk through your friend's
time
house.
was ever really entirely. I mean, you didn't know what sort of time you were going to have. You might have like a really zonked out sort of staring at nothing, right? You might just sit zonked out staring at nothing, or you might wild the fuck out. Like it just was kind of unruly like that. PCP. I've never done PCP, but from what I understand, it's the closest thing to Coracedin. What I was doing in 8th grade, right? All of us were doing in 8th grade. Run around town hitting up all the pharmacies, trying to steal all the boxes of Coracedin cough and cold before other teenagers stole them for that weekend.
I always found it weird why you had to be 18. Then I was just like, oh, okay, I get it. After I took it, I was like, oh, okay. Yeah, kids shouldn't have access to this.
Actually, why. It's because of meth.
I know, because of meth consumption, yeah. So,
well, ingredients, yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, PCP equals angel dust. And I don't know, like, you know, not old school like head shop K2, but like new school prison K2.
Makes you feel like you're dying.
I've never done it because I've seen people do it, and it just
not worth it. Not worth it. I will tell you right now, that's the worst high I've ever had, and like I've had a lot of fucking highs, and I fucking hated that one.
Yeah,
it just made me feel like I was dying.
Yeah, that's like 2016, like probation times when it's like shit, like motherfuckers were doing like salvia and like motherfucking K2
Yeah,
and shit.
Yeah, no, not that stuff. I'm talking like whatever they call in K2 now is not what that stuff was. And It's like, so I don't even know what it is. Potpourri or some shit that they spray chemicals on.
That's what we're talking about. Like that was
Okay.
at the same time as the salvia shit was happening. Everyone was
Actually, would have
smoking
been about okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, shit
Well,
was
like-
wild. It was like they like
If you went back to like 2005, though, there was like K2 that you'd get in head shops, and that was something else.
It was all available at head shops. It was wild. It's like it was like some crazy times for real. You know, you'd meet up with some people that were not all there, like a lot at that time. Like
I
for sure.
wasn't all there most of those years, you know.
Yeah, but and also I think bath salts was going on at the same time. You know,
No,
so
that was like
it was wild.
that was like 2008, 2010, somewhere around there.
Well, I remember when, and it pissed me the fuck off because when Breaking Bad came out, right? Then all of a sudden, like, all the dope started showing up blue. I was like, God damn it! Why the fuck you guys got to put like food coloring in this shit? Or whatever the fuck it was.
Oh, it was definitely food coloring. Like they were making blue shit. Like,
Oh yeah, no, it was an additive. I assume it's food, or who knows? It was whatever they could put in that would turn it blue and not really affect the way that it burned. But who knows what holes it's rotted. But my brain's already pretty solidly has its defenses up from all the years of quercetin, right? You know how lions kill off like the weak zebras and it strengthens the herd? That's how I view drug use, is it kills off the weak brain cells. So the strong ones I'm left with actually
work.
My overall brain performs better because I've killed off the weaker brain cells.
Yeah, dude, now that you reminded me of robo tripping, I can't stop thinking about it.
You should do it again. You haven't tried it in a
No,
while.
dude, no. Fuck that shit. Like I would have to like space out a day and just like fucking lock myself in a room or something.
Yeah, I ended up I scrapped my plans for the night. I was gonna go out to the bars, but I didn't. I stayed at home and watched I think King of the Hill just continuously until just waited for it to wear off.
Yep, that sounds like a robo trip.
Yeah. So I remember sitting on the couch like going, all right, I'm not enjoying this, but what time is it? Okay, probably got about 3 more hours.
That was also the crazy part about robo tripping, that the amount of fucking time it lasted was crazy. And depending on what you took, like if you like, I know people that took Delsum and they like time didn't make sense on Delsum. Like they'd be like, "How long has it been?" And it's like, "I'm like 15 minutes, bro. What are you talking about?" He's like, "Dude, we've been sitting here for 8 hours. I swear to God." I'm just like,
well, and the last time I did it, so it was the last time I did it. But one of the girls I was with, it was the first time she did it, and she has a personality thing, right? And like 2 months later, she was at home in St. Louis. Like she just didn't stop doing this shit, and her eyes were clocking, and her parents ended up taking her to a rehab or something because like she came home and her eyes were clocking from this shit, and they thought that she was overdosing on crack or something. I don't even remember. It's just like a wild escalation story that like I totally didn't see coming.
because it doesn't like present as like a normal trip, like, and it's so varied that, like you said earlier, like it could be anything. Like each trip could be like its own unique fucking experience.
I'm sure that stuff didn't do any permanent damage. Yep.
Listen, if it was gonna damage anything, it would have been my liver, and I think I'm fine.
Yeah, and you know what? Like the reason I quit taking it is because I got what food is good for your liver? I should probably take care of my liver for the rest of my life.
I have no idea, actually.
Because when I got my fake ID, like you've heard me talk about, probably when you get a fake ID at 15 and it works, this is now your every single day.
That's your every day. Yeah.
Yeah. And so there's probably 15 to 20, probably 10 years, maybe a little longer, 12 years. I was essentially drunk every single day.
It's also like getting a friend that just turned 21, like just to buy you booze every fucking day.
Yeah, I had a bad alcohol habit. And it was worse because basically I'm a Muslim. So when I was a kid, I really had to hide that shit like hardcore from the family and the community and shit. But now I quit. But back in the day, I used to drink like every day. It was really bad.
True. Did you guys ever have to play Hey Mister?
What is that? Like shoulder tap for someone to buy for you?
Yeah, yeah. Where you stand in front of the fucking convenience store, it's just like, hey, Mister, can you go do this for?
No. I mean, I got a fake ID that worked when I was 15, and before that, we would steal. We work out little plans. The grocery stores everything used to be open 24 hours back then, right? Whoever's working the grocery store at 2 a.m, the like one employee that's doing checkout, they can't pay attention to everything.
True. Yeah, that's an effective way of doing it.
And I can talk, I can chat somebody if I need to, and that frees up whoever else is, I'm distracting for it. Like, it's fucking silly because like I'd distract an employee and then they would go grab a case of beer out of the aisle and then just like try to dash out the front door of the grocery store without getting noticed.
Yeah, when I stopped drinking, I took like LSD like all the time. Like essentially I stopped drinking just because I couldn't drink and take LSD. So I just like took LSDs all the time. So I couldn't drink anymore. So it wasn't that I quit drink, like it was a bridge between quitting drinking and just being on LSD all the time.
Actually, I mostly quit drinking for a similar reason too. I started doing meth all the time. Well, when you're doing uppers, you don't really get drunk. It just becomes a waste of time.
Yeah.
It's just liquid at that point.
And also, lifestyle just changes. When you're in high school, when you're in college, you're out kind of living it up. Like drinking is a lot more fun than your dad. You got a job, like you're living your Hank Hill years. You don't want to just like guzzle beer and then be hungover every day.
You know what was weird for me? I stopped drinking so much when I like actually turned 21 and I was
immediately.
Like,
it immediately
like
lost.
Yeah, I was like, why do I do this shit? I don't need to fucking do this shit.
Bars immediately lost their appeal for me the minute I turned 21.
Exactly.
The very day I turned 21, I was like, what is this place? It's just I just come here to drink beer, expensive beers, and I can't change the channel on TV. This is fucking bullshit.
I think it's the I shouldn't be here or I shouldn't be doing this aspect that made it cool, and just after that it was just like I don't want to do this anymore.
Yeah, that's the place to find girls for the night. I think that probably the biggest appeal to drinking was fighting and fucking. And if you're in a relationship, like you're not out trying to do those things.
I hung in them bars, Flow, from about 17 to 28 years old.
I could see you being in one of those bars.
Well, it's like you said, and then all of that crazy shit and the fighting and everything. And see, my father got killed when I was 6 years old, and I don't know, hanging in them bars. And then my mother said something to me one day: "They're gonna kill you just like they did your father, son."
And because you were being
woke me up. I got out of the bar scene and all of it.
Yeah, I quit.
Of course, the children had a big play in all of that. You know what I mean? Time to man up.
Yeah. Well, yeah, and that's when I like quit, I guess, for lack of a better word, recreationally fighting, right? It was when my daughter was born. And I realized that, I felt like I have a right to risk my life doing stupid shit, but I didn't have a right to risk her dad's life pursuing stupid shit. So Yeah. Plus, fist fights in high school, the older you get, the more they evolve into knife fights and into like homies, somebody else died, like
yeah, no, or
you
someone not
can't
stopping.
recreationally fight as an adult like you can when you're younger.
The issue is when you're an adult, people don't stop. Like at some point, like I think when you were a teenager, you'd stop fucking swinging, but fucking adults, man, you just keep going.
Well, I ain't going to say that there hasn't been some sort of benefit from all of that because, seeing a lot of things that go on in them bars, you can really learn a lot.
And I actually think that, I think every guy should get in a fight, an actual fight with another person, not their cousin or brother, another man who actually wants to hurt them, right? At some point after puberty. Because if you win, you'll learn you can do a little more damage than you thought, and if you lose, you'll learn that you're not made out of glass. I just think it's sort of an experience men should have, is getting
like a rite of passage, right? Yeah, I can
Yeah.
agree with that.
Like, you just kind of need to know, right? It's one of those things that if you never try it, you'll never know. And if the worst that could happen is that I guess you could die, and at that point it won't matter. So
yeah, no issues after that. So,
but I think that there's a certain amount of anxiety that comes like on a subconscious level with not knowing if you could handle something, which you're never, like, a fist fight happening is a risk that's never not present in anyone's life, right?
yeah, like
So if I don't know, I just think that it would be stressful to not have encountered been in a fist fight.
Honestly, I think it just builds up your self-confidence, like we were saying earlier. I think that's one of those things that you need to do.
Yeah, I mean, I found out I was pretty good at it. I quite enjoyed it. But somewhere like less, somewhere there's a healthy confidence boost that's not like, oh yeah, look, I'm good at violence.
Yeah. Well, it's also like you said, like even if you lose, like you're just like, oh shit, I'm not made of glass,
Yeah, I've been pretty good at avoiding conflict by manipulating people around me who are powerful enough to defend me.
You bitch. And I mean that in the best way possible, but god damn it. And I believe the fuck out of that too.
Yeah, Louis Farrakhan, he had a story where this guy Khalid Muhammad, he would stand by him and he had a Bible and in the middle was cut out and there was a gun in it. And he would just carry around a Bible with a gun inside of it.
For what? Just in case?
Like as a security team, like as Louis Farrakhan security. And there'd be a bunch of people around him with Bibles that had guns inside of them. They look like preachers.
I mean, I used to carry a gun. A lot of the times I carried a gun, but it is interesting. Like I never. Well, that's not true. It played a lot more roles and a lot more conflicts with that than anybody ever had, just because of like the coolness that it would give me, right? Like if I have absolutely zero concern at all about you hollering with a baseball bat because I know that there's a pistol in my pocket pointed at you, like I can talk to you differently without ever letting you know that. But that was when I owned pistols. Chuck, yes, an all-nighter. I've been up all fucking night yelling at, well, Hornet here's the last one. The Freak got it earlier. Paul, I feel like I was pretty damn patient with, honestly.
Yeah, I was the one yelling at Paul.
I almost got it. No, I'm kidding.
Oh, no. Scott down there finna get it just because,
What up, Based?
Yo.
Scott does.
What up, Hornet? Machine. Flow.
What's going on?
Oh, Flo, do you have that conspiracy thing today?
Oh fuck. Yeah.
The conspiracy thing.
Tonight, Mod Monday. Thank you for reminding me.
What's the conspiratorial?
It's the topic, our conspiracy theories. I don't know how she's phrased it, but basically about that. And I'm Mr. Slave is gonna be on. I don't know.
Yeah, I'll probably call in at some point and tell them that they are real. Obviously.
Yeah. I mean, they're obviously real.
Yeah, I mean, like, you
Conspiracy
ever read?
is the lube that makes the world go round. Oh,
Yeah, like, did you read Plato's Cave? You're like, it's been a done deal for 2,000 years. Conspiracies.
Chuck's awake. Let's make you some money.
Well, theories or
I'm
conspiracies?
gonna bounce out of here,
right?
gentlemen. It was a pleasure hanging out with you. I appreciate the time up here on your panel, Flo. Always a pleasure, my brother.
Anytime. Excellent.
All right, take care.
And hit the like on your way if you have. And everybody watching, I appreciate
Well,
the
I'm gonna
like.
hit the thumbs down.
That's fine too. Hit whatever thumb you want to rub a thumb.
I got you, brother.
Yeah.
Go Trump. Oh, that's the wrong guy.
Yeah.
Go Trump anyways, man.
So, what's the joke with the Trump? Are you? I assume not a Trump fan. Is that what?
I'm not a Trump fan. Yeah.
Yeah.
Are you a Harris fan?
I'm not a Harris fan either, though. But
Who are you more? Who do you dislike more?
I think I dislike Trump more, but that's because I've seen a lot more of Trump.
So you're going to vote
He's
for
an
Harris.
outsider. He's not one of the powerful people. He's not an insider of the power elite, right? Sorry.
Who are you going to vote for? FlowState?
You know the answer to that. You know I don't participate in that fucking bullshit.
That's the right thing to do, not participate.
That's
the correct
actually
answer.
Relinquish your voting card.
Based Oracle, please take this. It's been too long of a night for me to start this shit from scratch.
Yeah, voting is pointless for many different reasons. Not one reason, not a singular, but for many different reasons. But what it does do is allow people to cope, to believe that they have an impact, which they don't actually have. And even if they did, they're too fucking retarded to discern who would actually be a good leader. So the whole thing is a sham, and you're better off doing just about anything in the world that would be somewhat productive over going to the fucking voting booth.
Isn't it, what's his name, that George Carlin has said, it's the illusion of choice.
Yeah. I liked him.
You mean you've already heard this shit and you just asked me the question you asked, Scott?
No, dude, I gave up my fucking voting a long time ago. Electors pick who's going to be in there, and they're told who to pick. So it's a mess. We're dealing with the fucking full-on usurpation of the government by the Bar Association of the bank. We're fucked. There is no such thing.
Like it's like you said that first sentence, and I was like, "Damn, I'm agreeing with Scott this morning." And then you continue to explain yourself. It's like, "Oh yeah, Scott."
Dude, you know the government is run by people above any of these fucking positions.
Correct.
Okay, so just as long
The
as
Bar
you're
Association.
well, I mean,
They're using maritime law.
It's a number of different PMAs.
You're a straw man.
There's that. You're actually, you're not the straw man. The straw man's like your little widget or your piece on the board. You're playing Monopoly and you got the little
The
fucking
Vatican
top.
has your soul that it changes on the New York Stock Exchange.
Well, there is that.
The
but
account, your secret savings account, worth $1 billion.
There's no savings account. All there is
And
a
if you
bond.
put everything into an equitable trust under the common law on the land, they can never take it from you.
It's already in a trust. You don't need to put it in a trust. What's in a trust is in a trust. You don't need to create another trust unless you wanted to put a trust within a trust.
I want to make a trust to hide your body in when we meet in person.
I think you could do that, but you have to have a 6-body trunk for that car.
Because you're fat, I get it.
No, because I'm going to bring friends along, and you're going to have to take us all out.
I thought it was just because you're fat.
It could be that too. I mean, I just wasn't going to cop to that. But hey,
both.
How about Milton, man? I'm like right in the line of fucking Milton. Just got pummeled by Helene. My brother-in-law has a company that does restoration and shit. Had like 7 jobs on the board. a week later, he's got like 65 jobs. Literally, he went to a funeral of a buddy of his and picked up 6 jobs at the funeral. Now it's just going crazy, and we're looking at a bigger storm directly at us.
So, how much do you have any idea what the price? How much labor is needed? Right? Like, are they hiring?
Anybody who wants work, there's 2 years of work right now here in Florida. Central
No,
Florida.
I don't want to move to Florida for 2 years. I'm just like, I want to know what the premium is now. Is there premiums on pay?
There's between, I'd say there's companies offering for this labor intensive work between $2 to $3K a week.
Yeah. When I wanted to go help after Hurricane Katrina because I had a job offer down helping rebuild that ship, but my probation officer was like, "No, you're not leaving the state."
Yeah, I could give you $1,500 with us right now, but we're doing insurance work. We got to cap it. The people that are coming in and there's a lot of cowboys right now. They're going to have to weed this out. But here we got a storm that's just it's actually kind of cool because the outer islands, barrier islands, they decided because of this next storm they're going to clean up all the shit. So they're actually on a massive effort to clean up all the debris right now, just so the next storm doesn't fuck things up with a bunch of debris. So that's one good thing that happened because of this other storm is all that shit's going to get picked up right away. That's where you make money is bring a big dump truck if you have it, big haulers, big trailers, anything that you can just pile shit on, build walls on it, and haul shit out of here. You'll get thousands of dollars a load, something like that. I can't even tell you what they're paying now because of this rush for the storm.
Yeah, there's got to be a surge in price there.
Oh, that definitely is. When they're running, you get there, they're paying you more.
But who's paying for the debris removal? Like
the state. It's the emergency funds.
And is it like does that money go directly to independent contractors? Surely it doesn't. That seems too efficient, too easy, right?
Those guys will get a receipt every time they pick up a load, and they can take that receipt and cash it. They can go get paid for it.
Huh.
So, and they set up disaster areas where they can go do that, and then banking it works, with your bank.
I actually just bought a new trailer. It's not a big trailer, but it's a.
Dude, you can make hauling shit. You can make with a little trailer. You can make $300-400 a load.
Like how far? Just outside of the, like.
It depends where they're creating dumps. I haven't looked into the.
It's where the dump is.
Maybe I should look into this a little more.
If you have a trailer, dude, it'll pay your vacation time in Florida.
You know what? I have a trailer, but I bet Chuck in Tennessee has a bigger trailer. He's on the direction, huh?
Dude, if you have a couple people that can team it and keep a fucking a vehicle like that rolling as much of 24 hours as you can, you'll just bang.
Well, Scott, come work for me, and you'll lose some weight. I'll make some money, and then I'll leave you buried in a swamp.
Insurance. I told you we got a fucking fuckload of stuff going on right now.
That's a halfway good deal.
We don't have. We've ordered 75 DUs, 60 or 75 DUs, I think Larry told me, and 10 have come in. And that's 2 weeks ago, a week and a half, 2 weeks ago. There's the supply chain, everything's broke because of all this shit that's going on with the port. Everything's fucked.
Yeah, I mean, I'm really only interested in like there's plenty of work everywhere. But
get on the boards because there's stuff coming here. There's all kinds of equipment coming here from other states because there's nothing here.
Now, what are the looting opportunities? There's a lot of looting after Katrina.
Everywhere. That happens everywhere. That's been happening already. As soon as they evacuate an area and the storm hits, before the storm's over, people are hitting those evacuated areas. I mean, it's just kind of crazy. But
they want a background check and a drug test. I mean, what are the requirements for moving trees? Yeah.
There's as far as that,
and I feel like with urgency, like they gotta fucking just accept what the fuck.
Yes, with an independent contractor, if you're owner operator, they're not going to go into your background and all that shit. All they're going to look for is your fucking. You have any licensing?
You have a driver's license, shit like that.
Yeah.
Probably.
Yeah.
Right. that your trailer's registered in some state, that you're not just fucking around. You know,
I am
and,
fucking around. I'm opportunistic.
well, go. I mean, you can just go online and start checking for people. They'll pay to get you out here. I mean, there's a need right now. And
Sasquatch, you know I'm coming for your shit. I want that battle axe. I'll have to loot somebody. You know what? I'm not even gonna make that joke right now.
you know, the funny thing is when you start talking about looting, the insurance companies are throwing so much shit away that you just have to go through garbage cans if you want to make money.
I've got this weird thing called my ego. Like I've never been shopping in a dumpster, and I never will. It can be perfect.
Well, I'm
It
not
can be
suggesting
perfectly
that. I
good
just
shit
know what
sitting outside the dumpster. I'm still not. That's trash.
I just
What
know
if
what
you
we throw away.
what if you see someone like throw like a super like expensive piece of equipment, like still in the box? You
So
watch them do
obviously
it.
there's going to be a limit to this, but I don't.
Okay.
I'd have to observe it in passing. I'm not going to go rummaging in dumpsters to find.
Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying. If you see someone like throw it away, you see that it's in the box, you see that it's new, you go grab it, right?
And actually, I have picked up things for scrap, but only if I'm like already have a load of scrap. You know.
Let me just put it to you like this: if water touches things, then insurance will pay for it with flood. So that
Oh, I know. I
means-
was in restoration for a couple years. Yeah, the insurance companies basically replace everything.
right. So there's a lot of shit that'll come out that you could just sand down the legs of and restain it, and it's brand new.
And that's what, yeah, that's what we used to do, fire and water damage, and the same thing with fires. You know, you could have parts of the house that were completely untouched, but the smoke smell, right?
Yeah, and all you gotta
Actually,
do
the
is
psychological, just
wipe
the
it.
psychology of thinking you smell smoke is condition that's insurable.
Were you part of like the reconstructing crew, or were you part of like the destruction crew?
All of it, demo remediation and repair.
You're like, so you guys did like both, because like for I worked in the same thing, but it's like they had like two separate teams where like one would come in and like fucking basically break everything down,
That's
and then the other
emergency
team would come and
services.
restore it.
That's the mitigation. That's the
Yeah.
mitigation. Is when you're in there first, it's to stop it from growing.
Mm-hmm.
But
or you have to put
yeah.
the vents, like the mold
air
vents and shit
movers
in.
and shit,
Yeah.
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 No, it's a small company. It was actually my ex-wife's family's company, and so we did everything. What I didn't do is remediation, right? Like actual, like, because the insurance companies pay out a lot for like having somebody go through and like clean individual DVDs and shit one by one, right?
Yeah.
I couldn't do that, you know, like wipe the smoke smell. It was just too tedious and boring for me.
Yeah, here we throw away DVDs and shit like that. If it's,
I mean, it's not. I don't think really we did DVDs, but you know what I'm saying. Like,
But it was
there's
like
a
small
certain
trinkets
cost.
and shit. Yeah.
Right. They would pay you a certain amount to clean an item instead of replace it. That's beneficial to the company, but you end up, you know, for a quick way, like it fills out there's really a lot of profit margin to be made there. If you can find people who are meticulous and patient and don't mind just sitting around all day and wiping a thing and writing down what it is. You know?
The problem with contents, dealing with people's contents, we usually try and sub that out to another company because it is very labor intensive.
Because staffing
And
for it fucking sucks.
you have to keep track of everything, and then there's breakage, and you're responsible for
Yeah,
it.
there's that's what I was gonna say. The liability aspect is probably the thing that turns off a lot of companies from that.
Then there's a lot of, you know, when you get into clothes, people want you to try and fucking save it. This was special. I really love that. And then they're pissed because you can't. So you sub that out to the clothing company, and you just try and get out of the way of the customer. The customer's going to be the problem.
I never had a customer around with any of that shit. Like, yeah,
That's the
my
problem.
ex-wife's dad was basically entirely a con man, but this was one of the industries that he conned in, and he did all the.
Now you're learning more about me, brother.
No, I always knew that you were a con man.
Fuck you too.
Based.
But the truth of this is these people get real emotional, all right, because they go from everything's normal, and then the next thing it's like the day after tomorrow, and they're fucked. You can see it in their eyes. So dealing with them is just like, kid gloves, dealing with somebody that, it's going to be all right. And, it's confidence, man. It is a con job sometimes because you're telling them, hey, we're going to get it from loss back to pre-loss. We're going to make this right, but there's no way to do that.
God damn. Yep. You're sounding just like him now, Scott. I bet you can even drum up that sellable fake empathy. Like you feel for their hard time.
I'm a sales guy. This is the easiest thing to do.
You see, your job is restoration. You see people who got little fires every damn day.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's a mess.
But I'm gonna head out, Flo. But before I do, everyone send Flo money. Again.
Absolutely.
Money.
Good point. Hornet, ladies and gentlemen, and TML, thank you for coming up. You know what? This is anybody who's wanting to join the panel. You better hit the link before I find the tab and remove it because it has been a long stream.
It has been super long.
Slowly fading.
But it was nice arguing with you, Flo. Scott,
and you as well.
Peace.
See you, man.
Catch you later.
So, Flo, I'm really thinking about coming out and telling the story of my life and letting you do it. I mean, it's you don't know what I'm either going to do an expose myself and start talking about some of the crazy shit because I got an uncle that just really screwed me over, and he had a pretty big name.
Scott, you have an interesting story. The issue is that your desire to tell it and the entertainment of listening to it is entirely dependent on the mood you're in. And so it's really hard to like plan for your moods.
That's why I said that the reality of this is doing it on the backside and then edit it down to where it's
pause.
What's that?
Whose backside are you doing?
Yours, your backside. We're gonna edit it and.
Have you seen Based Oracle? He streams with his shirt off. You may prefer his backside.
No, Base is here to do the tattoo. You're getting a tramp stamp with my name on it.
Well, goddamn, that continued to escalate past the point where I thought it was going to.
Yeah, I didn't even
Not
know.
comfortable anymore, is it?
Hey, like the grape joke is one thing, but then you want to brand me afterwards.
Hey, I just heard Base was good with ink.
Oh my god!
No, for real. The thought that I had is doing this as an interview thing and not even putting it out on YouTube because I have access to put it into festivals and maybe putting it out there.
Festivals,
film festivals.
You do?
Yeah.
How do you have that, or is that part of the story?
Well, part of the story could be all about some of that.
So you're saying that this interview could be my ticket to Hollywood. I could be the next. Who's that?
No,
who's that?
No, we're
Who's the
taking
one
you
on
to
the run?
Bollywood. You go to Bollywood.
Oh, welcome to Bollywood. I can't do it. Where's? Oh my God, Ash Faroon hasn't been back since I tried to make him be mean.
Really? You ran off Ash?
Base, were you there for that?
When was this?
Probably a couple weeks. I don't remember, but like I just realized that I haven't seen Ash Varun since the last time he was here. Like I think I broke the dude because I was trying to force him to be mean. Like I was insisting that he say something mean to somebody, and he can't do it.
This sounds like deja vu to the last time. I think a few days ago he was on my panel when I opened it up. I haven't opened it up much, but he popped up. But yeah,
Indian
kind of the
people are
same
not
thing.
mean. They're not mean. They're not by nature. They don't have that anger issue.
Are you kidding? Have you ever met an Indian who's just gotten a hold of sarcasm? They don't really do sarcasm in India.
No, they have
but
their-
once
they have
they
their-
get what sarcasm is over here, they never let go of it.
Okay, I agree with that, but I'm not talking about attitude
You get your
you
Panda
know,
Express in control, please.
more violent. That's my Just Pepper. Shut up. Get over here. Lay down. Now, come here.
Salt and pepper? Is that what he called it?
Get up here. Lay down. Move.
Broccoli beef, lay down.
Get over here. Lay down. Oh, shit.
Oh, Jesus.
Hey, I'm on the phone. I'm on the line.
You got people there too, and dogs?
Well, we're running a company here.
You're at work?
Yeah, well, we work out of the house. So, at any rate, why not? We're right in the middle of everything.
It just sounds like you're go ahead, carry on. Anyways, what were you saying?
Shit, if I turn the camera on, I could show you some pretty nice shit, but I'm not gonna do that right now. You know, there's a pool that I built. I helped my brother-in-law build years ago that looks like a
Yeah, no,
picture.
picture didn't happen.
Huh?
Picture didn't happen.
Picture didn't happen?
Yep.
What are you saying? You want to see it? I have to get dressed, man. I got to put on my fucking tidy whities shit. No, I'm dressed already. I just need to put on a shirt. Needless to say that, yeah, the going back to festivals and stuff like that, there's a bunch of connections that I have over the years, and you know the stories kind of coincide because I was actually involved with Florida Motion Picture Television Association, and you know involved with the music stuff that was going on, and then Katrina hit. Yeah, I need that link. Remember, I need that link. When Katrina hit, I ended up going to New Orleans first response. That was my initiation into disaster relief, and you know I went from sleeping on Stearns and Foster to Mother Earth for probably the first week and a half that I was there. But yeah, it's a crazy story of a lot of stuff that's going on, and you know the one thing that I could say that I'm proud of is I've always given up everything I've had for my family and for the cause, if you will. I mean, I really don't see money as money. Probably based, you would look at it the same in a sense.
You are such a classic narcissist. I cannot. You are exactly. Yeah. Carry on.
You should look at it for what it is. You think it's a narcissist?
No. I get it. You're no. Carry on. I don't. Yeah. Of course, you give up everything for the people that you love. It's not irresponsible decisions or bad behavior or anything. It
ends up coming back to haunt you though, because if you wait for deferred payment when the people that you love are supposed to pay you, they're the least likely to repay you.
Well, you know, when you keep doing business with people who you have other social connections to, it's normally because you can under-deliver on performance, but still hit them up for money, and they're generally going to be less likely to rock that social dynamic because it's pre-existing.
Well, and I can see how that could be the case in other people's, and some people might think that I'm short-sighted and I don't see it the way they do. But in my case, it's part of what I want to talk about and go into is, and I actually have a lot of, hopefully I still have some of the underlying evidence of all this, but it's just a crazy situation where, you know, I don't want to divulge too much, but I have this.
Don't give away your trade secrets. This is just that was a preview of Scott's memoirs.
Yeah, the Scott to be live story.
We've and longer term viewers will remember the first sort of surprise phase of Scott's memoirs, which is both absurd and hilarious. And I actually believe because it's told too fucking off the cuff. Yeah. Your mannerisms were believable for sure. So,
I don't remember what you're talking about, but nonetheless, I mean, I don't tend to lie just simply because I don't need to. You know, what's happened. It's easier to.
You know what? I'm gonna dig up that link and I'll drop it in the chat. Even though I haven't seen it in a while.
It's typically whatever's you know happened is what's easiest to remember. So why fucking why conjure up shit that ain't real? Because then that's when you're not going to get it right because you're now in a fantasy fiction mode.
You're 100% right. But not everybody has had interesting lives. A lot of people have had boring lives and so they kind of spruce their shit up.
All right. I mean, I can exaggerate maybe, but I don't think even exaggerating is necessary, man. I went in and out of strip joints for.
No, I wasn't saying that you did it. I was saying that that's like obviously why people would do it.
I'll tell you one of the funny stories. I was with you. You were just talking about shrooms and having a bad trip. We had a buddy of mine who got a full-boat scholarship, and literally like 2 days after we knew he got a scholarship, one of our other buddies got some shrooms, and we started doing it. Literally at Skyway Ballpark, right up the road from where we lived, and we all played football there. Adam had a fucking bad trip. He just started freaking out, thinking that his dad was going to find out. He was going to get in trouble. He was going
God,
to lose
that's
his
my
job.
story. Stop stealing my story.
Oh no, I didn't hear your story. This
You
guy
just
was,
said that you heard about the bad trips.
no, I just heard you mention it. I didn't. I was moving around and doing stuff, listening and not listening. But I did hear you talking about shrooms. All I was going to do is just finish this up. We literally played bull with this guy because we're all laughing our asses off. Just couldn't stop laughing at him crying and freaking out. And he's like the toughest guy out of all of us. He's the one that got the scholarship. And he's trying to kill us. And like he's chasing after me, and my buddy Tom be like, "No, no, no, get over here, you fucker! You're right." He's taunting him. He's going, "Your dad's not here. He's over there." It was crazy. I just remember running like a fucking crazy man trying to get away from Adam.
You can't run.
Oh, not really. Not as fast as he could. He was stronger than me and fucking probably 50 pounds lighter and 4 inches shorter. I mean, but strong as fuck. He was older than me too. And
what was the girth difference? Was he as girthy as you?
Wow.
No, he was.
Take it how you want it. It can be a fat comment. It can be a gay comment. Either way works. Both of them actually.
Fat and gay. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Dude, I think it was Tom. I was gonna say it was Adam or Tom. We were bench pressing. And I was trying to max out at what Adam or John Jordan, one of the strongest guys in high school, was maxing out at. And we were on shrooms. This is another time we were on shrooms.
You were lifting weights on shrooms?
This was stupid. I'm not kidding you. But I,
I believe that shit though, because I remember like the weightlifters in high school and college, and they would do weird shit like that.
Dude, we actually fucking are doing this in my buddy's garage. His dad's a fucking principal at Tampa Bay Tech. And so I got fucking these weights on there. I'm standing there, and as I lift it, I get it off the bar and my arms buckle. If Tom hadn't jerked it, what's that?
And you shit your pants?
If Tom hadn't fucking jerked it backwards, it would have come down right on my forehead. As it was, it hit the top of my head, and I mean fucking just damn near a knockout blow. Fucking just crushed me. Fuck, boom. I was like, oh, it's all stars. But he had jerked it back just enough that because it was right above me. I mean, this thing was going to come down on my fucking, probably my nose, the bridge of my nose. But boy, that's the last time I fucking did that shit. Playing around with weights when I was all fucked up.
So it did bonk the top of your head, but but it was going to come down on your nose.
Yeah.
Okay,
that thing was probably. I mean, as it came backwards, I mean, it was coming straight down. My arms buckled. There's nothing I could do, and I had got it up. I got it straight, and then it came down. It was going backwards, and he jerked it further and just got it past my fucking forehead.
You know what? I forgot. I had a bit of content of you, a year ago, 9 months ago.
Yeah.
All right. So I just dropped 3 links. The first one is the first time that Scott tried to shoot his shot at Mrs. Flo.
Oh shit! You're talking about that?
When you sang her this song, you tried to womanize my woman.
I was really you though, Flo. Didn't you know?
Yeah, right. And then this middle one is Super Chad Scott tells party stories. And then the middle one is the long one. The other ones are short. And then the third one is when you shot your shot at Mrs. Flo again.
Mrs. Flo again? I thought it was what's her name?
No, you sang songs to all the chicks, but I only
these are all original. These are original songs. I've written them. It's not I'm just singing. These are original works by me.
Does that make it better though?
It
does. Yeah, I've opened up bass. I've opened up for Gladys Knight and the Pips, Jeffrey Osborne. I've worked with the Backstreet Boys, some of the same people.
You opened up for the Backstreet Boys? Is that what you just said?
No, I've worked with some of the people that produced them. I've got some of their people that produced them working on my stuff.
This is the degrees. I probably do it. I don't know if we're using that metric, like degrees of
Kevin
Bacon.
I worked in the same studios. I recorded in the same studios where Britney and fucking 7 Mary 3, Lenny Kravitz, all of them recorded. I recorded at Transcom.
I mean, what were you doing there? Dropping off baby oil?
No, I was recording my tracks, my music, my songs that I wrote. Literally. Copyrights and all, they're mine.
You know what? I don't even remember these songs that well. Let's this is the first word.
I know every word of it.
I know that you do. I've seen you sing them off memory. I understand that these are your songs. I'm just gonna. I'm kind of curious to watch them now. So we can all watch them together. It's pretty short.
We've got Joe Biden as president.
Yeah, Scott
Jack,
CB sings
nonsense.
love songs to FlowState's
Jack,
woman.
if I
Will
was
he woo
banging
her away?
FlowState's old lady without him knowing, and I kept it a secret, I might keep myself from.
And then the next thing you know, we've got Joe Biden as president.
Jack,
this is nonsense.
Jack, if I was banging FlowState's old lady without him knowing, and I kept it a secret, I might keep myself from getting stabbed.
Why? Why would you say that?
Why would you be immoral? And
I wouldn't. No, that's
Why would you think
That's
that you could ever
hypothetically.
get with her?
Why would you think that somebody was attracted?
Because you could.
So be
Scott, we're not in the same category.
You're as dumb as a rock.
You
couldn't
can't
be
play
any
at my
dumber if they
level,
cut
Scott.
off your head. You couldn't be any stupider if they cut off your fucking head.
You
That's
sound
how
like you're
dumb
about
you
to
are.
start crying. This is why you can't pull pussy at my level.
I could
Dicks
pull
don't
it.
like dudes that
Oh
cry.
my god!
Okay,
I
we're
could show
gonna
you-
do this
I-
again.
Said he
Scott,
could
turn your
watch
camera
his
on.
and you
Scott, turn your camera on.
No,
Scott, go
not
ahead, turn
happening.
your camera on.
No.
No. Then don't pay up your appearance. If you can't turn your camera on.
I can go get her and see what she thinks about you.
Yeah, turn your camera on. Katie can judge you. Go ahead.
No, I don't need to turn my camera on for Katie to judge me. It doesn't fucking matter.
Here's
it does because your optics are weak. So
Let's-
Katie
I
can
mean,
judge me and tell people.
Hey, Hank,
Oh.
put on some glasses, maybe then. Go ahead.
He can
get
do
some
it with
better
his camera
glasses.
off. It's not going to help him.
No, it's not going to help him at all.
Let's go back to Jack.
Oh, okay, good idea.
Please, let's come back to a little more relevance, because if we had more morality, in the people,
That's a better way to look at it. I like that.
Well, in morality, Scott wouldn't be, wouldn't be having sex.
Oh, that was hypothetical. I would get stabbed.
I
And
know.
Look, I brought up what he said about the stabbing shit, and I'm like, hey, yeah, that's a bad thing. That wouldn't be cool. But I wouldn't do that to his wife or girlfriend either. I wouldn't even do it to his neighbor's wife.
You wouldn't, but it's not because of your ethics. Katie, under what circumstances would it have to be for you to, well,
If there
you
was
don't even-
in and there were no more batteries, that's when she would start to look at Scott.
But what if there's sticks and rocks and shit?
Oh,
Am I not-
I forgot about this.
You want to join? I've got my camera off.
I better.
Yeah. All right, Scott. Here, this is your chance. I'm going to get off screen so I can keep smashing peanut butter and jellies. Have at it. It's all you.
What?
Bye. Bye, Katie. Bye, Flo.
Oh, you're leaving?
I'm just eating. I'm eating peanut butter and jellies, and Scott's trying to work his game.
Oh,
Work my game.
Yeah, go ahead. You got first shot, Scotty.
Not even trying to. Wait. What
Where's
kind
Joe? Is
of
Joe?
what kind of game, Katie? I didn't bring you here for this.
No, I was just in the room, so I just figured I might as well join the conversation since we're talking about fucking me.
No, it wasn't. It wasn't. It was hypothetical because he was talking about stabbing me, and I was saying, and Jack was talking about secrets. We should end secrets, and I'm saying no. If in fact I was to be having coitus, sex, was fucking you, as we put it,
oh my
then
God.
it would probably be something that was bad to put out.
I
in the
heard the
open.
conversation.
Keeping a secret would keep the knife out of my back that Flo would want to use, even before
Yeah, I
we
kind of feel
talked
like
about it.
that was most certainly was a jab at Flo, though. Like
Absolutely.
you could have just.
But it's really a jab at yourself when you think about it and realize what a complete fantasy it is.
Here,
You guys are both dicks. It's
I got to
funny.
drop and come back. My mic just
Oh,
fucked up. It is funny.
But
I'm
mine
coming right
is
back.
too.
Bring me right back
And
up.
Katie, rock right on. You're kind of a dick too. I love it. You're ready.
My turn.
I have to go toe to toe with him, so.
So, Katie, what kind of music do you like?
Look at Scott. Look at
I
Scott.
thought you turned over.
What kind of music?
Scott, tell her about the musicians you know. Where the fuck did Scott just run away to?
I'm the musician. I'm the musician. I know.
There he is.
What?
Oh, really?
What kind of
have this
music
on
do
my
you
desk.
like?
I have this on my desk.
I just asked what kind of music
Who
you
the
like.
hell just called me a man in the comments?
Oh, that sucks. You don't look like a
It
man.
doesn't matter if she is.
But you're with FlowState, so like that. Hold on. I'm not gonna go too far into this.
I'm not sure.
Hey, even Alexa just came up and said, I'm not sure. Somebody play that back and boost the audio. She said it, not me. So this is what I said. What kind of music do you like? FlowState's wife.
That's Katie. That's
Katie
Well,
Flow.
lots of
Katie
music.
Flow just sounds wrong.
Mrs. Flo.
Mrs. Flow.
Is
Yeah,
that
Mrs.
sounds
Flo in the
weird.
comments.
you?
What's that, Cynthia?
As Mrs. Flo, is that you, Katie?
Yeah, that's me.
Okay.
If it's not, I'm in trouble.
You're always in trouble.
Twice.
I didn't know whether to pick the flow, the picture I have on it, the fish flow from, what was that, Finding Nemo?
I don't know. No.
Yeah.
Or Flo, the insurance lady.
Even Flow.
Isn't her name Flo?
Yeah.
Interesting.
Oh, yeah.
Interesting.
Oh, fish.
But you gotta
You should use her sister.
I said I like rock, I guess.
You like
I
rock?
Yeah.
Oh man. Okay, Missing You. We wrote a song called Missing You.
Oh my God.
No, shut up, faggot. So this is about going on the road and being away from that woman that you love, and you miss her, and you just what the fuck are we doing?
Sounds like a country song.
It sure could be. We recorded it rock and roll, so it's hard to.
It'd be a suicide song.
I'm tired of traveling around your world.
Did you see Jack just twitch?
You know, it makes me lonely. And what's the cost of the time we lose if I can't touch you? Show you that I love you.
Scott,
girl,
you gotta
if I
stop.
threw it all away, would you be here for the day I had nothing? Girl, I'm missing you when I should be kissing you. Girl, I'm missing you. Not where you want me to. Girl, I'm missing you. Girl, I'm missing you. Girl, I'm living in a hollow shell like a skeleton. I'm feeling nothing. This distance does something to myself. It's a living hell. I'm beside myself, and we don't have to go on this way. Is it what we want at the end of the day? Is it worth the heartache and price we pay? There's only one more day, but are we reluctant? Girl, I'm missing you. I should be kissing you. That's an original, and fuck you, Flo. You're a faggot.
Hey, man, I can't believe that she didn't slide off her seat.
Still your woman.
No, I absolutely don't need her. Don't want her. I couldn't even fucking imagine going to Kansas to find her.
Would it be? Are you more or less likely to sleep with Scott after hearing that song than before?
We're not sleeping with anybody but you. I already said that. Not even.
Hey, judge this song. Judge the song. Don't judge whether or not you're trying to fuck me.
No, the song did not help his game at all.
Did the song make it worse?
You didn't like the lyrics to that. You didn't like rock. How do you like rock and roll? You didn't even take the fucking lyrics in for what they were. I'm not even asking you to like my singing. Listen to the song. You want me to play it for you?
Hey, Katie, I'm gonna borrow Taylor because I need to recover from this garbage.
You can. There's no recovery from this. It can't be cured. You just live to learn with it, or learn to live with it.
You can help me feel better, Taylor.
I can only say this, Flo. Match it. Do something half as talented, half as creative, half as fucking worthy of talking about.
Well,
Anything. No, that's on her. That's her fucking misgiving.
Okay. Here. You want to see me do the floss? What do you want? Watch this.
Yeah, that's it.
That's
better than your song, motherfucker.
That's what you're going to be known for.
There you go. Thank you.
That's on your headstone. It'll say "Flo can floss."
Let's see you do the floss, you fat motherfucker.
I want to see you do a fucking teabag of somebody and then floss on top of that.
Well, the last time I teabagged somebody, He pulled a gun on me.
That was Tommy. I saw that. That was funny.
I'm really glad I watched that.
That was pretty funny. But now remember what I was saying. If you go back, I was not saying that I was going to be fucking your old lady or anything. I said if I was to, and I could keep you from figuring it out, I might be able to keep the knife out of my back.
I understand. The only reason that that example was made is because we had been going back and forth, and you just wanted to talk your shit.
Oh, it was stupid shit. Yeah, right.
Yeah, but it was an oopsie. It was a miscalculation.
But it ended up fun. It ended up fun. I mean, it came.
It did.
Good company.
And you know what? Where did it go? You tried it. You tried your game again. This one's only like half as long. Hold on. Yeah, this one's even faster. I don't remember.
I'm just trying to get my songs. It's not game.
It's
I mean, the game's work
crazy how much shit happens in like a short time period in these panel verses. This feels like forever ago.
Yeah, it's a while back though.
But go ahead.
What was that song again?
50624.
Oh yeah, I know that one.
You don't remember
Hey, Scott,
that?
do you have that poem?
Is it for her?
Yeah, I don't know if you saw the poll that I put up earlier, but I asked the chat, would you rather hear Scott's poem, the panty dropper, with the words only? Would you rather hear it with the music? Would you rather have him recite it to Katie again? Or would you rather not hear it and he can fuck off? And they chose for you to do a live performance of your panty dropper.
Great job, chat. Great Serenade job. it? Serenade it. All right, you have to leave the room.
I do? Okay, fine.
Woo! Go ahead, Scott. You That's can it. stay This is here. gonna be Hey, good. look. This is gonna be good. Oh, Katie, can you come I close don't to mind the if you camera, watch. Katie? This is gonna be good. Thank you.
There.
No Now- pressure, Scott. No pressure.
Well, you can stand in the corner. I don't mind if you watch.
Okay, I'm over here with my shake weight.
He likes to watch anyway. Go ahead.
Hi, Katie. Nice to meet you.
Hi. Was that Venus Cupcake?
Yes. Hi.
No.
All right. Okay. Blowing me away it is, man. I could probably come up with better ones, but this is the panty dropper. So it's the true to form. Fucking one I've dropped the most. But Katie, I don't want your panties to fall. Please keep them on.
Okay.
Now, Cynthia, Venus, I don't know if you guys are single. Well, you're not married, Katie, are you? No. Bro, put a ring on it, bitch. How's that shake weight going?
It's going good. How's that poem going?
All right, Scott. Don't focus on flow. Come on, you're on a roll. Let's keep going.
Put the shovel to the side and
Yeah,
continue.
All right. Which one should I go with?
How many do you have?
One. No, so many. One night when we were talking, I could see it in your eyes. I could search for 1,000 years and I could never find someone just like you to take this heart of mine and make me feel the way I do when I am by your side. So baby, stay with me tonight. Wrap me up inside your love as I give you all of mine. And take me to that place that we've never gone before. Anything you could ever want, I would give you more because your love, it's blowing me away. Your love is blowing me away. And your love is showing me the way. Your love is blowing me. You're showing me the way. So baby, stay with me tonight and take me to that place that without you I can't find. And girl, hold me close. Don't ever let me go. I'd be lost without your love and I might just lose control. It's when we're together, it feels like paradise. And I'm feeling these true emotions, they're just building up inside. So girl, hold me close and please don't let me go. I'd be lost without your love and I know I'd lose control. Your love, it's blowing me away.
Let's do like some
Ooh, I'm so glad.
and do one at a time. Give our critique.
Hey, you're not gonna leave me, are you? Please don't go.
Yeah,
No,
Flo
it
is
just
in
dawned
trouble
on
now,
me
bro.
when he turned his camera on that Scott's
Used to be.
looks like the one dude from the Big Lebowski.
Yeah.
Oh, Walter.
Yeah.
Where is that?
I was like, oh, Walter. I don't know what
Those
you
pictures are better behind me because they're more colorful.
Oh.
Scott, I'm glad my girlfriend is asleep. Woo, that was heavy stuff.
Oh, you want your spot back?
You want a love song for your girlfriend?
No, she's asleep, but maybe
Yeah, I'm
another
sure that
time.
worked on some girls.
How funny.
You on mute, Flo.
That was good shit. Chuck is being negative like always, but let's see.
Let him pay you.
Let Chuck pay me?
He wants to get rid of me. Fuck him.
Well, there is that.
Yeah,
is this a Make-A-Wish sing-along? This is Scott's panty dropper. Can't you tell? Sean's panties probably dropped too. David Harbour doesn't have any culture or good taste, it seems. Lou was there. The oceans are now dry. That's significant.
And I'm drier than the fiery pits of hell.
I did take a risk with this. It was a big risk, but I had to know. I had to put Katie up to the ultimate test to know that I could trust her.
Oh, you didn't let me have my singer sing it for her. Now that's a whole different story. If I took the production out and for me and added the finished product in, she's.
So you're saying if somebody else made the music, it would be good.
Yeah, the sentiment was just right on target. Yes, definitely. I can hand that off to anybody.
Here's the great thing, and I know that probably nobody watching now was here earlier when I was. That was when I was screaming at the freak. Yeah, it was the freak's turn. And telling what a simp he is. Like, that's the sort of shit that some of these dudes need to just do, right? Like, doing terrible singing like that, way more likely to get pussy than
absolutely
than trolling the internet trying to figure out how to get pussy, right?
Dude, out of 50 girls in a room, 2 of them are going to connect with that.
She actually, it came up. We were talking after this later offline, and she brought up again that would work on girls. Just the sheer confidence. It's stupid confidence. It doesn't even matter if everything else is complete trash.
I'm living.
Look at this. I'm getting you a motherfucking record deal, Scott.
There you go. OTW.
Look, and OTW is a famous musician. You might remember this single.
You're breaking my heart, baby. You make a mess of me.
OTW, I'd work with you on a few things, but those are produced already. Actually,
I would be so happy to hear the finished product of OTW and Scott 2B collaboration. Please let this happen.
That would actually be decent. I wouldn't mind doing it.
Please, for the love of fucking God.
Let me think. What song could I give OTW? Oh,
No. You have to be in it. You know what? I don't know about music. I'm not a musician, but if I need to manage this project to make sure it gets done,
dude, I'm the producer.
I'm not above that.
I'm not the music producer, but I'm the lyrics and
this is your song, man. Look, you might not. You know who has worse voice than you? Neil Young. Goddamn right he does.
Goddamn right he does. Wait, oh, there's a couple others out there. Come on. Even Britney had a terrible voice.
I mean, who? AC/DC? Fucking trash
Oh,
voice.
yeah. Well, Brian Johnson.
James Addiction, come on.
Brian Johnson from AC/DC is good friends with a bunch of my band friends that I know around here. I mean, literally, I know a bunch of them.
There's lots of worse voices than yours. There's very few that are as out of tune, but there are definitely worse ones.
I'm tone deaf. I got to put on. I'm literally got to put on headphones and listen
What
to
an
stuff
inspirational issue for a musician to have.
Yeah.
I mean, wasn't Mozart deaf?
I think yeah, so was Alexander Graham Bell, who created the phone, I think. Didn't they pop his ears? Somebody picked him up on a train or something and fucking busted his eardrums?
I don't know, but all I know is that it's super inspirational that Mozart, one of the greatest composers of all time, was deaf. You can like be just as inspirational. You could be the next Helen Keller.
There you go. I'm not blind. Damn it. I am somewhat of a deaf mute.
You can fix that.
Yes, how about that? Thanks, Bass. I really appreciate your honesty.
Beethoven, yeah. Beethoven's the one I like. Mozart's the one I don't like.
Dude, how about one of my favorite songs is Beethoven's Fifth. If you go and you listen to that song, it's from Beethoven's Fifth. It's met my first lover in a grocery store. Dun 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 dun.
I know this. Tone deaf my ass. That was the tones of an angel.
But I mean, it's so funny that it's the snow was falling Christmas Eve.
See, the reason that you're going to be so great in this collaboration project that you and OTW now going on is that it doesn't matter how shitty your tone is, you've got the passion, you got the oomph, that good loosh.
What's wrong with you though? Are you not seeing this through? Paul is going to be so pissed that you created something with his pet OTW.
I'm not producing shit. OTW is producing. You got. I don't even know how music creation works. I can sit here and smack a beat out with a stick.
Is Paul a part of this all of a sudden though? I just wonder.
Right, like I can. I just don't know that somebody needs to be in charge of following through with things, and I don't know that either of you are adults. Like I'm not really either.
OTW is a musician, and I can tell you from my experience with musicians, anybody that takes the time to learn that craft is definitely someone that's capable of finishing shit.
To learn what crap?
The craft of playing that guitar is capable of finishing a project.
Or they're lazy ass stoner. Like that is possible. You can be worthless and become very skilled at your worthlessness.
Well, he's a decent enough guitar player that I can tell you he's.
I'm not. I don't know. I literally know so little about guitar. I'm not qualified to assess whether or not he's a good guitar player. He is compared to me, as far as I can tell. He is.
Yeah, no,
I learned how to play 3 songs, just kind of the beginning chords, because I figured if I can't get a chick undressed in 3 songs, I'm not going to be able to sleep with her. Right? It was sort of a.
He's got a good feel. He's got a good. He's got a good bit of experience. You can tell he's worked with other people. I don't have much to say about saying I wouldn't be confident in him. I think I'm pretty confident that he can pull something off. Would it be the best? I don't know. I mean, but there's always.
It will be the best. I will love it.
Everything is capable of being added onto or revised. So you start with something. And if he and I do something and it's good enough to get other people interested, the finished product could be 2 years down the road and amazing. You never know.
OTW, we don't want you to. Is this copywritten, Scott? Do we need to worry about theft?
What I just said?
Of your intellectual property, of your fucking.
Everything's in the Library of Congress. You can look it up.
Yeah. Okay. OTW wants you to send in the lyrics, but we know that Scott doesn't have them written down anywhere.
Actually, I probably.
You know what? I have the transcripts on. Somebody go back after the stream's over and look at the transcript of this and just copy and paste that shit out there. That'll probably be
Which one are you trying to get? I mean, I think there's other ones that I have that be better than those, especially the one that's already recorded. Blowing Me Away is recorded. And what's the other one you just played? Both of those are recorded. I'm tired of traveling around.
Do you think you could do a remix, Scott? Like Blow Me and then Go Away, like that type of
Blow
thing?
Me, Go Away.
It wasn't Bob Dylan. I learned the one was "Come As You Are" by Nirvana, Adam's Song by Blink-182, and what was the last one? Anyways, it was 3 like songs that are recognizable.
I know a bunch of recognizable songs.
No, I never used them on Katie. I actually don't think I ever used them on anybody. So I had I got laid one time with my guitar skills, even though I had no idea how to play any guitar at all. Like I just claimed I did.
She was that drunk?
I think she just wanted to believe what she heard. But you know, then afterwards she's like, "How full of shit are you?" And I was like, "Refine the question." And she was like, "Are you a musician?" I was like, "No." It's like, "Are you even artistic?" I was like, "All right, you know what? I'll learn a few songs for the future." And then the future, I wasn't really as douchey. Or I mean, like not that specific brand of douche. So I never actually ended up using them. No, I didn't walk around with a guitar, and I just talked about a guitar a few times. But you know, there are guitars and pianos, right? It's a cool little trick if you can go into a place and like just sit down at their piano and play, which I never could do that either. But you know, guitars are simple enough that I could read, you know, music. You can find little things online. It just shows you where to put the things. So if your fingers, so if you've got like "Come As You Are," dun dun, you know, it's just not that hard to self-teach.
Dude, you can get a piano, turn away from the crowd. You know, like just turn the keys away from them so they can't see them. Put a good Bluetooth speaker under it and have it start playing piano and just smile and act like you're moving your fucking hands. 90% of the people never.
Some frat boy douche with an earring who wants all the time, energy, attention, and resources. He's the hit. He's got an earring, you know, and he's got that frat boy douchey college vibe that you all love so much at the sports bars. You know, and he wears his hat backwards and makes little quips, so he's cool to hang out with.
Yeah, so Yeti Life is correct. I did play drums when I was younger. And so when I say I can read music, I mean I found a website that was basically, it's not reading music properly, right? Like with all the notes and shit. But drum music is laid out like differently. It's you know, it's just time interval, but it doesn't have all the notes and shit, right? It's got a line for each you know, different thing. And so yeah, I found music where they just, you know, there's a line for each string, right? So yeah, it's not properly reading music, but it is.
Tablature?
I don't know what the word is you just said.
Tablature is what you write it on. When you write music, you create a tablature.
So the Paul conversation ended. You know, that was the most amicable conversation Paul and I have ever had on my channel. It ended basically with me making the disclaimer that I don't agree with anything Paul says. I think he's entirely full of shit. But I just didn't have the energy to continue challenging everything I've challenged a zillion times before, and so I wasn't gonna really bother. Yeah, there's different conversations going on. He bounced when Harmon timed him out for 10 minutes, and you know, Paul leaves immediately if he ever gets timed out.
I sense, I mean, I don't pay much attention to him, but I've seen him a couple times on Jack lately, and I've seen you talking to him. I sense that he's trying to grow up a little bit. I sense that maybe he's getting tired of that circle of, you know, I guess the same old shit.
Yeah, no, I think these, you know, if something's not working for you, you find a new approach, and
good idea. I think if he does that and continues, maybe there's some growth room, and you know, he can find a way. I mean, I don't doubt his talent. I think he is talented.
What does Sigma's up mean?
Somebody
Sigma, not
somebody
beta
said
or...
hi Sigmas. I said Sigmas, we up.
I had more energy for Paul. Yeah. Well, I'm much more familiar with Paul and was like I actually was with the topic thing. The thing that smoked out Paul was specifically not intended for Paul. I really wanted to smoke out the guy that I was trying to smoke out, but I caught a Paul fish, and I was trying to keep the discussion with Andrew going in a way that I was not with Paul, and I'm way more familiar with Paul than I am with Andrew. So,
was this Andrew from Wilson?
yes.
Paul and Andrew Wilson were together?
No, I debated Andrew Wilson a few nights ago.
Oh, okay. I didn't catch that. I got to check that out. How'd that go?
I think it went real good.
I like Andrew.
Glenn Lawrence uploaded it as a standalone. Here, I'll drop the link to it on Glenn Lawrence's channel. Because that was where it took place on one of Glenn Lawrence's streams, but then he just cropped out the interaction and uploaded it as an individual video.
Based, I would have preferred all the back and forth bullshit between you and Wilson had not gone on, and you guys actually got to a conversation that was meaningful.
He's sorry. He'll make sure to, not do that next time. Right.
I think it was funny with Raising Tomato and all that. It ended up comical. I mean, the content was good in the end, I think, but ultimately, I think you could just do better going head on head and trying to, not be let's see if we can pull the carpet out from under you or the rug out from under your chair or whatever.
It was sort of a situation that, from the outside looking at it, it seemed like nobody involved really had a solid grasp on.
There wasn't a plan. It's like it went together without an outline. Is that your idea?
Stop wasting time, Scott, and send lyrics. I've been stung by the creative bug lately.
Jesus Christ, who's saying this?
He really wants to make. God damn, I think this is the most assertive I've ever heard OTW be ever. OTW, congratulations on that nut drop.
You a man today.
I hope they stay down.
I hope so too. Is he literally fucking coming of age? About that.
I know, Cynthia. I've already had to explain to old Joe that you're not getting. I know there's a lot of people that want like the finishing move. Finish him. It's just, I'm not gonna say it can never happen, but it's not gonna happen on Glenn Lawrence's panel in front of Andrew's audience, right? Like it's just no matter what happens. If I push the social dynamics that hard, they will collapse before they're gonna let me get away with that shit. There's a lot of people in that sphere who I believe are only tolerating me because they have not figured out how to get rid of me yet.
That's funny. The conversation that you had, or debate you had with Wilson, what was it about? What did you guys talk about?
It was about which one of your songs is the best panty dropper.
You haven't heard that one yet. I mean, I gave you one that I didn't really care about. The best one is the one I'm taking for you, huh?
And look, in the big picture, I know that everybody in the audience wants the good show. They want the da-da-da. But fuck y'all, hangers honors. Why don't you send a donation if you get to, think you all that? I'm up here ruining my mental health on social media, like the Machine Lies was just saying, destroying my soul and sanity for you people to be entertained. And I haven't even had a Cash App or nothing in quite a minute. Of course, I probably should check.
I'm disappointed. I came up literally for Chuck in Tennessee. I came up to piss him off, and I thought I'd do it.
You're not being annoying right now.
Well, the singing, I thought.
I mean, I'm kind of enjoying it. It's. Yeah. I appreciate all the help, or the good intentions, or whatever. You get good karma's coming your way, Scott, for this.
Plus, I tried to send you some work, or bring you out here to work, just so I wouldn't have to do it all myself. But no, it is crazy. We should. We'll see if I'm in the mix of this. I'll keep in touch if you got a stream going or something. We'll fucking go live and show you some wins. Because I mean, I'm 5 minutes from the. Upper Tampa Bay. I lived at the top of the bay for the last 25 years, and I'm 5 minutes from where I live. You know, and that all.
I didn't hear what you were saying before you started talking about where you live. Like, what were you saying? I was reading that. Sorry, I was distracted.
In a couple days, if you go live, we'll do a live stream with the wind and shit. Because I'm right in the fucking path of this big ass storm. This is a fucking. Probably a millennial storm. I mean, I don't know if they've seen anything like this hit this fucking coast ever.
So yeah, Resta, I heard him say that, and I don't have any idea, like if there's any truth in there or not. But like, it sounds like something that's made up, right? Like it just sounds like a fake claim, or at least like basically saying that you're one of the people that made out with Black Lives money. Like, get out. I don't know. It just sounded wild. So I figured I just put it in your court. Let's give where did you see that? I want to see that. Before I wrap up, I want to see that.
Hey Flo, isn't Resto a producer?
Just because he's black and wears headphones, you think that he makes beats?
I thought I heard him say that at one
point. I think he's just a nerd who wears his daughter's headset.
Huh?
No, he's not. He made a diss track to talk shit on Speakeasy and humiliate him, but he's not.
I got some good stuff, you know, that's still in the can that may or not in the can, but I've never gotten a can. That could still be done. That's some R&B, some hip hop stuff. I got a few even jazz songs I've written.
Yeah. So hold on. This is okay. So here's the link again to me and Andrew Wilson. Yeah. So a couple nights ago on Grid One's channel, I ended up joining, and it wasn't the topic, and it wasn't, you know, it was just an informal thing, yeah. But it wasn't the topic I invited, but it was a close enough one. Like you could easily extrapolate from what we did debate on the other one. But
so it was on Grid One's originally.
No, Andrew had tried to lure me up to Grid One's so that instead of like accepting my invitation, we just do it now. And I don't know if it was a logistic thing or you know, wanting home field advantage thing, but he's like Grid One can mediate, and so he actually was on panel on Grid One's and was making up shit and telling lies on me because he saw that I was in the chat to lure me up there. And it was just pure bait, and it worked. I got up there, but I refused to engage the debate then like he wanted me to. And we never had that debate, but we did end up having a different one. And it was good. It was good. But yeah, there's the link to that. And what link did you? What I dropped is the Glenn Lawrence cut out that section of his live stream and uploaded it as an individual thing.
You watch his interactions on whatever with Brian?
Do I? Well, I mean, not all of them. Probably less than most people here, but every now and then.
There's some recaps and whatnot. You know, I'll watch them sometimes and go through his and just fast forward it, whatnot. There's some interesting stuff, and then sometimes, man, he's just fucking. I mean, like tries to drill home a point so hard that at the point I go, wow, okay, I'm over this, and you can just see the room. It sucks the air out of the room. And I mean, I actually am a big fan. I mean, I really do like Andrew Wilson. I even like his wife more. I think her take on what's going on with the hierarchy, patriarchy, and stuff. She's a very intelligent woman. So I'm a fan of both of theirs extremely. But for him, I just like to see him. You know, he's not riding the horse till it's dead.
You want him to be nicer.
Not necessarily nicer. Just know when you're going to fucking kill the horse and, well, let it live.
Yeah, but you don't, and you're not sadistic like a lot of people are.
And that may be the problem. I'm finding that nice guys finish last for a goddamn reason.
Yeah.
Took me long enough.
Absolutely took nobody from BLM. Resto. So yeah, thank you, Lauren. Yeah. So let me see. I'm glad. How long does this go? Oh, yeah. And Resto, if you, I unpinned the link, but if you would like to join, I'll drop it again. And actually, kind of before we hit that, no, you know what? I'll come back to it. Earlier in the day, Grid One had been over on the VO podcast talking to Jake, and Grid was, wild out. And anyways, he made some statements, like they were talking about politics, like always, and he was justifying how even though Trump's, gone bankrupt 4 times, like people who suggest that's because he's bad at running business just don't understand how business works. And he gave this bullshit narrative of basically something that didn't make sense, right? And that's not how investing works. And so I called him and I said, Grid, that's not at all how investing works. The story you just told is suggesting that investors wanted to not invest more money in a successful business, and that's why they failed. Because I don't know. And anyways, he told me when he saw, he told me I needed to do some research, and then they like ended the stream, and he never acknowledged another thing about my comment again. So if I'm sure, if for some reason I'm still interested in continuing on after we check this out, maybe I'll pull that up next. But yeah, Grid One, I still have that. I have that written down. I don't even make lists for myself, but I have it written down to do a little quick review on that, just because we're gonna have this conversation. You can block me, you can ignore me, you can suck my dick, neck motherfucker. But what you can't do is say some complete bullshit and then just skate like you didn't say that. Take a bit of accountability and man the fuck up. Patriarchy. All right, let's go.
I think maybe you guys are looking a little too deep into it. I don't really think that, like, if you guys are talking about cuckoldry in the human species, I would say that a large majority of cuckoldry actually is instigated by the man, because it's a role reversal thing, right? So, because I, as a gay person, sometimes the other person's the aggressor, sometimes I'm the aggressor. And I'm very, very, very educated in erotica and things like that.
Is that saying that he's watched a lot of porn? Is that what that means?
Trust me, I'm a doctor. And in all seriousness, it's way less to do with genetics, I believe, and a whole lot more to do with just endorphins.
Sounds like more like degeneracy to me, but go ahead.
The Resto, that's a smooth move right there. That's smooth.
No, see, you may see it as that, but we'll go back to Diddy. That's the that's what people are talking about with Diddy.
It all comes back to Diddy at the end of the day.
It all does come back to Diddy. He was big time into it.
Awesome. I think that Sarah has something to read out. I think she has something.
Oh, thank you, Resto, for the $20. He says, I apologize in advance. Now, I don't know what this is referring to, but let's be mindful. Everybody is having a great discussion here, and I'd like to keep it that way.
I would love to have a great discussion. If we're talking about cuckoldry, I think we have one of the founders of fucking cuckoldry on the panel right now.
I invented the double piston.
Gossipy little bitch, right?
Did you just say he invented the double piston?
Rewind that again, because that's what I thought I heard.
I don't know what that is, but it sounds fucking awful.
What the fuck is it?
You know what? I don't know if I want to try to go back 2 seconds in a 4-hour live stream, but let's see. I think I might have the surgical precision.
You got it. You got it.
We got to go back. All right. It's a little more, but
what this is referring to, but let's be mindful. everybody is having a great discussion here, and I'd like to keep it that way.
I would love to have a great discussion. If we're talking about cuckoldry, I think we have one of the founders of fucking cuckoldry on the panel right now.
I invented the double piston.
Gossipy.
He does say that. That is such a weird thing to say. Who said that?
It sounded like fucking.
It was bottom left. Is that Vinny Pots and Pans? I don't know. Somebody in the chat, like Lauren, you know things. What the fuck just happened there? Do we know? Do we got any information on that? But that's not the point. That's not the reason we're here.
His hands over his mouth, but that wasn't generally specific, was it?
It wasn't GS.
You little bitch. Right? Yeah. I think we have one of those people on there.
Are you going to name
You're referring to me, young man?
I am referring to you.
Yeah, you said everything squashed.
If the shoe fits, everything was squashed until you said something. Until you why what's going on there? What's going on there?
The fakest guy I've ever met in my life.
Oh,
Well,
I'm the fakest guy.
Actually, I haven't met you.
Let me put it to you this way, gentlemen. Here's what I'm going to do. Because this started with a debate and we chose to open it to open panel to actually continue the conversation, I'm going to leave it at that. We're not going to bring up any drama stuff right now today. This is especially not a drama stream. Sip and stream. Yeah, absolutely. We could do that on a sip and stream, or maybe Thursday night throwdown. That would be a place for this. But tonight, this is not the place for a drama stream. Okay. So save it, Resto, and I will host a debate. We can set it up for another day if you want. If you want an argument to that degree, but
the balls.
But
also do what?
Hold on. Damn it! His facial expression changed. I wanted to check out that little smug grid facial expression. First of all, Sarah, for shame.
yeah, absolutely, we could do that on a sip and stream, or maybe Thursday night throwdown. That would be a place for this. But tonight, this is not the place for a drama stream. Okay, so save it, Resto, and I will host a debate. We can set it up for another day if you want. If you want an argument to that degree.
I think that he looked up just a few seconds ago. I think that he was practicing his smug face. I can't prove it, but it's just it's an instinct.
You got the balls.
But
also do what?
Do anything.
Also do what? I'm gonna respect Sarah. I did come up here fucking heated. I'm not gonna lie to you. I did come up here heated, but I'm gonna respect Sarah just off the strength. Am I gonna respect you? No, because you didn't have the same respect for me that I had for you.
Period. No, you had none, dude. You're literally a lying piece of crap.
A lying piece of shit. Tell me what I lied about.
Piece of crap.
Tell me what I lied about. Tell me what I lied about.
Well, you and I had a little stream. You were there. I was there. Everybody was there.
Tell me what I fucking lied about.
And
I said that I was going to keep your name out of my fucking mouth, and I did. You dumb bitch. You dumb bitch. And now you're over there on other streams talking shit about me, and you do not have mic superiority over me. So sit the fuck down and shut the fuck up. Your time is over, old man. Shut up. Your time is fucking over. So why the fuck are you over there talking about me on other people's streams? Why are you talking shit about me and my family? Why? Why? No.
Hold on. Resto, hold on a second.
Why?
Because you're coming very loud. Hold on.
Oh yeah, let me turn my shit down. Hold on. I got my mixer all the way the fuck up because I was ready. Yeah, I was ready to fucking cook. I was ready to cook, Sarah. I got my shit all the way up.
Well, let's at least go one at a time, boys. If we're gonna do this, let's go one at a time. Be mindful. The audience is watching. Keep your audio.
Why are you talking about me and my family, Grit?
Dude, I'll talk about whatever the fuck I want. You broke.
Why are you talking about? Why are you talking about me and my family?
The moment I said, "Hey, dude, we're cool," and you're like, "Yeah, okay, we're cool."
Why are you being a whiny little bitch on other people's channels, thinking that I won't fucking see it? Why are you talking about me and my family on other people's channels, being a whiny little bitch? Why are you doing it? Why are you giving off this feminine energy when you want to be masculine so bad? You want a seat at the cool kids table, and you will do anything to fucking get it, Grid. Won't you, Grid? This is what you want to do with your life, and I will overtalk you as much as I fucking want to, because somebody needs to put you in your place, just like your little bully did in high school, the one that made you feel the way that you do. Just like everybody else in your life, I will put you down in your fucking place. Now answer my question. Why Why are you talking about me and my family on other people's panels like I won't fucking see it, Grid?
Talked about me, motherfucker.
When did I talk about you after we said that we were gonna, when?
After we said, you know what? I was going to let it go. I was cool with you. I was like, you know what?
When?
Dude, this guy, you want me to tell you how I feel about him? I don't know him, but he has that air about him, like the little league coach or the high school coach is his dad, so he knows he's going to play first base. Fuck you. And he just sits there. He can't kick your ass, but he knows that you're not going to go too far because, well, you still want to be on the team. He just has that cockiness.
I was muted. I was about to say he's exactly that one parent at like the 3rd grade baseball game that's insanely competitive and is like freaking the fuck out at his son.
It's weird. Yes, there you go. It's just there's something about him that he doesn't want to fit into the norm. He wants everybody else to fit into him.
He wants so bad to be a man, and he's not. He's not. Like the more I pay attention. Here's the thing. I mentioned this to Mrs. Flo last night when actually I think that but it was somehow we're talking about things and like it came up that Grid 1 blocked me, right? And Grid 1 doesn't know me well enough to know that like now I'm stalking the motherfucker, right? Like the surest way to make sure that I give you attention is to do exactly what he did. And you can clip that and do whatever the fuck you want with it, Grid.
It's true.
But my point was that like the closer you pay attention, the more you realize like, oh man, this is absolutely an attempt to present an image of something that he's not. Dude didn't understand how investing works, like earlier, like I mentioned, and we're gonna cover that.
I want to give you a heads up.
He called into somebody's show. I think it was probably Glenn's, while he was dropping his kids off at the bus station, right? And he's just such a soccer mom. He's like, I woke up and I'm taking my kids to the bus stop for school. Then I'm going back home and going to go to bed. But I wanted to call in real quick. And oh, sorry, I can't read the messages in the chat. I'm driving. And all these crazy women are out taking their kids to school. So I got to pay attention to the road because I don't want one of them crazy women. They're out, they don't know how to drive these bitches. It's like, bro, you're one of them. You're in.
Here's what I want.
Caravan of minivans taking kids to the bus stop. You are the crazy bitch.
Anyway. You can tell he's had it easy. He's a guy that I saw you talking about his microphone, how he's fucking the whole stream trying to play with it. He's just got nothing. And here's a guy that's trying to act professional. He's giving Brian a fuckload of money. I watch on whatever. He's fucking paying him all. It's like he's bribing the guy. Okay.
And I'm retarded. Like, I want to just stop real quick and just mention that I'm retarded for seeing like a whale donor like this and going, you know what? I'm going to just shit on him. But, some things are more important than money. And
well, why he does that though, but here, listen, hear me out and tell me how you feel about this, because I'm sitting there thinking to myself, his competence level. I looked at Paul, all right, Unslaved, and Paul, if he has a microphone problem or anything, he'll just fucking hang everything up, put his phone on, and make sure he gets his stream done. Okay, whereas this guy, he's letting the whole thing be compromised for it. And I'm wondering why, from what you said, I don't watch him. I don't know him. So I've only seen what I've been introduced to through you. And then the Brian shit a couple times on panels, raging, I think, or whatever. Very little interaction. I don't know him. Just put it that way. But I wonder if, he's not serious about it, or if he's not serious for a reason, if he's playing dumb, because it's not hard to get to.
I don't think he knows how to accomplish something. He doesn't know how to do things. And he overcompensates by trying to present this big show like he knows how to get shit done. He actually has no idea how to be effective at anything.
So he's somebody that's found everything in life. He has to work hard.
He has a shame that he's trying to cover up. I don't know how. Either he married money somehow, which I would just assume that a dude like this bought his marriage, right? Or he inherited. I don't know about Grid, but I do know I've worked with a lot of business owners. Like I said several times, for a decade I was a commercial loan officer. I worked with people who ran their own companies. This is not the man.
not high enough confidence in my idea, other than to say that he's running into the ground. I mean, that's the type of guy that can take a business and run it on fucking faith until the credit of family and friends runs out.
So, but anyways, regarding my stupidity for sacrificing thousands of dollars for Resto Chesto's integrity, I might point out, Grid, if you want to learn how to be effective and be a man, you're hiring the wrong people. You're fighting with the people that you need to be hiring. I mean, Andrew could teach you, but probably for obvious reasons, Andrew's going to let you feel good about yourself. I can't say that I blame him, but since we're already here,
Mrs. Flo said it earlier. You said when she said that, he's going to score because of confidence alone. And a lot of times, walking away from trouble, that shows confidence too. I mean, getting into every fight's not necessary. It doesn't have to happen. Sometimes you're punching below your weight class anyways. Why would you do that? So if he wants to, like you said, if he wants to kind of learn, if he's paying some people who are trying to go, I don't disapprove of Andrew. I mean, I do respect him. I think he's got a lot to teach people. Brian Atlas, on the other hand, I think he's still learning. I
don't have any idea or opinion. Like, I'm just saying, like, I've watched Grid enough to, because he did exactly the wrong thing to dissuade me from paying attention to him. But Grid's buying himself a fucking feel-good echo chamber, right? He pays people who have enough clout for him to respect and who tell him what he wants to hear. And then he feels good at the end of the day. But you're not good, Grid. That's why the fuck you have to keep spending thousands of dollars to keep getting resupplied with your cope support.
But
and that's what it is. And everybody knows it. It's because you're not good and you're not learning shit. If you want to actually solve the problem, you're going to fucking send me an email privately and beg me to take you on as a fucking client.
I don't think that's a bad idea.
It's not. It's actually a really fucking good idea. But I expect nothing. I actually did do this, like, kind of this sort of coaching, but I quit like a little bit at first, not because because it had been requested, right? And I quit doing it pretty quickly because people's issue is always their own confidence, and I can give you all the good advice all day long, but if you're not going to get the balls to go talk to a girl, it doesn't fucking matter. And that's really all that it is. But that's neither here. We're getting distracted. Let's watch this interaction.
Please.
When answer the fucking question. See, when Grid. That's the thing. You can't answer the question. You can't answer the question when Big Resto comes up there. All you can do is just go on other people's panels and tee and ha about shit that you know nothing about, bitch. So answer my fucking question. When did I talk about you?
Take the fucking cum out of your ears and listen. You pussy.
Answer the you pussy. You Hank Hill looking bitch. Answer my question.
I already did. I told you.
No, couldn't hear you. No one can hear you. I was talking. No one can hear you. No one can hear you.
Well, then.
When Big Resto is talking, no one can hear you. Do you understand? I'm putting you in your fucking place. I'm going to keep talking every time your mouth moves.
In all fairness, Resto, you are interrupting every time he is talking, and your mic is banging over it.
Very superior. Very superior.
Love you, Sarah. I'm going to give you 60 more seconds.
He can't interrupt Resto, but he starts trying to interrupt Sarah when she comes in to save him. But Resto and Sarah are just talking to each other because for all the amount of tinkering he does with his audio, his mic is just like for sure the smallest dog in his fight. That's great.
To get it out, and then we're.
You know what, Resto? I honestly never wanted to even think about you.
Can I put a clip in the back? Can I put a clip in the back? Fuck it. I don't care at this point. Can I put a clip in the back?
You went over to
I'm putting this clip in the back.
And you ran.
Nope, don't care.
You ran your mouth immediately, or not? Resto.
I went over to Resto's to my channel. Are you stupid? You sound dumb as fuck.
You are dumb as fuck.
No, you sound dumb as fuck.
You
dumb bitch. I'm putting this clip in the back. Sarah, can you pull this up? And then I'm done with this bullshit. I'm done with this motherfucker. I don't give a fuck.
You ain't never done. You ain't got nothing but drama in your life, you little bitch.
Oh, I don't have nothing but drama in my life. Pull that clip up, Sarah, please. Please pull that clip up. Pull that clip up, Sarah, please.
I don't see anything on.
It's in the private chat.
Oh, my
I mean,
apologies.
you are literally the dumbest motherfucker I've ever met in my life. And
You don't know anything about me. You just know what you heard.
What
You go
about
off of
me?
shit that you have no idea about.
Oh, I know everything.
Covered in
motherfucker.
resto.
You know everything. Tell me. Tell me. Ooh, tell me before past grid tells me, please.
No pass grid. It's just grid.
Mm-hmm.
Fuck it up, because that's all you can do.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Tell me what you said, Grid.
Yeah, immediately went over to Flo's channel and talked shit right after you agreed to not talk shit. You little piece of shit.
Wow, it's almost like that was the same exact day when that shit happened, right?
Exactly what you did. I'm gonna just keep telling you the same thing. That's exactly what you did. Like a little bit. That's all you can do.
You're lucky I'm drinking this tea.
Flo,
This
just
shit good as
talk
fuck.
shit.
This tea
All
is
you can do.
amazing. Mm.
Okay, gentlemen, let's behave for just a moment. Let me pull this
Yes,
up.
ma'am. I apologize for my outburst.
Do the optics matter on this one, or is it a? It's
no, I don't
just
care.
the
I don't care at this point.
just
I don't care.
the vocal portion that you're looking for.
It's full
Okay.
nuke. It's full nuke at this point. I don't care. What's this,
Okay.
Grid?
Now we're gonna get through this, and then we're gonna find some common ground here.
BLM. The
Well,
founders.
you know that Resto Chesto guy. His family was part of that. That's why he's hiding out in fucking Korea. Because
Are you denying him, motherfucker?
His family's part of fucking BLM.
Hmm.
No shit, dude.
Yeah.
No fucking shit.
Yeah, fuck that guy.
Dude. That's
Yeah, you
BLM.
denying him,
The
motherfucker? You know
founders.
Okay.
So
You gonna deny
okay.
it?
So wait. So
Deny it.
So I'm
Deny it.
hiding out in
Deny it.
Korea because my
Deny it,
family is a part
motherfucker.
of BLM. Is
Deny
that what
your
you're saying?
shit. Come on, motherfucker. Come on. Ain't nobody hearing you now.
No, see now you mad. Oh shit, I got your rattle. I got your rattle, little boy. Come on. So wait. So,
I love this shit. I have a clip for it too. Where'd it go?
That's
Actually,
so
it's not even better
bizarre.
than the video, but whatever.
you mad? You mad?
Grid's starting to do his rage thing. Boy, I guarantee, like, dude, his poor family. Like, this dude might be laughable to grown ass men, but having him for a dad or a husband, like, he's got that little snap temper in there.
Well, yeah.
So I'm hiding.
He's aware this is a fantasy world. I mean, don't cut his family too much on this one if you want to get him as a
No,
client.
I'm not attacking his family at all. Like, that was truly a moment of like, eesh.
Come on, yeah, I agree. I
Like,
mean, but
that would be I would like tell
he
you
doesn't
have a
see
bad
it,
time.
though.
if
He
this
doesn't
is the beginning
realize
for
that
you
he's
in your
that.
time.
I don't think he realizes that he's, I don't know. Poor reactions, poor
All
response.
right, he's lighting up. All right, let's go. Ooh.
Hiding out in Korea because my family is a part of BLM, not because I want to actually take care of my family, not because, wait a minute, hold on, not because I actually took the time to learn my wife's language, right? Something that you can't do. You can't say that shit. You don't even speak your fucking wife's language.
So?
What do you mean, so?
That got to
Have
do
some
with
fucking decency. You talking about my family, talk about I'm hiding out, right? And now I got to bring this shit to Sarah's. I got to apologize to her again after this shit. I probably got to apologize to Mel after this shit, too. And now you're sitting there all hot and bothered. Your neck red. You're hot. Oh, man. Oh, God. And now, okay, so you're going to sit there and say this. You're not being a gossipy little bitch when you're going to other channels talking about me, saying that I'm a part of something that I am not a part of.
Gentlemen, hold on. Everybody shut up for a minute.
And fuck you too, Simon.
No,
No,
hold
you
up.
just cut it straight.
Everybody shut up. Hold on. Grid, hold on. Bear with me for a second.
fuck
Grid.
Simon.
Can you bear with me? Hold on, Grid. Can you bear with me for a second? Okay.
Sure.
Let's break this down. All right. So, Resto, somebody talked smack on you on another show. Okay. I've
So
got
the
it.
thing is, okay, I'm sorry.
Okay. Understood. Grid 1 said something that you didn't like. But in the reality of all of this nonsense, isn't that what a lot of people do on YouTube? We all go to another channel. We get onto a topic. It reminds us of something else. Somebody talks shit. And okay, somebody talks shit. But how much shit do you talk?
Did you see him Grid 1 stretching, pretending like he's got a fucking neck rolling his head around? Put that fucking chin down into your shoulders where it belongs, bitch.
To Resto. I don't think that you can necessarily be at the mercy of like, I'm an innocent party. I've never talked shit before, right? And I understand the idea that men want to be combative and get it out and take it, spearhead it, for instance. I understand that. But can we accept the fact that it is what it is? He talks shit. Just don't watch him ever again. Like what are we what are
Sarah, for fucking shame with that suggestion. Yeah, I don't know what she was thinking. She must put on new meds or something with this shit. And G, I see your comment. Where'd it go? Tomato Girl got a nice raspy voice. Be careful. Be careful with the tomato. She gets her little seductive talons in dude's brains. It's over.
are we gaining from this argument?
So the thing about this, Sarah, is that the only way that he would know that, and I know how he knows that, is because he has some information, and I have a very unique last name. Very unique. Very fucking unique.
It's gay. His last name is actually Gay. Isn't that sad?
And there is only one way that he would know that, right? That means that he's being a gossipy little bitch going around and getting information about me, right? Because that's a very specific claim to make, isn't it, Greg?
Chill, bro. Chill.
Shut the fuck up, Simon. I don't have time to fucking talk to you. I'll cook your dumb ass later.
And see, you're not denying it. You live in another country because you can't come back to this.
I live in another country for my fucking family. Do you want to know why I live in another fucking country? Do you want me to put it on the table? I live in another fucking country so you can be fucking comfortable over there. How about that?
No, you're not. You're a lying little bitch.
Oh, I'm a lying little bitch.
And I live in this country so you can be uncomfortable. Old Joe, no, we haven't. Not ever directly. We've talked past each other. Obviously I've done this, but Grid One's not he doesn't really initiate confrontation when he's concerned about losing, right? Like he might bluster into somewhere like Easy's panel and pretend that he's blah, 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 right? But it's all a fucking show, and he's not worried about it because who would be worried about that? But he's not going to voluntarily confront me or Resto.
Oh shit! Damn it!
Bitch, prove it, bitch. Prove it, bitch.
As a third party,
prove it,
no
bitch.
reason. Hey.
Shut the fuck up, Fox. I don't like you either. Everybody, shut up. Let me get my shit off.
Take your side, dumbass.
I don't give a fuck about what side you're trying to take.
About every goddamn thing you've ever said. You've never said a true thing in your life.
Why the fuck do I have to lie about anything? Why the fuck?
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Hold on a second. Like, I understand we want to like knock this down, but we're not getting anywhere if we're all yelling at each other. All right. We can actually have the conversation. We just proved it tonight. Two people came in hot and heavy, ready to duke it out, and they were able to get down to the crux of the argument.
And Sarah, and that was the worst debate I think I've ever seen. It was like a library board meeting, listening to that shit while they parse out the particulars of what is and is not cuckoldry. I feel like I actually got gayer listening to that debate earlier. I don't know why she's behaving this way. She's normally not like this. She normally, but yeah. Also, oh yeah, Lauren, I think it was Lauren, nailed it earlier. Yeah, BLM is a polarizing movement. Exactly. And he was talking to Jake at VO podcast, which, if you know him, like MAGA to the gills, right? He's talking to a group of people that absolutely, for sure, can't stand BLM. And so, yeah, for sure, polarizing. That's the utility in that lie. Okay, here, let me drop the link for Resto. Hold on a second.
Argument peacefully, civilly. Let that set the example for the rest of the evening. I was so proud of these two men having this conversation tonight, and then now we've just gone into total shit show. We're going to have the conversation. We're going to have it kindly. Okay. I know it sounds gay and kindergarten-ish, but obviously the two of you can't get along with the yelling shit. So let's do this as peacefully as we can, please. And thank you. And Simon, shut the fuck up.
Oh yeah, Simon for sure. Always shut the fuck up. Should be good as a femdom. And actually, that reminds me of. Let's take a quick detour before we reintroduce the calm conflict resolution. And I'm gonna stop sharing that one. Start sharing this one.
No, go ahead. Disagree.
She's rubbing her hands to not drop.
I know she wants to strangle me.
I'm oiling my hand.
Yeah, you're oiling your eyes. Your thumb's sliding into my eye sockets easier.
Yeah, I'm a believer.
Okay. That's getting clips.
I'm a believer
Yep,
of
yep.
consequences and people falling where they fall.
Oh, go ahead. Disagree.
She's rubbing her hands to not.
I guess, and now there's just one. So, anyways, yeah, that comment just reminded me, and thank you to Sarah for providing the baby oil footage. That I guarantee there's at least one dude out there. There is somebody, maybe more than one somebody, who has masturbated to that clip of you pouring baby oil in your hands. I promise you, and that's even funnier. All right, now let's get back to our regularly scheduled shit. Just had to quickly make shit creepy. And let that be a lesson to you, Grid. Like, think how creepy your life could get. Ugh. Like this creepy. Ugh. Scott is cammed up. What are we looking at here? Oh, did you finally get dressed so we can look at the pool at the house that you were sitting in like an hour ago?
The storm knocked down this bird of paradise.
There's a bird over there?
Well, that's what you call these two plants on this waterfall. This is a waterfall that we built years ago.
Very nice looking pool area.
There's a forest right here. This is what I'm worried about because the storm.
Scott, we're right in the middle of the drama. This is not the time for a tour.
Next time,
for sure. And you can stay cammed up. We like this up the nose shot. Resto, shall we? I was just about to click play again, but would you like to get any thoughts in before we continue?
I'd like to say that
your mic is way low. You turned overcorrected.
Sarah probably killed my shit. Hold on. Oh, Sarah destroyed my shit, bro. Is that better?
Yeah.
She had me on like 32. You know? Yeah, so the whole premise of this is Grid could only get that information from one person because only one person would know that or give him the information.
I mean, so hold on. First of all, is there any truth to any, like, what's the truth degree of the claim?
I am not in Korea to run away or hide out. My dad's side of the family is a very prominent part of BLM, yes, but I have nothing to do with that.
Because you're black, so why would you know your dad's side of the family?
True.
I tried to let that one float by.
Like I never even seen anybody else with my last name besides my daughter, and the fact that he knows this for a fact means that he knows my last name. Like I said, I have a very unique last name, so he knows, and the fact that he would just go up on another panel and say some shit like that kind of pissed me off.
So, who do you want to say who he's been? Oh, I know who it is, don't I?
Oh, Easy told him, of course.
Yeah. Right on. Yeah. So that's interesting. So he's been thinking about you quite a bit, then, huh?
Mm-hmm.
And he does, but like every time I tune in, he mentions you and I at least once. Like I don't sit around and listen like all that much compared to how much he's on, but we get like I would guess one of us is mentioned every hour at
Every
least.
stream. Every stream.
No, I mean
I get
every
clips
hour.
every time.
I would say that every hour that he's live, one of us will be brought up. That's probably the frequency with which I would estimate that he thinks about or talks about the drama. And it's never like a long, like he's never gonna make a stream like I did about him. But like we stay at his brain.
Well, he's not gonna. The thing is, he's not gonna say anything about me. So like, honestly, I've been waiting on this docs for a long time, because to me, it really doesn't matter. I only look better if I get doxxed. I've been very humble on these YouTube streets.
But he didn't dox you, did he?
Basically,
he just referenced that he knows. He just said something that's a lie, but it is grounded in just enough truth that you could glean that he's done some research, right?
Yeah.
So, okay. Yeah, I mean, like, I don't know why anybody comes online and worries about doxing. Like, it's gonna happen if you spend enough time here.
That is true. I'm not worried about it. But I'm not really worried about Grid at this point. Like I said earlier to somebody, Grid right now, since he's the one that fucking fired off the first shot, he's gonna be the stake at the head, the head on the stake to like the next person, because now I know for sure that motherfucker is talking, and that motherfucker has some diabolical tendencies. That's a lot of Chinese food. Yeah.
Well, yeah, I mean, like, if Easy knows information, like, he's of course the type of person that would. Yeah, I guess that it's just so expected of the type of person he is that I guess nothing has changed. Like literally, the story you just told, nothing is new today that wasn't there yesterday, but just because it's so of course easy to do it.
Yeah, of course.
But all right, let's carry on with this. Yeah, somebody asked me earlier in the stream, like I saw comments in the chat, like, did you watch Tomato stream last night? And I was like, yeah, it was super disappointing. And then like they like never like well, did you watch all of it?
Oh shit! What else you got to say, Grit?
Okay,
Grit. Let me ask you this question. Real quick.
You're the one that came
Let me ask you this question. What proof do you have that I'm living here to run away?
Where'd it go? Ah, shit. How's my audio? My connection just got wonky.
Oh, your audio's good. Sorry.
Okay.
I heard you. Yeah.
Okay. And thank you to Chuck from Tennessee for sending $20 to keep Flow alive. And it is only your love and Grid One's hate that keeps me going. So shout out to Chuck.
What proof do I
Don't
need?
you?
I can say whatever I
Why?
want, just like you
Don't
said
you
whatever
think?
you
Don't
wanted
you
to.
think that there should be other reasons that I should live here? Maybe to
Listen,
actually
you and I
make my
can't
family
prove out of me
comfortable.
except that you're a
Maybe
cocksucker
to make
bitch.
my family comfortable.
That's
Okay,
it.
add
You are a
hums. I add hums, and okay, attack the person,
Well,
not the conversation.
Hold on,
The minute
Resto.
you
Let
made
him
a deal,
answer
the
the
minute
question.
we squashed it, you
I bet that he's already donated a chunk to Sarah. I bet that's why.
I didn't really want to say anything, but I don't think I'm not gonna say that he donated. But I was just kind of not mad at this point, but it's just like, Sarah, what the fuck at this point, you know? Because
you know, who knows? I'm gonna assume that either he just donated enough that she, has to step in a little bit, right? Or which is understandable, or she just like got settled into a vibe because it was but I don't know. That doesn't sound.
Look at Grid doing duck lips.
Just that's that first kiss lips.
He hasn't had his yet.
No, he hasn't. Oh God, this is dick sucking lips.
immediately ran to another channel and talked shit.
Respectfully,
Like a little
ho, that
bitch.
wasn't the question. I asked you, why do you think I'm living in another country right now? Why do you think that?
Down and talk like a man. Otherwise,
Why? I'm not going to lower my voice for you. Why do you think that I'm living in another country? Because it's full nuke at this point. I don't give a shit. Why do you think I'm living in another country? And please make sure you have proof.
I don't give a shit.
Please make sure you have proof.
I don't give a shit.
Because they're eating the cats and the dogs?
You know I'm right.
Eating the dogs, they're eating the
You
cats.
know I'm right.
Wait, who
You're
said
not
that? Was
denying
that Simon?
shit, are
Fuck you, Simon.
You're not denying shit. You are a gossipy drama queen little bitch.
We literally just pulled up a clip of you
your mouth
gossiping.
Every time I turn around,
Literally
I
just
got
pulled up a clip
Resto
of you
bouncing on my nuts talking about me.
I would be the only person ever bouncing on your nuts at this point.
Oh.
Oh yeah, that's the best.
I'm not gay, but I'll fuck you to prove a point.
Come on, man,
That's a
you're
FlowState
weak.
quote.
Jeez, I was. Come on, give me something, man. I gotta have some fun tonight. I was almost about to go to sleep on this damn panel.
I am gay, and this is kind of hot.
Let's go. Let's go.
Okay, whatever. You guys
got the
fucking
cake
take
going.
that.
Come on, man, keep going, you little bitch.
No,
Coming
I'm
right
asking
back
you-
to
I'm
Diddy.
asking
Just
you-
give me a couple
I'm
minutes.
asking
Good. Give me
I'm
something.
asking
Give me
you
a couple
question.
minutes. I'll reference Diddy again.
Okay,
You're
I'm asking you.
Diddy.
I'm
He
asking
looks
you
like
an
Diddy
actual
in the
question.
get-up, but
Why
he
do
ain't
you
that
think
cool.
that I live in another country?
I don't care, Resto.
So,
You-
Flo, I'm asking him this because I know that he knows. But you have it in your mind to go around spreading rumors, right?
Did President you just say something too?
Yeah. I'm saying I'm asking him this over and over because I know that he knows.
I'm glad that I screen recorded that. One of those instinct moves. Like this feels like a thing.
On another panel that we would
You
slot.
have it in your mind. Don't
lie.
don't
You're a
deflect.
liar.
Don't deflect.
That way, I
I'm
don't
not a
give a
liar. I'm not a liar. Never. I don't lie about anything. I might be a piece of shit, but I'm not a liar. That's one thing I'm not.
Fucking life. Fuck off and die, you little bitch.
Oh, I can't wait for you to die soon, bitch. I hope it hurts.
Be mindful how we're talking, gentlemen.
Oh, you're right. Yeah, I don't want to get. This is not my stream. I'm sorry.
Hi, Sarah. How you
I
doing?
apologize for telling you to die slow.
How you doing, Sarah?
It was
Fuck you, Simon.
cool.
Shut up.
I ain't got time for you,
Wait.
Resto. You can argue as much as you want. I'm trying to. I'm
Today is
interested
not
in
your
how
day,
Sarah.
Simon. Today is not. You are not important to me.
I don't care about you. I didn't
Simon,
argue about you.
Simon, you are always on a short lease. In this point in time, I suggest you just
I
shut
didn't
the
even
fuck
realize
up.
there's
Dead ass, bro. This is
What?
not your fight right now.
Simon, why click the link right now? Like out of curiosity. Why?
Because Simon loves to
Hi,
be
Neve.
in-
How you doing, Neve?
I'm fucking great, but I'm worse now that you're here.
Grid, all I want to ask is like, why the fuck are you going around listening to fucking people that are going to spread false rumors about me and you're going to just say them as truth? Why you're putting me and my family in
Why
danger?
did you go
Answer my
immediately to
question.
close panel
Answer
and
my
run your
question.
dick sucker
Answer
about
my
me?
question.
No,
Answer
you
my
answer mine,
question.
bitch.
Sir, answer
You
my
did-
question.
you answered my
Answer
question.
my
Literally,
question, you fucking Walmart greeter.
You went to close panel and you ran
Suck
your
my
money
dick.
maker.
on for all of you guys. Right here.
Let's go.
This message is sponsored in part by.
Yeah,
You aren't going to
okay.
shift this to me, you little bitch.
I was a little
You
worried where that
ran
video
your
was
mouth
going.
Immediately after saying, no, we're cool. Everything's
You didn't answer my question.
I don't give a shit about Resto anymore.
You didn't
Just
answer my question.
on my side of the
Why
internet.
you-
You stay on
hasn't
yours.
answered the question.
Can you guys calm down?
He still
What
hasn't
you did,
answered
you
the
little
question.
bitch. What you did was immediately run to another
anybody
panel
ever
heard
and
him
ruin
answer a
your
question?
cocksucker.
You guys calm down.
Hasn't answered the question. Shut the fuck up, Simon. Jesus
Mommy,
Christ.
daddy, don't fight. Don't
You know what?
fight,
Fuck
mommy
this.
and
Fuck
daddy.
this. Sarah, hold on. I'm gonna give you
Yeah.
10 to drop this
Mommy is-
motherfucker. Like it's over with for you, Simon.
You can't
I'm
keep
done-
doing
I'm done
anything
with
that
you.
you're trying to put it back. You are the one.
No, I came up here to ask you a question. You don't want to answer the
That's
question,
what
Simon.
happened.
You got to go
Now
today. I'm
give
sorry,
her some money.
Simon. You're out of here.
You know what?
At
I'm
least
gonna
give me
give
10
her
minutes.
some money. There
Fuck
you go.
you, Grid.
Boom.
Fuck you, Grid.
Boom.
I could pay to get you down too, but I'm not going to do that because I'm going to address you like the man that I think
All right,
that you are.
listen, everyone.
She turned me
Like,
down at
when
this
we're all
point.
spurging, I'm going to use the word spurging if it hurts somebody's
use it. That's a
fucking
good term.
feelings. I don't care. But Simon, you've been dropped for 10 minutes. I'm not even setting a timer.
I like the word spurging.
All you retard cuck simps spurging right now.
Yes, y'all are, Nev.
And,
all are.
okay, so
Good
let's do
Fuck you,
this,
Grid.
gentlemen. We're gonna go around the panel. So I would ask Grid and Resto to just be mindful for a moment. And thank you, Trib1, for the $2. Possible to get a verdict from the panel.
That's the
That's
wrong
a good
statement
question.
to use in
So
that.
let's go around the panel, and I'd like everybody to put their 2 cents in for 2 minutes of what they think so far about this dramatic event. Starting with you, 10th man, and we'll work our way around.
Seen it 1,000 times before.
Ah, damn it! What just happened? Where'd he go?
Oh, did he leave?
I think he used his fat, smudgy finger and bumped the wrong button.
Buddy with the glasses and the hat just likes to cause trouble. And the other guy on here is trying to get you clicks and views and donos and more people watching by fighting. It's the perfect formulation. Go ahead.
I mean, that was a
you,
clutch
Melanie?
assessment.
So I was gonna take sides before, but honestly, I'm realizing that there's no one here to truly root for.
Me.
It's
a show. I'm feeling kind of cucked off the panel, but I'm just being selfish, so ignore me.
That's fair. Neve, to you, my love.
Well, great. It did seem like a pointed statement to just be conjuring. So I'm wondering if there's any factual basis for it, like if there's some sort of, underlying reason why you would have brought that up. In the video that he showed us.
Oh yeah, no, that's true. That's 100% true.
Okay,
Arbiter,
but
don't
what is
worry,
your
I got you.
what is your belief?
Scott, grow some fucking facial hair back. You look like you got chemo, and you're older and fatter now. What the hell's going on? I just had to tell Sav Dave, Savzul and Chain, last night. Same damn thing. Grow a mustache back. He looks like he's undergoing chemo.
As to why it's.
Don't worry, I'll be back.
Girl.
All right, 10 minutes, Resto.
I'm only insulting you for your own.
Why do you believe
I was
that?
actually gonna buy him. I was gonna
Because
buy
I
myself
trust the
back
person
at
that
this
gave me the
point,
information.
but then Arbiter bought
So
me
there's
back,
somebody in the
in like 4
background,
minutes.
probably speakeasy.
It's both of them.
Who,
Not speakeasy.
Okay.
I mean,
All right,
I'll be honest. It's not speakeasy. Honestly, I don't talk to speakeasy about anything really.
He's lying.
Okay, the point that I'm making is that the intensity of Resto's energy right now seems to be informed by the seemingly baseless conjecture, right?
Oh, it's not baseless, and he knows it. Otherwise, he wouldn't be that pissed about it.
Well, if he owes
honestly
child
don't really
support,
give a
there'd be a
shit.
warrant. Hold on. If he owes child support, there should be a warrant out for him. Public information. Go check it out.
Somebody's Canadian.
Well, I didn't say that he was owed child support. I said that he was.
Real quick pause.
hiding
Real
out
quick pause.
there for because his
I just
family's.
caught that stray by Trippycast.
That was a good stray.
I just caught that.
You were in tunnel vision. Yeah, I heard you a couple times earlier. For those who don't know, Resto has a tell. Like really battle mode Resto starts referring to himself in the third person.
Yeah,
and sorry, I snitched on you already.
No, it's fine.
Everybody's got picks. But yeah, Resto, he was drifting in and out of the third person references at the beginning, but mostly under control.
Fucking Trippy say is he Canadian?
He's involved in BLM, but that's irrelevant.
How about you, Trippy? How about you, Trippy? Have you been watching so far?
I had to set up everything, so I missed a good chunk of what's going on. But like, if Resto's fighting somebody, I'm probably gonna be on Resto's side. It's gonna be.
Well, let me
like
share. Let me.
That's fair. That's fair. That's cool.
Yeah, I like Grid. I like Speakeasy.
All right,
I like
he
everyone.
recovered.
Let me bring you up to speed. We have this clip that I'll play one more time.
BLM. The
Well,
founders.
you know that Resto Chesto guy, his family was part of that. That's why he's hiding out in fucking Korea because he's part of his family's part of fucking BLM.
No shit, dude.
Yeah.
No fucking shit.
Yeah, fuck that guy,
dude. That's BLM.
Like
The
my
Okay.
question is like,
So
why did he
that's
just
where we
fire that
stand on
off
that.
like that?
And so Resto is making the claim that Grid is, essentially kind of spreading lies on another panel.
No, he didn't say I spread lies.
Or well,
he just
maybe
wants to know why I said it. He's not denying it because it's true.
whatever the case may
Pretty
be.
sure he denied it.
Yeah, he did because he did say, like, "Do you want to know why I'm doing?"
I did
this?
not
And here's
fucking
why
deny it.
XYZ.
Okay,
but
God damn
either
it,
way,
Sarah.
whether Resto is mad at Grid for saying that on a panel.
You did deny
on a
it.
completely different panel that has
I
nothing
didn't
to do
deny
with
it.
mine.
I did
but
not
you-
the fact that I'm hiding out in Korea because of that shit.
Right, that's what they're talking about, right?
No, they were saying about the BLM thing.
I mean, it's all the same thing that you're hiding out there because of them.
I'm not hiding out here because of them. I live here.
Right. I think that I think that you were all agreeing, or Sarah and you were in the Anyways,
nothing to do with it.
But like, why do you think that? Is that just like a guess, or
No. It came from Resto himself, and he knows it.
all right? And I mean, like, if Resto was part of BLM, I mean,
Well,
I'm
no,
not
his
gonna judge him
family,
fully for that.
family part of BLM.
There's
He's
a whole lot of other people who donated to BLM and had no idea that there was ulterior motives. You know what I mean?
Sure.
Like, I'm not a supporter of it, but
I mean, imagine the insanity of believing that black people in America would be part of BLM or involved in it. Crazy.
That's a wild ass statement. That's wild as fuck.
Yeah.
But back when I was the guy on my own Facebook, you know,
There's
telling my
more
family,
to
like,
it. I'm
don't
not going to
support
get
that
into it.
shit.
It's not worthwhile to get into.
Yeah. Okay.
It's just not worthwhile to get into. As much fun as it would be, because now I'm awake and I'm having a good time and it's fun.
Maybe Resto's not really black, and he's just been wearing a filter from Facebook or something.
Could be. I don't know.
And Arbiter was the one who originally paid to boot Resto, but he has requested to bring Resto back now. So,
Oh wow!
So thank you, Arbiter, for being
It's
conflicted.
fun to fight on the internet, Sarah.
There we go.
Sometimes, but
As long as it doesn't go outside of the internet, in most cases, right?
yes, I think when people go to the next level and attack people personally at home or whatever the case may be, I think that's where lines should be absolutely drawn. That's a big no-no. Keep the fight on the internet. Do your thing. Okay. Has the panel had the ability to make its peace, or did anybody else aside from Resto and Grid have some thoughts?
I just want to thank Trippy Cast for being here. Your energies are exactly what we need right now.
Yes.
All right.
Trippy. I love Trippy. That
I
actually
do
made me
need.
happy. So here's the thing, Grid. My family, I am not.
Hang on, I got. Hang on
No,
one second.
no,
Get my
fuck
volume turned down. Give me 1 second.
She
There you
turned
go.
me all the way the fuck down.
Keep going.
All right. So my family, I will not deny that. A half of my family, yes, I'm going full nuke. I don't care anymore. I do not associate with them. Do you know I have not seen anybody with my last name besides my daughter ever? Do you know that? So the fact that you know that, right, means that somebody told you. And there's only one fucking person that will tell you that. And since you're saying that I'm being a gossipy little bitch, you're going around being a gossipy.
I never said you were a gossipy little bitch.
No,
I said that.
Shut up and let me fucking finish my goddamn statement.
Go right ahead.
Sit in the corner and think about your goddamn actions. Now,
Hey, you know what?
you're
Fuck
saying,
you, asshole.
No,
Fuck
let me
you.
get my shit off.
Fuck
Let me get my shit
you.
off.
Who the fuck are you? You're nobody. You're less than nobody. You live here. You got a shitty life, and I'm sorry, but
We
fuck
were so
you.
close, but Grid cannot just handle truth. He cannot handle facts.
All right,
Fuck
let's
you.
let's finish your thought, Resto, and then Grid, you can respond.
Now, Grid, you're going around being a gossipy little bitch. The only reason that I'm mad is because I have a very unique name, and you know probably at this point, right? You probably know who I am. The fact is, my daughter has that same last name, and I am not virtue signaling at all at this point. I'm just saying you should just stop going around being a gossipy little bitch and saying things that you don't know that for facts. Saying that I live in Korea because I'm going around fucking avoiding America because I'm a part of BLM. Not true at all. I live in Korea to make my fucking family comfortable. I have the facilities to live anywhere the fuck I want to on earth. So I think that you should check yourself before you get fucking wrecked, okay? Fuck around and fucking find out, Grid. End statement.
Okay, to you, Grid.
You stop talking about me, and I'll stop talking about you. You started this shit, and I
Talk
will
about these
continue,
nuts.
and I will finish it.
Talk about these nuts.
Yeah.
Hold on, Resto.
Yeah,
Let him.
there you go.
Let
See?
him get his thought.
War. We have war.
It's war
That's
then,
fine.
bitch. It's war then, bitch. Don't go to war with somebody who actually goes to war, bitch.
You don't go to war. You talk like a bitch behind people's backs.
Mm-hmm. Ask why I don't got ops.
Whatever.
You can stand in line after them at the pearly gates, bitch.
Yeah. Okay.
Everybody
like,
feel
I like
better?
hamburgers.
Does everybody feel better?
I like cheeseburgers better than hamburgers.
There we
But
go.
I think one of you's got a pop
Of course you
trunk.
do, fat boy.
On which car?
Let's talk about food. I love food.
Oh my goodness, it's wonderful.
What were we talking about again?
Well,
Cuckoldry. That's what we're watching right now.
Black Lives Mattering.
Oh no, I don't want that.
And they
topic.
do.
Is it mostly
Yeah, it's mostly over, and I like how like afterwards, no one wants to talk about BLM now, which is a wild ass. That's a wild ass statement. Everybody wanted to say something about it before, but now the rest of those up there, nobody wants to
Is
talk
that
about
big labia matters?
it.
so? I mean, was anybody else talking? Just oh, you mean Grid doesn't want to talk about it anymore?
Yeah.
Yeah, no, and it's funny to me, like, of all the little back and forth you've had with him, and even like the back and forth past each other that I have kind of had, like, he keeps falling back on the, oh yeah, well, why did you X? And whatever the first thing is, it's the very first time that you and I talk shit about him, right?
Yeah.
He has been, why do you do that as justification for everything he's done ever since. He hasn't found not one new reason. Which is silly. Like, how many times does Grid have to have this? How many times does that have to be resolved for you, bud? Little turtle looking ass.
He'll be okay. You know what? He's gonna be okay. It's all right. It's full nuke. I don't give a fuck about.
I mean,
like,
but he's not. Look at this face on the pause. That man is hurting because he's a bitch.
Oh, yeah, he's
and
hurting.
knows it.
He knows it. He knows it.
But he's
And
too
I
much
know
of a
that-
bitch to acknowledge it, so he'll never fix it. But Grid, if you send an email and you give me a good offer, I'll probably explain to you how to fucking sack up and be effective. Not that I think that you'll probably put it into effect, but certainly nobody else in life is.
Here's the thing, Flo. Every time somebody knows, like, this is not the first time somebody has like gotten the information on me. Every time somebody knows the information, they don't release this one thing, and they already know. They already know. They're scared to. They scared to say it. They are scared to say it.
Like, because it's a bad look on them, is what you mean?
It's a bad look on them, and it's a good look on me. And they're scared of it. They're scared of it. They're afraid. Don't be afraid of Resto. Resto not gonna do nothing to you. I promise.
Don't trust that third person fucking double speak there. This is why I got to alert the people for your tells. For safety reasons.
I be chilling, bro. Like, I be chilling. I really just be chilling the fuck out, doing my own little thing. Just let me play my stupid little fucking video games. Don't mention my name. Don't mention my family. I really don't care if I get fucked. It's just like my daughter. But other than that, I really don't care.
Yeah, no, it's a goddamn. For a dude who refers to himself as the patriarchy, he's really, really showing some like the worst traits of a bored housewife.
Grid is a bitch. He's never had confrontation. That's the thing. Like, you can see it in the whole video. He's never had confrontation. I almost felt bad for him the whole time.
No, it's what I think it's what I said. He's always had somebody that's standing behind him, so he feels cocky. So he's like, it's that internet fucking thing. He doesn't. I don't know. I feel like he's hiding behind something. He feels brave for some reason that it's a shallow reason.
Grid probably sleeps on the fucking couch at night.
He doesn't sleep because he's up too busy working on setting up his fucking equipment.
Shit equipment.
Working like a motherfucker. Hey, can you guys see me all right? Can you guys hear me all right?
Mic check 1, 2, 3.
Yeah.
She had to turn me down to 32 just to even hear him.
You white folk have to start to wonder why those like Resto have fuck all to say without insults. So they're like, this is a white people thing? Is that what you're saying?
I don't understand what the fuck. Look, I know what I'm good at. That's all I'm saying. I know what I'm good at.
You white people always aggravating black people. Is that what you're saying, Big Pond?
Hey, I like white people. Big fan of your women.
Shout out white women.
Dead ass.
All right.
Not that there ain't some fine sisters out there.
All right, Tom, go off.
The fuck you mean go off? What
feel
you?
like
I'll let Resto bury himself. I thought he was something too at a time. He ain't shit. And all these N words coming up on my.
Hold on. Okay, good point, Big Pond. You know what? Point received. Point received. I retract my little challenge. That is human nature, though.
Is that not a go off?
No, you didn't.
No,
you didn't say anything.
Tom, you don't have normal rules. You literally cannot say anything referencing race at all.
But Resto is.
I don't care. Resto doesn't have the same rules you do.
Oh, so you're racist.
No, I'm telling you.
You're just ugly.
He's practical.
No. He said Resto doesn't.
Let me talk about you. Did that just violate the rule I just gave him by calling you racist?
Somewhat.
So you're a cuck to the N word.
All right.
You can say that.
There it goes. That was definitely a reference to. Yeah. Let me. I got some. Hold on. Scott, how's that mic taste?
What's
that?
Eating the fuck out that shit.
Stupidity Trail.
Hello.
If you got something to say, start speaking. And if you're going to show some porn, drop that shit.
Fuck, is that what you think? Everyone's got a fucking heart on.
Well, so you're not porn bombing. I saw you flash up earlier in the stream a couple times and kind of jumped up and real quick and popped down.
Yeah, mate. Sometimes I have important shit to say. Sometimes I just like to play along. So
fair enough.
Here I am back again. Yeah.
Drop the banner. This is not.
Yo, who the fuck is playing Elden Ring in the back?
Oh, just for peace of mind here, FlowState. I don't even have a camera on my computer.
It's okay.
Nice setup, by the way, Flo.
Oh, thank you. Miss Flo did a good job, and so now, it's
I've
time
been
to step up
listening
my
all
game.
day. So, yeah. But buddy drop.
We lost Scott, but
the thing is, yes, I do have family that are connected is like a soft statement, I guess, but I really don't care at this point. I do have family that deal with BLM. I have nothing to do with that, and the fact that I keep getting blamed over and over for it kind of pisses me off. And I know how some people feel about it, and the amount of like bullshit that I get for it is retarded, because it's kind of like being Hitler's son at this point. I have nothing to do with anything that they did. I'm not saying how I feel about the movement or the situation. I'm just saying that I'm not associated with it. I'm more mad. I'm not even mad about that. I'm more mad at the fact that the information is getting spread, and I already know what other information is out there, like my name and basically full docs. So if they want to go full docs, I'll go full nuke. I'm nuking from orbit. I don't care.
Yeah. No.
And I guess you would say my
I'm gonna have to
means of money.
I'm gonna have to now. I'm curious about your last name, and I know that I know where to find it. I'm just not snooping into people's business unless they block me and continue to talk shit like Grid One, and then I'll stalk the fuck out of them. Like I know what you did last summer, Grid.
Yeah. I just be chilling, bro. That's all I'm gonna say. I just be chilling, but don't fuck with royalty. That's all I'm saying.
Oh yeah, thank you for reminding me, Scott. How's it going now? I like the backwards hat look you stole from me.
I definitely stole it from you because you're the first person I ever saw wearing it this way.
I invented that shit back when you were like 45 or something.
I remember that. It wasn't my buddies and I when we were playing baseball in Little League.
Tommy, suck my dick.
We used to put our hard helmet on this way, the soft one on that way, flip it off, and run to the base.
I'm gonna clip that and use that for something that's definitely gay, like a clip, because that's
you're gay, so make sure you keep this part where your knees need to be washed tonight.
You can't call somebody gay if you're.
What does that mean?
I don't know. You spend too much time on your knees. Hey, Resto, did I hear you at one point? I mean, I don't know you. Hi, my name's Scott. Welcome to meet me. You do.
Hold on, sorry to interrupt. If anybody wants to buy Tommy out of the dungeon, he is still backstage bitching. You know, my rules are flexible.
I say give him one more chance. He's an entertaining fuck, and somebody may want to buy him off.
The thing is that he just won't ever last long enough.
He can try. I have faith in him. He gets better like Paul.
If full disclosure, Tom just ran, so don't, you know.
He doesn't like me advocating for him. Or he doesn't like it being